a piece of the firmament to believe that there's a firmament. I have not only do I have theological justification, there's also deductive and inductive reasoning, right? Like, for example, I can use a logical syllogism for the evidence of a firmament. It's a sound argument, right? If there's pressure right now, right, I can use reason and conclude that there's a container up there. Unless you can provide the contrary, right? I don't need a piece of the firmament.
Don't you notice the problem? The problem is that even if, let's say hypothetically, okay, because you said that on your Bible you derive the conclusion that the moon is not real, okay? Let's say that. No matter how much I could grab you, put you on a rocket, fly to the moon, and you stand on it, and you will still deny what you are seeing, because you are not rooting, as you said yourself, your conclusions out of your eyes, out of your senses. You are deriving them from your theology, as you said.
There's one intermediate layer. There's one intermediate layer, which is that the argument that he just used, which is you can't have pressure without a container, doesn't come from science. It comes from flat earthers. It doesn't come from anybody in science.
But I think it's still like such a waste of time that like you would like. First of all, from the people trying to convince you, right? But I guess they are working under the premise that you can change your mind. But you are literally, you stated yourself, you are working on the premise that you will not change your mind, even if everything leads to the conclusion. All of your senses lead to the conclusion that the Earth must be a globe. You will still go against it.
No. If you brought me to the moon, right, and we landed on the moon, I would just shift my understanding of reality. I would push the firmament back more. That's all I would do.
Where do you find that in the Bible then? Would you have to believe that God isn't real?
Back more. What do you mean? So the firmament then suddenly is further away from the surface of your flat Earth?
Yeah. If theoretically we landed on the moon, I would just adjust just like you guys adjust your variables in your model. You add dark matter, you add expansion. I would just adjust my model, dude. I would ad hoc reason my way to rationalization.
Yeah. So that would mean there would be a vacuum or an extremely low pressure as pressure in space then between the firmament and the atmosphere of the Earth. So then that's
obviating the need for a container.
Yeah, that removes the need for a container. Back again, the inconsistency of flat Earth claims is unfucking believable. I'm sorry.
It was just a hypothetical, buddy. Relax. I don't think you can land on the moon, dude. Nobody's ever been to the moon, dude. It's just a thought experiment.
The guy was framing this
Enoch said so.
Scenario. He was just framing a scenario saying, well, listen, what if I could prove to you unequivocally that the moon does exist in space, that space is real and God doesn't exist? How would you feel then? I mean, it's kind of, a crazy what if.
It's a theoretical if that's a foundation, though, if that's a foundation for something, and then it's shown to be not just kind of wrong or an interpretation error, if you're as wrong as you can be about a foundational thing, it shouldn't just be an ad hoc reasoning behind it. It should shake your entire paradigm.
That's what we say about dark matter, dude, and relativity. But yet you guys need relativity and dark matter instead of just scrapping the whole model and starting from, going back to the drawing board. You guys want to hold on to it, bro. It's on life support right now, dude. How many patches have you done in the last 100 years?
Why are you deflecting? But why are you deflecting?
Observations. Yeah, observations of dark matter are being done in directions which only make sense on a spherical Earth anyway. So shaking the whole model by using observations that require the Earth to be spherical in the first place doesn't fucking help you.
We could go backwards, doofus, if you want. And we could go like, well, how do we know the...
Either I'm losing my signal or you are.
The positions, the coordinate system.
Cutting out, sort of.
What does that derive from? And then go back even further. Well,
you're still cutting out. Talking more doesn't fix it.
Foundation
it must be on your end.
No, he's good now.
All
He's
the way
good
down
now.
to the fundamentalists, and that's where we all run into problems with each other.
The other things we don't. The other things we don't depend on for like a paradigm thing. The moon thing specifically would be within your paradigm.
I don't know if I'm going to be robot.
There's a delay in your roboting.
How's it now?
No, Tanks, you're fucked. You're fucked right now. Just to be clear, you'll come in for like 3 seconds that are good, then you're fucked again. It's not good for a conversation.
Damn, dude,
I don't know if I didn't think I was, or if I am.
Talking more won't fix it. You're gonna have to do something. The moon thing, the paradigm behind that is you either can't go because there's a dome in the fucking way, or you can go because it's inside the dome. But regardless of that, showing that to be real, putting your feet on it would shift your paradigm. We can remove relativity. Fuck them. We can remove dark matter. Fuck them. What paradigm does that actually change? Fuck all.
Well, all right. How about
it's
now?
a big deal, dude.
How about this time? My last shot.
Currently, you're good.
Oh, sad. I was addressing Doofus, right? He's saying, well, you need the coordinate system of the Earth being a globe to make those, accusations against dark matter. And we were talking about fundamental foundations. Well, we could, if somebody wanted to, right? It just takes a long time, and there's a lot of people, so it's hard to do. You could then go through, how do we get the grid system that we then have the coordinate system, the transformation to get the positions of these places, and what's fundamental and necessary to get those angles to the stars, to the sky, and then
you're doing the cutout thing again,
all the way down to the basics, and then see where we land.
Right. So the problem isn't the coordinate system we chose. The problem is the observations themselves. You can't have a linear relationship between zenith angle and surface distance on a flat surface. That's impossible. So when you were making these observations of distant galaxies, and that disproves a flat Earth already based on where we see them from, I'm not saying because we chose a coordinate system. I'm saying the observations themselves.
Well, I'm not going to argue because I'm cutting out, so I'm just going to listen.
The coordinate system doesn't depend on relativity. The coordinate system doesn't depend on dark matter. If you want it to, that's fine, but you'd be wrong. It doesn't depend on that. But a flat earther putting their feet on the moon, that does destroy foundations of flat Earth. No matter what flavor you are, that actually does destroy it.
Can you just put him in space, and it will be enough?
It could be just as well with that too. That's exactly it. It's not like there are important parts of reality from a glober's perspective, of course, with relativity and of course with dark matter, et cetera, all these things. But when it comes to like Earth's shape or basic foundations of our local system close to us, those things mean fuck all. They're not foundational. Yeah. If you take away relativity, what do you actually take away? At best, how GPS works? Oh, fuck. That's at best.
Yeah.
But you put a flat earther's feet on the moon, how many things do you actually fucking destroy?
Don't you think they would end up with, even if you sent them to space, there would be curve in the helmet, the visor, or in the window, or it's curvilinear space
to the window,
or something like that. Yeah, there's all kinds of excuses.
Hey, Lion, can you do a break? You promised us 15 minutes ago that you need to go.
Yeah, I do, because I've been talking too long.
No, don't go.
Yeah.
Because nobody else wants to talk. It's like, where are all the flat earthers? I feel like I'm by myself over here.
Agreed, and I'm going to back you up, because if you go, then it's going to be a bunch of nerd ass dork circle jerking about like knowledge and shit, and that's fucking boring. Please don't go. Actually,
no, that's much more productive. That's
we're all nerds in here, dude. Come on, man.
But to answer this guy, I don't know what his name was. Yeah, man, you're right. He said it himself. He prioritizes not his senses and his observations. He prioritizes the word of God. So even if
we got that already.
But he doesn't open with that. It's so like he only retreats there once enough pushback has occurred. If you just opened with it, be like, hey man, reading knock, you'll be a flat earther. Okay, cool. Like next but that's not how it goes.
No, everybody that knows me.
My God says the Earth is flat, therefore the Earth is flat. People will just like instantly toss you aside. I mean, okay, well then have fun.
You guys just don't know me well enough, dude. Everybody knows me to be freaking a Bible thumper.
And it's not just the Bible, because you brought an argument from Alex Gleason, who, by the way, made a map from a globe, and is very famous for doing so. And you said, out loud, to the rest of the room, without hesitation, I don't know how it works, but I know the thickness of the lens is what causes the horizon to dip below eye level. If you said that together and you didn't reflect on the contradiction in that statement.
No, because there are things in our reality that are unexplained, right? But we know the phenomena. We can document the phenomena. We don't know the cause of the phenomena. Just like gravity, we don't really know the cause. You guys claim to assert you know the cause of gravity. You don't know the cause, dude.
You still don't get what he's saying.
Yeah,
I do get what he's saying. I claim to know about a specific phenomena, but I don't know the cause of it.
Optics gives you the cause. It's a field of science. It's very well studied. It exists.
Right, but turning the lens around, dude, flipping upside down is not going to change it, dude. It's still going to dip down. It's not going to dip the opposite way because you flip the lens upside down. It's because it's not due to the actual manufacturing of the lens.
Which would make sense if there was something in optics that says that such a thing could happen. But a radially symmetrical object that refracts light can't do what you're saying. I know this because I know optics. You say you don't know it. You should probably do that instead of saying you know that it happened.
No, I don't know the cause, why light has a preferred direction, and I don't know why the preferred direction of the dip is below the horizon. I don't know why. Why is it even right now? Like when you go out and you look out on the horizon, you can have fata morganas. You can have rising, or what you call looming refraction. But the majority of refraction is below the horizon. It causes things to dip. Why is that? You guys will say, well, it's because it's denser, right, as you move down. But we don't know that for a fact. Go ahead.
No, we know a lot of things about air. It's very well studied. What you're saying, though, what you're bringing is an argument that was given to you by a flat earther. He said, this is what happens. The counter to that, the opposition to the argument from the flat earther who wrote a book about it, is all of the people, including myself, who use optics knowledge to accomplish useful work. Now, on your side, you have the flat earther, wrote a book, said a thing happens. On my side, I have my personal experience using the knowledge that's being claimed about, along with all the other people that I know, along with all of the books that I've used to come to this knowledge that I use to accomplish useful work. You're saying all that's wrong, but this guy who wrote a book and said it happens, he must be right.
Well, you're kind of strawmanning the whole thing because Alex Gleason wasn't the one who claimed that. It was the Royal Astronomical Society. They did their own observations, their own tests with theodolites, with lenses and without lenses, optics without lenses. And they noticed this anomaly. So it's not Alex Gleason, just the messenger. He's not the one that actually did the experiments himself.
Did you find the source that he said must have existed? Did he?
Yeah, I posted it in the chat the other day.
Right, you posted it out of his book.
Yeah, it's out of his book, but it's still the Royal Astronomical Society and the two scientists involved, and the many other surveyors involved. It's all in there, dude.
Right, okay, in Alex Gleason's book, that's the only place it exists.
And I call bullshit on that because I use the Ordnance Survey UK references. I also have my own personal experience. And if you measure an angle without lenses, like with gun sights on a quadrant, and you take a theodolite with lenses, you get the same answer except for a difference of precision. It does not cause the things in the field of view to change.
Right.
I don't know, man. You can demonstrate this yourself pretty easily with any optic with a lens.
Alex said so.
Even Even above 6 inches above the surface of the water, you'll notice a horizontal dip.
And that's not because of lenses in the instrument. Yes, the optics of atmosphere, optical effects of atmosphere. Like you said, we don't really know. In fact, we do really know.
Right. And I posted many resources to all your flat Earth buddies over at Geos about gradient index optics. This is a well-known field of study, and it is used to perform useful work. To say that that's wrong is, I don't even know how to describe how weird that is to say.
So let me ask you, what causes the collimation error that you have to correct for when you aim the theodolite at the horizon? Go ahead.
Like that one
collimation error. Collimation error is not biased in a specific direction. It is error. It is not. So when you have an error, you have to understand the error can be centered around a point. Collimation error is centered around 0.
And Ryan, you've said it many times. The only real way to get knowledge is through experience. And I asked you if you were speaking from experience, and then you said, does that matter? Well, I'm going to speak to you from experience. Yes, refraction is well known. Yes, I can observe it. I have derived my own coefficients. I have compared it to the textbooks by the Royal Societies. Yes, it is well known. It is reproducible. It is useful. And it's from experience.
This guy doesn't even have a celestial theodolite.
Yeah, thanks for that. That doesn't tell anybody anything.
You're saying that the collimation doesn't have a bias, but yet documented the bias is below the horizon. There's a horizontal dip. No, this is in the papers. This is in the documentation, dude. I'm driving a semi right now. You can't just pull it up at your request, but it's in the histories, dude. It's in the data, dude.
Right, because Alex Gleason
even right now. Are you all types, dude? All types of refraction, right? Predominantly, when we look at the horizon, the refractive index, the corrections that you have to make are due to horizontal dip, dude. Right, vertical and horizontal dip.
And we know how to calculate it. And when you're saying it's all there in the documents, are you talking source documents or cut and paste from somebody who did a cut and paste?
Well, hold on, because he's saying that it's not biased. When we know that when you compare looming, towering, and like superior mirages, all across the board. All across the board. So we have superior mirages.
You said collimation error. You didn't say
hold on,
looming.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Just give me a second. So we got superior mirages.
The argument in the middle of it.
Oh my gosh, dude. No, well, just give me a second, dude. We have superior mirages, right? We have rising, also known as towering, and looming refraction, right? And then on the opposite side, we have stooping, sinking, and inferior mirages, right? Inferior, stooping, and sinking predominate our observations. The other types of refractions are the minority.
Now,
they don't dominate. Hold on, they don't dominate our observations. When I look off in the distance, I don't see any mirages or any stooping. When I'm looking over, say, a grass-covered field, it's a normal midday observation. I see the surface of the Earth is in the way of the distant object, and there's no mirage.
And you compare one to one. When you compare, hold on. Single day.
Now, when you talk about the sinking, the rising, and all that other stuff, that's sinking and compared to what? Compared to the shape of the Earth. The shape of the Earth is well known, and all this talk about refraction does not affect the shape of the Earth.
All right, when you compare one to one, right? So when you compare superior versus inferior, which one happens more often, probabilistically? You're going to find out that the inferior one happens more often. When you compare towering versus stooping, which one happens more often? You'll find out that stooping happens more often. When you compare looming versus sinking, which one happens more often? You'll find out sinking happens more often. Across the board, the horizontal dip happens predominantly more often.
Does the refraction have anything to do with the sun setting and night happening and satellites orbiting? I don't. It doesn't.
Right.
The sun sets, night happens. Earth rotates. Satellites orbit. We Great Circle Navigating. We got all these things about the shape of the Earth. We talk about atmospheric objects till the cows come home, because even by descriptions, you're finding all sorts of contradictory or ambiguous scenarios with the objects very close to the water. So guess what? That's not how we measure the Earth, because of exactly what you just pointed out. You've got all these, ambiguous scenarios with the optics. So we don't use that to measure the Earth. Hello?
I will say real quick, though, Larry, Bluetooth has the habit of making you sound absolutely unhinged. I think you sound better without Bluetooth.
I love it, dude. It's all good. But I was gonna say, so now going back to collimation errors. Same thing with collimation errors, dude. Collimation errors. There's more. There's always a horizontal dip when you look through the lens of an optic, dude. It's rarely ever. It's rarely ever. It's rarely ever above the horizon. Go ahead.
I have a couple of telescopes that I need. Yeah, I have a few telescopes, and I need to do collimation now and again. And you saying it's always going downwards, that's completely wrong. It can go in any direction.
Right.
So where the hell you got that collimation is dipping down, I don't understand even what you mean.
Right. It's the weird interpretation of what Alex said. So the collimation error is just the optical system itself and its ability to direct light into a point onto the whatever is detecting the light, either your human eye
telescope,
or
camera,
either your human eye or a camera sensor. Collimation error is not biased in any direction. That doesn't make any sense for it to be biased in any direction. The system itself is radially symmetric. So if there's a positional error on any of the components that make up that optical system, that positional error is centered around zero. That's the only way it can make sense, because that's the way they're trying to build it.
I get that, and that's what I was trying to explain to you last time.
You don't.
I know that the lens, right, is radio symmetrical, right? Especially in the middle, you shouldn't have any problems. That's why when you do observations, you look right down the center of that lens. But it's this phenomena of a horizontal dip where you have to correct for, known as collimation. Flipping the camera upside down is not going to fix it, because this horizontal dip isn't due to the manufacturing of the lens itself. There's something else going on in reality causing the horizontal dip. I'm not sure what that something is.
Okay, the results that you have that say that there's some effect, and for some reason it's called collimation. It's not. Nobody calls it that. So the reason why you're saying that this has been measured is because Alex Gleason told you so.
Yes, sir.
And by the way, to have a collimation error, you need a telescope which has several lens elements, and they had to be sort of skewed a little bit. That's how you end up with a collimation error.
Right. Like where they're trying to manufacture the optical system is to have everything in line and everything is exactly radially symmetric. The error introduced is when it's not all in line or not radially symmetric, somewhere in there. Okay? So the error can only be centered around zero, because that's where they're trying to put it.
I understand. I get that. What I'm trying to explain to you, though, is that it's not due to the manufacturing of the lens. I know you guys think that there's something else going on causing the horizontal dip that dips below the crosshairs. It dips below the crosshairs. So flipping it upside down is not going to somehow invert it. It's still going to be dipping below the crosshair, even if you flip the lens upside down. That's what I'm trying to tell you, dude. There's something else going on.
But what you're saying has absolutely no support from anybody who uses any kind of optics to do anything useful. There's nobody else out there except this thing that you're mentioning from Alex Gleason that says this thing. Anybody who uses optics for a living says that this thing that you're trying to create here, this problem where the specifics of the lens doesn't tell you how the light is being bent downward. That doesn't make fucking sense.
And further, you said yourself, true knowledge comes from experience. And I can wholeheartedly get behind that. You said all kinds of things that you say you don't know, and you're quoting a book just because, and I asked you, it's like, what is your experience? And you said that doesn't matter. Well, we are both talking to you from our experience, and yet you dismiss that. Why? Why would you dismiss experience?
So you can critique the source that I got the information from all you want. Alex Gleason, who got it from the Royal Astronomical Society. They did experiments 6 inches above the water, 50 feet, 100 feet, 150 feet, even 2 miles up in a hot air balloon. And they noticed this discrepancy between optics with lenses and optics without lenses. Optics with lenses always showed a horizontal dip. You don't have to believe it. That's what the literature shows. This is still unexplained today. You have to correct for it. You have to correct for it. It's known as collimation correction.
It's not known as collimation error.
How did they check? Which method did they use to see if the collimation resulted in a downward dip? Did they use like water levels with color in it and compare it?
They used a tube with a spirit level attached to it. That's their fucking high precision source.
So they would have never noticed this unless they would have used an optic without lenses. Because when you look through an optic, you notice that the horizon is below eye level, right? So you can level out the instrument perfectly level with, doesn't matter what precision and leveler you have, you can level it out perfectly, perpendicular to plumb. When you look through it, you'll notice that the horizon will actually be below eye level through the optic. Kind of, backing up the idea that we're on a globe, right? That's why I don't fault you for believing you're on a globe, because there's plenty of observations that lean towards that way. But when they use a scope, an 18 to 22 inch steel pipe, they put an aperture on one end, so they closed off one end and they drilled a hole right in the center of it. It was a little aperture, and then on the other side of the steel pipe, they put crosshairs, just like a conventional theodolite, right? So you have these crosshairs on one end and an aperture on the other end. They also level out the instruments. So both instruments are the same height. They're both perfectly leveled. When they look through the steel pipe, they notice that the horizon is in line with the crosshairs. But when they look through the theodolite, the horizon was always below eye level at every single elevation and every single observation. Consistently, the theodolite showed the horizon below eye level.
Now, the amount of horizon dip in that observation would be less than the amount of slop provided by the spirit level, as I've already explained to you. The spirit level is going to give you some general range of where you think is level, right? That's 2 to 3 degrees off, probably, because that's how spirit levels fucking work. Because, anybody who's ever done any building knows this. Now, a spirit level, having that amount of error and the horizon being closer to eye level than that amount of error means that the test that you're referencing is completely useless.
And not to mention, when you're looking through the pipe with the crosshairs and a small eyepiece at one end, you cannot tell 3 to 5 arc minutes of angle. It's just not. That's where magnification in the proper survey instrument, the only difference is the magnification. Those crosshairs in the unmagnified pipe, that's the full width of all the angle you're looking for, and you've got to yield to experience with high precision instruments are better than just a pipe with some wires on it.
Yeah, and if you can see the crosshair clearly, like it's well defined where the crosshair is, that means the thickness of the hair has to be greater than 2 arc minutes, obviously.
The crosshairs in my instrument are 4 arc seconds wide.
No, as far as, I'm not talking about often the distance, like when you compare the crosshair versus what you're looking at magnified, I'm saying the actual crosshair itself has to be a couple of arc minutes in angular size.
Right.
And this tube that's not using magnification, the crosshair would cover the entire difference you're looking for.
I just want to say that I'd had to review the literature to tell you the exact arc seconds, but it was significant enough that even after collimation correction of the lens, like you mentioned, like they know how to they know how to correct for the manufacturing of the lens and how to correct for the collimation due to the manufacturing of the lens. But even after correcting for that, right, there was still a horizontal dip with the theodolite.
Right, because collimation error is not something that you fail to correct for if you invert the instrument. So this was explained to you before too. Collimation error, as people who actually do this work know about and what it's called, that term is corrected for by flipping the instrument. What you're saying is there's some other thing that you think is called collimation error, which nobody else calls it that is not corrected by flipping the instrument. So we're talking about two different things, and you're trying to give it the same name as something that we already know about.
No. I know exactly what you're talking. Hold on. No. Let me respond to that. Wait, right after I'm done, you can go, please. Dude, I'm aware of what you're talking about. And what I'm trying to tell you is that they corrected for traditional collimation. They corrected for that, right? By flipping the lens upside down. You can correct for that. And even after they corrected for that, there was still a significant horizontal dip between the theodolite and the tool without the lenses.
Yeah, because the tool they were comparing it with was dumb, as I explained. Do you need me to explain how dumb it is? Because this is fucking dumb.
Another thing, what was the quality? What was the quality of the lenses they used at that time compared to modern optics?
I see that part I don't really care about. So they measure dip using lenses. So the horizon is dipping below eye level. That's fine. We see that today. What he's comparing that to is something without a lens that has a crosshair next to the human eye, that has a tiny hole in the distance, that has a spirit level on it, that has an amount of slop greater than the difference they're looking for. Like, the thing that they're using to compare precision instruments against is, by every account imaginable, not precise at all. And he's saying, well, this is proof, man.
I didn't say it was
absolutely
proof.
right, because I've tested my longest spirit level with other tools, like a laser level and other things. And there is this, the spirit level is not as accurate as other ways of doing it. That's for sure.
So what happens is any type of experiment, and I didn't say this was 100% proof. I said this is supporting evidence, right? That when you guys do measurements, what you think is curvature could very well be the lens itself, dude, not being properly calibrated.
You don't know that.
When people make these water levels, we'll call it water. They use that as a sideline.
But one second.
They also show us that the horizon dips down, doesn't it?
Lion said, what you just said is, when we're making all these measurements, we might be tricked into thinking it's curvature. It's just our instruments. However, given hundreds of years of experience across the industry and academia, and my own couple of decades of experience with the high precision instruments, I'm going to go with experience and dismiss what you just said, because, as you said, knowledge comes from experience. And you're saying you have no experience, but you're quoting, I might be wrong because my experience is wrong and your non-experience is probably right.
I don't know, dude. I don't know what your problem is. I've never even said knowledge comes from experience. I don't know. If I said that, not solely from experience, dude. Granted, if you have experience in a specific field, that's on you, dude. But when I invoke like the Royal Astronomical Society, I'm not the one doing the measurements. They are, and this is their word, dude. Now, regardless
you're not quoting the Royal Astronomical Society. You're quoting Alex Gleason, who says he's quoting the Royal Astronomical Society. There's a humongous sea of difference between those two statements. One says, I have the source from the Royal Astronomical Society directly. The other one says, I have from Alex Gleason saying he's taken this from the Royal Astronomical Society. You know the difference, right?
Yeah, but when you guys appeal to authority figures, right? It's okay, but when I do, we can't trust that source because it's 100 years old, or how good were the lenses back
not
then?
an authority figure. Alex Gleason is definitely
I'm not
not
talking about Alex Gleason, dude. I'm talking about the Royal Astronomical Society.
Oh my God! You didn't fucking hear what I just said.
I heard what
you're
you
not
said.
Quoting,
It's just
you're not quoting the Royal Astronomical Society. That's not what you're doing. You're quoting Alex Gleason, who says he's quoting the Royal Astronomical Society.
Yeah, and you can look up the same stuff that he quoted. You're acting like it doesn't exist. It does exist.
Did you ever actually look up what those documents in full actually say? Did you go do that?
Bro, the point is here that you guys pick and choose your authority figures, right? Your sources. If I bring up a source, you critique the source, bro.
Take that as a
You guys
no.
constantly do that.
Yeah, well, we touch on it to go to the
Yeah, go. Let's in it.
So
let's see it.
Is there not documents within the Royal Society showing how they did these measurements by members of the Royal Society? But it's just a claim made by Gleason.
So there is an anachronism with the Royal Society, because before that the Royal Society have been publishing a table for the refraction, and for example you have the ones that have been established by Nuri for the celestial navigation, who indicate all the refraction for that. So the Royal Society was very well aware of refraction work, and is not at all how it is depicted by the guys. And secondly, you were telling that to go on a mountain with a spirit level and to look across. I did that. I saw the deep with my eyes. No correction, no lens, no anything. So really, I don't know what you are talking about.
Oh, and one more point. The dip of the horizon is necessary to correct for to get higher precision in celestial navigation. It's obviously something we're correcting for because it must exist. Obviously. So, I mean, yeah, of course, that's going to be caused by the sextant somehow, and flipping the sextant doesn't fix it, because even though we don't know how optics works, we know how a sextant works. There's some bullshit.
Just as a curiosity, the other day, I just for the hell of it, went to Google Scholar and looked for astronomical refraction since 2021. More than 14,000 papers were published regarding that refraction, part of refraction in the atmosphere. So saying that we don't know and don't understand refraction, doubtful.
Right, and I forget exactly who, but I mean, there was some surveying text back in the 18th century. It was the 1780s or somewhere in there, detailing atmospheric refraction's effects on surveying measurements. This shit's been done for so many goddamn centuries. It's just, I don't understand this. Ugh.
What's your benchmark, though?
What the measurements? We're measuring something.
Yeah, but this is the problem. If you have a benchmark that predicts the radius of the Earth, and then you're using that as your base, so anything that is above or below the horizon and it doesn't conform to your globe, you're gonna make a correction, right, and call it standard refraction or whatever type of refraction to make it line up with your predicted radius.
Nope.
Yeah, but that's not what they did. They didn't do that. What they did was they did a triangulation network. Those are all horizontal measurements. These are not affected by the vertical gradient of the atmosphere. They're not affected by whatever you're claiming, which is some vertical displacement caused by the lens, which nobody knows about. These are horizontal measurements. They give the radius of the Earth directly. Then we take that information that we already compiled, compare that with observations of vertical angles. We find out the vertical angles don't quite agree with what we got when the horizontal angles. The reason for that is because vertical gradient of the atmosphere is causing that difference.
Yeah, but do you see what I'm trying to say though? Like the reification fallacy that's committed continuously here.
That's not a
field.
What I think you're trying to say. What I think you are trying to say is that we don't actually know how refraction works, and we can't adjust for it, even if we check lapse rates and stuff like that. Even though there's been done a hell of a lot of studies of refraction in the atmosphere.
No, I'm not saying that you don't know exactly, right? But you might know. I'm saying I'm not saying that you know some phenomena of refraction, how it works. What I'm trying to say is, right, if you have let's say arc seconds, a few arc seconds above or below the horizon that doesn't comport with your globe, right? Like let's say it's way too steep, right? Or if it's rising far too quickly. What do you do to correct that? What's your benchmark?
We don't do anything. The ocean horizon is not used in geodetic surveying. Okay, out in the middle of terrain, we can make all kinds of measurements and extract vertical refraction from the measurements. That data is given to us in the measurements. I don't have to look at a textbook to find it. I can derive it from my own measurements. Then I can compare it to a textbook. And yeah, I get within 2% of something somebody published 100 years ago. Now, you want to talk about, somebody misquoting the Astronomical Society, and the Astronomical Society doesn't do instrument testing, by the way. My information from my measurements, from the techniques that are appropriate for the purpose-built instruments, also agree with, guess who? Ordnance Survey UK from 1900. Oh, I'm going to quote the Ordnance Survey UK 1900. Yes, because I have the hardbound copy in my hand.
Right. You do these measurements at a rather high altitude as well, don't you?
Well, I don't know about high altitude. I'm just talking about not standing on the beach getting my shoes wet. I'm just going from a ridge to a valley from 600 feet to 2,000 feet. I mean, hardly heroic. I'm only measuring across, like 25 miles, 30 miles, 15 miles, 10 miles, all fucking year long.
Yeah, but I mean, even 600 feet up is makes quite a difference when it comes to refraction compared to by the sea, close to the sea.
I said earlier, we don't use the ocean horizon to measure the Earth. We measure the radial aspect of vertical, of the zenith angle, plumb lines. They're radial to the planet. It doesn't matter what the topography is doing. We're not making reference to the ocean horizon because of all the arguments we've heard here the past 2 hours. That is ambiguous and without finality. So we use far superior environments, far superior measurements and techniques. Because as he just said, look at the horizon. It could be a little bit higher, a little bit lower. Yeah, that's ocean horizon when you're standing on the beach. Go mountain to ridge, even if you go from mountain to ocean horizon. Yeah, that's far better than being close to the water. And we know that. And we know why that is. That's not how you measure the shape of the Earth.
What if it's just curve fitting?
It's definitely not curve fitting, as I just explained to you, man. Horizontal measurements don't have the same problem to deal with.
Yeah, what if we just, in other words, say, what if it's curve fitting? Okay, let's take a whole big bunch, an array of data, and look at how it constructs and do curve fitting. And then we'll look at the R-squared value. And then we'll look at the residuals. And then we'll look at the repeated measurements. And then we'll compare that to what other people have done in other parts of the world in other decades. And then we find all this marvelous curve fitting. And now we have the WGS84 ellipsoid with a major and minor semi-diameters and a flattened factor and all this good shit. And then we notice, yes, and it's not quite the same as the geoid to which elevations are measured from. All this beautiful stuff coming together and fitting a curve. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, more data shows us the Earth is spherical. If you keep adding more data, it just keeps showing the Earth is spherical.
Yeah, and you can add in like VLBI measurements and a bunch of other stuff.
Every orbit of every satellite. Hello, that is how the true shape of the Earth was refined. Was observing the orbiting of low Earth orbit satellites. That really, satellite geodesy completely improved. It didn't abandon anything. It added minor revision, but it improved the precision greatly with orbiting satellites. Another layer of technology which does not invalidate or disagree with the previous measurements. Just a matter of precision.
Yeah, but what about dark matter, bro?
That's dark.
Yeah, or some magical effect of some sort.
So when the observations depict concave Earth, what do? You correct for it, right? And you make it. If it doesn't comport with the predicted radius of the Earth, right? What do? You correct it, right?
Oh, I'll tell you exactly what I do. If you have a measurement that returns concave Earth, the first thing I do is repeat that measurement. Then the next thing I'd repeat that again. Then the third thing I would do is I would compare that to anybody else's concave measurement. Then I would try to get a whole big block of data showing concave measurements. And I would find that I can't get those. Where you say, you gave a what if concave measurement. Okay, what if? Well, why don't we just go with reality? Because nobody's producing those measurements. Nobody's finding the truth.
You admitted the other day that you make the observations during the day, noontime, 12 o'clock?
Yeah, midday. Yeah, when refraction is minimum.
So why do you choose that time of day?
Because refraction is minimum. And if I always work in that environment, the refraction values are nearly constant, and then I can get a nice uniform set of data.
Yeah,
how do we know that refraction is lower at that time? How can you confirm that?
Well, this will help. So when he says refraction is minimum, what he means is the steepness of the gradient in the index of refraction is minimum. He knows that based on the measurements of the air, or in the case of the valley to mountain observations, that region of air is more dense below and less dense above. We know that to be true because that air is far away from any surface.
And there have been plenty of documented experiments making 24-hour measurements every 15 minutes to distant targets, watching the refraction go higher in the evening and lower in midday. And even Taylor has posted stuff from textbook to say, and the midday preferred observation for zenith angles for elevation determination of distant points. Plenty of documentation that is the SOP. And I can tell you from my own experience, if I use early mornings or late afternoons, I don't get repeatable values. If I go midday, month after month, year after year, and not in winter, but in late mid-spring to late fall, because I'm really controlling for the meteorology here, and I'm getting very, very consistent results. That is the premier standard operating procedure to have the least variation in your refraction, and it's at a lowest value that you're not going to occur. It doesn't occur at night, and it happens to agree with 100-year-old textbooks. Damn it!
Well, imagine that.
Okay, so how confident are you that it's not just comporting to the predicted radius of the Earth at that time, and that time's the best time to make it fit the predicted radius of the Earth?
Okay, here's the deal. I took all my data, and I said, what is the predicted value of refraction? I said, I don't know. It's somewhere between 0 and 1. I'm going to just see what I get. Now, when it comes to the radius of the Earth, I've done that exercise as well in my 35 years, and most recently, involving a couple other people who wanted to learn about it, I've taken out industry standard, state-of-the-art equipment over 520 miles and said, see, look how much curvature we got. And you know what? Then I opened up a textbook and said, what did they get and what did I get? And I'm only different by 25 parts per million. Again, repeatable science. Hello?
Yep. Measurement.
I don't know what you said there, but
not a guess.
Taylor has brought this up before. I don't know if she's in here. I can't see the chat, but
if I can reduce 25 parts per million to a Vincenti geodesic, I must have done it really, really well.
And when you do the calculations, you don't base that on to start off with thinking that the Earth is spherical. You look at the data and you plot them out using math and geometry, don't you?
Yeah, you bring the data together and just see how it fits together. No,
Right, so
because it sounds to me that almost all the flat earthers says that the math or the geometry is presupposing a spherical Earth. No, you just go by the data and start from there, and then you see what the data gives you. It's not like you start with a presupposition.
Well, if your benchmark is the predicted radius of the Earth. That's how you adjust for refraction, right? You have to adjust the refraction to the point where your measurements line up.
No,
that's incorrect.
And it just happens that around noontime, it's the closest to the predicted radius of the Earth.
No,
the hottest.
Explain to you
when he does his measurements, he's aiming the crosshair in such a way that it should support a spherical Earth.
Yeah, that's
No. That the observations at noontime are closest to the predicted radius of the Earth. So you don't have
no.
That's not what he said. Lion, that's not what he said.
That's what I'm saying.
I know,
and you're misunderstanding it completely.
What he said was he did observations over loads of, all this time, all the different parts of the year, and the ones that have the least variation, the measured variation, the ones that have the least variation is at midday. The ones that have, because you can take multiple controlled measurements and figure out what the index of refraction is, which, by the way, he also explained, that the index, or not the index, the gradient, when he's taking these controlled measurements to find out what the gradient is in the index of refraction, he's not guessing anymore. He's not using the index of refraction to cushion his measurements. He's measuring the shit directly.
You're telling me that the hottest part of the day is the best time to do these measurements, dude? At 1 o'clock, 1 o'clock, dude? When the sun's right over your head, dude? Come on, man.
It's a common misunderstanding that refraction is dependent on temperature. It's dependent on the differences of temperature.
Right. If the surface and the air are roughly the same temperature, that's a great set of conditions.
Well, can I interject real quick about something? Something slightly off topic or adjacent to this. So before there was a lot of hay made about the Royal Astronomical Society. Thank you for that, because now I've actually read Gleason's book, or parts of Gleason's book, which is poorly written. And I want to set the record straight on this. So Gleason, in his book, is not talking about the Royal Astronomical Society. He is actually quoting Hobotham, who in turn is referring to a treatise on mathematical instruments of the Royal Military College. And he's basically said, Hobotham states that these instruments are not accurate beyond 220 yards. Gleason simply states prior to that essentially if you use any sort of optical instrument, it will not show something to be level. Basically, the crosshairs will be below the horizon, and his justification for why these instruments are not showing accurate level is this treatise by the Royal Military College, which he quotes from Hobotham. So I really hope you never use this reference again, because it does not say what you think it says.
And do you mean Robotham? Robotham with an R, right?
It says Hobotham, Dr. Hobotham.
Oh, I thought you meant the old flat. Remember the gamble that they took years and years ago?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's kind of a funny coincidence.
All right, let me see. So I have here.
When you say that you read his book, is Earth a Globe book you're referring to?
Yes, hold on. Is the Earth a Globe, chapter 13, page 292.
All right, thank you.
All right, so I have here Mr. Coxwell and Mr. Glacier of the Royal Observatory, Greenwich.
Where is this?
The same book, dude.
If it's
same book.
Where in the book?
Damn, dude.
Because I'm looking at the book right now.
I don't know, dude. I got a screenshot of it at this moment. I don't have the book in front of me.
Doesn't have a page number?
If it's Robotham, I would also recommend checking his sources, because I've tried to check Robotham's sources a bunch of times, and I swear he makes them up. I've found him claiming ship's captains seeing Polaris 20 degrees south of the equator, and I'm pretty sure he's just straight up made up the quotes.
It's a different guy, Eggs. He's talking about somebody else.
But yeah, just look up. Actually, try to see if you can find any information outside of Gleason's book regarding Mr. Coxwell and Mr. Glacier from the Royal Observatory of Greenwich, England.
Mr. Coxwell. And who's the other guy?
These are the two guys that compared elevations, one with a theodolite and with the steel tube that we were talking about earlier.
Okay, Coxwell and who's the other one?
Glacier, but I wouldn't rule out Glacier either.
Mr. Coxwell, COXWELL, and Mr. Glacier, GLAISHER. Of the Royal Observatory.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll look into it, but yeah, so far I have yet to see any mention of that within this text. The only mention I've seen with relation to the Royal whatever is the Royal Military College, and effectively Gleason is quoting Hobotham as saying that text says that these instruments cannot be used beyond 220 meters.
And what year? What year is this whole diatribe of 250 meter, instrument reliabilities?
Let's see. This was written.
Gleason's book is from 1892.
Oh, this is revised. This is the revised and enlarged edition, 1893.
But this military college treatise, what's the date on that?
Oh, all right. Let's see here. 192. Does not specify a publishing date. It was by J.F. Heather, M.A. of the Royal Military College, published by Wheel, Holborn, London.
Because
but it does not. Yeah.
Keep in mind in the through the middle of the 19th century, the 1840 to 1860, 1870, the East India Company, mapping all of the India, was one of the greatest geodetic surveys of all time, even to this day. And the Troughton instruments, the great theodolites, determining the elevation accurately of Mount Everest from 100 miles away, a value which stands today within meters. So I'm having a complete laugh attack at all these things when we're dealing with the greatest geodetic survey organization known to man has been England.
Yeah. I'm just pointing out that this is a quotation of a book from a book where the author is quoting someone else and he's quoting another book. So I just, it's ridiculous. And basically he's talking about, the book talks about how you correct for collimation and other things, examining, correcting, and adjusting the collimation, etc. So.
Also in that book,
you guys are funny, dude.
Also in that book, it tell you if the crosshairs become limp, be sure to catch a spider and harvest some silk and replace it. That's in my book. Yeah, the spider hairs.
I will continue to look through this book and see if I can find mention of Coxwell and Glacier. But I honestly think that this book is not saying what you claim to think it's saying. So it could be that whatever screenshot you have is from another book, but I'll keep looking into it.
I mean,
that book. It's all good, dude. You got to go read the whole book, dude.
There's a lot in
there. It really is badly written. Like the sections that I've read it's not a well-written book. And again, a lot of it is him quoting Hobotham. So it's like, who wrote this book, him or Hobotham? So I don't know. And and Hobotham is
fine, dude.
Dr. William Hobotham.
But what's wrong? It's not just Robotham, it's other guys, dude. But what's wrong with quoting or sourcing other information? Like when you look at scientific journals, right? Like in the references, you're gonna find a bunch of other sources for their documentation, bro. Like, what's the problem with that?
But there's no problem. You're dealing with some of these documents that are 200 years old and rather primitive, and the science has moved on and found those earlier documents to not stand up.
I'm saying, what's the problem with sourcing other information and putting it in your works cited?
He's not sourcing
when is that a problem?
He's not sourcing it. He's quoting it verbatim. That's not
what's wrong with quoting other sources and putting them in your works cited? Since when is that?
When you have it's not in his works cited. He's in the main text. He is just the main text is composed of quotation after quotation after quotation. Very little of it, from what I'm looking at right now, is actually Gleason's own words, which is one of the reasons why this is poorly read, because he just simply puts, there's not a lot of connective tissue as to why one quotation is actually relevant to another quotation.
It's a big cut.
And more importantly, citing sources and quoting people is great. However, those sources need to actually have the information that is being purported to exist. So if somebody says, hey, this other guy says that he quoted somebody else who said that this thing happens, but we can't find that thing happening, then what do we do then? Where do we go?
And we're talking about repeatable science, repeatable measurements, right? So if you get some stray document that said 1850, that all geodesy is a bunch of crap, you're going to say, oh, look, I've got a document that says all geodesy is a bunch of crap. Yeah, in 1850, yeah, whatever. Although in 1850, geodesy was in its heyday and major portions of the Earth being mapped over and over again. And to this day, yeah, but you're going to quote somebody that said, oh, 1850, geodesy is a bunch of crap. Well, that's authoritative, isn't it? Well, no, it's been superseded by the fact of geodesy's accuracy and the value of it to society that you enjoy.
I want to point out one last thing before I have to go. So an auto level and a theodolite, those instruments were built to be analogs to other instruments that already existed, such as, you mentioned, spirit levels. Now, they're built to do the job. They're built to do the job more accurately. If the instrument has this consistent error that nobody seems to be correcting for, and it doesn't show up when we compare a theodolite versus a laser level, or we compare a theodolite versus a auto level, or we compare a theodolite versus a spirit level. We don't find the errors there. So how do you know that there is an error? Because you found it in a book on a screenshot of a book?
I take my wild T3, my wild T2, and my wild N2, the wild N2, which is a level, and the other two are theodolites. I line them all up, aim off at a distant target, 30, 40 miles, 25 miles away, and they all agree. What am I supposed to do with that? With three independent instruments, all agreeing at 25 miles away, and my N2 level does have an inversion. I can flip it over and get the same result. My T2, flip it over, get the same result. T3, flip it over, get the same result. I don't know how else to safeguard myself against error.
Yeah, you still have to do the corrections though, right? The calculations.
Name that correction.
You tell me, bro. I'm sure you got standard refraction that you have to include. That alone's gonna.
I thought you meant a correction to the measurement.
Bro, you guys believe Einstein's bullshit with time, and all that. But yeah, when I bring up this something really reasonable, you don't have to go to superstition and the warping of space-time. You guys are so resistant. You resist it every single step of the way. But Einstein could say fucking that the Earth is falling through a freaking the bending and warping of space time. You guys eat it up, dude. You gobble it up.
We're talking about the shape and dimension of the planet. That's it. Einstein and relativity is not part of the conversation. You want to bring that in? That's because you are grasping at straws.
Right.
I think his point was that you guys won't entertain the idea that there's some sort of turbulence in the air consistently causing this this effect, but you'll easily say, grasp onto some sort of space-time shit.
If it's consistent, it's not turbulence. Oh my god, dude.
Oh man, whatever.
That is kind of the opposite of turbulence. Yeah.
Yeah, and any one of you can go ahead and take 10 years and a proper set of instruments and see what you get.
We've all seen the things like skunk bay refraction. We've seen it in different situations, and I would imagine these things are always present, consistently turbulent. That was what I meant.
Yeah, now go ahead and get your own body of data and see what you get.
Right, because as I've done a few times here, I've shown that air is, in its stable configuration, more dense below and less dense above. I've done that with my own personal measurements. Schubel's done the same.
Well, I'm just wondering. I don't know much about this stuff, but I know that when they put so you take the measurement, right, Schubel or Doofus, and you I know they have certain formulas. I know Snell's law is not. I don't think they'd use that one, would they? They'd use Fermat's principle, would they?
Yeah, you get the same kind of answer as if you did a differential form of Snell's law.
And
with
a large body of data, you can just derive it heuristically. You can just empirically extract the value, not necessarily the algorithm to match it in unknown situations. I have a closed set of data, a body of data, and I can extract the value.
What I'm saying is, could you talk a little bit about the Haversine formula? Because I was looking into that a little bit the other day, so I don't know too much about it. So if you could tell me about that, because do you use that at all? It's something to do with the shortest distance on a sphere, right? Something like that.
Yeah, that's another topic if we want to jump into it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the very, very short version is as you said, it's specifically for distances along a surface of a sphere.
Yeah.
If the line does not leave the surface of the sphere, that's the distance you're going to get.
Yeah. Right. Okay. I just need, because I don't know too much about it, so if Schubel's an expert, I like to just confirm it in my mind what you're actually doing. Because again, when you walk me through it over at Geo's, Schubel, it sounded to me, and I'll play devil's advocate a little bit, and I'm happy to admit that, but it sounded like you took a measurement and then you added a formula to it. So I think the issue is this formula that you're adding to it afterwards. That's a calculation, right? Wouldn't be the measurement. So
he's not using the Haversine to figure out the refraction and the radius of the Earth. Haversine's not involved in that.
So is he just doing the 7/6R? Is that what he's adding to it?
No, he's measuring that directly.
Oh, I'm extracting the value, and I didn't get 7/6R. I got 7.09/6 because I empirically derived it myself from the measurements. When I started out, my estimate was somewhere between 0 and 1, and I found I got 0.154. That's what I found. That's my own
number. How
number.
did you calculate it though? Exactly.
By taking a large body of data and putting it and seeing how it fits together, and doing a statistical analysis, and a least squares, and an R squared, and an RMS, and so all these things that go into a large body of data collected over multiple years.
Yeah.
And I end with a very uniform, singular value that I did not find in a textbook.
It's curve fitting.
He found the data that supported that. He's literally measuring the thing that is fitting to the curve.
So he's measuring directly the thing. And because it agrees with everyone else, you're saying it's curve fitting. That's not how that works.
Yeah, so the amount of refraction that it's causing the instrument or the elevation to be displaced is what you need to correct for, right? And how do you correct that? You line it up with your predicted benchmark.
No, he just explained that he didn't do that.
He says he didn't do that. That's exactly what he's doing.
Oh my God, dude. No. Lion, this shit needs to stop. He just explained to you. He has his own measurements. From those measurements, he directly determined what the steepness of the gradient, the index of refraction was. And his results gave him a 7.09 over 6R would be the necessary correction to arrive at the same answer. He's not using refraction to get the answer. He's measuring refraction.
Yeah, but what's your benchmark? When you measure the refraction, the deviation, what's your benchmark?
I used a benchmark of 0. It didn't matter. Right. I did not have to use a latitude and longitude or a benchmark. I have a body of data which stands independently, which returned a portion of sphere. And separately, I did measure the radius of the Earth, and I found my refracted radius and the geodetic radius to be different by a fixed value of the 7.09 over 6R. I did that, my own measurements. I didn't find those in books. I went out in the field. I took instruments. I recorded the data. And I didn't even use geodetic software. I put it in the fucking Excel. I wrote my own formulae, and I found shit. I found shit that you don't want to say, oh, what I must be doing, or oh, what I didn't do.
Right. Don't say what your idea of what Shoebill is doing. Don't say that. Why not just address what Shoebill is actually doing?
I understand what he's doing. It's the same exact thing, dude. Even let's say he did his own measurements, right? If he says, I asked him what the benchmark is, he's saying 0. Okay, what's 0 in your predicted model? What's 0? Where's 0 at?
0 is no effect. 0 is 0.
Where's 0 at?
Are you able to hear me, or am I cutting out?
No. Where's 0 at, dude?
It's
0.
No
0 would
effect.
be 0 would be the geometric horizon, the predicted geometric horizon. So any deviation above or below that, you would correct for that, and then you would end up right back at the geometric horizon, which you've already predicted. You've already have that's your benchmark, right?
No, Lion. Listen very carefully. What he's doing is he's measuring the effect of refraction. He's not measuring the Earth at this point. He's measuring the effect of refraction. The benchmark is there's no effect. The benchmark is the line of the light, the path that it takes is perfectly straight. That's the benchmark. Then what he's doing is he's got measurements which show how much that light is bending by. Giving that a K value tells you what the effect is. He's measuring the thing. He's not curve fitting. He's not using the predicted radius of the Earth. He's finding the thing that he wants to make statements about directly.
And Lion, given your fish level of memory, I did point out emphatically, I did not observe the horizon. The horizon was not.
I know you didn't. Though I know. I'm using that just for the audience so they understand what we're, because you're talking a lot, dude. People get lost in obscurities, right? So I know that you probably had some reflector, right? What would you have? A ribbon, a reflector? What'd you have? What were you targeting?
You just said you use the word horizon, and if I'm a little above, a little bit below, and I'm not using horizon.
You have to be using something, I think, was the point. You have to be.
I'm asking you, what were you targeting? A reflector, a ribbon? What were you when you were targeting these objects, these observations? What were you targeting?
Target, okay. The target was a xenon strobe light on a radio antenna. Actually, 5 radio antennae with their xenon strobes atop them, and I observed them literally 100 times over a 400 square mile portion of valley.
Yeah, xenon.
So when you observe these targets, these xenon strobe lights, and I'm about to lose reception. The distances that you derived, right? Did you account for any curvature when you made those observations? And then when you did the refraction, was it in reference to the predicted elevation at that distance with curvature included or not?
You could just say you don't know what he did.
I tell you what, if without any extraneous information, I could say I really think the radius of the Earth is 4,625 miles. I could absolutely say it has to be at least 4,625 miles. Then I went and did other measurements that do not involve refraction to get the radius of the Earth. I go, wow, 3960, because I got 3962 because I was at a different latitude, my latitude and azimuth. I got 3962, and I compared the 3962 miles of radius that I measured, and my 4,625 miles that is in the refracted measurement, and I deal with those two, and I got a coefficient of refraction of 0.154. Now you could do the same. You could prove me wrong. Go ahead. Oh, by the way, a 100-year-old textbook has really similar numbers.
Did you use
Dr. Vincenti has really similar numbers. How is that?
Did you use the strobe lights as a refutation, like a method as a refutation to the other guy who put, what he put out, 6 different lights on a frozen lake, showing that they were all at the same elevation? Or did he copy you think?
I have no fucking clue, because these strobe lights are hundreds of feet above the surface, 2,000 feet above the valley, and so, no, they're not skimming across the ice. I have nothing to do with that skimming across the ice. I do not use measurements that are in an ambiguous scenario.
Yeah, I think the guy it's totally different, right? But he put like different colored strobe lights, like at 1 mile away, 4 miles away, 5 miles away, and 8 miles away on a frozen lake. And then I think he put his camera height at about 8 inches off the ground, and was able to view all of the lights in a straight line. So it's similar to what you did.
Yeah, and I know you're not new to this conversation, No Tanks. I know you know that close to the surface is not the way you do it.
Yeah. The only thing you could learn from that is a lot about atmospheric refraction. What you're not going to learn anything about is the shape of the Earth, because that is the worst possible environment to make a high precision measurement of the radius of the Earth. I get out there and I may deal with hundreds of miles across measurements, astronomic and GPS and analog and all these good things at big distances away from the surface of the Earth to remove this ambiguity, and I find homogeneity over years. And by the way, it just happens to agree with centuries of fucking science.
Fucking science.
Yes, the repeated study of something that, we got measurements for.
A xenon strobe atop of a radio antenna is just a very nice, unique, specific point. And then I've heard so many assholes say, oh, but angular size, vertical compression. I go, no, sorry, the point source. There's no such thing as angular size of a point, is there? At 25 miles, some of these things look like a 4th magnitude star. Purpose-built equipment for this very task. And then people like Schlitzie says, that's not what they're built for. Or when I do observe stars with a theodolite, that's retarded. That's not what they're built for. Give me a fucking break.
Schlitzie, where you at?
Yeah, you do.
They're calling you out, Schlitzie.
You do have a celestial theodolite, man. I thought you didn't have one. Everybody's got to have one now.
Celestial theodolite is not an instrument.
Wow, what do you say? That's not what it's used for?
That celestial satellite they've been batting around is they're mishandling information out of stellarium.
Right, and nobody uses it, No Tanks.
I know one doctor.
My theodolites are purpose-built.
Yeah, he made claims. It was wonderful.
My theodolites are purpose-built for astronomical observations, as well as terrestrial observations, as well as short-distance observations.
Can you find somebody that actually uses a celestial satellite to do anything?
Well, that celestial
this guy uses the the stars, the positions of the stars, the timing of where they
From a globe app?
should be, yeah, and the angle in relation to the Earth and the star. The doctor, so
and then summarily claimed that because there are three objects, that means refraction doesn't exist, which is stupid. And also claimed that because you're at a different position, you don't need to account for the fact that you have rotated relative to the celestial sphere by the amount proportional to that distance. Yeah, he said the shit that's stupid. That's what he did.
He did, yeah. I mean, he did it 39 times.
He did what now?
He said he did it wrong 30. I think it was 39 times that he did it wrong.
Yeah,
the methodology is what's wrong. Obviously, if the methodology is wrong, you can do the stupid thing as many times as you want because it's stupid.
I mean, that's just not what it's used for. Yeah, I mean, that's not what the tool was used for. It's made for.
Right? He's not using it to do anything. What he's doing is he's making claims about an observation. The claims that we know are false, which include the fact that your orientation relative to the celestial sphere moves by the amount proportional to your surface distance change. We know that that's true, so his fucking observation or his methodology can only be false.
And I don't know what his whole point was. He thinks he can somehow use stellarium, a completely copacetic, geodetic, astronomic, spherical program, and he thinks, aha, I found flat Earth data in there. The guy is a fucking idiot. And then he pulled out a piece of shit instrument that some brochure said this is the best because it's for laying out concrete forms. He measured the angle, and then they say that, but they're only dealing with like the nearest arc minute or something. I'm out there doing it to the nearest arc second, and I'm only getting like three arc second differences between what I measure, what stellarium predicts. So I don't know what this fucking guy's all about, because it's not going to make the Earth flat. He didn't discover some secret hiding in stellarium like he's like interpreting a hieroglyph. He's just showing how improperly used data can get a bunch of fucking flat earthers all excited.
Yeah, like all the 90s that don't exist on the globe, right?
Oh yeah, DMOC.
Get him, DMOC. Get him, DMOC.
Must be real encrypted, huh?
DMOC.
Horizontal line with all 90s, and you guys must be freaked out that you can't comprehend it's not a circle or a sphere. Isn't that weird? Decrypted.
You know what's weird to me is that you guys are lying, and all the flat earthers are all excited that a guy who just says bullshit all day is starting to talk.
He's got a white lab coat. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, you guys. That's what I'm here for. The guys who keep talking about stuff that don't make no sense, like arc seconds nowhere. Go get 72 plumb bob and find 69 of them that are off. Then we'll be on a ball, stupid.
Just
give me a jar of arc.
Yeah, okay, nothing burger.
It's like going to the F1 races and just hoping for a car crash.
It's like talkity talk time.
I'd definitely rather listen to Democ than you need to shut the fuck up, dude.
My talk.
Yeah, Kelly, you're a little bitch, so I don't care about your opinion.
Yeah, that's why you're in here every day talking to me, though, right?
No.
You started it, man.
Not here for you. I've been here when you haven't been here, so that assessment is very wrong.
All right.
Yeah, that's not what you said last night,
Hey, Professor Parks,
why aren't we listening to DMOC? DMOC is much better to listen to.
Professor Parks.
Yes.
You are listening to DMOC.
Professor Parks.
Yeah.
I sent by DM the parent ephemeris versus fundamental ephemeris.
Oh yeah, you did. You did. I haven't I saw that. I'll pull that up right now. Fundamental. Okay.
It was just one of those things where I've been hearing in the background for so long that we don't know anything about the sky because everything's just in apparent position. and yet everybody's using the celestial ephemeris, and it's called the apparent position of stars. They say, "Well, it's just all apparent." Well, in the description of an ephemeris, you have the apparent positions because of the observational of distant planets and distant stars have all these different time dilations. Therefore, they have to unify that to the apparent. And so, what you were saying is, even in astronomy, you use the apparent ephemeris.
Yeah.
The word apparent drops out, and it's just the celestial catalog ephemeris.
Effectively, yes. I've never seen the word apparent attached to the ephemeris before. But what I'm reading here is, yes, we would be using the apparent ephemeris. Because the apparent ephemeris gives positions and motions of solar system bodies as seen by observers from the surface of the Earth and are useful for astronomers, navigator surveys, and planning observations and reducing the data acquired, although much of the work of the latter two has been supplanted by GPS technology.
And that is not describing the visual perturbation of refraction. That's on the user. Because the ephemeris,
describe going under your feet either.
There's one ephemeris for everybody, and if I'm on a mountaintop, or if I'm on an ocean side, or if I'm in the middle of a desert, and I'm looking at a star that's high or a star that's low, refraction's on me, not in the ephemeris.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, I'm sorry if I ever said that, but yeah, that is absolutely correct. You have to make a separate correction for refraction.
But the ephemeris, then that's like the apparent position of stars, which I've seen the title as the header on the ephemerides I use, and that's why I think so many everything's apparent, so we don't know what it's doing. I go, no, we know exactly what it's doing, and that's why we're going from fundamental to useful.
Yes. Yeah. So the Jet Propulsion Laboratory ephemeris that Stellarium uses for stars is a fundamental ephemeris. From what I've got, yes, is a fundamental ephemeris. I'm trying to think of.
I have a question. What does Dr. Demock have to say about that?
I'm just reading through the link that Shubil sent me.
When you got a second, I have a question, Professor.
Yeah, what's going on?
Did I hear you say before about a 200-meter max range? What were you talking about? Auto level?
I was mentioning something. I was quoting from I was quoting from Gleason's book, who is quoting Hobotham, who is then quoting from a textbook, a Royal textbook, Royal Military College textbook, that was claiming that a certain, let me see if I can bring it back up. I did find the balloon reference, but it basically was talking about the concavity of the Earth, or apparent concavity of the Earth. A treatise on mathematical instruments. It doesn't specify the specific instrument. Anything that something that needs to be calibrated, examining, correcting, and adjusting the calibration. The instrument is all it says, will now be in complete practical adjustment for any distance not exceeding 220 yards.
So that's pretty telling right there. So he's basically talking auto level and all those visual.
He is not talking about modern instruments. So I cannot speak to that. Shubil and Doofus have been talking about that with far more intelligently than I have. I am just simply relating to you what Gleason's book states. It's a quotation of a quotation.
Right. Yes, okay. That's the part that really needs to be clear, Essie. The statement of a maximum range is coming from like the fifth party in the chain. It's not an actual verified claim.
Okay, and who made this statement? Hobotham? That's not Robotham, the famous Jew?
This is Dr. William Hobotham. He may specify who this guy is earlier in the text, but not in the part that I've read. So he is quoting Dr. Hobotham in quoting from a treatise of mathematical instruments written by J.F. Heather, M.A. of the Royal Military College, published by Wheel Highborn, London.
Okay, so this is like a telephone thing. This is like fifth generation information.
Yeah, effectively.
Okay.
That's what I was talking about. And yeah, Gleason does talk about, I did find the reference of Mr. Coxwell and Glazier from the Royal Observatory. Basically, all it's really saying is, he's quoting from Glazier's report that the Earth appears concave when the basket got up to about 1 to 2 miles. And they also claim that the horizon was always at the eye level of the basket, that the horizon rose with eye level.
Concave, where's that? There he is. His light. I knew you were going to light up, bro.
Very nice. Keep in mind, these are historical documents. This is like 1800. If you're talking about some military college in England, you're not talking about anything using modern equipment. It doesn't mean it's contemporary or relevant. So
let's not forget.
Often somebody says, "Oh, I got this thing here from 1885, and it says this, that, and the other thing." I said, "Well, yeah, but ever since about 1920 on forward, that hasn't been supported." So,
well, let's not forget Picard, right? He gave us concavity as well. Picard.
So let me read to you. Basically, this is a report from Glazier in Leisure Hour of October 11th, 1862, as quoted from Gleason. The quote is, "The horizon always appeared on a level with the car." The next quotation, also from a report by Glazier, is, "The plane of the Earth offers another delusion to the traveler in the air, to whom it appears as a concave surface, and who surveys the line of the horizon as an unknown circle rising up in relation to the hollow of the concave hemisphere, like the rim of a shallow inverted watch glass to the height of the eye of the observer. How high soever he may be, the blue atmosphere above closing over it like the corresponding hemisphere reversed." He is simply talking about what he observed.
Interesting. Similar to Picard, wouldn't you say? Picard describes a similar thing.
There are a couple of different aeronauts. Gleason quotes a number of different aeronauts, basically balloonists at this time, who are effectively saying the same thing, but in a couple of them, they actually they say that it appears concave rather than convex, meaning that the Earth is a sphere.
I wonder what the cavemen thought, since we're going so far back in time.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. But think about it, right? All these balloonists are concave, right? But the balloons we stand up, like what's his name? I forgot his name. Sorry, buddy. Nothing shows concave when we see it, right? So it's kind of weird what they saw versus what we're seeing.
Depends on which balloonist balloon you're talking about. Almost all of the ones that flat earthers bring involve a wide-angle lens.
Well, look, they say how does it go? Rectilinear lens, but that doesn't exist, just for the record, right? There's no lens that doesn't have curvature. Some more than others, but it's inherent in the lens. Yeah.
And the other thing to note here, if we're going to talk about modern observations, is that the maximum height was like 2 miles. As far as like balloons that we're talking about now, greatly exceed that height.
Greatly,
so, not exactly apples to apples.
And rectilinear does not mean that the lens isn't curved. Rectilinear means that the picture that it projects onto the sensor isn't distorted from, like straight lines are straight.
Well, that's misleading. It's not as distorted, would be more accurate, because as far as I've read, there's no such thing as a lens that doesn't have distortion.
He's right.
So slightly, but the more the distance, the more it's apparent.
Okay, it's not misleading to give the definition of the term. I didn't say all lenses are incapable of meeting that definition. What I said, what the definition actually is, SE.
Yeah. No beef here. I'm just, I want to make sure we get it.
That's exactly why photos like the one with the red steel beams exist, because you can see the distortion on the beams that are known to be straight and adjust for the, what do you want to say, the inconsistencies in the lens. Like if you have a known straight thing, you can adjust because of the lens distortion.
You're characterizing the lens is usually how they say.
Yeah.
So do you guys remember the guy's name?
An interesting point. That's why Dwayne Kellum used a grid.
Yeah.
That's why he used a grid in front of the camera so he could characterize the lens first.
Dwayne Kellum, that's the guy. Shout out Dwayne. Yeah, he did a lot of work on that. Like 14 balloons or something. I didn't kill him.
Lines in front of the camera.
The lines are perfect. They're very good help, actually. Yeah, because they're in situ doing lens characterization while you're watching what's out there.
Yeah, Sensible did it too. Yeah.
At least none of you are here.
That have these tighter controls on their observations when they try to characterize the lens or give some sort of straight reference to compare the horizon to, we find out that the horizon's curved.
As a matter of fact, Doofus, Dwayne Kellum did a thing on lenses, and he shows exactly the distortion, and he says, look, no matter what lens it is, if there's a sufficient enough distance, you will get distortion. He has a whole thing on his channel, Dwayne Kellum.
The distance doesn't change the distortion of the lens, SE. I do hope.
According to him, yeah, it makes it more. The more the distance, the more distortion, according to him.
Not according to him. No, SE. No. This is not how optics works. If the lens is changing which direction the light is going, the distance that light traveled before it got to the lens is entirely irrelevant to what that lens is doing to the light.
Well, maybe I misunderstood him, Doofus. It's been a while, like years since I heard the video, but I'll recheck on that. How's that?
You definitely should, because the distortion is between the lens and the sensor. You tell me how the distance traveled matters to that.
That's what he said. I mean, like I said, I'm not the one doing this.
Don't parrot people if you don't look into it. It's such an easy thing to, like, if that was your understanding, you should have gone, but the distance is before it goes from lens to sensor. That doesn't make sense. But you're
coming in now to school me on something that I said I'm going to go and check just to make sure that you thought it was appropriate for you to come in and say that.
Yeah, I thought it was weird that you thought it was appropriate to come in here and make a claim about it before doing that research.
And what I'm trying to advise to you is on future occasions when you take information, think about it more critically.
Listen, buddy, let me tell you what I saw. I just came in and I said a thing that I remember now. If you don't like that, that's just too bad for you. You got it?
I don't mind it. I'm just advising you to think more critically about the information you take in.
Right. I'm not going to take advice from you. I just told you that I just remembered something in my memory and I'm going to go and check it, right? Right.
See, an intellectually honest person goes, yes, I will try to think more critically in future.
Shut up, will
Oh,
ya?
Callie, you can eat my entire ass.
I mean, with Montreal, like
state of Texas,
talking about something that bothers your feelings a little bit.
Doesn't bother my feelings at all. It just shows how insecure you guys are on the attack right away. Like, I just came in from memory. I remembered something and I said, you know what? I could be mistaken. I'm going to go and check it. But he decided to come in and play teacher. Look, if that makes you feel good, buddy, no worries.
I mean, I did explain why it was wrong.
What was wrong, man? What was wrong? You're trying to find something wrong in me. Like, you guys have mental issues. Seriously, you have mental issues. For real.
It's not a mental issue to point out something that is not correct.
See, you just can't help yourself, can you? You just can't. You have to come above, right? You have to.
Yes, I do actually have to point out correct information. Thank you.
I know. You guys you just can't help yourselves. I know.
On the opposite side, we have people who want to bring in information that they haven't thought about or checked, and that's okay somehow.
Yep.
It's not okay. You're not going to get away with this. I repeat, I said I remember seeing a Dwayne Kellen video where he says that the distance affects the vision. Now, if you don't like that, or if you don't like the way I phrase that, it's too freaking bad. You got it? You're not going to correct me or tell me how or what I should say or do. You got that?
Oh, I'm going to correct you if it's wrong. I mean...
Well, you're going to correct me, and I'm going to tell you to F off, just like I'm doing
Hey,
now.
Montreal, you should say correct things. There you go. I'm telling you what to say.
Yes, and I did say correct things, and you're not going to tell me that I didn't. You got that?
So can I ask someone, ask the question?
You got from me was why the thing that you remember him saying is wrong. That's
How the fuck do you know? Did you watch the video? Did you watch the video I watched? No. So shut up.
I don't have to refute your claim that he said the thing. Even if he said it, it doesn't matter because the claim that you relayed to us is wrong for the reason I specified.
I could care less what you think. Listen up again. I made a statement about a video, right? Now, in order for you to correct me, you have to go and watch that video and say, look, SC, you got it wrong. He didn't say that. You understand that?
You didn't hear what you were
got
saying.
that?
But, okay, so if you didn't hear me, I'll go ahead and say it again. The claim that he said a thing, I don't care. He could have said it. I don't really fucking care that he said it. I'm saying the statement itself conveyed by you as him saying it is not what I'm trying to address. I'm addressing the statement itself, the claim that distance changes the amount of distortion. I'm saying that statement is wrong. You could possibly correctly remember him saying it, but it doesn't change the fact that the claim is wrong.
That is correct. Every 7 miles, you have a refraction correction. So over distance, there's distortion. Absolutely.
Oh, what do you say now, doofus?
I say you're bringing up something else. The lens is not causing the distortion from distance.
So doofus is correct.
The lens can cause distortion from up close.
Oh my God.
This actually goes back to what I was saying
Everyone
earlier,
thinks that all these lenses are, manufactured to be perfectly symmetrical, like that there's no, little discrepancies in this like convexity of the lens. How do you figure that?
Whether it's perfect or not doesn't change the fact that the distance doesn't change what the lens does to the light.
It could very well change because of Snell's law, dude.
It all changes.
So
okay, hold on, real quick, Lion. I want you to put your money where your mouth is. I want you to go ahead and use Snell's law. Tell me where the distance term is in Snell's law. Where is the fucking distance term?
Well, I'm trying to explain something real quick. So, if the distance already is distorting, right, light, when that light comes in at a certain angle that's already distorted, the lens is going to exasperate that. So the further the distance to the object, right, the more distortion you're going to get.
This sounds like focus more than distortion.
No, he's saying specifically that it's going to appear in a different position because of how far away it is. Lion, real quick.
Oh, no.
The lens is what changes the direction the light is going when it reaches the camera. The lens does not care how far that light has traveled before it hit the lens.
You're right.
The distance does not change the distortion that the lens causes.
No, but what the distance will do is cause the rays of light, the theoretical rays of light that are being reflected or whatever, or refracted, when they come in at a certain angle, the further that object is, right? When that ray of light, that incident of light hits the front of the lens, it's gonna cause it to bend, distorting the object even more than it already is distorted because of atmospheric conditions.
So you're saying that a ray of light that
doesn't
hits...
make sense. I just explained in full detail how that doesn't make sense.
Let's rephrase it. So you're saying
the line of the path of the ray of light hitting the lens is entirely independent of how far the light took to get there.
No doubt. Yeah, I'm not. That's not the part I'm arguing.
You just did. You just fucking said the distance matters, and you said no doubt to the thing that shows the distance doesn't matter.
What I'm trying to tell you is that the further the object is, the more distorted it's going to be, right? Displaced from its actual position, right? So it's apparent position. The further the object is, the more distortion you're going to have in general. Forget about the lens. That now, when you're trying to view that object, when you're trying to view that, when you're trying to view that object, when you're trying to view that object through the lens, you now have to contend with Snell's law with those rays of light that have already been distorted from their actual position, right? When it hits that lens, it's going to distort it even more.
Okay, but you also said no doubt to the statement that the line that the light ray is following when it reaches the lens is completely independent of the distance it took for the light ray to get there. You said no doubt to that, like you agree to it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Okay,
that doesn't negate what I just said.
Distance doesn't matter.
Dude, I've been talking a lot. Somebody else can talk.
How does it not matter if it's distorted? Just like what?
Well, the question I was going to put forward to you, Lion doesn't have a respond, but what we're saying is that a light that comes in dead to the middle of the lens, dead square to it, right, just straight to the lens, right? That light traveling a meter and doing it and hitting the lens, hitting the sensor, and that light traveling 20 miles, hitting the lens, hitting the sensor, have the same impact on the image. The claim Essien Montreal made, which he says like might have quoted wrong and such, but the claim he conveyed was that that distance traveled will change the impact on the sensor and change the reducing color.
I didn't say color.
Anyway.
Distortion.
Color, whatever. It changes the resulting image from that ray. That was the effect of what you explained.
Yeah, according to Dwayne Kellum, correct.
Yeah, it's factually wrong. The distance travel doesn't matter.
According to you.
So you think light rays are parallel? Good for you, man. No one else does.
Not what I'm talking about, Callie. You have to interrupt in such pathetic ways every single time I speak, Callie. Eat my entire fucking ass.
It's because you're asserting garbage.
Eat my entire fucking ass, you piece of shit.
You guys can do gay stuff later
dude, what the fuck? Alright, you got homosexual
kids. My
ass. Jesse's not gay,
Fuck
bro.
off. Eat my ass.
Yeah, that's very gay.
Let someone else talk. Eat my ass.
Fuck off.
Hang
on.
Yeah,
Guys.
You gotta control your
Alright, guys, let's
chill out, everyone.
Can I ask a question just to know about the debate we're having?
Wait.
I think
no need to insult each other. Yes. Can I
Hammer Eyes is trying to mod. Take the fucking hint.
I'm mod here, please. Thank you.
You suck at modding though, so who cares what you say?
Fuck off.
I'm going to need torches here if you don't stop, guys. Come on. Let's chill out and let's carry on the conversation, okay?
Can I ask him about the topic? I have a question, So, you're saying that the farther the light travels through the atmosphere, the compounding effect of like going through the atmosphere is not affecting the light. You don't think the atmosphere is?
I'm saying that the travel of light through the atmosphere can change what ends up on the lens, but if the same resulting light ends up on the lens after traveling different distances, the impact of the lens to the sensor won't change.
As a malformed question, it's kind of vague. Whatever you mean by.
So we've got two traveling distances. Yeah, we've got the distance from the source to the lens. We've got the distance from the lens to the sensor. What we are saying is that what happens from source to lens does not impact the effect that is applied to the light from lens to sensor. Now, yes, if you've got something really far away, it's out of focus and like different light comes through. But if we're just talking about a single ray of blue, goes through the middle, goes through the lens and into the sensor, it will record blue no matter the distance traveled.
That's not what we're saying, bro. I don't know.
I'm saying that.
Let me try to explain it again, right?
Out of focus by definition means there's more than one photon involved. So just so anybody's clear, if something is out of focus, it's not one photon anymore.
From the source to the sensor, right? There's going to be refraction, right? There's going to be cumulative effects, cumulative refractive effects. But in the longer the distance, the worse it's going to be. So it's going to displace the object. By the time that light enters the lens, right? Unless it's coming in completely parallel, it's the only way that the lens won't have an effect on the object is if the light rays are coming in completely parallel. That's the only way, right? If they're not coming in completely parallel, if they've been refracted because of the cumulative effects of the light, by the time that light hits the lens at an angle, it's gonna add even more distortion than already is. So you have to contend with the refractive index of the atmos and also the refractive index of the lens, causing compounding refraction from the source to the sensor itself.
You don't have any controls on your hypothesis, though. You're saying different light hits the sensor in two different scenarios and results in two different things. Yes, that's obvious. The query was what the lens does to the light after hitting the lens to the sensor. So you need to have the situation from source to lens, other than the distance, which is your, independent variable? I forget which. That's the thing you're changing, the distance. Your hypothesis is changing the light after that distance.
I just did a quick GPT because I'm trying to find the video for you guys for doing Kellam, and Chat GPT says yes, distance does affect rectilinear lens.
Oh my god!
Just for your info.
Yes,
I always say ChatGPT
I'll
is very
cite
agreeable.
AI where it says the Earth is spherical. We'll have this argument about what AI says, or we could just deal with actual optics.
Or you can just check and see the video that I said to begin with.
Right, you brought a claim of a video. I'm not doing your work for you. Now, Lion, real quick.
But you got a specific lens called the rectilinear lens.
You're gonna talk about it, so it's wrong, right?
Distortion. This is good. Here we go. Let's get this.
It's for minimizing distortion. So not every lens is going to distort as much as a rectilinear, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. And there you go. Lens causes distortion, guys, in case you didn't know.
End of story. Every single lens ever made, period.
So anyway.
So now you know, doofus.
Yeah, you know. I know. Because, okay, I'll make this statement clear for you again, because for some reason flat earthers fucking forget. I make my living using optics knowledge to accomplish useful work. I use this knowledge to do useful things. This is not the same as you on Discord just saying something is true. This is actual applied knowledge. The distance that light has traveled before it reaches the lens does not change how much the lens focuses or redirects that light. It cannot possibly cause that to happen. There's no known application of Snell's law or any other optics principle which makes that statement true.
Unless the light is being refracted.
Let me respond to that, dude. That's not the argument, though. You're reframing the argument, dude. Nobody's arguing that.
No, that's not
nobody's arguing
the
that,
argument.
dude.
The original
You're
argument
reframing the
from
argument, bro.
is that the distance is a factor in how much the distortion of the lens varies.
Absolutely. It absolutely is.
So then I'm not reframing the goddamn argument.
No, the way that you're framing the argument is not the way, it's not what we're trying to convey to you, right? So the object that we're trying to observe, the further that object is from the observer, the more potential for cumulative refraction, right? That alone is going to displace the actual position of the object that we're trying to observe. So you have the apparent position, and then we have the geometric position. The further the object is from the observer, the more refraction you have to contend with. By the time that light that's already been exasperated by the atmosphere, by the time it hits the lens, the angle that it hits the lens is significant in Snell's law. The more the angle, the worse it's going to refract inside the lens. By the time the light hits the sensor, after contending with the atmosphere and the lens, you're going to get drastic distortion of the object. Drastic. You had to admit that, dude. Go ahead.
So hold on.
Hang on. I'm sorry.
We get too far off of this. You have to draw a diagram of this because you're saying two different things at the same time. The light that comes into the lens, say it comes in, a little bit off of off perpendicular. Okay. Now, say you've got two objects. They are both.
You guys got to diagram this
both,
shit. This is like.
So I'm just gonna start fucking talking over people if they're gonna try to talk over me. That's fine. So you've got two objects. The light from both of them are hitting the lens at the same angle. This is the control we need in order to refute this claim correctly. Okay? Now, the light from those two objects is hitting the lens at the same angle in the same position. How does the distance change the light from one more than the light from the other?
So, Level, I don't know who was talking about the whole thing where the incident angle will change based on the distance to the object. That's incorrect. All it's going to do is that's going to change its position on the focal plane of the camera or of the lens. So your contention that because of the amount of refraction, because of the increased light path to, say, a star, is going your contention that the increased light path or refraction due to the atmosphere of a star is going to change the incident angle on the camera is faulty.
I don't know what you guys think. You're slick. You're not slick, right? So that's why we have. Forget about lenses for a second. That's why we have apparent position and geometric position. Forget about the lens for a second, right? You guys, can we agree with that? Can we agree with that? You have apparent and geometric position.
Can you agree with them, Lion? Can you respond to what they said?
Yeah. I'm trying to
talk about the lens. We can't ignore it.
I'm making you a picture because
before the light rays even hit the glass, forget about that. Forget about the glass for a second. Before the light rays even hit the glass, you already have displacement going on. The observer's already looking at an object that's not actually in its geometric position.
Yeah.
By the time the light, hold on.
Same argument. It's the same argument.
By the time the light hits the lens and hits the sensor, it's going to be displaced even more from its geometric position. That's what we're trying to talk to you guys about. You guys are denying it. You're not being reasonable.
Lion. Did you hear my control? No, nobody else. Real quick. Lion, did you hear my controls for that? Why are you saying something that you ignored everything I said?
I'm not ignoring what you said. That's not the argument. I just gave you the argument. You keep reframing the argument.
Very carefully, because I gave you controls for this shit, and you keep ignoring them. Here we go. Let's put two objects. One is close to the camera, one's far away from the camera. The light from those objects is arriving at the location of the camera in the same direction. The light's coming from the same direction. How can we determine, or how is it possible that the light from the closer object is affected less by the lens, specifically by the lens, than the light from the further object? Also, Yuna has a diagram which describes this.
I'm also going to improve it because what he's specifically on about is wibbliness. So let me flatten that, copy that.
Actually,
and paste that into chat. This is what he's talking about. He's saying that the longer light wibbles more, but what we're saying is after it wibbles, it arrives at the same point on the lens with the same EM spectrum characteristics, goes through the lens at the same vector onto the sensor.
Okay, I'm going to have to...
The journey is unrelated.
I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. I'm going to actually, I have issues with your diagram.
That's fine with me. I'd rather be corrected.
All right. So the thing is, what level? I'm assuming that's the one who's been speaking most, or Lion.
Lion.
What I believe Lion is attempting to say, and I actually think he has a point, is that what you have here is that the top diagram is the light coming in from a long distance. It's not going to be wavy. It's going to still be straight, but the issue is it's going to be higher up, or its vertical position with respect to the circle or the spherical lens is going to be different. And that does, in fact, change the angle of the incident angle of refraction.
Well, that's why I put controls on it.
So.
That's why I mentioned the controls that I did, and then Lion ignored them.
Yeah, the whole point is once the light gets to the lens, Lens takes over, and the lens doesn't treat distant light or nearby light any differently.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
But then in
That's
the
not
next
the
breath,
argument.
you then
Again,
disagree again.
No, because that wasn't the argument. There's a nuance in the conversation you guys are ignoring. I think you're purposely ignoring because your ego.
We know
So
the
what I'm trying, dude.
No, we weren't ignoring it. We were staying on topic. We're going to talk about the lens. We're going to talk about the lens, and then you brought up, well, forget about that, and then we got starlight. No, we're talking about the lens and the effect of distance on how the lens reacts. So we were staying on topic. We weren't ignoring stuff. We were staying on target, and I see all this diversion of other things coming in. Oh yeah,
it's the cumulative effects, right, that cause the object to be displaced.
I'm not talking about
in the atmosphere and in the lens.
Okay, and I'm
just we control for that, like I said.
In talking about the lens treats all light the same, regardless of how far away it came from.
Right. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that.
Why would we say distance is a factor?
Because the objects, the further they are, not because of the lens, but the further they are, the more they're going to be displaced. So when you contend with the atmospheric refraction and the refractive index of the spherical lens or the cylindrical lens, you have to consider how much is that object being displaced from its actual position with everything combined. I'm not saying that the lens itself is affecting the distance. It's not what I'm saying, dude. I'm saying the lens is gonna displace the object even more, adding compounding effects.
No. Hold on. Mod. We're going to use a voice queue because someone has been waiting 2 minutes to get in. This feature exists. If anyone else wants to get parts in, you go to the voice queue channel, you click join, you'll be queued in to get a say.
You suck at this.
Well,
Callie, eat my entire ass. It's the only response you're going to get from me. Tamek, you may speak.
I will make only one more opportunity, and then I will shut up for the rest of the day.
So go for it.
Right. So, Lion, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Maybe you just didn't understand what I said about controls before. Let's say we have an object that's really far away. We see the light is coming in from a specific direction. Now, along that same line, we put an object that is closer. Now, we have an object that's far away and an object that's closer, and the light from those two objects are following the same line to the camera. How does the lens in the camera distort the more distant object more than the object that is closer, given those controls that I just mentioned?
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't.
So then the claim that the lens distortion is dependent on distance is false. The distortion that you're referring to happens before it reaches the lens.
Yeah, the point is that the position, right, the geometric position of the object gets displaced even more when you consider the refractive index of the lens. That's my argument. You keep reframing it for some odd reason. I don't know why you're doing that, dude.
Because it's false. You did it wrong. The amount
it's the cumulative effects of everything.
You went, he went, it's Tamek's go.
No, let them talk. I'm gonna let them talk. It's alright. Okay, nobody.
Anybody here wear glasses? Prescription glasses?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Platic, calm down.
All right, so when you put glasses on, right, and you compare, hold on. If you look at a sign and you put your glasses on and take them off real quick, right, you'll notice there's slight parallax, right?
Yeah.
There's actually vertical and horizontal parallax that can happen with just prescription lenses alone. Just your like anybody can try this out, dude. Put your glasses on and then take them off. Now, granted, hold on. Now, granted, your glasses are orders of magnitude less thick than a freaking camera or telescope, right? And they're not as cylindrical as a camera or telescope. And you still have some type of parallax. You still have some type of displacement. Regardless of the distance, we're not talking about distances here. Go ahead.
Okay, Lion, can I ask you a question? Let's say the lens distorts an object something by like the factor of 2 when it's a distance of 10 meters away. Are you saying when it's a distance of 100 meters away, the lens distorts it a factor of 100?
Nope. That's not. Again, that's not my argument, dude. Stop reframing my argument.
Right? It's the yes. I'm not. I'm just trying to clarify what your point. It's the same. The distance. If it's 100 meters away, the lens distorts at a factor of 2. It doesn't matter if it's 5 meters away. The lens distorts at a factor of 2. Yes.
But I'm done. I'm not trying to entertain this anymore. You guys keep reframing my argument over and over again. It's nauseous. I'm tired.
I thought it was something
I'm
interesting. I thought it was something new. If you guys like, kind of, so like, I was just thinking of like a funny contradiction is that globers say that how we say like the crepuscular rays like prove that the Earth is local. You guys say it's parallel. They just scatter because of the atmosphere. So within to explain that, you guys say the atmosphere causes light to not travel straight. But when we're using it for measuring the Earth,
That's not what we say about crepuscular rays. It has nothing to do with how the atmosphere is bending that light.
That's actually what they do say. Maybe you don't.
No, it's the perspective.
Don't do that, Q.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Q. They can't figure out if light rays are parallel or not. They don't even know what their globe is.
Yeah, that's not. So when you say that's what the globe claims, it's easy to go find out that that's not what they say. So the crepuscular rays appear to spread out, not because the atmosphere is bending the light or scattering it. That's not what the globe side claims. They appear to spread out because of perspective. Because things that are parallel, when you look toward the direction of where they're coming from, they appear to converge on the thing that is emitting them. That's the same for railroad tracks, but for some reason you guys don't get it.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand either. It's just like you say, railroad tracks are parallel. When you take a picture of them, they appear to converge, and then you say, "Look at the rays of the sunshine."
So
I don't understand how you don't apply the same perspective to those things as the railroad tracks. How do you do that?
Literally, the first thing that when you look it up on Google, the first thing it says is scattering of how like light interacts with particles of dust and haze and falls in the atmosphere. I don't know why you're.
I need one flat earther. I need one flat earther to.
Why don't you let him finish his statement? Why don't you let him finish? Let Q up finish his statement, please. Go ahead, Q up.
No, that's pretty much it. I don't know. It's like I don't know why they're saying this isn't what the globe claims.
All right. So now that you said that, I need someone to actually engage with what I said. Where I said flat earthers have no problem looking at railroad tracks, knowing they're parallel, knowing they converge into the distance, meaning as they come towards you, they appear to diverge. They look at that. They know the railroad tracks are parallel. They look at sunlight rays.
Bro, that's crazy. You think people in this room need that explained?
I'm not saying that that's why the sunlight is doing that because it's scattering. I'm saying that's what what the globe model claims. I agree. It's probably perspective involved with also a sun that's closer, but that's not
you just had two people correct you and say that's not what globers say.
It is literally what the mainstream says.
Why we see them in the first place.
Mod Q,
Tamek, their angle.
Mod Q, Tamek does want to get in finally. So Tamek, go for it.
Yeah. Hello guys. Tamek. Yeah. I believe that the Earth is round thanks to dozens and dozens of experiments done continuously throughout the years. I don't know what these flat earthers are saying. There's no such experiment that proves this theory wrong. And yeah, I'm done for anybody arguing against it.
So which is a good experiment that proves the globe?
So actually, a couple years ago, can you please stop talking, Fisherman? Yeah, thank you. So a couple years ago, actually, flat earthers disproved themselves. They were like, oh, if the Earth is flat and we make holes here and here, and
oh my god,
light
the curve, dude. Do you even know
the curve?
They cherry picked the freaking observation that day, bro. That night.
Now wait. When I joined this VC, they started talking about lenses, particles.
You're just gonna skip past that. I asked you for what the globe experiment was to prove the globe. You gave Beyond the Curve documentary hit piece cherry picking data, in a literally mocking.
That's your proof of the globe. How does this prove that there's no curve? Excuse me, like, can you?
It didn't prove anything. It gave mixed results, dude.
And what do you mean mixed results?
That they only cherry picked when the light was above, or
now why would so previously before the experiment they bought like expensive gear to prove that there was like no angle of curvature in the Earth, and like why would a person go through all that hassle?
So you're saying because a flat
they didn't measure any curvature, they measured vertical displacement, so you're already lost, dude.
I see. But like it's curved. How can you not think of this? How do you think it's flat? No. Do you think there's an edge to the Earth that is like?
This is literally like the most normie glober dude that just popped in here.
Glober, you call all my days.
Yeah, this dude is literally like fucking years behind, dude. You got some catching up to do.
But yeah, just pay attention to the debate and see where the debate's at, because you're just there's things that people say in YouTube comments, bro. They don't. No one says this in the debates. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, he's like in the YouTube comments of the trailer for the National Geographic documentary.
Yeah,
it's like a comment section.
I see. But let me tell you guys this one thing before I stop talking. You guys are grown adults arguing about the globe. Maybe have a life, maybe get a job, maybe go outside.
That's also not acceptable in debate.
Some air, maybe contribute to your family. See you guys later.
All right, your argument is disregarded, man. Come with something better next time.
This is a 3-second song.
This is
man, I gotta get a life.
3-second song.
Get a life, man. You're a grown ass adult on this server.
Man, I feel insulted.
Wow.
That's a glober dog you're talking to.
That was trash.
That's one of you guys. That's not on us.
When you make a positive claim, you have the burden of proof. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything.
Yo, who's got the what's his soundboard? That's hilarious.
I've disabled the soundboard. I had thought I had done it here.
So it's flat.
Hey, Lion, are you there?
What's up?
Can I ask a question quickly about yesterday?
What happened yesterday, dude?
We were talking about the papers, the binocular vision thing, and you said that the Earth measures flat. What kind of measurements do you mean?
What kind of measurements?
Yeah.
I haven't done any personal measurements, if you're asking me.
No, I know that's not what you said, that the Earth measures flat. You have to reference something for that, right? You wouldn't just say
the Earth measures flat. Yeah, man.
Sure.
Even in geodesic manuals, you can treat the Earth as flat up to 100 square miles.
Not if you're doing hang on, not if you're doing a topography.
Yeah, you're right.
But what measurement do you mean? Because you said that we don't understand our vision because we see in parabolic vision or parabolic space, as you said. So I'm figuring out what measurements do you mean, because you can't mean anything optical, right? Because we don't know.
Yeah, so if in the papers, what we see in the sky is non-congruent to the surface of the Earth. So the you guys assume that the dome of vision is due to the curvature of the Earth, but what they're finding out is that it's non-congruent. Well, the sky does not match what the Earth is. Go ahead.
Wait, our dome has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth or the shape of the Earth. The celestial dome on Earth has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It just has to do with where the ground point is.
It actually has everything to do with the shape of the Earth. That's how you got the shape of the Earth to begin with. It's doing angle measurements to the sky.
No, we don't need those. But if
the Earth was flat, there'd still be a. If the Earth was flat, there'd still be a celestial dome. If the Earth is a sphere, there'd still be a celestial dome for each individual person.
Would you agree that when they did? Would you agree that when they did the maps, they used celestial navigation to do the maps when they shipped? They traveled across the world.
Yeah. They don't have to use that.
They don't have to, because now they got GPS.
The local maps we have in, let's say here in Finland, the GT. They don't use stars for those. No.
Yeah, not anymore. They already made the model.
Yeah, and it works. So
yeah, so it's just the celestial dome makes us on a ball just by
it's a celestial sphere.
Yeah, you can call it whatever you want. It's just optical, bro.
No, it's a
You guys
whole
were just saying
sphere
that
around the
corpuscular
Earth.
rays are a perspective issue, but not the celestial dome, which is literally the same thing. Nice, good job, congrats. Contradiction number 132 by Globers.
No, it's not a contradiction, you fucking idiot. Because if you have two lines, there's perspective, but with one line, what do you mean with perspective when you're looking directly at a thing?
Sorry, I didn't. Can you reform that sentence?
What do you mean when you're looking at a star? What would perspective do to the star and its location?
The same thing that it does to, you guys just said it does to corpuscular rays, perspective, right? So
There is no. The star is a point of light. Crepuscular rays are multiple rays of light.
Okay.
So do you think that just one railroad track, not two, but one, does that converge? One train track.
Is what? One train?
Just one single train track. Does it converge to itself?
What? Yeah, in the horizon, yeah, totally.
So you have not parallel lines, but a line, and one line converges to something.
Everything converges into the optical horizon.
So stupid. But Lion, do you have a measurement? Oh, sure.
No. Even a star far away would have more than one light ray reaching your eye, though.
Sure, but
it just appears that way. Like, I just want to I don't want them to try to say oh well, blah blah blah. That's all.
Yeah. But Lion, do you have any measurements? Because we can't use any optics because you said yesterday with the papers that we have no idea how our vision works. So which measurements do you have for the?
Yeah, any measurement of elevation off the surface of the Earth, you're considering sea level to be a horizontal plane. So you're done.
No, we're not.
So you assume the Earth to be flat. So you assume the Earth to be flat, and then you say, yeah, that's the measurement. Well done.
No, it's not an assumption. It's literally how you measure elevation. You treat sea level as a horizontal. It's not my fault. That's how you measure elevation.
Why do you treat it?
That's your fault.
Why do you treat it?
If all your supposed scientists want to be mad at them for treating water as horizontal, go take it up with them. It's got nothing to do with me.
First of all, even in the globe model, sea level, depending on which ocean you're on, is not the same elevation. So you're wrong. You're wrong on multiple ways.
Where's the vertical sea level? Where's the sea level that goes down?
I want to release
the Indian Ocean has a distinct level. The Indian Ocean, I believe, has either a significantly lower
drop along it.
Mark,
stop telling stories and drop along it, and we'll take a look at your video and see how many.
He's giving specifics, Mark. Shut up.
Yeah, okay, non-faller at sea level.
Okay, even the Atlantic Ocean is not the same elevation as the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, we don't care about the stories. Fall around either one of them. Fall vertically down.
Yo, someone hold D-Mark. He's holding the whole community back. Please
go
on
rise,
mute.
You rise up next to sea level. Keep rising 10,000 miles and make sure sea level follows you up, guy. Inside a ball, guy.
Hey, it is what it is. Your life, your choice.
Denmark, are you going to let the conversation flow? Denmark, are you going to let the conversation flow?
No, you don't. You don't know what elevation is.
Are you going to let the conversation flow?
Yeah, how does elevation work?
Then be quiet and let flat earthers are silly talk.
Horizontal line too hard for you, huh?
To clarify, flat earthers are silly, I think it's lower in the south because it has a deficit of gravity, if I remember correctly.
According to the geoid, I know the specific specifically the Indian Ocean is definitely either a lot lower or higher than other oceans. I forget which way it is.
It's a lot higher, I think.
So they measured from a common mountaintop using surveying techniques down. So they went down from a common peak, and it's something like 20 feet, 20 meters or something difference between the North Sea and the South Sea of India.
PH demon, stupid globehead. What is this guy typing, bro?
D-Mark.
All right, D-Mark, tell us. What were you saying?
Thing is, D-Mark can't talk without getting muted.
D-Mark can't talk without over speaking someone.
He's not muted. There would be a red mic if he was.
Red carpet out for D-Mark. Please proceed.
He'll talk if he wants to.
Hey,
Did we ever settle the crepuscular rays?
Go on. What? Say that again.
Did we ever settle the crepuscular rays? I did put in a GIF of some posts a little while ago. I will copy the link and put it down below.
Does anyone have like a link to the video of like the drone showing like the gate post with the crepuscular rays, and then it goes up and shows that they're parallel?
That might even be the image the GIF I've just reposted. If you have a look in the text, the Omnipresence text channel. So the shadows are analogous to the crepuscular rays because they are the rays from the sun, but occluded by an object. And what we see here is that from an upward observer, they look parallel, but from a close observer, like you would be on our globe model, they look to diverge from one another. That's the effect. And when you kind of see them walk, it's just because the gaps in the clouds are moving. So you're seeing them kind of just like legs pointing. They're kind of all straight down, but from your perspective, it looks like they're rolling kind of like a wheel.
Yeah, I think what the other guy was saying as far as scattering, like scattering is the reason we see them in the first place. It's not the shape that they have.
There's another form too, with the clouds getting underlit with the sun off the mountain. That's another form of crepuscular ray.
Yeah. That was someone's PFP, I think.
Yeah, Tamek, you can get in when there's a gap if there is one, so go for it.
Okay. I'm not here to debate, guys. I'm just a person who believes the Earth is a globe, and I just want to say one thing before put end to this. You guys, like the flat earthers, are saying like fancy words. They're saying like fancy words to like hide the theory. It's like saying, "Oh, I'm going to a secluded."
Instead of talking about,
let him finish.
Let me finish.
Oh, you're just shitting on
Make
him.
it quick,
Yeah,
bro.
but wait.
It's not constructive at all.
Demon,
Your
let
name
him
is
finish.
PH Demon, bro. Can you please be quiet? I'm just talking about one thing. Yeah, so you guys are just using fancy words to like cover like common stuff. I'm just gonna tell you that, guys. And yeah, this was a 3-second song. Thank you, guys.
Hey, Tamik, I don't think you have any evidence of curvature to show D-Mark, bro.
Yeah, I don't have curvature, any evidence, any curvature. I don't have parabolas. I don't have parallaxes. I can't show you anything. I'm just saying you guys are using fancy words to cover common facts. Like, stop
who's using fancy words? What are you on about? Who's using fancy words?
It's the way you said fancy. Fancy.
I don't understand. The
That's
flat
so
earthers are
funny.
using fancy
I'm
words.
just a simple globe head. Yes, PH Demon. Yes.
Yes. What a globe head.
He's saying we're using word salad. What he's saying.
This guy is funny. Yeah.
No, he's saying that you're making simple things very difficult.
Yes.
He says he was
like a straight line to curve, very
get away
simple
with
concept. You're making it difficult. You're making it into a 12-hour conversation every 7th day.
Every 7th day? What is this guy? Fisherman.
Every 7th day you shall rest.
Wait, my assistant fisherman can you speak?
I don't know you, man. I don't know you.
No. Wait. No, this guy.
What's the biggest fish that
I
you've
do
caught,
not know
fisherman?
you, man. I've caught a lot of big fish.
I'll tell you your full legal name right now in the PC with your dad's name, bro. Don't worry.
I don't. Are you trying to dox me or something? What?
Not that fisherman stuff.
Okay, guys. No doxing. Thank you.
Please.
So you're not going to time
No
out the
doxing
dude that
allowed.
just threatened to dox somebody and expose their address, right?
Oh,
He's
yo,
my
yo,
friend.
yo,
We
yo, hold on.
literally live on the same street.
Hang on.
Yo, no doxing, no doxing.
As
That's
long
against
as he
the
doesn't
law.
dox me, I'm alright with that. Just don't dox me.
I mean, where's that
Let's
retarded
just-
Kotaku guy? Is he going to cue a ban now?
Okay, use that word. Please don't. I mean, sorry, Jesse, don't use that word.
Let's just move on, all right? This is.
Yeah,
let's move on.
Yo, Xanax in the room. Yo,
Let's just move away
Xanax,
from
you
this.
there?
It's all right.
Xanax, you're at your mic.
We'll talk when you get home, son.
We have enough Globers.
Yeah, what a great idea. Invite Xanax so that we can talk more
Yo,
about
Xanax
it
in
for
here,
5
dog.
hours. Great idea.
Gotta roll it.
Morning, gents. Hope all's well, everybody.
Let's let Xanax and Denmark talk and no one else.
Fantastic.
Lori, I got Xanax.
If that was a response to me, good. I'm glad things are fantastic.
Just playing with you, Xanax.
I needed you the other day, Xanax. Me and Omni were talking about relativity, coordinate and proper acceleration, and what's that guy's name? Tuarca was disagreeing with us on the upward accelerating Earth.
Yeah, I was looking in the chat, saw some notes to that. What's the latest status of that conversation?
Well, I'd rather wait till Omni's back because Omni's not in here right now. And I really would like him to be in here for this conversation. So I'm just going to hold it, but
I think
just hold that thought, though. Hold that thought,
computer
because I
again.
want
This is
you.
ridiculous.
I want you to steel man your globe model with relativity. You know, and
Still there?
hold on, I'm getting texts. Yeah, go ahead.
Test.
Yeah, we're here, dude.
Test. Weird.
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hey, you sound good, Zanik. What you got a new computer or something, or
New phone. Who this?
new mic?
Sorry, my phone doesn't have a real good connection here. What did you say about Omni and the waiting to get back?
There's a few Globers here. There's some new Globers that I don't know, you know, and they would disagree with you and Kosho and the other Globers in EA. I mean, not EA, AE. No, it is EA, yeah. Not Ether Cause, but Ether. Anyways, dude, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Earth Awakening.
Yeah, Ether. Yeah. So what were they disagreeing about? The accelerating upward Earth?
Yeah, well, the two things. One, that things that are in free fall aren't actually accelerating, like proper acceleration can't be measured. And two, that in your model, it's not just Dell that believes in an upward moving Earth, but you also believe in an upward moving Earth, correct?
Not upward moving Earth. It's upward accelerating Earth. There's a difference.
Upward accelerating Earth, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, it becomes a fundamental, I think, misunderstanding with the word acceleration because people just, Jeremy does, he doubles down on it. Antipodal, he came up with that whole, the guys on the South Pole, North Pole, both have the Earth accelerating. That means the Earth has got to be getting larger, right? That's what he comes back with. And that's not the way it is. God dang it.
Yeah, just hold that thought, though, because I don't want to continue it without Omni.
No, I get
and
it.
that other guy, to Arca.
Now these were Glovers?
Wrong word, that's right.
These were on the Globe side that had a disagreement on that as well?
Yeah,
Or flat Earth?
they were struggling trying to understand the difference between proper and coordinate acceleration and relativity.
Yeah, you got it. It's
But
not easy.
Omni's on your side. Omni's on your side, but they were actually debating Omni on it.
Oh.
And I wanted you to be here to give your side of the story to see if they could understand it.
You think, is Omni going to come back, and are those guys going to come back later?
Oh, they'll be here later, probably. Yeah, Omni will definitely be here, and the other guy most likely too.
Yeah, I've been a little out of touch. So this is the new hotspot now. Everyone's hanging out here on Omni's channel. That's cool. Whatever happened to
when they're going
Nathan's
to be?
channel? What was that?
I was wondering if we know when Omni is going to be back.
Yeah, what happened to Earth Awakenings? Why?
Yeah, it's been dead over there.
Why
No,
did
I mean, only a
everybody
few people.
stop doing that?
I don't know, man. I really don't. I wish
Doesn't
that Jeremy
matter,
and
but-
Gio would come over here, actually.
Nope, they're not going to. I already had it in my DMs, and nope, never happening.
They're not coming here. Is that what you said?
Nope. Yep.
So what? I'm a neophyte in this respect, but why are people migrating to something like this when they were already at Geos? Is there's something about Geos that was just not optimal, and is that why there's the move, or is there something more attractive
People
here?
move because sometimes you like a new shiny car, especially when it's old and dusty where you're at, and you're like, this car is a piece of shit. I think I need to get a new one. So then you get a new one, and you're like, damn, this is kind of nice. Whether it's actually your favorite car or not, you still like it because it's better.
Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe it's not a piece of shit. Maybe it's like, you know what? I need a change.
Right.
Something a little
I
bit
didn't mean to
different.
say it like that to that degree. That's maybe a little too harsh. But my glass car was a piece
a
of
little
shit.
different, right? I'll keep the old
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
car. I'll put a cover over it in the garage, and I'll just check this new car out.
I think some
Good
people
explanation. Yeah.
didn't feel welcome at Geos. Some people were made to not feel welcome. Others just didn't feel welcome.
Huh. Okay.
There's some stories of it becoming too echoey, and then remember like 5-6 years ago, people would share stories about being banned at 24/7. It seemed like there was a lot of Globers that had stories like that at Geos.
Yeah, those extensive muting and timeouts. That heavy hand tends to not go over very well with people.
Yeah, the shitty reasons. You're sharing it like war stories.
But Bio, you wouldn't have your mods, a lot of your main mods on other people's servers. So I'm just gonna say nothing else. But if we're here, there's bigger reasons.
Gotcha.
I don't know about being the whole vague thing. That's what I've heard with Geos. It started out as quote unquote unbiased, where people had equal time to speak, and then from what I've heard, the Globers were actually shut down tremendously, and then it was a fantasy woo woo, and I think a lot of flat earthers didn't like that either, and I think that's probably what led to where it is now.
I mean, to be honest, I heard from the grapevine that they're blaming the Christians. It was the Christians' fault. Maybe it was. I don't know. Sometimes the Bible topic comes up. Even in here, we talked about it yesterday. But it's not the only topic. We talk about all kinds of stuff.
Those Christians. Jeez.
Yeah, this might be like what Tartaria was for a while.
Well, I remember in the old 24/7, there was that Greek guy who led a coup. He was like a very rabid Christian.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, like a sheep avatar, maybe.
Sheeple? No.
Don't you guys remember it's the same way at 24/7? They became too religious, supposedly. They made a channel down below for all the people that wanted to take it too religious. Then it went to, great, we're going to do the war down below. What was it called? The arena, right? And then we separated that, and then it separated all together. This has always happened. Then we were at Brandon's server. Then Brandon's server went to Geo server. Then Geo server went to other server. This is normal, guys.
Right. But that 24/7 was pretty crazy. I mean, I probably experienced all of it. I mean, for all the extremes. I had complete utter ban. I mean, I had timeouts. I mean, they would just basically saying my piece, just basically saying my opinion, they would just get so offended. And then they blow you out.
Same thing to the mods. And when the mods start getting the same treatment, people start leaving. The mods start leaving, get the same treatment. It's kind of what's happening over EA. You start going, wait a minute. Listen, you cannot tell people they can't talk about a lot of different things. People get pissed. Okay?
I can tell you, my MO's never changed. If you claim to be an expert in such and such, I want to pick your brain about it because I want to learn. That's how it should be, right?
You've always been like that. That's good. That's a good on you. What about Nathan's channel? That kind of took a huge, I mean, from the channel being shut down, and then are they still around? I mean, QE's on a mission. He has this massive insight, this reservoir of information and databases of all his confusions. Are they still around?
Yeah. Yeah. We just don't go there. Honestly. I don't know many people that do, hun.
Right.
That's true. I mean, I know a lot of people who watch the shows that are activists still, my friends and all that, but they don't still support certain things. Doesn't mean he still ain't speaking some truth. A lot of these channels.
No, I get.
They just don't hang out because of the vibe.
Yeah, they have their shows, and then they basically have an open forum, and they just blast all these people that they've kind of come in contact with on the topics for 3 hours, and then the next day comes and they do it all over again. It's just, but I don't see their audience there really.
It gets old after a while. Listen, how much are we going to do and fight and have same conversations? Yes, we're going to have them over here. There are some new ones. I think that's the point too. Sometimes you're going to venture out. You can't stay in the same spots. And for some reason, people want to make you stay in the same box. And if people are going to keep telling me I have to stay somewhere specifically, I question that. Like, why are you trying to box me in over here? Why I can't go here and there and everywhere and every platform? I should be able to, guys.
Nobody's going to tell baby sit in that corner, right?
Stacey, yeah. Stacey B. Nobody put Stacey B in a corner. There used to be a meme for that. That's hilarious. We've been around a long time, Xander. We've been through all the server shit. This is usually normal. This is what happens in life. You know what I mean? Will people leave EA altogether? I mean, no, come on. It's just when people get all worried. Like, it goes back and forth here and there. Remember when Go Gangsters was kind of popular for a second,
obviously
right?
the reason. Yeah, I know my mic is working, right?
Okay, now we can hear you. Yep.
Yo, Witsit left EA, and then so did everybody else. Game over. That's why.
EA?
Don't have your main talk.
Not really.
That's Geo's. It's called Earth Awakenings.
Oh, Earth Awakening, yeah. Yeah, I heard.
I was because I couldn't have a different opinion against Witzer or anything that was being said. That's how it started in the beginning, and I felt like I was being put in a box and gate kept. And then all of a sudden, it wasn't just me. I couldn't talk about certain things, and other people couldn't talk about certain things. So yes, after the TFE thing, things started changing within people.
Right. I heard Witsit came on some hard times, and he left the server, and then I kind of I've been gone for a few weeks. So, is he back? Is he okay, or is he giving up on it all too?
Did the donations stop pouring in for him? Is the real question.
I don't know. Don't have no clue. I don't pay attention anymore. I got so much other shit going on.
You missed
all the drama. I mean,
you missed Oakley in 24/7. Or I'm sorry, in politics, but the 24/7 part, going on an N-word tirade for about 5 minutes. Then he got banned, or at least kicked.
When was that?
It was only like 2-3 weeks ago, something like that.
I was there for that. I was actually present for that, and I triggered him.
What happened? Can you give me the 3-minute overview? What transpired?
No, I think he can give you more detail. But the basics of it was just he was comfortable saying as long as you're not saying the N-word at someone, you could just say the word freely, and then he said the word freely. But you can go in more detail for sure, Lion.
Oh boy.
Well, there's also the fact that there was another one on Nathan Oakley's channel literally comparing Globers to dogs with rabies and should be put down like they did in Old Yeller. So there's that.
Shit.
And when I pointed out, like, you know, how you shouldn't say that, they banned me from the channel.
Oh boy.
It actually had to do with the same conversation we had yesterday. You know how we classified natural and also what's considered an experiment, and they were saying that measurements of the Earth aren't considered an experiment; it's geometry. And it got real crazy because Nathan those guys over there don't believe in anything about the ether or anything like that, and they don't consider any type of measurements of the ground itself as an experiment.
Well, they're also highly confused about the word natural and all this like natural science. For some reason, they've been hung on that since the very, very beginning. This is like a 7-year-old issue for them. What is natural?
Yeah, we did all that yesterday, Tanik. So let's not take it down there. But
I don't need to go there. Believe me, trust me.
Yeah, we did all that yesterday for a few hours. I just wanted to say though that the whole N-word debacle. That I actually agree with what Nathan said. I heard the clip that that there was just like a couple of minutes, a minute long, say, and he was just saying, look, it's the context. He didn't then have to go on and say it 7 times like an idiot and then go against TOS. But the point is that what he was saying was actually true. that because think about it, freedom of speech is very important. For one, you start taking away words, and every conversation is going to be ridiculous, right? It's going to be, N-word, S-slur, R-slur, and them I's and them J's. We can't go down that road. So what he was saying in essence was actually. Just one sec. What he was saying in essence is correct, right? And he's not racist, clearly, because he's got, who's there with him? I forget, but he's got several black folks on his panel, so he's clearly not a racist, right?
I can grant you all that, but until Discord becomes our elected government, they're not the government to they're not stopping our free speech. That's the government that would have to do that. That's the First Amendment. The government.
Yeah, well, the thing is, we're playing in their sandbox, right? Like on YouTube, you're playing in their sandbox, so you have to go by their rules. That's the way I look at it, anyway.
Correct. Yeah, that's it. The same way. The same way you go to church. You go into a church. There are certain things you can't say. You're going to get kicked out. It's just a time and a place for everything, and that time and place for Oakley was a fucking dumb move.
Yeah, if you go into church and say some parts of the Bible, you'll get in trouble. I mean, it's crazy.
So he got banned, or hurt a server? What happened because he was obviously?
I don't think the server was hurt. I think it was a mod for their. At the least, kicked him out. I don't think banned, but at the least kicked him out during that moment.
Exchange. So he's basically saying you can say
this is not
the
just
N-word.
a decision based on that conversation with Nathan Oakley. Okay, he may have said that, and a lot of people agree with what he said, like Andy said, right? We don't have a problem with necessarily the word and words. What it is the behaviors over time with Nathan Oakley, just like we had an EA. That over time was voted upon from the mods, and then they made a decision.
He was kicked in the middle of what he was doing. What else am I going to think? I'm not doubting. I'm not doubting that there's a history.
And then he was talked about, asked about, then pondered about. They made a decision, not just because of one thing. It was everything as a whole.
No, I get that there's going to be a history. Of course, everyone knows that there is history that exists. But in that moment of when he was going on that fucking tirade of bullshit, he was kicked in that moment. Whatever happened afterwards is totally separate.
Yeah, you're right.
In that moment, he was kicked for that.
Just to clear it up, this wasn't on Geo server, was it? I thought it was like 24/7 or
24/7. It was politics. It was politics, but the 24/7 flat Earth portion of it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, so it wasn't on Geo, Stace.
No, I know that. That's what I said. I know about that.
Me and Tor were in there when this happened. It's because you were antagonizing him, because you know how he gets. He starts tweaking out, dude. So we kept, instigating, and he went overboard. He went off the rails and started just dropping the N-words.
Wow.
Some people get triggered way too fast.
Well, I think we need to talk to Chocolate and see if he's pissed off about it too.
No, well, that's exactly the point, though. That's the point I was trying to make, Zanik. Do you understand what I was trying to say? He's got Chocolate. He's got what's that guy? Elijah, is it? He's got several people on his panel. So he's clearly not racist. He was making a point that it's the context, and I agree with him. Because if we go down that road, that's a slippery slope. That is, really is, where you start taking away words. Like
what
in this
context
server,
specifically do you mean?
In this server, we apparently, I mean, I don't know if it's still called that. I can't see the thing, but it was called like no med talk, right? And to me, freedom of speech is important, right? If for nothing else, to contrast it against something that might be wrong. Like, I like the definition of the right to be wrong in public. That's what freedom of speech is. So
no, it's not.
This idea where yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
The right to offend. It's the right to offend also.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. What does freedom of speech have to do with what you can say on Discord?
Listen,
I'm just saying private. This is private, so
exactly. So I'll say the question again. What does freedom of speech have to do with what you can say on Discord?
No, there's no freedom of speech on Discord. I don't remember. I don't think I said that. Did I?
So why are you talking about freedom of speech about what was said on Discord, and why and how stopping someone from saying certain words on Discord is somewhat limiting your freedom of speech?
Because Zanik wanted context of what actually went down. I listened to the clip, and I've said that I agreed with what the sentiment that Nathan was saying. I agree with him totally. but he then
Yeah,
went
but-
off and said it like 7 times after, like an idiot. But I'm saying what he was saying essentially, I agree with 100%.
Okay, but now take that same situation. He's on the streets in New York or wherever that, my friend's at. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Like some of the people on his panel that I know very well, and it's about real world. And he goes around talking that way. I'm sorry. You start talking that way in the real world, talking about freedom of speech, someone's going to end up knocking you in the head with their freedom and rights to do that.
He's not going to do that, though, is he, Stace? He's not going to do that. That's silly.
But let's.
You're right. Nathan would never speak that way in person because he'd be too frightened to do that. So why does he have the big bad balls on the internet?
Well, let's not forget, okay, that when he actually went on his tirade and he justified it as he did it. He said that he uses that word to abuse people who are racially different from him. He's telling you that he uses it in a racist context. It's not just a freedom of speech issue. He's in someone else's house. He should wipe his feet when he goes in, and if his shoes are dirty, he should take them off.
Oh man.
This is a way they
there's
control us.
people over here talk about we should be respectful. Words have meaning. We say this all the time. You know what I mean? And nice and godly and all this stuff. And then the next thing, we should be able to say whatever we want. That doesn't work. There's consequences.
There are terms and conditions. There are terms and conditions. It's not a free. It's not a free speech rights issue. You're on someone else's service. You aren't paying for it. You've ticked the boxes. You've agreed to the terms and conditions. That's the end of the story.
And I agree with that, Pazza. You're right, absolutely. But do you think that there's a sort of attack on a freedom of speech right now?
Not on Discord and not on YouTube, in the sense that people think there is.
Generally speaking, dude. Generally.
Well,
of course there is, Pazzo, you twat.
Well, no.
Oh,
in the real world, yes, there is arguably a fight to stymie people using various terms, but
cancel culture.
But ultimately, freedom of speech, when it was originally fought for, right? Freedom of speech, when it was actually garnered and gained from despotic kings and psychopathic barons and all that time, was about your right to complain about things in your general life and the way that things are run and the way that your people are treated and the way people are sick look after and the way that people are. That's what freedom of speech originally was. Nowadays, it's become, I can't say this particular word. It's pathetic. We have a whole realm of freedom of speech which we blithely ignore to pretend that because we can't say one or two words in a certain place at a certain time, the whole world's falling apart. It's ridiculous and asinine.
Yeah, well, I still think it's a slippery slope. I kind of agree with you. You're very good at that, Paz. Right? I've got to give you credit.
I get what I get. I sympathise with people who say, "Why shouldn't I be able to say it?" Particularly, why can't I say it if they can say it? I get that. I understand what that is. I understand that context. But guess what? If whatever your racial profile, if you say that N word over and over again on YouTube or Discord, it's going to have the same consequences.
I agree. They should ban it no matter who says it. And even if you're that certain thing, that certain race, you still shouldn't say it.
Wait a minute, though. I see. Why do you give so much power to just one word? And you're also saying that these people are so weak and so weak-minded, they can't deal with this word? I mean, look at what you're doing, how much power you're giving to one word. It's silly.
It's good. Let me hold on.
The idea that, just because.
Can I clarify or not?
It's just like
you're the only people who
complain about saying it.
Wait, Montreal was asked a question.
Everyone speak.
Yeah, let Montreal answer the question that he was asked.
Everyone speak right now.
Yeah, let's go.
Don't care. I want to hear this dude say the word.
It sounds great when everyone just talks at the same time. Everybody,
the point I'm trying to make is not that word. That word is already banned, right? For whatever reason, but some people can say it and others can't. This is the part I disagree with, right? Now, I think every word should be allowed, and may the chips fall where you may. Like if you go in a certain neighborhood and use that word, well, that's on you, right? But we're talking about the legislation part of it. It should be applied equally, in my opinion.
I agree. I agree. If a word is deemed to be prohibited in society and by legal frameworks, then it should and law should apply to everyone equally. That's what we expect in the worlds we live in.
And when, my opinion, when African Americans use that word, they denigrate themselves. When I hear that, I say, dude, why are you saying that? Really?
I don't know.
Some of them are incensed by other people of their race using it as well. So it's not a carte blanche thing where everybody who's white shouldn't use it and everyone. I think that everyone should stop using it. It's a term which comes loaded with a load of stuff that we want to try and avoid.
It's a racial slur. That's all it is. I mean,
but yo, I was gonna say real quick that though in America we have protection for freedom of speech. In Europe, you guys don't have that. And I've been hearing cases of people getting arrested from posting stuff on the internet, like old ladies in the UK getting arrested just from hate speech on the internet.
Yeah, but what sort of thing were they posting?
Like some trivial hate speech. It's just like their opinions on whatever the case. Muslims, for example.
No, hate speech isn't trivial.
If it's not a call to violence, then it's not illegal speech, at least in America. But in other countries, in the UK, expressing, opinions on things that is in no way any call to action can get you legally ramified.
Yeah,
sure.
multiple cases.
But if you're spending your time posting hate speech on social media, you gotta have a think. You gotta reshift your head. What are you doing? Why can't you think? If you've got nothing else better to do on the world's greatest stand, then posture and post stuff that you know is going to get you in trouble. What's the matter with people's lives?
So, Pazza, I assume you're an advocate for freedom of speech, and I understand this other guy who wants to come in and tell me I've already made the statement that there is no freedom of speech on Discord. So let's just get that out of the way. We understand that, but I understand, Pazza. Are you saying that freedom of speech should have limits or something like that?
I think that I think I'm an advocate for freedom of speech. I think you should be able to complain about what you want to. You should be able to denigrate people who are serving you under in your society that do things wrong. You should be able to complain about laws, complain about leaders, complain about any aspect of your life. You shouldn't be able to just slur people. You shouldn't be able to libel people and get away with it. There are limits to freedom of speech. There's a responsibility that goes with it, and if you break out some of the responsibilities that affect other people, there should be consequences. I'm for the freedom of religion. If my government tries to ban a religion in my country, even if I'm an atheist, I would be on the street rallying with them. I don't think you should have any of your freedoms taken away from you, but with those freedoms do and have always had come responsibilities to those around you, responsibilities to the people you don't know. And if you can't exercise your freedom of speech without consequential disruption and upset for someone else, you're not using them properly. You're an adult. You should know that there are certain things that you should be able to say, but you can't say. You can't go into a library and shout bomb or fire. You can't go into a mosque and shout certain words. You can't go into a church and shout certain words. Why would you want to?
Yeah,
but that's actively. One sec. So we agree then. One sec, Demo. We agree then that the context matters, right?
Yes, but the context of
that's what Oakley's argument was.
Yeah, but like all of those examples. All of those examples that you gave, Pazza, are examples of like actual call to actions that have direct harm and are things that are illegal everywhere. Like if your speech is, if you yell fire in a crowded theater and people get trampled because of it, because that's what the speech is doing, that's already illegal. That's illegal in essentially everywhere. Whereas the difference, the thing that like is in contention here is, the person who made their pug in Scotland do a Nazi salute. It's just a harmless joke. Right. There is no call to action. Do you think that person should have gotten the legal ramifications that they did because of that?
No, I mean, in and of itself, someone doing a Nazi salute in the street, no. Someone doing a Nazi salute in jest, or because that's been done. The royal family in England did Nazi salutes at various points and dressed up as Nazis, fancy dress. But the question is, we live in a world now where media and communication has just gone exponentially through the roof, right? And we live in a world now where incitement for your actions has got out of control. You can do and say things now that can incite things in a platform. You can say something online, or you can spread a rumor online, and you can literally, as a consequently, have people kicking in hotels and smashing up and burning buildings. Yeah, that's the world we live in now. And the question is, I get it. It's never perfect, but what are we going to do about the fact that nowadays someone could say something, say 50 years ago, to an audience of 20, yeah, and there will be consequences, and now someone can say something, and it can be an audience of 20 million. There is a responsibility for society to adapt to the consequential differences between those two scenarios.
Yeah,
that's not as bad as you're saying, dude.
Yeah, in the examples that you're saying of like speech that actively has some call to action, something that harms people, but just like as an example, in the UK, there was a preacher who said the Christian position of homosexuality being a sin, and they were arrested for that in the UK. So in that sense, that is not something that is a direct call to action. It is not saying, we should go in the streets and, harm homosexuals. It was just simply saying that homosexuality is a sin. And
I doubt it was just in that context, because every preacher from every pulpit is not shy of telling you what sins are written down in the Bible, and none of that will ever change. No, there's no way that you can't read from the Bible in a proper context, in a suitable scenario, and not get in trouble. Get in trouble. That would if people were being arrested for saying that homosexuality is a sin anywhere, it would be earth-shattering news, and there would be riots everywhere in the UK.
Nah, dude, look at the cases. Hold on, real quick. Let me just say this, bro. There's a woman that got arrested without a warrant. They went into her house and arrested her. They didn't even tell her why she was being arrested. She found out later it was simply for expressing her grievances regarding the influx of Muslims, just giving her opinion on the internet, on Facebook. She was arrested for it, dude.
Right,
so this
show me
is
the link.
So hate speech is a slippery slope, right? They can just arrest you for having a strong opinion.
Show me the link that says that A, she had no warrant, and B, this was if this was someone who's done it dozens of times, yeah, and is a known, supremacist, or someone who's on the edges of literally causing these sort of problems, and she does it again and again, and they bring her in and say, don't do it. Here's a £10 fine, don't do it. Here's a £20 fine, don't do it. What do they do in the end? What should they do in the end?
I mean, if it's not speech that is actually being a call to violence, then they shouldn't do anything.
None of what you're saying happened, dude. They arrested her unexpectedly. Arrested her. She wasn't even expecting any of that, dude. She was an old lady. She wasn't like some militant tyrant trying to start an upheaval in the UK, dude. You're completely misframing.
I get what you're saying. I've heard many of these stories, and if you drill down to the actual meat and bones of what, show me a link. I'd like to see a link.
I just linked the case of the preacher who got arrested for saying that homosexuality was a sin, and they were paid out $4,000 from the police for it being a false arrestment as a settlement. So they were arrested and detained for that speech, and then later compensated because
what result?
Let's just point out as well that it's not the police that's paying that as well. Yes, Kay, all right?
Yeah, it's the taxpayers, but it's the fact that they got arrested in the first place. So people do, in fact, get arrested for saying things that are in no capacity calls to actions, just simply, I mean, in this case, just stating the Christian position on something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sorry, do the police have any income that doesn't come from taxpayer money?
Yeah, I mean, it's just an understanding that, like, when the police pay out, a big fine for something that they messed up on, they don't actually suffer any material consequences for that, because they're essentially pulling from infinite coffers
for something else.
Yeah, hang on.
It seems like it's a useless distinction now to me.
I don't think so, because in America we're seeing these huge fines against the Thin Blue Line Club. And that's why I pointed it out. That let's not forget that they're not paying it; the people are paying it. I've seen fines of millions.
Where their money comes from.
Yes, I know.
Are you suggesting that the individual police, like the individual officers, ought to pay that out? Like that, you can make an argument for that.
They should certainly have money financial ramifications. Yes, for some kind of indiscretion, for some terrible. If they're not doing the job properly, or they, some of these arrests that they do, they're just completely unlawful. They seem to have forgotten that they signed an oath to protect and serve. But anyway, some people are leaning into that though, taking piss with it a little bit.
Yeah, but ultimately it ends with who is specifically responsible. It was a specific cop who did something that even the police department didn't permit them to do, then yeah, that guy would be personally responsible. But if it was something ordered from their superiors, then it's going to be the department that has to pay for that, right?
They have some kind of protection as well, don't they? Yes, Kay, can you remember the name of that? I can't remember what it's called though.
The what?
They've got some kind of protection, haven't they, as well?
Yeah, it's
I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the specific term.
Yeah.
But like another example in the UK, Chelsea Russell was convicted for posting a rap lyric on Snapchat that featured the N-word as a tribute to their friend who died in a crash.
The one-off, the Dale McAlpine, the preacher in the UK, it seems to be a one-off, and actually the police were criticised for the arrest, and also interestingly for this case, hang on, just let me find the quote. Where am I? Please bear with me a second. Gay rights activists also criticised the arrest, saying it was wrong and non-functional.
Yeah. So they did get compensation after it happened, but the fact is they did get arrested in the first place.
It's certainly not the norm, though, is it? This is a one-off, as far as I can tell.
I mean, I'm giving other examples of this person who got convicted, so it didn't get overturned. They didn't get compensation for simply posting a rap lyric on Snapchat. It wasn't a call to action. It was essentially just like, somebody in the car just singing along to some Dr. Dre or something. Yeah. Like somebody literally got convicted for that.
In the UK?
Yes. Chelsea Russell. Okay. I posted the article from BBC.
Okay, let's have a look.
They were charged under the Communications Act of 2003 for sending a grossly offensive message via a public electronic network.
Mm-hmm.
And the conviction simply hinged on the word's offensiveness. For just quoting a rap lyric.
I feel like a good lawyer could have gotten her off of that.
I mean, it's the UK,
Gotta stay in your lane.
Also, in 2001, somebody was arrested and fined for displaying a sign that said, "Jesus gives peace, Jesus is alive, stop immorality, stop homosexuality, stop lesbianism, Jesus is Lord."
No, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but usually, like the pastor just said, though, this isn't something that usually someone just gets arrested for instantly. You have people out there that sing and they know they're not supposed to sing these areas, and they keep showing up and they keep busking, they keep singing, and after a while, they have to end up doing something to them. I'm not saying it's every situation, no. I'm not saying it's right for people being arrested that shouldn't be arrested over things that are absolutely just an opinion or whatever. But in reality, that doesn't happen that often. Yeah.
Doesn't happen that often.
And honestly, what rights do you have? Let's be honest here. What rights do we have? People, there's injustice happening all the time, all over the world. We say it. It's an illusion of rights. If they want to get a warrant to arrest somebody illegally, they can all the time. And does the police department get in trouble? Yes, they do. And you never really hear about it. It even happened to us truthers during the sea time. I can't talk about it. It wasn't about the sea time, right? I'm not going to name it. But because they were detained by the police and actually set up by the police in the UK. Now they're getting their money, they're getting their compensation, but nobody could speak about it, including me, until they actually got their damn justice, right, and the compensation. Hasn't even finished yet, and that's been almost 5 years ago. So this happens all the time.
I understand. We live in a world now that's very edgy with about this kind of stuff. It's when it comes to sort of saying things like, generally speaking, though, saying that this is a sin and that's a sin, not a problem. If you get on this Hyde Park Speaker's Corner, far more caustic things are said in the orated to the air and to the audience around them than this. Lord knows in the UK, most people and most comedians are scathing, tell sick jokes, say awful things about politicians and everything like that. And as long as it doesn't cross that boundary of libel, usually it's not a problem. We do live, I grant you, we live in a world, like I said, where we are on a knife edge between trying to work out what incitement means in the modern world, because it clearly means something different than it did 50 years ago. And like you say, some of these cases, they're preposterous as far as I'm concerned. Some of them are false arrests. Some of them, like this girl who posted this stuff on here, she's an idiot. She knows the terms of service of Snapchat. If you put that stuff out there, you know, you're going to get you run the risk of getting yourselves in hot water. But I agree that she shouldn't necessarily been prosecuted for that. But these are fringe cases. These aren't the normality of UK life.
Right.
The fact is, these cases do happen.
Agreed.
And like, they don't happen as isolated cases. Whereas, you know, in America, none of these cases would ever be able to happen. So like in the UK.
So all right. So we might have 10 cases of this a year, yeah. But we don't have a lot of cases for other things like gun deaths. But we don't want to swap places, do we? You know what I'm saying? Every culture's loaded with these kind of thing, yeah. But 10 false arrests in the UK in a year for people who post and say things on social media against terms of services when they know they shouldn't do it, yeah, or in a public forum where where they know it's going to cause aggravation for the police and aggravation for the crowd. Okay, right? Yeah, you're skirting on the edge of this anyway.
Yeah, but this is the entire point: is that like the arrests change people's behavior because these arrests actually do happen, and it's not just a singular isolated case. It affects the behavior to where people are afraid to, like, you know, say something skeptical of, you know, immigration because they might get arrested for it.
No, I don't think it does. Clearly, if you've been on social media anytime recently in the UK, there's an absolute plethora of anti-immigration stuff. Does it cross over the border? Does it cross over that border by doing something specific which aggravates people in this way? Most of it doesn't, and that's why it just gets ignored. That's why counts.
It's like everything that someone gets arrested for, we have to worry about. That's not the facts. Like, people are getting arrested all the time for shit that they shouldn't be arrested for. Not everybody out here is scared about it. Like, people get arrested for peeing out in public, right, and get a sex offense even, and we are not scared about peeing out in public too much because people still do it, but they should be. Right? Because you could get arrested. These little tiny fucking things that people do all the time, honey. They get arrested for. You host these accounts, but nobody's running around scared to say anything. Yeah. I'm still doing my thing.
That's the entire point of laws, though, is that, like, it's not about just arresting everybody who does things. It's that the fact that you arrest people for things is supposed to be a detriment against the behavior, so that people are afraid of doing that act of, you know, like murder or something. Like, because they could get arrested for it.
Well, that's not
in a world where people sin and people are corrupt. Period.
If you live in a world where the only reason you don't commit murder is because you might get into trouble or end up in prison, then you're the sort of people you want in society anyway, are you?
Yeah, but that's just the point, is that when you arrest people for behaviors, that is a deterrent for behaviors. Like, that's just how law systems work.
And
with what you're saying about, like, UK being anti-immigration rhetoric being able to, like, be higher. I mean, your own prime minister is saying things that would have gotten you arrested in like 5 years ago. Like, saying, like, your own prime minister said, "Oh, like, people are feeling like they're strangers in their own island." Like,
that would have never got you arrested 5 years ago. That rhetoric would never have got you arrested. Sorry, but this is the thing. Today, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, not only do people say things like "there are too many immigrants here," statements like that, yeah, or that, you know, similar things of that nature, which clearly everybody understands to mean stop people coming over here. I don't want people. It clearly means, you know, I don't like the fact that there's all these other people here.
That's what that lady said. Too many immigrants.
Yeah. What lady?
The lady they were going to send you a link that Lion mentioned.
All right, send me the link.
That's when it verges into when the police think, okay, let's make an example of her, because she's saying to her old friends. Too many
I've,
immigrants.
I've seen people say things like, we should go and, get them out of the hotel, or, we should burn down the hostel and that sort of thing, or we should round them up and shoot them. Clearly, that's in the realm of arrestable
That's on Twitter
rhetoric.
every day, though, now.
Yeah,
I
but
know it is.
something.
And if it gets caught, if you
that
get
thing
caught
that-
doing it and
sorry.
it propagates, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, but
Do you know
somebody.
that,
It's you know what it is though. It's when people complain to the officers, like, hey, like this person posted this on Facebook. It's not until someone complains about it that they do something about it.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, we sort of we're policing ourselves, and then what's the next step? It is literally wrong thing, isn't it? Where we get conditioned in that way, and then we've got you've got issues on expressing ideas. Then Pazza, that's really what I was trying to touch on.
No. There is no one being stymied from saying anti-immigration rhetoric. There is no one in it. Politicians like Nigel Farage can say all the things he wants to say, and he can run in Parliament.
I mean,
There was a British man arrested this year for saying that they don't want to see Palestinian flags across the UK.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
They're making an example of some people, so we're saying that's the start of a war on speech.
Yeah, it certainly is. The thing I'd say on immigration, well, there's so many things you could say on immigration. This is a deeply racist country, which I think it is anyway.
It's always been a deeply racist country.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, since the I don't want to turn it into the secular humanism thing and the /feminism, but we are not replacing ourselves. And soon we're going to be in a real problem where you've got a country of an elderly populace with no young people to take care of them, basically.
That's a problem in all the Western societies, though, isn't it?
Exactly. And a lot of jobs, the people wouldn't take, Americans and British. They just wouldn't take those jobs, cleaning toilets, doing shitty jobs.
I mean, that goes into like depression of wages, and that like when you do import more labor, like economic laws dictate that will depress wages. And like elderly care workers in the UK are working 80 hours a week and making like £20,000 a year, which obviously nobody would take. But because there are so many people, there is more labor being added that by definition depresses wages.
That's scandalous. Is that true? 20,000 a year? Fucking. I hope that's not true.
Something around that number. Let me give a specific number. I wasn't quoting anything specific. It's just around that range, spitballing.
I think it's quite.
No, that is true.
Well, I think it's more than that. Go on, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
I say if you want someone to come into your house and look after an elderly patient, it's going to cost you more than that a year.
But generally, like, it does depress wages, but it doesn't magically make those jobs that some people will do for only pennies on the dollar suddenly available to those who would demand more for them, right? Like that was the big thing when Trump was trying to get rid of all the immigrants, is that red, white, and blue-blooded Americans aren't going to get on their hands and knees and toss fruit into a bucket for like $2 an hour.
Well, I mean, we're going on
the median annual salary for care workers in the UK is 20,000 to 24,000 pounds. So my spitball was actually correct.
Yeah, but the thing is that what's the median wage? What's the average wage, median wage, full stop in the UK right now? Probably not a lot more than that.
My nephew was talking about getting a job, because he's like under 18. I think he's 17, and so they were talking about £7 something for minimum wage, and I was like, "Fucking hell, you can't buy nothing with that, can you?" But
exactly.
His birthday is coming up soon, and then it jumps up to £10 something. So perhaps it's
median wage in the UK is 37,000.
Yeah. Well, it's like this all comes down to the fact that. I mean, we're going somewhere else right now, but it certainly in the last 50 years in the UK, arguably in the US and in Europe, our standard of living is in decline. The cost of everything like property and raising a family has gone up, and the reasons for that really that's got nothing to do with who's coming and who's leaving. It's to do with the way governments run our countries and how they've just ignored rampant global corporatism that effectively, that's the problem.
That's exactly what's going on with the UK right now. Is that like in the past 5 years, the immigration rates went from 90K to like 1 million a year, which is insane amounts. Like 1 million people coming in per year in the UK. There's not the ability to like support the housing, even on that level. And that goes into the whole point of like what your prime minister is saying, is that the idea that immigration is something that is viable from an economic standpoint is just a lie, in that there has been all of this immigration and it has not helped the economic side of Britain whatsoever, which is the rhetoric of the leading party, because that's simply what's happening.
I'm not sure that's entirely true. There are lots and lots of academics who think that economists who raise the country, and I'd argue those numbers sound conflated to me. I mean, the irony is that actually illegal immigration is skyrocketing now in the UK because a bunch of idiots decided to leave the EU. Because they thought that being in the EU meant we had loads of people arriving. Whereas now France has got no legal or statutory obligation to mind what happens on their coasts and who leaves. It's au revoir, not a problem anymore.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's the entire thing, is that like Brexit was effectively, like most people agree on this, Brexit was effectively a referendum on immigration. And that's why the people who supported the more right-leaning like Tory party felt like they were betrayed, because they get in power and then they increase immigration by over 10 times. And so now, before Brexit, there was a lot more immigration from EU countries, whereas now net migration is infinitely higher from non-EU countries.
Well, they all come from the same direction. They all arrive the same way.
But there's not a lot of Iceland people,
Brexit was a disaster, and Brexit was the way it was sold to people. It was everyone that voted against Brexit, or a lot of people, could realize from the get-go that what people thought it was never going to come. Brexit wasn't a way to solve immigration. Immigration happens irrespective of what economic and financial, or judicial, or governmental alliances you create with the mainland Europe. So it was pushed through for another reason, but it's not actually going to solve any of those problems.
Yeah, but it's like that was the argument for, like, there was so much lip service in Brexit of essentially we're going to reduce immigration, and then like your Tory party, they have like ties to people who want cheap labor, and so that's like essentially.
Let's not kid ourselves. My government and your government are all made up of people who employ cheap labor. That's the way the world works. There's nothing unique in this respect about the UK. The reason the reason you have Mexicans in the US is because corporate giants and big companies and big agricultural monoliths who want cheap, cheerful, uninsured, unaccounted for labor lobby your government, and your government just enough to make you think they're doing something, but plenty enough to make sure that immigration is not going to go away anywhere near soon. Even Trump.
It's also showing that like your leaders right now are pushing back against that, like actively making policy decisions, because that has not been a successful thing.
They're having to, because the political rhetoric is the political landscape is changing. The Conservatives are petrified of the fact that the vote's been split between now and them and the Reform Party led by Nigel Farage. And Keir Starmer understands that he will also lose a chunk of people to the Reform. Now, Reform UK, run by Nigel Farage, they won't sort it out either. They definitely will not sort it out. Nigel Farage has never done anything constructive his entire political life. Nothing. I understand I understand the concerns of people who will vote for him, but he's not. None of these people are solutions, because you know as well as I do, virtually every politician in the world is not a solution to any real big problem.
Yeah, which is why it's so dramatic of a vibe shift that Keir Starmer is taking the positions that he is, and actually taking steps to change these things, which is not something that would have been conceivable years ago.
No, not true. Labour and Conservatives have done sea shifts on policy if they feel that they're going to lose votes. They'll change their mind if they think they're going to lose a chunk of their vote. They've done it before. They've done it. They'll do it again.
I mean, they've always done things like specifically on the immigration question. Every chance the UK population, like they've always essentially been against the increase in immigration. It's always been the popular position statistically, and no party has ever actually followed the popular will in that until the Labour Party right now.
Well, we'll see what the Labour. The moment it's words, rhetoric. Enoch Powell's "River of Blood" speech was words. It didn't actually propagate or translate into anything, did it?
Well, he was
I mean,
right,
it remains
though,
to be,
wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was right, though.
Well, the rivers of blood is a little. There's no rivers of blood in the street. It's a.
It might be a bit. Yeah, I mean, think we could say. Well, I suppose we could extend it out forever if I say that it's because he said by the turn of the century you're going to have two completely different cultures. If you just stick with the 10,000 a year, then they'll assimilate. There'll be no problems. If you bring them in vast numbers, you'll have two groups who have nothing in common, and that is exactly where we're at. And so the rivers of blood could still have, and a lot of people are predicting it for this year, actually. But he was right in what he said, actually, wasn't he?
I don't know.
Well, he's there. I mean, you can see it for yourself.
There are racial, there are places in the country where there are issues with this, and there are places where there aren't. I mean, we've had immigration here since post World War II. When the effectively subsequent to World War II, when Pax Britannica effectively fell apart and the Empire and the Commonwealth started to disintegrate, there was a point in time when we said to various parts of the old Commonwealth, granted mostly Christian, mostly black, here, come here, come to the country, please come. Yeah, get yourself a Jamaican passport. Get yourself. We need a workforce. We've got intergenerational genocide of a war occur. We need your help. They came, and it's been since. It's like Toxteth and the riots in 1970s. It's always been there. This friction between communities is always going to be there. Yeah. But you don't have that same. If you think about that kind of that phase of migration immigration that took place into this country, and as well as I do that the black white kind of friction we saw then is kind of settled a bit more now, and it's moved on to somewhere else. And I think that I don't want to live in a world where I think that this is going to be maybe I'm being over optimistic a lot of the time. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm just an old fart.
I'm very much like you. I'm sort of a glasses half full kind of thing. I kind of like multicultural. I've had people have a go at me for that, and I'm like, well, it keeps things interesting, doesn't it? And seeing as we're not replacing ourselves, and this is the funny thing. I remember I know I've said this before, but I was watching an Owen Benjamin stream, and he was talking about these alleged rape grooming gangs or whatever. And if it's I only say alleged because I generally don't believe headlines. That's just a general rule of mine. I haven't looked into it too much, but clearly he'd not either. But he just said, look, if that is a thing, it's because you haven't got any strong men. Where are all the strong men? If you had a lot of strong men, that would not happen. And I completely agree with that sentiment. And this is a similar thing. If we don't replace ourselves, what we're doing,
We're also,
that's how the Ku Klux Klan kind of started, though, with that type of mentality.
Well, I mean, I don't advocate for the Ku Klux Klan if that's what you're trying to do.
I'm truly not doing that.
He's not doing that.
What I'm saying is, it's you start with the right intention, and you can end up in a very bad place. I'm not sure.
There is a natural prejudice, though, between racial groups, an in-group preference, if you will. Perhaps you'd agree with that.
For me, I would say for me, it's weird. I'm American. I'm a very different upbringing than most people that look like me. But I see it, especially growing up in Tennessee. I grew up on it literally like we owned it, but it was an old plantation. But just I've always seen it. I've always equated it to socioeconomics more than anything, I guess.
Right. Yeah. Right. I say when it comes to these conversations about, like you say, in the UK, there's less white people. They're not having families, and not, they're becoming a minority, and the people that arrive here, they're breeding like wildcats. Use all the denigratory mechanisms you want to describe it. Okay, right? What I'd argue is they're not making us do anything. Those people aren't making us behave in a certain way. The overarching problem for me is because I always take the tack of most problems we have, and most of the problems that societies have got nothing to do with the poor. They're always to do with the rich. They're always to do with the power structure. And when we live in a world where rampant corporatism, political globalistic corporatism, means that the people in charge want the standard of living in the middle class decimated. They want us all earning less. They want us all owning less, paying more taxes. No one can afford a house anymore. What's happened? Why can no one afford a house anymore? It's not because there isn't an inability to construct housing to fit the size of the population. That's simply not true. It's a fallacy, because there's taxes and there's all the mechanisms of money being proliferated around the world that we blithely ignore. Everybody, Amazon comes over here. They decimate all of our middle retail. There's no family business selling stuff. Amazon pays threepence halfpenny in tax in this country. They're set up in the Cayman Islands or in, some other Tristan da Cunha or some fucking stupid mechanism, which means they're not paying tax in your country, in my country. We're being financially raped by corporate globalism, and the problem is that in an environment against that, is it any surprise that a generation hasn't got an appetite to raise a family, to raise a unit, because they can't afford the basic constructs. They're burdened with education. They're burdened with all of the financial problems from the get-go.
Okay. Monologue central. But
no, he's right. You're right. You're right on everything he said there, Pazza.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
It's just.
I'd have to. Hold up, real quick. Everything Paz is saying about the corporate structure and the government's robbing us blind is completely true. We have more. The world has more abundance now than it ever has. Yet people are more poor than they were 50 years ago. Obviously, someone's stealing something along the way. But I would also like to counter argument in that people have raised families and are raising families within abject poverty, which none of us are in. So, although people are robbing us and stealing the fuck out of all of our resources, this is true. It's still no excuse not to raise families. People have raised bigger families with much, much less. Thank you.
But in a different type of economical environment too, though. You have to understand, like when you're talking about that, cost of living compared to the average wage, it's gone down. The average wage has not kept up to the cost of living. So you can't really model that statement from the past to now without taking in those economic factors.
Yeah, but
people didn't have water, electricity, and eat fucking dirt, and they raised children. So I'm sure we can do it, even though we're getting robbed by some fucking corporations and shit.
I'm not saying
it's like what with what you're saying, Paza, is that all of that is true, and immigration is part of that. In that, it does depress wages, it does make people poor, it does make people less able to afford houses. Like the UK already has a massive housing crisis, and then you're importing 1 million people per year. There is no way for you to build 500,000 houses a year. There just isn't the ability to build the equivalent of Leeds every year.
But the problem, yes, okay, but the one of the biggest problems with housing is the type of housing being built, the type of housing that's profitable. The type of housing you're talking about to build, it does not fit that model. So what's built are luxury high-rises, office buildings, all of these things, not the things that the people truly need. So the problem is not the amount, it's the type. That's the first step of it. And then, secondarily, it's inflation. You know, people don't understand. Inflation doesn't just hit eggs and gas; it hits assets. And since 2008, we've been pumping trillions of dollars. Those dollars chase things that gets access to more loans, better ability in credit, and all those other factors have to be put in place. The simple statement of immigration is doing this is an attempt to spur nationalism. It has very, very poor actual economic foundations. When you look at America today, we have opening manufacturing jobs that no one wants. So like when you make a statement about immigration, you have to get past the nationalism. And now let's get into the economics of it. Because if it's just about national fervor that you want to stir up, that's cool. But like immigration has been a net benefit. That's why you legislate it. I'll say proper immigration is a net benefit. But like it's not. It's an attempt, though. It sounds like to stir nationalism more than anything.
I never quite understood
that's the entire.
Sorry, I never quite. Just quickly, I never quite understood it from the perspective of America, because America was built on. That's the whole point of it. The liberty speech was bring me a paw, right? That was the whole thing.
We were supposed to like we're a melting pot. America's.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to ask people, just put a picture of multi-ethnics and say circle the American. And the thing is, you circle everyone in the world, because everyone in the world, according to I feel our ethos, should have the ability to get here. And I say legally, but I say legally.
They did actually put programs in place, though, I'm pretty sure, to try and get they called it sort of the good stock. They wanted Europeans mostly. I'm pretty sure the programs were put in place like that. Anyway, Yesuke, you're trying to let Yesuke get in because he's trying to get in.
Oh.
Had a couple points. Don't know exactly where to go.
Sorry, that was my fault. I interrupted you.
Yeah, no, it's okay. What was the point that Ren was saying?
I basically said that the way you're kind of presenting this is kind of eliminating a lot of other factors, and it sounds it sounds like you're using immigration to stir nationalism.
No. So there's 2 points with it. One is that this is exactly what is informing the current UK policy that is going on, is that there's no way to fudge the numbers to make immigration that has been increasing so much in the past 5 years to have showing any economic benefit. Because like a large amount of these immigrants that are coming in are on social housing. Like they are, strictly speaking, from a financial perspective, net drains on the system.
The problem is that again it's a little it's a little more complicated than that for the UK. Post war we had a housing crisis before anybody else arrived, because obviously what happened in the war, particularly in the major cities, and subsequent governments, the same sort of governments who put together the socialised medicine program, the NHS, also built an awful load of socialised housing all around the UK. Like council houses and council flats, we called them, wherever they were owned by the government, maintained by the government, or government bodies. People lived in them, people had jobs in them, some didn't have jobs, but nonetheless, if you didn't have a home, you could get one of these places. You'd pay rent, nominal, it's a tiny rent, and people who aspire to own their own house would raise a family and then potentially move into a private property, and it all worked. It was a satisfactory arrangement. The Conservatives during the 1980s, the Conservatives, the Tories, effectively privatised all of that. They got rid of it. And they took our country from having plenty of proper social housing to a situation where they have hardly any. So now what happened, and subsequent to that, we've had the mortgage market liberalisation, which wasn't in the benefit of the populace. It was just a decision that corporations and governments made because they wanted it's the reason that America had this housing bubble, the same here, because of all this deregulation of the financial sector that let them just rape us all on mortgages. All of that is conflated to mean that the cost of housing has gone up. There's bugger all social housing. So all that happens in America is you've got landlords who own 900 houses and flats who get people in there, and then they charge the government to look after them. It's not just a function of people arriving. It's a function of willful political constructs to benefit those people and allow us the rhetoric to blame the poor every time.
Yeah, let me just say something for you, Lion. I'll be quick. I was going to post actually that Gary's economics, because a lot of what you've said actually, he sort of echoes and talks about that. I mean, from my perspective, I usually say Winston Churchill completely sold this country out, and then Thatcher sold the fucking last of our assets, essentially, which is what you just said, kind of. Yeah, and this guy Gary's economics, like I had no idea until I watched this guy that Rishi Sunak. This guy's got £700 million in bank. I had no idea. I mean, you're gonna let these people who are super rich delegate where taxes go. So essentially, this dude, he looks homeless, but he's not. He's like he made a fortune essentially betting on the sort of downfall of the middle class. That's how he made his money. And sort of he's an expert on economics, and he's interesting to listen to. But he often talks about, somebody extremely wealthy, they can realistically live in 5 houses, but they can buy 5,000 houses, and they will.
Leverage.
Yeah, and they will, and they'll essentially price you out of every sector. and the rich will eat the poor, not because they're evil, just because that's how the system works. Yes. And it's great to listen to, because he's like, look, all you have to do is really, heavily tax the extremely wealthy and lessen the tax on the average person. And they were saying, well, they'll just leave, they'll find loopholes, they'll do this, they'll do that. And he's like, well, they'll, essentially they just say to him, it won't work. And he's like, well, it did work. It did work in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and we can see the
only people that tell you this won't work. The only people that tell you this won't work are the rich.
Yeah. Well, there's a graph there that shows the.
I got next, dude.
There's lying next.
Yo, hold on, please. It'll be quick. Right, so there's UN objectives, right? You can read this in the whole Agenda 2030 in that 300-page document. They want to bring down nationalism, the nationalist spirit. They want to bring that down, and they want to force migrations into America, into the West, to try to diversify the population as part of the DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Right? They teach it in universities. For thousands of years, England has resisted Islam takeover. Right? At this point in time, where they're not resisting the Islam takeover, they're actually allowing it and encouraging it and promoting it because of UN objectives.
When did the Islam takeover in the UK start? When was the Islam trying to take over the UK?
There's always been resistance, right? The thing is, nowadays we're shunned and we're shamed for standing up for nationalistic pride, right? They teach that nationalism is evil, is bad. There's nothing wrong with having borders and shutting the borders down and not allowing people to take over your country, whether it's politically or nationalistically, culture-wise.
You said it right. Yeah, you're saying it right. You're saying ethnically, but
ethnically, yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, you understand what DEI was or still is. You know what that is, really? You know the net benefit of DEI is?
The voting.
Do you know who was the net benefit of that agenda in America? Do you know who that was?
The Democratic Party.
Rich people.
White women were the net. They got more jobs than anyone else with DEI. So I don't know what you're talking about when you say things like there is an agenda to change the ethnic makeup of America. There is
with that exact argument right there, you could directly say that has to do with demographic shifts, and that if white women are able to,
They're the protected class. They're the protected class.
if they're able
It's
to
because they're the
make
protected class.
if they're able to make a living on their own, and they don't, it essentially makes it less likely for them to get married and start families if they do have more successful careers.
That's a bad
let me just say this real quick, right? Borders is nuts. Borders is an ancient concept, dude. Why do we have borders if they don't mean anything?
To be fair, it wasn't.
It's not. It's not just. It's not. Hold on. It's not just a social construct, right? Borders are very important. Why are they important? If you don't have borders, you don't.
Social constructs.
If you don't have jurisdiction, if you don't have jurisdiction, right, you don't have a nation. Your nation can always be taken over by other ethnic races, other people with different moral values, different ideas on religion, on God, on everything, dude. If you let those people,
are you talking about the South border right now? Or that we were talking about directly?
Borders in general. There's a reason why we have borders, why we have this line of demarcation to separate your nation from another nation. If borders didn't mean anything, we wouldn't have them.
Okay, borders are social constructs, first and foremost. Secondly, the people that are coming from South Central America, I know there's other people in that group. The majority of those people are Christians. The majority of those people are hard fucking working. The majority of those people truly fit the ethos of America. What they don't fit is the one category you bring up, which is the race.
No, it's not just race, dude. It's religion too, and I understand. Hold on, I understand that borders. I understand, dude. Bro. Hold on, dude. I understand that borders. Bro, I understand that borders are a social construct. What I'm saying is that it's not just a social construct. It has.
If it's a river or a mountain, yes, it's not a social construct.
I'm saying that there's a reason. There's a reason why we have borders to preserve the nationality of a certain nation. If you don't have borders, if you don't enforce the borders and you just allow people to willy-nilly enter your country will be taken over. You will no longer have a nation.
Okay, my entire diatribe before, I said legal immigration. That was my statement. I truly wish the southern border problem could be solved. I don't know how to solve it because I don't know how to turn people back to be murdered. But at the same time, I wish it would be solved. I'm not in politics. I'm truly not. But at the end of the day, what you're saying is the people coming into this country don't have the same values. They do. You're saying the people. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that guy's right. Rennie Zen is right, dude. People from South America have extremely good morals and work ethic. They are all mostly Christian.
No, this goes exactly into the point that Andy was saying earlier of just when you have 10K people coming in per year, smaller amounts of people, then it is much easier to integrate. Whereas what de facto happens, I live fairly close to the border. When you have very, very large amounts of people coming in, there are many, many people who have been here for 30 plus years and do not speak English whatsoever. So in that sense, when you have many people coming in, you have the ability to create sort of ethnic enclaves or ghettos to where there is no demand for integration. You should see
Canada, bro.
Yeah, you have doctors' offices, you have stores, you have every single sort of social thing that you need because they're creating a parallel society.
Okay,
and so there is no integration.
Bro, you should see Canada, dude. Wait, hold up real quick. Before you say this, in Canada, bro, what Yasuke just described, they have for multiple races. There's people in Canada who don't speak English at all. They just speak Hindi. There's people in Canada who don't speak a lick of English. They only speak Mandarin. There's Canada is completely sold out and parsed out to different fucking nations. It's kind of crazy.
So in New York City, you see this. You have a street that separates Chinatown from Little Italy. It's one fucking street. One side of the street you hear Mandarin, the other side of the street not anymore as much, but you would hear Italian. You know, like it's one street. You always see a collection of people troving together. But my question to you is this: when that has happened in America before, what has the American response been to those communities? Has it been, hey, let's build and let you grow, or is it let's burn it to the ground?
I mean, historically, like, so before 1970 or at 1970, the population of America was 90% white. So the people, all of the immigration before 1970 was predominantly from European cultures. And so in that sense, like, there's still German populations in the Midwest that primarily speak German in their household. So in that sense, like, that's a population that has a much easier time integrating with, you know, being more similar to, you know,
what,
British or Dutch. Like Germans are closer to
Europeans,
English culture, yes, than you know, people from Romantic languages.
Okay.
We're dealing with
this is so ambiguous, right? Look, I can show you because I get into racial debates all the time. So I had to learn my PCA charts. I had to learn heritage, specifically for Europeans, because I'm European. And I can tell you is that Europeans in general, from Cordova Spanish to Norwegian and Norwegians in Trondheim, clustered together, at least genetically, very close in comparison to North Africans or Levant people. They cluster very much together. So racially, Southern Italians are not so much, at least genetically, are not so much different than Norwegians in Trondheim, right? Culturally, again, this is an interesting term. Most of Europe throughout its history has been defined by its Christianity. In medieval periods, early and mid-medieval, people would identify with religion, not specific nations. So if you're a Christian, you would have a good time in Europe. If you're Catholic. If you're not a Christian Catholic, you will have bad times in Europe. And race was not a thing to the way we describe it and use it now. So culturally, they were all Christians, right? And even now, the values of the Renaissance, which were born in southern Italy, in my country of Italy, propagate throughout the entirety of Europe. It'd be that east, south, west, north. Right? So I don't understand what you mean. I, as a European, Italian, think that I'm not so different than a Belgian person or a Swedish person or a Finnish person. I don't think so. Like, we have almost the same cultural notions, with the exception, obviously, of big things like language, sure, and food, right? But when it comes to Enlightenment values and Renaissance values, we have those. When it comes to religion, we have those, right? I don't understand what you mean. And I'm European, and you're not European, by the way.
I mean, just where's the connection?
We have someone better than us in the building. A European.
No, you're actually
I'm better than you because I'm European. You're a Mary Mutz.
No, hold on real quick. No, he's got a point, dude. Hold on real quick. This is what SC talks about all the time.
He was addressing my point.
Let me just say this, dude. Yeah, no, but he's actually segueing what I was going to say, right? The big difference isn't between races. The big difference is between religions. There's nothing wrong with European countries coming over here because most of them are Christians. They're easily integrated. They're easily assimilated, regardless of language barriers. The problem is that Islam and Christianity is like mixing oil and water. They do not mix, and you cannot try to mix them.
Oh, people from South America are Christian. People are Christian from South America. What are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about the influx of immigrants that are Christian aren't the problem. The problem are the influx of immigrants that are Muslim. That's the problem. That's the racial.
I have a question for
there's
you.
more. Hold on. There's more tension between the religious divide than the race divide. It's not about the color of their skin. It's about their moral values. There's drastically different moral values. Go ahead.
So in Islam, do you think they accept Jesus as a prophet?
Yes.
Non sequitur.
Theologically, yes.
Non sequitur. Yes, but non sequitur.
Yeah, objection, relevance.
Okay. In Judaism, what do they say about Jesus?
They say
he like, boiled in his own shit.
Yes, exactly. In a pot in hell. That's what I've always heard. I think they say it in some. So if Israel and Christianity can exist, why can't Islam and Christianity exist?
Well, because Jews abide by the rules and then they screw you over in like subtle clandestine ways.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Can you
Don't
shut
do
the
that.
fuck up while I answer
Don't
the
do
question
that.
you're talking about?
Don't be racist.
Yo,
Don't
why
be
are you
racist.
asking a question and then Fundy muting the answer, sir?
Because I don't want
Why are
you
you
to be
asking a
racist.
question and not letting me answer the answer, sir? Sir, why did you
One at
ask
a
a
time.
question and then Fundy mute the
One
answer?
at a time. One
Okay,
at a
so
time. Finish your statement.
in the Jewish religion, they will come over to your country. They will follow the rules. They will follow the rules publicly, and then privately and clandestinely, they will subvert your culture and your nation. Whereas with the Muslims, they will not follow your rules openly. They will openly not follow your rules and say, "We don't follow that. We follow our own set of rules." And for the most history in Islam, when the Muslims came over, it was not a immigration. It was an invasion by armies.
Vice versa.
But like Renee, you can't ask a bait question like that and then say, "Oh no, you can't answer it." Like, "Oh, why can Jews integrate but not Islam?" Like, you know exactly what answer that you're baiting for, right?
More talking, guys. More talking, real quick. Now, we cannot engage in certain how can I say this conversational lines because this is streamed on YouTube and we don't want to lose our YouTube channel. So medical misinformation is one big thing. You should not talk about it. The JQ is another. So avoid the JQ, avoid Holocaust denial, avoid saying slurs, and avoid medical misinformation. Thank you. I know. I'm giving you out the rules. I'm giving you out the rules.
The guy asked to compare Jews to Muslims.
Well,
how is that? That's on point. No slurs were.
I know, Noah, you did not say any slurs. I'm just warning people not to engage in things that YouTube perceives as offenses, like the JQ.
We get it. You're a snowflake, dude.
No, it's not that. It will create you problems. Trust me. Because if someone complains and they get that clipped and they give that to the police, in certain places they will come and knock on your fucking door. That's
okay.
For sure.
Well, I live in America, so I'm not afraid.
Then you're in the land of the free, but it's coming to.
That's not the point, guys. This is streamed. This is streamed on YouTube. Somebody can clip it and take the YouTube channel down and the server down, and we don't want this.
Shut up,
That's
dude.
why,
Nobody
that's
cares,
why we
dude.
don't like it.
Nobody's
People engage
crossing
in the
line,
JQ.
Dude. Why are you trying to hold the conversation, dude?
I'm not. I'm just laying out rules.
in the religious books themselves, in the religious books themselves, in the religious books themselves, the Muslims have a protocol for taking over other countries militarily and then either imposing laws on them or taxing them. In the religious books, the Jews have fucking instructions on how to go into a nation and subvert it using usury. These are in their books. These are protocols that they actually have, that they have enacted over history, and you can see it. The reason why Jews can get into a culture is because they don't come in marching in the gates with armies or hundreds of thousands of people trying to enact Sharia law. That's the reason they get in.
That's a fact. Right, where's the Italian guy?
Oh, he ran away.
He's deafened.
Cosa vuoi? Io sto qui. Oh, whereabouts in Italy are you from? Because like there is a divide.
He's deafened. He's deafened. He can't hear you. He can't hear you. He's deafened.
I'm Italian.
That is also just a thing about Italy, is that it's the fakest country in the world. And that it's very recent.
I thought
but
I
like,
was Australian.
in that like there's so many different cultures that do not and have never vibed with each other, like Sicilian versus Rome.
A divide between the north and the south. That's
there are like 7 different unique Italian cultures,
north and
south. These cultures don't vibe with each other. They don't have like
north and south.
They do not have. It's not north and south. There's like 7 different ones.
Yes, it is.
It's mostly north and south, but all of the regions are more similar than they are different.
You haven't been to Italy. If you're from, say, Naples and you go to Milan, they will say.
What happened?
Schlitzie was talking and then he just stopped talking.
Yeah,
It's just in the sense of like there are different groups of very different Italian cultures that have completely different vibes, and they were sort of made to become like a singular nation when, you know, ideally it would be different nations. This is the same argument that people would give for like African nations, is that like the colonialism or whatever made it to where you had completely distinct groups that did not have any relation with each other, groups that often warred against each other, being put under the same sort of nation-state border. And a very similar thing happened with Italy.
The different regions in Italy aren't that different. There's distinct differences certainly, but they're not different country different.
It's basically north and south. In the south, do not like the people in the north. That's for sure. In the south, they refuse to speak proper Italian. When you go there, they speak a dialect, especially from, say, like Lecce down to Napoli's separate altogether. And then you got Sicilia, and that's different as well. But they're not all separate.
It is pretty different. Yeah, but even in the north, we have our various dialects. Like there's a lot of people I know that can barely speak proper Italian at all.
Sicily is very unique from south, and Sicily is part of Italy. So Sicily is now a third part. So your idea that it's only split into two is just factually wrong. It's at least three if we're including Sicily.
The people from the south tend to stick together. Yeah, it's the same as the people from Rome. They just think nothing other than Rome. They don't care about Milan. They don't care about Naples or Sicily. It's just Roma.
Yeah, so there are these distinct groups, and it's more than two. It's at least three.
To shove, they're all Italians.
Yeah, but it's much more fake. It's much more fake than other countries. There is less of a unifying ethos than what other countries have.
Well, what about Spain then? You've got different regions in Spain where they speak different languages. But if Spain plays, trust me, they're all singing Viva España. The same as Italy. It doesn't matter. If the national team play, everyone sticks together. The same as Spain, the same as England. Well, apart from the Welsh, the Scottish, and the Irish.
Yeah,
you got the north, and then I hate Northerners. I can't stand Northern people from England, and even from the south, and even from the Midlands. It's like I just got anything outside the M25. Forget about it.
I hate the north, south, and Midlands. I hate people from the north, the south, and Midlands, bro. That's fucking.
I'm from London, so it's different. People go, "Where are you from? Are you from England?" I go, "No, I'm from London." I don't even say I'm from England. I just say I'm from London.
Yeah, but it's just like with the formation of other countries, there was a lot less, constant revolutions, constant wars going on because these groups didn't want to be put together. And like other countries became more of a codified thing. Like England became a codified thing, Norway became a codified thing, etc. much earlier. Whereas Italy only became unified in 1861 after essentially every region of the world had to be a national thing.
Why don't you say the same thing about Germany then? Because they unified later.
That's true. Germany was like many different.
But that's what I'm saying. They had the Holy Roman Empire, which is neither holy nor an empire, the whole joke. But it's a fragmentation of that entire region. They unified after that. They had the same common languages and all this other stuff. You can say Austria and the whole purpose of the World War or whatever. But why don't you make the statement about Germany then? It's the same data.
I mean, why wouldn't you think that I would? So it's also just a difference of degrees. Yes, like this is the whole thing where, like, if you look at like literal Nazi stuff, there are like 7 different like distinct cultures that are Germany, in the sense of like there are more French people. There are people that are
there is more than 7, bro.
There's way more.
Each city was its own state, bro. Do you understand?
No.
In Germany,
As in
Germany,
seven.
Poland, and like Germany,
distinct
Poland,
regions.
like that area,
Yes.
bro. It was so broken up and fragmented. Like France was kind of like a unified country, but outside of France, dude, it was just kind of a free for all.
Why do you think
Yeah,
France
yeah,
was
but
a
they're-
unified country?
I don't know.
Like,
Why do
like
you
this-
think? You're
Because of
you're
the
you're
conquest,
posing as if you have the answer. Why don't you just answer it?
the conquest,
If you have
the,
the answer,
the
please give it to
conquest of
us.
the Gauls by Julius Caesar. That's why that couldn't happen in Germany. They couldn't.
When they built Paris, yeah.
To the conquest of the Gauls by Julius Caesar. That's why. You see the very similar distribution between Roman conquerings in Spain. You see the Catalonia region was never conquered. That's why, or I don't know, Castilla, something like that. That's why they have like
this Catalonia.
Yeah. They have a breakaway. They have votes to keep them unionized, and other stuff. But the statement is, you're making this statement about Italy. You can make the statement about Germany. Technically, you can make the statement about every country in Europe because they reincorporated after World War II, essentially, except for France.
It's so much more different difference of degrees. Like the different populations in French have so much more in common than Sicilians and Romans do.
Yeah, but it's
like
the same
we're
in
not
Spain.
as many.
You got the people in Madrid only want to speak Castilian Spanish, and the people in Catalan just want to speak Catalan. When they have their meetings, it's very famous. They go in, and one speaks Spanish, and they know the other speak Spanish, and they know that they understand, and they will just speak Catalan. And then what happens is they all walk out, and it's kind of there's been a few punch ups. It's been quite funny.
How many wars and revolutions were fought resisting becoming the same country? You're not going to find any other country that has as many wars and revolutions fought to try to keep each other to become the same country.
Yeah, but
in Italy,
Italy's been. I remember in the war, there was a thing where Italy sailed because they have what is it, Sardinia? They sailed boats into the Mediterranean and went into Palma de Mallorca and put the Italian flag up and just overtook the country. And that was during the war.
What do you mean by the war?
The Second World War.
Okay, yeah, because the unification
they
of
up to Palma de Mallorca.
The unification of Italy happened like 80 years earlier.
Pardon?
The unification of Italy and all of the wars surrounding that happened 80 years earlier.
Yeah, but I don't think it's just Italy's the prime example. It happens with all those European, well, especially in Spain. You've got like maybe 7 different languages. And
they did not have as many wars resisting becoming the same country as Italy did.
Well,
they did not have as many revolutions. They were much more okay with becoming a singular unified country.
They had
it doesn't matter
war, for sure. And
there was the Spanish Civil War, and that was much later.
They asked Germany to bomb the north because they thought the uprising was coming from the Basques, and that's where you get Picasso painting the Guernica, and Hitler bombed him.
Yeah, and that has nothing to do with the unification of the country because Spain was already unified at that point.
Well,
Spain had a much easier time unifying before, and they did have a civil war, but America didn't have.
But you still have that type of disparity, and it's been integrated, like I said, incorporated as a unified area essentially since, let's call it 100 BC almost. So you still have that infighting, that same thing that you're talking about as your symptoms of why Italy's a fake country in countries that's been homogeneously conquered and everything else for thousands of years.
Yeah.
So one civil war that happens, hundreds of years later is not akin to having, a revolution every, 5 years. Which is what was happening in Italy. Because Italy, consistently was opposing sort of trying to become the same country. Whereas that same thing did not happen when Spain was forming as a singular nation state.
Yes and no, and like I said, like the time frames and stuff that you're using us to make your assumptions, it's just too narrow. And I'm showing you a case of a country that was incorporated, had wars, fought each other, fought outside powers separately and together. I mean, I think Napoleon was brought in to stop a potential civil war in Spain. So you always have had it.
The English were invited to kick him out, and that's why we had the Battle of Waterloo. On the way, when we expelled them out of Spain, and that's why Spain gave us all the southern coast. That's why we have Gibraltar, which we never gave back. We gave back all the coastal thingies because the Spanish didn't want to live there. It's too hot. So we just kept the most strategic one, which was Gibraltar. And if you look at the situation of Gibraltar, then you know why we keep it, because you cannot. It's the best part of Spain if you was at war.
Yeah, it's also just like all of Spain's civil wars and all of the wars that were happening on their land wasn't, one group of like the equivalent of, Catalonians versus like other normal Spanish people, or however you would want to make the distinctions in Spain.
Yeah.
They were like communists, weren't they?
It was like the civil wars were like fights between, this king and that king.
Okay.
No, that's something that happened like way later. I'm talking about things that happened during the formation of Spain.
But
we all had that, didn't we? Look at the War of the Roses in England.
But the entire point,
that was north v south. Literally.
Yeah, but that wasn't a in the same sense of what was in Italy, which is this group rejecting being integrated, like Sicilians being integrated into Roma, and rejecting that on that basis. Like these other civil wars that happen in these other countries are like the dividing lines of friend enemy are completely different than what was happening in Italy.
Last time I was in the south and I meet some people, old people, and they couldn't speak Italian. They spoke a dialect which they maintained and wouldn't speak any other. And so you had an Italian translating into Spanish what the guy was, because he goes, I can't even.
What's the problem with hardworking Catholic Latins and sexy Latinas coming into your country? Please tell me. What's wrong with hardworking, ethical Christians who have sexy women coming into your country? What's wrong with that? Please let me know.
I think it's when you've got people coming into your country like economic migrants who have no intention other than just fucking claiming benefits. That's the problem.
And people have this lie that like, oh, illegal immigrants can't collect welfare. Public schooling alone, $10,000 a year.
Right now,
public schooling alone, $10,000 a year per student. That is significantly more than what any person would be paying in taxes working some like remedial job. So on public schooling alone, which is a form of welfare,
are you serious?
Do you think that public schooling isn't welfare?
I do not think public schooling is welfare, not in the sense in which you're trying to use it, but in the sense of what welfare is, yes, but not in the sense in which you're casting it.
It is a free social service that you are being given.
It's not free. It's not free. It's not free.
It is free.
Yeah, no, so it costs $10,000 per student.
That's his point.
So how is it free?
Because
you're not actually doing it. You like abandoning reason?
It comes from our taxes.
Government pays for it.
It comes from our
contextually,
it comes from our taxes.
Pays the school for that.
Yeah, so it comes from our taxes. It comes from our
yes, and contextually, the illegal immigrant who has 3 kids that are in public school, they are not paying $30,000 a year in taxes.
Do you think the average American is paying $30,000 a year taxes?
Probably not.
Okay, so what is
Not
your
the
argument?
average.
I would say that. What's your argument?
The point is that there is this idea that there is no ability to like take welfare when public schooling alone is a net drain
you said it's a
from
net
public
drain
resources.
because they don't pay $10,000 a year into taxes. Correct? You said that.
But that applies to everyone.
It's
even Americans.
Yeah, so
Exactly.
it's in response to the idea that like the common lie that said that illegal immigrants they only pay taxes into the system and they get no benefits, so they're actually a net benefit on the public like tax burden, which is factually not true.
So
But it is
who
commonly
fucking
said.
cares about what the public does? Who fucking cares about what the public does, bro? Like, are we going to be able to stop the public with or without Mexicans coming here? They're still going to tax the fuck out of us.
No,
They say they don't
it's not saying that like I'm not saying any prescription of what should happen. It's just that this is a description of what does happen. These
No,
are
it's not
two
a
completely
description.
different
When they
things.
say that,
No, it is not a
they
description.
say they don't.
Yeah, but it's
they
it's
don't
irrelevant to
collect
us.
welfare.
They're going to tax it. They're going to tax the living fuck out of us, irregardless if Mexicans are in public school or not. Like, it's neither here nor there.
If it was irrelevant, then people who would make arguments in favor of immigration, they wouldn't make the claim that illegal
That doesn't
immigrants are a
follow.
net benefit
That doesn't
on
follow.
society. If it didn't matter,
Random
then the
people
argument wouldn't be used.
No. That doesn't follow. Random people making arguments does not make something the case or not.
Did you say
what
illegal immigrants or immigrants? I'm sorry. Did you say illegal immigrants aren't net gains on society, or immigrants in general? Is that I didn't get that.
Yeah, I was specifying illegal immigrants.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Illegal immigrants in the UK are costing on average 5 million a day.
Right now, in the East Coast,
5 million a day.
real quick. Right now in the East
Yeah,
Coast,
but nobody here is
teachers.
paying
Hold
that.
on, dude, bro. The teachers are underpaid. Their classrooms are filled. 30 students a classroom, dude. A lot of them in New York and Massachusetts, bro. They can't. The teachers are overwhelmed with the students. Plus, the students are rebellious, dude. They're they're unruly. And if it wasn't for the influx of illegal immigrants, dude, those seats would be available to American citizens.
How do you know that?
You see, you're falling into the classic mistake of slathering they're waving a flag with poor people written on it, whilst they fuck you up the arse with taxes, lowering your standard of living, lowering decimating the middle class, decimating your manufacturing infrastructure, making just pulling apart social constructs for corporate greed, and they're waving a piece of paper saying, "Look, it's the poor people. It's the poor people."
No.
I'm not saying it's the poor people. We're not We're not ignoring all the other negatives. But when we bring up how illegal immigration is affecting the school system, is affecting the American population, it's taxing on the American population, you guys bring up another negative. So what, dude? So 2 negatives makes a positive?
No,
it's true. It's true. They do have a point that if you have a classroom and it's filled with fucking students who speak Spanish and shit, you are detracting from the education of the society. Given that if those Mexicans were not there, this classroom would not be filled. But as far as the taxes goes, dude, it doesn't matter if 1 million Chinese came here, 1 million fucking Mexicans came here. The fuckers who run the tax system will get their tax no matter who's fucking there. You will not stop that. That is not going to stop with immigration or no immigration.
Not going to be the same number, though. When people say it's a net benefit, they're not just talking about the taxes. And when they say that they don't take part in like the welfare systems, generally what I've heard is that they simply don't collect welfare at the end. Like they don't, not welfare. What's Social Security?
Income tax.
Yeah. But public schooling
don't you need
is
a Social
form of
Security
welfare.
number to collect Social Security? So obviously
Yeah, you
illegal
do.
immigrants and shit would not have that access.
No,
in the
a
UK.
lot of them get fake social security numbers or like take it from somebody else.
In the UK,
In the same way in the UK, right? You take an Uber and it says that your Uber driver is Mary, and then all of a sudden you pull up and it's some 30-year-old dude not named Mary. because
Do you
like
have a citation for that? Because with all the Doge nonsense that's been going on, someone would have heard about that. Like these.
No, I
massive
know
numbers
examples of this actually happening. Like I live in these areas. I know for a fact that there are people that have fake social security numbers to work.
Yeah, how does that? How does
Work is
that?
different.
How does
It's
that?
not
How does that?
Social
Yeah, work
Security
is
numbers.
not.
They're tax
Yeah, work is not
identification numbers.
accessing. Yeah, work is not accessing the social security account. There's a difference. If you gave a fake social security number and tried to collect social security, they would not give you fucking money, bro.
Buddy, yeah.
I mean, that's a different
I'll
argument.
have 3 of those if that's all right.
Yeah, but like going back to Paz's point about the idea of like, oh, you're
That's
blaming
not
the
a
poor
different
people.
argument. That was the original argument. You strayed off the argument, sir.
So I just want to quickly go back to a point that like I wasn't able to get in with like what Paz is saying is like, oh, it's like you're blaming the poor people when the rich people are actually the ones that immigration is specifically a tool that is used for all of the things that you are saying, making it to where it's more expensive to have housing, making like when you import like England is doing 1 million people a year, that definitionally makes housing more expensive. That lowers wages and makes people poor. So in this sense, the rich people, the Tories, are using immigration as a tool to lower your standard of living.
Well, here's the update. They're now going to take them out of their hotels, which they've been putting them up in, and give them private accommodation. So if they find a house that they can rent, the government will pay for it.
Yep.
They've just introduced that. They're actually soliciting. If you're a landlord and you've got an empty property, we will pay you the top money. You rent it from us for 5 years. We'll even pay you up front.
Yeah, that's like treasonous, bro. Your government is literally acting against the interests of your
Have you ever
society.
heard of the New Deal?
Look at the guy who was.
Your government is acting against your government is acting against the interests of its own
Of the people.
society. That's fucking treasonous.
Well, the thing is,
Motherfuckers should be in the jail.
if you're shocked by the idea of a landlord housing someone who can't afford a pot to piss in and charging the government in the UK, then you must have been asleep for 50 years.
Who?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, anyone.
My sentiment about anything, or if I'm surprised or not, doesn't matter. If you
then
live
what?
in a society where the government takes your money and then gives it to people who aren't in your society, that is treasonous. That's robbery. That's theft. Your government is engaging in criminal activities.
We've
They're
got our own
robbing
problem
you
with
and
homeless.
paying their friends who are not even in your society. That's a crime. It's a crime against your people.
Are you saying
We've
that
got a
as a
big problem
reflection?
with homelessness, and they don't give a fuck about them people.
Well, the homeless.
Why would you expect criminals to care about people?
Homelessness doesn't make you a criminal.
Yeah, no.
Nobody said whose retarded ass conflated what I said with homelessness being a criminal. How did you miss listen that badly?
He
failed to understand it. They're not caring about the working class. They care about English capitalists.
They don't. I think they're just trying to destroy England as
No, they're not trying to destroy England. They're just trying to make money.
No, they're trying to destroy the culture. So there's no culture. So there's no one going to be proud to be English because we're all fucking intermixed. And
I mean, it can
that's
be.
what it's about.
What is
I would
English
say
culture?
that they don't really care about the plight of the working class specifically. They only care about the.
It's not about that. It's
Yeah, I mean, so wait, hang on.
You think it's
It can
about
be
working class? You're crazy.
It can be a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
More than indifference. It seems to be more than indifference if you are robbing a population of people, a society, taking the resources from that society and giving it to someone else. That is not just indifference. That is criminal. That is theft.
Slowly.
That is theft on a social level, like on a societal level.
Yeah,
that's
it's
theft.
slowly taking the bones out.
They're only doing this to the working.
It's slowly taking the bones out, so there'll be nothing to pick on.
Yeah, but this is the point is that it can be both.
They're still helping English people. They're just not helping the English working class. They're helping the English capitalists.
No, yeah, the point is that it can be both, in that like large amount, like importing 1 million immigrants a year both helps the English capitalist class, and that also destabilizes the culture. It does
these
both.
politicians live in wealthy suburbs where they don't see nothing, you know. So what?
Yeah, and I think there's a bigger motive than just making money. Clearly, there's an agenda at play here across the board, across the world, all directed by the UN. It's to take down the West.
Wow. It's exactly what it is.
Dog, no one pays.
You got the same problems. You got the same problems in France. You got the same problems in Germany. You got the same problems in Spain.
Hold up.
Right.
If it was
You got the same problems in Portugal.
If it was just about making money, if it was just about making money, after they took your money,
they don't give a fuck
would have
about
kept
the
it
money
instead of giving it to random fuck. Yeah, if they gave a fuck about money after they took it, they would have kept it. They wouldn't have
but it's to impoverish you.
and let the people group move into your country.
It's not about them getting money. It's about you having no money.
Noah, you're roboting.
Noah,
we can't hear you, Noah.
We can't understand you, Noah.
Yeah, it's about them taking your money away from you, not to put it in their trousers. They can have what they want. It's obvious.
Yeah, it's all to sustain the system of capitalism.
So they're just holding your head under the water until you fucking drown.
I don't know. You know who else was against capitalism? Hitler. You're sounding a lot like Hitler right now by being against capitalism.
Hitler was pro-capitalism.
No, he was not.
Look what he did after
He
the war.
nationalized things.
Turned around
come on,
a country
you don't sound
in
like
4
Hitler, do you?
years.
Against
You don't do
capitalism.
that if you're a fucking communism socialist.
Yeah, I'm a communist.
Hitler didn't like licorice. If I said I don't like licorice, I didn't mean something sounding like Hitler. Come on.
No, but like
people make those exact arguments here all the time.
You're telling me
It was a
he liked
joke.
all sorts.
Yeah,
It was a joke. Relax.
I was taking the piss.
Oh, dude, I'm so used to people saying that Hitler was like genuinely like a Marxist for some reason. It's insane.
He was not a Marxist, but he was an anti-capitalist. There
He
is
was
more
a
than
nazi-
just communism and capitalism.
Socialist.
Yeah.
Well, fascism is usually pro-capitalism.
It works perfectly with capitalism.
I mean, capitalism is private enterprise. If you're nationalizing businesses, that is not
He
capitalism.
privatized. He still privatized the majority.
You guys have a problem
he
with
kicked the bankers out, didn't he?
capitalism.
And within 4 years, he had a great economy.
Like if you just read the theory, that influences these movements, the fascist critiques of capitalism sound exactly like the Marxist critiques of capitalism. Like they're effectively identical.
But the main reason is that what's that other guy just say?
That
that guy just said that Germany had a great economy in 4 years. Like, dog, that happened.
They
because
did. They did. After
America
the war.
pumped
They-
money.
I agree,
They
but,
were,
like,
first of all, they were going with wheelbarrows of money because it absolutely was worthless. And then within 4 years, they turned that around and had a fucking strong economy.
Do you know when that was? That was in the 20s. Like, why am I? By the time
that was after the First World War.
Yes. Now,
so that's when he kicked them all out.
By the time Hitler came into power, most of the hyperinflation was over. Secondarily, Hitler built the economy by essentially just ignoring his debts.
You know, Hitler wasn't in power once. You know, he's in power more than that. He got exiled.
Schlitzer, you know how Germany turned around in 4 years?
Yeah, I
Through
think
slave
they've done
labor.
something.
Slave labor.
Who says that?
They plundered. Germany plundered the wealth of the neighboring nations, and he was an expansionist. He took over Poland. He took over Czechoslovakia, and he forced them to work for free.
He didn't do that in 1920.
No, that's
I'm not talking about 20.
That's propaganda from the Second World War.
Yeah, we're talking about after the end of the first.
You could say it was propaganda.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that.
What are you talking about then?
How
I'm not
he
talking
built
about 1920.
Germany's economy was like Germany's economy was a vampire economy. It was completely reliant on conquest
U.S. money
to encourage economic growth.
Go on. I'll go cool. Sorry.
Yeah, going back to Noah's question that he had for me that I wasn't able to answer, of just like what are possible like issues with like Catholic big booty Latinas coming into the U.S. Aside from like depressed wages and all of that stuff, it going back to Andy's point of like when you have large amounts, you create those enclaves, and then like in many areas of Arizona, it's like you can go into you can be very far from having any business where people even speak English. And like that is something is a measurable like thing that is impacting your life, in that there are these enclaves that exist, and it just is a objective thing that happens because there's no requirement to integrate when you bring over significantly large amounts of people all at the same time.
Well, they say multiculturalism doesn't work.
Check that comment you made about big booty Latinas, bro. These immigrants, they got no ass, bro.
I think Lion earlier was trying to talk about what's wrong with nationalism.
Yeah, I don't have anything against nationalism, dude.
No,
I think he's more like an ethnic nationalist than a pure nationalist.
People go overboard in America, right? They go overboard with it. But go ahead.
But that's the when nationalism goes overboard, do you see the results through history?
Yeah, I understand, dude. If you're gonna bring up Hitler's Nazi Germany, dude, it's not equivalent to what I'm talking about.
And there's other examples you could bring up.
And in fact, they fucking spread propaganda about fucking Nazi Germany because they're fucking deathly afraid of any other country today being nationalist.
Right.
Because they want everyone to be globalist.
Yeah, now people are scared
because Nazi Germany invaded other countries, not just because they were
Wait, hold on.
nationalists. There's plenty of other nationalist countries in the world right now. What are you talking about?
There's nothing wrong with having a nation with borders that you defend and you're happy that you're part of. There's nothing wrong with that. National pride, there's nothing wrong with that. There's also nothing wrong with free market capitalism, dude. I don't know why, but lately all these universities, all these progressive universities are trying to shit on capitalism. They're trying to shit on nationalism. They're trying to shit on masculinity. You don't think that's an agenda, bro?
No.
Okay. So one,
it's 100% an agenda.
Free market capitalism. We don't even participate in that right now. We have rules and regulations, so we do not have free market capitalism. So from there, we have something else that we've constructed, and we've used socialist aspects. We've used other agendas to create what we have. So it's not free market capitalism. In capitalism, you have a winner and a loser. What happens to that loser? That loser keeps on losing, and then that base of losing gets together and they cut the head off of the rich people. You see that cycle from the French Revolution to the Russian Revolution. You see it all throughout history. So there are restraints on capitalism to stop things like that.
Wait a minute. Renee, I just have to nitpick. I'm a communist.
Okay.
America has no socialist institutions. We don't use any elements of socialism.
How can you be a communist?
Are you fucking kidding me?
He's not.
Dude, there's so many socialist institutions and programs in America. Yeah, dude, that's just completely incorrect.
Can we distinguish between socialism and communism a bit?
They're the same.
Socialism
they're not.
Socialism is According to Marx,
socialists are more acceptable.
According to a liar,
according
we're
to
going to
Marx,
listen to a liar and his
socialism is the
expertise.
lower stage.
They're cut from the same cloth.
Yo,
just let him finish. Just let him finish.
Yo, guys, let him
His
explain it a little
definition is
bit.
not
Give him some room.
acceptable. His definition is
Give him
not
some-
acceptable. It's not.
Just let
It's
him.
not an authority. Yeah, that's not an authority on what socialism
All right.
is, dude.
All right, just hold on.
According to the guy who's not an authority. According to the guy who's not an authority.
You can
Guys,
disagree with him
I'm gonna
after he
stop
gives the
muting
explanation.
Yo, yeah, let Red say. Even if you hate the commie, you gotta let him talk. Go ahead, commie.
According to Marx, socialism is the lower stage.
According to the pedophile.
Now, what did Marx describe socialism as? Like, Marx believed it was political.
He's not an authority.
The economics.
He's not an authority.
Just let him finish.
He's not an
Just let
authority
him
on what
finish.
socialism is.
It doesn't matter. Just let him finish.
We gotta let him finish.
It does matter. It's extremely important.
You can disagree after he gives the definition.
It's like quoting Muhammad for a definition on Christianity. Like Muhammad said Christianity is this.
No, all right, no, but just let him say his piece, dude, please.
Like the idea that America is in any way socialist is the thing. Marx believes that
the only reason you're saying that is because you hold to a super specific definition of socialism that Marx gave once.
Well, no, because
it's not
I
an
think,
actual argument.
I think a lot of you are using the pop culture.
Just let him finish. It's not difficult.
Let him get it out. Once he's got it out, you can respond with whatever, Noah. Come on.
Marx believed that socialism was not just economics, it was also political. He would have called it like the dictatorship of the proletariat. And that would be like, in a sense, that the bourgeois, the capitalist class, no longer has political authority or control over the government. He also believed that like it would be like workers' councils, unions, or like the states essentially running things. It's like welfare in itself is not socialism. It's not a socialist thing. It's many socialists like forms of welfare, but in no way can you describe like any kind of welfare as a socialist institution. Socialism isn't when the government does things.
Yeah, so to clarify, you wouldn't consider like universal healthcare as being a socialist policy.
I ain't got a clue what the guy said. Anyone want to translate that? Because I ain't got a clue.
Yeah, his argument is basically just semantics argument about definitions, and all his backing for his definitions are right are from Karl Marx, a guy who's not an authority, an academic authority on what socialism is.
How is Marx not an
You should go
authority
to one
on
of your
socialism?
communist countries and you can practice your communism freely.
I just have to. Karl
Then
Marx
should we appeal to define socialism? Like what?
Yeah.
How is Karl Marx not an authority on socialism?
It's like saying Hitler is an authority on what Nazism is.
What's Nazism?
I don't know. Ask Hitler.
No, but he never ever said, "I'm a Nazi."
What?
German people didn't say that.
You obviously know. You obviously know what I mean, Schlitzie. As in,
yeah, but
Nazi is just a shorthand. It's just the shorthand that is used that we all understand to mean the party of mid-century Germany, from 1939 to 1945. We all understand what that means.
I do just have to like turn the clock back for a second, because saying that, like bringing up what Marx believed, the guy who set up like the scientific study of socialism and politics and economics for people who believe in socialism, isn't an authority on socialism. That was genuinely like surreal.
He impoverished these people while he lived a life.
Yeah, I mean, if Hitler's going to come around and claim I'm not a nationalistic country, the same way you're saying Marx claimed I'm not a socialistic country, I'm going to say Hitler's not an authority on what makes something a nationalistic country.
Wait, Marx was never a political leader. Marx was never a political leader.
Exactly.
He was a big theory guy.
Yeah,
one of those
he's an economist.
lost romantics. Oh, I want to be.
He's an economist.
A rebel.
He was like a philosopher.
Yeah.
He's a guy who wrote pamphlets.
and practice
Yeah, and if
with
he's gonna deny communist socialism, if he's gonna deny communist socialism, if he's gonna deny communist socialism is socialist, then he's wrong. It doesn't matter who he
How
is.
am I denying it?
He didn't deny it. He's saying that
That is literally the crux of your argument.
No,
that
he
was
said
literally the crux of your argument that
he
it
said
wasn't social.
he said capitalism has no socialistic aspects and welfare isn't truly socialist. Am I correct? Is that what you said?
I'm saying that you can have like socialism isn't like when the government does things. Welfare isn't necessarily like inherently a socialist or capitalist thing. Because would you call public schools or a public fire department a socialist project?
I would say they would define any government spending on people as socialism.
Yeah, many people would say that like public fire or public schooling is socialist, and that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, but I'm saying that like genuinely, that is not like
that's how I constructed my statement of we use pieces of other ethoses, because in my idea that's socialist type behavior.
That's like a pop culture kind of like idea of like socialism. Like
like I said, that's what I'm saying in my definition. I might not have been accurate of what I was saying. That's why I asked for the difference between the two, and you said it, and I agree.
It's just a major pet peeve of mine because like people will misidentify like public spending as like a socialism for whatever reason. Like
I would say the majority of Americans do. I mean, I would say I fell into that bias. I still kind of do. I would argue my argument for socialism essentially, or spending, would be a collective, group of money that's spent on agendas and programs that are specifically towards people, or agendas. But that would be my kind of broad definition of social spending or socialism that has been built into capitalism to create a safety net for the losers of that, so the losers don't cut the winners' heads off.
Well, yeah, like we've seen like what unregulated and what no social safety net does to a society. In a capitalist society, you have people living in like giant bunkhouses, living in filth and poverty.
Yeah,
I mean, like this would just go into a thing is that the biggest problem with the sort of current system is the regulatory capture aspect, to where like there could be a world in which government mandated regulations on things can be useful, can be valuable to like I don't know, not have asbestos in like children's toys or something. But the regulatory capture, the regulatory industrial complex has been used by the like wealthy corporations in order to push out any competition from smaller businesses, to where the large corporations that have a team of 1,000 lawyers that their only job is to keep up and maintain their regulatory compliance, which makes it impossible for any normal small business to compete. So in this sense, the regulatory system is strictly, the primary use of it is to maintain the hegemony of the rich hyper-capitalist class.
And
very well said.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, there's a Bob Dylan song. It's called "Only a Pawn in Their Game."
Not that completely.
Well, has anyone ever heard that song before?
No. Elaborate.
I can recite it. But basically, he's talking about the death of Medgar Evers, who was a civil rights leader in the South in the 50s, 60s, late 50s, early 60s. But he was assassinated. And he was talking about, the song starts off, the bullet in the back of a gun took Medgar Evers' life. But what he's doing is he's explaining that it's not race, it's socioeconomics. It's one of the lines he says, "And the poor white remains on the caboose of the train, but it ain't him to blame. He's only a pawn in his game." And he's talking about basically how the rich utilize racial divides and things like that to distract from the stealing of our time, wealth, and value. That was written in, like I said, the 50s, 60s, and it's just I've always seen race as an excuse for social economic policies that are passed by that construct that you described.
Amen, brother.
I think Flat Earthers Vasily had a point.
Yeah, like go on to talk about the regulation thing. Not that I completely disagree, but can you like think of an actual real life example of a small business that can't like start up because they can't handle the regulation?
I can tell you right now, payment system.
Yeah, I mean, it's
just minimum wage alone can affect whether a business can withstand or not the economic pressures right now. So you might need employees, but you can't afford employees, so you're forced to kind of make things work by yourself. As you know, if you own a single LLC or something.
So I can describe an example of how regulation stops small business, and this is really relevant, especially with the Web3 blockchain AI type like revolutions. Like for a company to be an ISO or some other type of payment processor, you have literally nothing other than 5 years of regulatory hurdles and oversight that you have to go through just to accept your first dollar. When I could provide the exact data transparently to them for audit via the chain or a closed system that they can immediately plug into. There's no need for that time period. There's no need for those things, and oversight and everything could be regulated instantly. There's those types of processes and things are in the way, but they're in the way for a reason, to make sure people that handle and process money aren't fucking criminals. So there's barriers to business that exist that should be there, but I think there's more barriers for business that exist due to regulatory. Like you have to pay the state, the SEC, the local, all of these people up and down the bridge for access to the same thing. It's like you pay one tax bill, two tax bills, three tax bills, three regulatory.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but am I my robot?
A little bit. Can still kind of hear you.
I asked for a small business, not a publicly traded corporation.
This isn't publicly traded. It's a small business. I have a small business processing payments. Small business. It's valued it's under $100 million valuation, under $50 million currently still. It's a small business.
Yeah, I mean, a simple thing would just be like.
There should be. Go ahead.
I mean, a simple thing would just be like complex like tax codes and like things that require you to hire accountants, because these things are very complex for like a normal business owner to do on their own because they don't have the specialized skills. It's really expensive to hire an accountant when you're dealing with 20 employees, whereas when you have a business of 50,000 employees, it's a lot easier to spread out that cost over the place, because that one accountant can do way more cases in the larger business.
I'm just not hearing I mean, I'm hearing payment systems, and you're talking about a small business that has 10 employees or something that has 50,000, but you're not really naming like a specific type of business.
A specific type of business?
Like roofers. So just a roofer, you have to go to the local office, you have to get a permit, you have to do all these different types of things. That's bureaucratic and it costs money, it decreases margins, and it lowers wages. It's something that could be regulated after the fact. very administratively cheated done. There's other administrative burdens to business, but specifically a roofer would have a administrative burden for work.
Yeah, and larger businesses have an easier way of dealing with that.
But yet there are small businesses starting roofing companies still. So
yeah,
the point is that you make things harder, and it's also the problem of the unseen. You see the businesses that do exist currently with the current regulatory burden, but you don't see all of the businesses that don't exist because of the regulatory burden. So many more jobs are going to the bigger businesses, relatively speaking, because it's harder for somebody to start up a roofing business relative to what it could be.
Another one would be trucking with the new rest rates. You can only drive 8 hours. You must take a break of this mandatory time. That's another regulation.
Aren't most truckers subcontractors?
I would say yes, in the industry, but I don't know if you know much about trucking right now. It's dying, unfortunately. But yeah, a lot of them are subcontractors, but most of them are subcontractors basically because like smaller companies and stuff don't have the ability to have their own fleet. Like Walmart has a really good trucking, and all the major corporations have great fleets. And outside of that, that's the small business, and it's harder to get what you need. Not being Walmart, you pay more to get it. It's what he's saying. It's when you have any restraints to starting companies and doing things like that, you're hurting everyone, I think. But like I said, there are, like in trucking, you need to have your insurance. You need to have all these things that are in place. But at the same time, there's a lot of things that are there that just make it so much harder to compete with anybody of scale.
Like I said, I don't completely disagree, but it feels like the main thing you're coming up with is startup capital. I mean, if you really want to, you can get a loan from a venture capitalist.
The point is, it's death. It's death by 1,000 cuts. You have all of these small little things that, in isolation, aren't really much of an issue. But when you have 10,000 of these things, it adds up, and it adds up in a way that you cannot see the unseen. You cannot see all of the businesses that cannot start up because of the regulatory burden.
Especially when there's inflation and other economic pressures, right, that are causing businesses to barely hang on. Dude, they're hanging on for dear life, and these regulations are literally causing them to shut down and file for bankruptcy.
The most prudent one for Americans right now are the tariffs. I deal with for my old trucking a lot of warehousing. You have people who have sent back orders. You have people who have like bills of lading, and it's just waiting there. So you can't pay the bill of lading to get it, and now you're still paying the storage to keep it there.
Bro, so I know truckers personally, right, that barely made even at the end of the year, and then to renew their registration cost $6,000-$7,000 for one truck, dude. Yeah. They closed down shop, bro. They couldn't renew registration this year, dude.
And that's why those truckers probably ended up working for Walmart. That's how that happens. It's like I don't know if you guys remember when Amazon was going around offering very, very cheap loans to kind of build little warehousing hubs for final mile delivery. Basically, their business plan was, we're going to get them in the market. They're going to build up the infrastructure. Everything's going to slow down, and we're going to buy it all up for fucking dirt cheap. We're going to buy it back. They're still going to owe us their money, and they'll probably work for us. And that's what ended up happening. It's like even getting a loan from a venture capital. I've been raising money for the past 3 years. We've had our successes to keep us going, but it's not easy to even get in those rooms. And I have I never mind. I can't say that.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not completely disagreeing with the point. Like I get it. I know it is a factor. I don't see it as being as bad. But you could be right. It's a valid point. I'm only seeing, the businesses that do start up. I'm not seeing the ones that can't. I mean, that is a valid point.
Yeah, and it's just like knowing people that do have businesses and do have to maintain all of this stuff. So much of the work goes into this sort of compliance that like all of that time is very stressful, which is a big thing of like the worst part about these businesses for these people that like makes them get burnt out is all of this sort of compliance work that goes on, all of this administrative work when this person just wants to, you know, run a roofing company, but they're like forced to do all of these things. And, you know, when you have to hire a lawyer, it's infinitely like you're working on the margins to when you have to hire a lawyer as a small business. It's a much more significant cost than a larger business that has to hire a lawyer because they can like spread things out more efficiently and work on economies of scale. I mean, the whole proof about this. Yeah, the whole proof that just shows that this is the case, that these regulations benefit big businesses, is that more often than not, the big businesses themselves are the ones that are pushing for the regulations in the first place. So based on their actions, it shows that they clearly benefit from these things. Otherwise, they wouldn't be pushing them.
Then why are there so many big businesses lobbying Trump to cut regulations?
I mean, I would have to have like a little bit more context than like that. Like, I know it's not a vague platitude in the sense of there could be specifics, but it seems like a vague platitude.
I would say the majority of the big businesses that are lobbying Trump are trying to cut regulations to protect from union formation and also to gain access to like EPA and other things like that, types of things. Those are the barriers that are like the broad ones that like even the small business guy really can't even get to. But I would say they're leaning more towards those aims from, you know, Amazon, like the biggest corporations, and you look at their plight over the last couple of years.
Yeah, wait, I actually have a great answer for this.
Oh.
In that, yeah, just quickly, a great answer to your specific question is that, like, once you already have killed the small businesses, it's so much harder for them to get back up. So in the sense of, this is the idea of like price gouging, right? Or loss leaders, to where, you know, a big corporation comes in and they artificially lower the prices to a point to where no small business can actually match that. They get rid of all of the small businesses, all of the brick and mortar shops go down, and now they have the ability to raise prices because they are the only game in town. So all of the regulations make it to where these small businesses have to shut down, and then now that those don't exist, now they can get rid of the regulations, and now they benefit doubly.
I was just going to say, because like one of the things I do absolutely agree on is like the tariffs do hurt small businesses because the big corporations are able to front load the inventory costs during this 90 days, where the small businesses can't.
Yeah, and on top,
the tariffs are a stealth. The tariffs are all. The U.S. tariffs right now are a stealth tax. They're not going to change jot.
Are you serious?
What do you mean they're not going to change jobs?
They're not going to change jots. J-O-T. They're not going to. They're not going to. You cannot replace the entire Chinese manufacturing infrastructure terrestrially. You can't do it. You won't be able to. You know. It may. What, the tariffs?
I thought they're a horrible idea.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. Yeah, I'm not. They're horrific. They're not actually. They're a stealth tax. That's what they are.
Well, they're stealth tax to people here in America that don't understand economics. That's the problem. Yeah, but it's in plain sight if you just look at economics. And then when you talk about I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, just one point. If Trump had gotten to power and said, "Right, I'm putting a tax on everything you buy in the shops," people would have lost their minds. And all he's done is just move where the payment happens further down the retail chain.
You do when you go in the shop. Pay a tax. It's not the ticket. You get the price on the ticket, and when you get to the deal, they go, and plus the tax.
Sure. And what Trump's effectively said is, I'm raising that amount of money you're paying on your goods. I'm increasing that tax.
Yeah, I mean, in principle,
the tariff is the sales tax incorporated to the price before you get the new sales tax.
In principle, though, it's not
Which
something that can
increases
never
tax.
not have benefits. Like, just as an example, Xboxes. Brazil has like large tariffs on Xboxes, and so for the Brazilian market, Microsoft makes Xboxes in Brazil because of these tariffs. So, in the sense of like obviously not all tariffs like will ever have uses or could have uses, but there is situations in which tariffs can move the needle to make it
100%.
to where.
But we're not. But that's the thing. You're talking about carefully poised strategic taxes and tariffs that have been used in time immemorial for international trade. Trump's tariffs aren't strategic. He's just bludgeoning the economy.
Yeah, and so we were talking about tariffs in general, and I'm saying in general there are situations in which tariffs can give a intended result.
If you're protecting, if you're protecting domestic markets, if you have a domestic market like competing, but like what he said though, this was a blanket tariff to a country that we don't have a manufacturing base to replicate.
Because I would almost respect it if Trump was like this. Hey, in 2 years, I'm going to start implementing these tariffs. So
that would be awesome.
So, like, you better start, like, and in fact, I'll give you incentives to start building your manufacturing here. Not that, like, I completely agree that we should be completely manufacturing and we should go back to a manufacturing country. I'm not saying I completely agree with that, but that would actually make coherent sense.
Yes.
Yeah, but that requires a long-term partisan plan with the capital P. It requires some effort, and guess what? That doesn't sell seats and doesn't sell votes, because people who love Trump like the idea he's going to solve it in 10 minutes. He's insta politics. I'm going to build a wall. I'm going to tear this down. I'm going to get rid of this, and people lap it up. But it never works that way. Politics is monolithic and lethargic, and it always will be.
Has halted immigration. That's probably more fundamental.
Do you think
with
the terms 4 years? You saw we had basically a great paradigm. We had 16, technically a referendum, but now we're back on the original plan or course, I guess. Is that type of disruption ever going to allow any type of change? Let's say the tariffs are horrible, they're dumb, but we have them on for 10 years and the manufacturing actually starts moving. You know what I mean? There's actually benefits, quote unquote, in here that start actually happening from them. But with the inability to hold regimes, even 8 years, that's your term limit, Do you think that it's able to be that's what I'm saying. Like, it seems like it's solutionless. Do a tariff, and then 4 years later, some guy says, I hated that person, I'm going to take them off. So if I'm a manufacturer, I'm not moving my shit over. You know what I mean?
If politics was genuine and erstwhile and hardworking, and it had a long-term purpose, it would have plans like America used to have plans, which are cross-party, partisan, and become not just a political but an economical, ideological mechanism. So you effectively, like you said, you don't just ram it all on and hope things are going to change. You slowly introduce laws and taxation mechanisms on the corporations and on the companies that run things to de-incentivize them from exporting. But you have to have a throttle on it, because they have to respond within an economical model that makes sense, and they have to get to the next meeting for the next financial cycle and think, okay, let's see where this is going. Let's take this amount and invest in a factory in Massachusetts here, do this part and this part. You can't expect, it's not a switch on and off. The transition from America from being a manufacturing and middle industrial superpower into the service sector industry that it is today, with some manufacturing but nowhere near where it was, didn't happen overnight, and you can't unravel it overnight either.
Yeah. I mean, and if you look at it, like, technically we used to be England's cheap labor. Cheap labor has moved west, essentially, and now it's in China.
You were absolutely right. You were a manufacturing powerhouse, and you were exporting huge amounts to Europe and Europe's middle industries were decimated. You know, there's no steel industry, there's no manufacturing in the UK compared to what there was. There's no coal industry. All the things that created the Industrial Revolution and created the British Empire are all pretty much gone. We don't have any real car brands. They're all owned by Indians and Chinese and Germans. You know, it's all been sold up the river for cheap import mechanisms.
But we're about to sell U.S. Steel, our first billion-dollar corporation, to the Japanese, so we're not far behind. But the thing is this: because we were talking about nationalism earlier, and we can't deny the global interconnectivity of our society. I.e., we're sitting across the world talking with each other. You know, you know. So I mean, it's just like, in this modern age, how do we keep these socially constructed borders with people that have the same ideas, thoughts, everything with us? I understand we can all keep our identities. We can all keep I love America.
Yeah.
You
So
know,
you should.
I've always said, I don't want to, if there's anybody from Africa, I'm glad that my ancestor was taken, because I got a chance to grow up in America. I got a chance to be a part of the greatest system ever. There's sadness to the story, and then there's also there's a lot there, but I love it. But it wouldn't make me want to take arms against people. You know, it wouldn't want me, unless we had to. You know, you know what I mean? So it's just like, but yeah, like I said, there's versions of nationalism. They were kind of talking about it earlier. Like, nationalism in Europe has kind of been replaced with soccer and motorsport. Seriously.
But what is culture? What is British culture mean anymore? You know, the national dish is the chicken tikka masala.
I say it means a lot. As a historian, I think it means a lot. You know, I think as a person who looks in the future, I think it means a lot. You know, you know, the identity of it it's not phenotypical. It's not what you see. You see Britishness in people that aren't white. You see, you get the mannerisms and you know what I mean. And the same thing about America.
Yeah, totally.
So it's like, no matter what your culture looks like, you're going to exist, because like, especially Britain. You know, I speak English.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's the culture will exist. What it will look like, you can try to control those things, but I don't think you can.
Do you think that if you had a country that was completely isolated, that in 1,000 years they would still have the same exact culture as 1,000 years before?
It depends on a lot of factors. Environmental. Let's say there's an earthquake. You know what I mean? There's a famine. There's a flood.
Let's say like none of those things happen. Like, it's just like, you know, the same people.
So it's stagnant. It's stagnant.
No, like it's just the same. It's just an isolated group of people that, like, you know, there's no, like, you know, shortage of population wherever, everyone's able to reproduce, there's plenty of land, all that stuff, but they just don't have any aspects of outside cultural influences. Do you think that they'll still have the same culture 1,000 years in the future?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that the exhilaration towards change will be different. I mean, welcome to Iceland. I mean, compared to most places in the world, that has been culturally isolated, yeah? And you're right, there's a lot of things about their language and their culture and the way they live their lives and their architecture. Every part of their culture is running at a slower pace than places around the world where they're effectively borderless, yeah? Whether that's a good thing or not, I don't know. Because if you look at the places in the world, you know, like historically, where all the trade routes came through, where all the invasions took place, where all the cultures fought over territories, it's still a culturally rich and diverse place that may have at some point or another became economic superpowers far more easily than the country just sitting on its own.
When was the last time you was in Iceland?
I've never been to Iceland.
I just personally think that, like, cultures would change no matter what, whether, like, cultures meet other cultures or not. Just traditions change over time.
And
there's an island. There's like an island tribe. I think they're off the coast of India somewhere, and they have been like ships have seen them in like the 1700s, but they've been pretty much isolated, kind of like you're talking about.
I know who you're talking. I know like the group you're talking about, but we don't know if like their culture hasn't changed. If they,
I understand that. I get that. But what I'm saying is, if you look at like the fact that when you saw them in 300 years ago, they had bamboo and spears, and today they have the same thing.
That's their technology, though. That's not culture.
But I understand that. But what drives culture more than technology? That's what I was trying to say earlier about what dynamic things are we talking about introducing here. You look at like the Ottoman Empire, they purposely did not allow people access to technology to keep them repressed because they were afraid of them uprising. So their culture in that area, you would say, has been very similar for long periods of time. So technology does play a huge role in that. And that's what I was saying with the technology of not advancing that much. It would be a broad reach potentially, but I would assume that their culture is very similar from the first time that we saw them.
No, and I agree with that. Like, I'm not denying that. I'm just still saying that eventually culture will change, no matter how isolated a population is. No matter like, it just happens. Like,
I understand. Yeah, I'm not denying that, but it's just talking about like the range of change essentially. How much does that culture evolve over that period of time? In the beginning, they could call bread tea. I don't know. And then in 1,000 years, they're calling bread, orange. I don't know. I'm just making up stupid stuff. But but at the same time, I think those dynamic change happens a lot, and around them, their world doesn't change that much.
Indicators.
I guess to answer your question, I don't think it would change that much, but it would change some. But I don't think it would change that much.
yeah, I get it.
Thought I got disconnected.
No, I think we've just hit a lull.
I mean,
Yeah, we're just chilling right now.
I liked talking about communism earlier because Noah's does not know what that is.
Well, they say silence is golden, so I'm just looking for a nugget here, guys. Come on. Not a turd either.
Okay. I do not understand how free will can genuinely exist with a omnipotent, what's the term for like all-knowing?
Yeah, me either. I agree with that one.
It's like, if a god, right, like a creator god, genuinely knows perfectly what every choice will be, right? Not if, but will. How does free will genuinely exist? Because you can't do what God
because
knows.
you don't know. You should have the choice still.
Yeah, but it's essentially predetermined, right?
But you don't know. But you don't. But it's about religion's about the experience for the person essentially, and you don't know what the outcome is, and you don't know what the future is going to be. So you have a choice to go left or right. You went left. You should have went right. God knew you should have went right. God may have been trying to tell you in some form or fashion. I don't know through life, but at the same time, it's not as if just because He knows, it doesn't mean you don't have free will.
Yeah, it's called it's called compatibilism. What he just talked about.
Time to get in.
Yeah, but God essentially punishes. Like if you were talking about the Christian God, you were essentially
not working, guys. No, we can hear you.
You're kind of muffly.
I know my mic sucks. I just wanted to say real quick. The only other thing is because we do have choice, and God exists outside of time. He can see all time at any time. Well, a lot of people don't understand that.
Yeah, but like, I guess this is also a problem I have with like the benevolence attributed to him, because essentially for him, every event is predetermined. He knows exactly how every choice will play out. To him, there's not even really a choice, because like if you know the future perfectly, you know exactly what choice you will make at all times before you make it.
God does, but you don't.
Yeah, but like he made Lucifer essentially with the intent to fall.
Correct. No, hold on. Let me try to explain to you real quick, bro. He knows he knows the end from the beginning, right? And just because he knows the end from the beginning doesn't mean that he forced you to smoke that crack pipe.
I mean, in a sense, he did, because you cannot do anything other than what he wills.
No, I'm saying just because he's seen you, right, smoke that crack pipe, and he knew that you were going to smoke that crack pipe, doesn't mean that he made you smoke that crack pipe.
Well,
so you're conflating you're conflating his foreknowledge to violating your free will. His foreknowledge does not violate your free will. Just because he had foreknowledge of it and knew what was going to happen doesn't mean that he forced you to make that decision.
Well, with perfect knowledge, he essentially made the universe with every choice made predetermined.
He didn't make the choices for the individuals. He just knew the choices of that the individuals would make.
Like, he made the material world to be fallen. There's no way around that.
I didn't say that. That's your. Yep, that's a separate category altogether.
I get what you're saying, Lane, but could God have made the same exact universe, the same exact way, but just slightly different enough so that person wouldn't make that choice to smoke crack?
Correct.
It's a possibility, but I forget what that's called. But the idea is that he made the universe as perfect as he could possibly make it with free will in mind, right? So the only other possible option, this is a true dichotomy. The only other possible option is that he would have made everything like without free will, and everybody would have been automatons, like some type of robot that would have followed his every will. That's the only other option.
Nope. That doesn't logically follow. It doesn't logically follow.
Why not?
I was just saying.
What's the third possibility then?
Because you already real quick, flat earthers. The distinction is that you recognize that in heaven agents have free will, right? But that doesn't mean that they're going to freely choose to do evil. So those same I understand you didn't say that. I'm saying that logically possible world exists in heaven, right? And that's why it's such a problem, is because he has the capability to do that, like instantiate that state of affairs indefinitely, and he chose not to.
No, you're misunderstanding me. If you understand the biblical story, right? If you're going to argue against the biblical story, you have to understand it, not strawman it. So who was the first one to take advantage of that inertial potential to rebellion? It wasn't an earthly being. It was a heavenly being. So that potential for rebellion, it still exists and has existed in heaven. That's why we had a heavenly rebellion before Adam was ever even created.
Well, that still doesn't escape the problem, because God has just as much free will, right? And he doesn't rebel.
This is a true dichotomy here. Either A, he would have created all the beings in existence as automatons with no actual free will, free choice. They would have never rebelled. We would not be in the situation that we're in right now, right? But instead, he chose the only other possible option is that he would have created heavenly beings and earthly beings with free will. And with free will comes that possibility for rebellion.
But Lion, the problem is that God, with perfect foreknowledge and being perfectly loving, like having the attribute of being perfect in a moral sense, is that he would have known that it would have been better not to create at all. That's the problem.
No. In his infinite wisdom, he weighed out the only two possibilities, right? He weighed those things out, and he chose the latter because he'd rather have a relationship with real beings with free will than with robots. Knowing that option was a possibility, that potential for rebellion that he encoded into reality, into the parameters of a reality, was there. He knew that was there, and he knew eventually somebody along the line would take advantage of that, and that somebody was Hasatan.
He's omnipowerful. He created reality. Why would he be limited to two options?
Wait a minute. Right. Wait. It's not the possibility. If he is all-knowing, he genuinely knows who, what, where, and why.
Yes.
Exactly. At all times.
Yeah, correct. And he knew that Satan would rebel. He knew that Adam would rebel.
Lion,
he already knew that.
That also is a problem, though. You're just pushing the problem back.
Why is it a problem? Go ahead. Why is it a problem?
Because if he's perfect, go ahead, Rob. Go ahead. I'll go after you.
It's only because you guys are ignoring the fact that he is outside of time, that he knows the end from the beginning. He created the time, space, whatever you want to call it, continuum. He's not inside of it, though. I think a lot of people misunderstand what I'm saying.
That doesn't really
makes
matter,
even
Rob.
less sense.
That also doesn't help.
The point is that he knows the end from the beginning. How he knows the end from the beginning is not really logically relevant in this specific conversation.
Let me ask you, Lion, did God have a choice to create the universe?
Wait, hold on. I was going to go after Rob real quick because Lion wanted me to respond to why pushing back and saying that Satan, obviously was an angel that fell. That's still a problem because God's a perfect agent. Like he's perfectly good, right? He has perfect foreknowledge.
Yes.
So he would obviously. Wait, what do you mean? Where does the perfect come from?
I hear hold on. Follow that through. Follow that through. Right. Keep going.
So he has perfect foreknowledge, and he's perfectly good. Like he cannot do that which allows for a lesser state of affairs. That's what it means to be perfectly good.
Yeah, but you're misunderstanding that God, though he's perfect, he's not illogical, right? And
I never said he was illogical.
For what you're saying to be true, God would have to be logical. He's not illogical. So even though he's perfect and omnipotent, Just because he's omnipotent doesn't mean that all of a sudden now he can violate logic or he can go back on his word.
He's not violating logic, though. Right?
Yes, because this is a true dichotomy. You're trying to think of a third one. There isn't a third one. It's illogical. There's literally no third option.
He's not just all knowing. He's also all
This is
Why
a
would
true dichotomy.
all-powerful?
Either he would have created beings with no free will as robots, or B, he would have created beings with free will, and with free will comes the potential for rebellion. Hold on, dude. If there's a third option, please provide it. Go ahead.
I've already told you the third option is that he wouldn't create at all because it would instantiate a lesser state of affair. It would be a worse option for him to create.
Come on, man. That's not
okay,
fair.
So you're saying the third option that there would be no creation at all.
Correct.
That's the better option. That's the better option. No creation at all. No, it's not a better option. It's not a better option.
Ryan,
oh my gosh! How can I walk you? How can I walk you through this so that way you can understand?
Hold on.
I think I might. Can I
It's a
try?
no option. It doesn't matter if it's a better option or not. You're saying basically that God, because he's all knowing, chose the best option. He's also all powerful. He creates reality. So why wouldn't he just? Why is he limited to these three options? Why don't just create a better? It doesn't make sense.
He's not illogical, dude.
created anything, God was the only thing that existed. Yes.
Perfect to him, dude.
Not necessarily.
What existed outside of God before he created anything?
All you're going to get at the end of this is God loves crackheads. That's it. That's all you have. Yay, God loves crackheads.
We don't really know. We don't have privy to the beginning of time or before the beginning of time, our reality. But what we know is that he had wisdom with him and probably his son with him.
Which is God also.
So you're saying God is logic. He is not separate from logic. So therefore, he didn't create.
Please let me.
So therefore,
hold on, Alu, let him walk him through this.
Sins. I don't know why you're going to tell me.
Hold
on,
please.
I'm in the middle of sins. I can tell you no. I started talking. Then you started
God loves crackheads. Yay.
Do
you think we can have a chaos?
So before the universe or creation existed, there was only basically perfect beings. With the addition of creation, you're now changing something from a perfect state to something new.
Crackheads are perfect. They're misery.
That's a false premise. You're already messing up. That's a false premise. I'll explain it if you allow me to.
There is a change that's occurring in existence. Like basically, like existence is the change. It went from like only being perfect beings to now a creation, which led to imperfection, which is therefore worse.
Perfection. Who said it's imperfection? You don't get to say that.
God did.
No,
my goodness, Don, you do not understand the logical entailments of this.
He's such a nice God. He's such a sweet God to let us suffer and die. He's so sweet. You're nothing to say that God doesn't love you because there's fucking misery. Who do you guys think you are?
Don, we're not even on the logical problem of evil yet. We're not even there. What are you doing?
Yes, you are. That's where you started. That's where this all started with crackheads. Couldn't you make a better life? Couldn't you have made a better world than crackheads? You're on this free will bullshit.
This has nothing to do with free will, Don. Let me explain. Let me make it even easier. If you have something that's perfect, if you change it, is it still perfect?
You can't define perfect.
If
you're
something is perfect,
perfect. He's right though. Hold on, dude. You have to understand.
Perfect. If you change it, is it still perfect?
Let me explain something to you, bro. Right? Perfect as we understand it is undefined. It's undefined. It can't be defined because we don't have a concept of what perfection actually entails. Only God does.
Why do you call God perfect?
That's false. Yeah, that's false.
Perfect.
He has the most knowledge.
Oh my
he has
God,
the most ability to do the most.
Holy shit.
Well, obviously is a definition of perfect, considering that to be saintly is to be closer to God. So we can assume that God does have characteristics that he are perfect, and we can imitate them by sainthood. Right? We can imitate God by following his rules and his
What?
What do you mean? What? What do you think?
What does this have to do? What does this have to do with God being perfect?
We have a concept of perfect. We don't actually know what perfection entails, dude. Thoroughly, we don't.
What does that mean? What you just
We're
said?
fallible.
What does that actually mean? What did you just say to me? I want you to tell me what you meant by that.
Yeah, I'm asking then what does it mean to say God is perfect?
No. I want to know, guy who just said that, what you meant. Because that was like gobbledygook.
What does it mean to say that God is perfect? Do I need to keep repeating it?
I'm talking to.
He is source, right?
When you said what you just said was we have a concept of perfect, but we don't know what perfection is. What does that mean in your head? Because I don't have a fucking clue what you're trying to say.
I'm trying to explain it to you. Right? So in the biblical worldview, the God is perfect, right? But us as humans in our fallible state, in our flesh, we can't fathom what perfection is. Impossible. Why? Because we're not the arbiters of truth.
You just agreed with me that we clearly can imitate perfection.
Have you guys ever read?
We have a concept of perfection.
Have you read?
You're not gonna understand.
Lion,
you just said that, did you not?
Yeah, I've read a little bit of Plato, dude. The allegory in the cave. That's about it.
That's one part of it. But what you're talking about is a concept that Plato was talking about shades and how perfection's outside of the realm of human ability to achieve. Aristotle then refines this later with the doctrine of the mean. I don't know what perfect is. I don't know what the worst is. So I'm going to aim for the middle. That's essentially a rundown of that. But like what you're talking about of these things, it's strictly, it's very, one, like I said, if you read more of the Republic, because it will get a lot into what you're talking about. But two, it's enabled to kind of move forward with it, because you can always kind of invoke this realm of undefinable things to bring into parameters to explain existence.
I like that. I like that.
I don't understand how you, on one hand, can say we have a concept of perfection, but we don't know perfection. We clearly understand it well enough that we can.
Are you talking to me?
No. I'm talking to the other guy.
Oh.
If we can strive for it, then we have an idea of it. I'm not saying you have a perfect idea of it. Maybe in your religion.
So what's your problem, dude?
The problem is that again, this goes back to what was being said before. They were calling God perfect. You said we can't know that, or we don't know what that means.
Right. So let me explain
what that means.
Let me explain to you, right? Since we don't know the entirety of what perfection entails, when we try to judge God for his decisions that he's made regarding our reality, we would have to put ourselves in his position through his, in his shoes. You can't do that. I agree on. You can't. It's like judging you're the pot, and you're complaining about the what's the Solomon verse? Damn, I'm messing it up right now.
So this is why I'm less interested in why he's doing what he's doing, and more interested in what he's able to do.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't understand why he wouldn't be, like, considering he created all that is reality, why he wouldn't be able to alter, I don't know, reality, logic rules. Why?
What's the problem with saying God has limits? What's a problem with there being limits on God, but still saying he's all powerful? He can have all the power.
That's exactly the point. Yeah. God has limits. Though we think of him as omnipotent, that doesn't mean that all of a sudden he's limitless. Because if he was limitless, there would be
by definition, that's what that means.
No, it doesn't. I'll explain to you. Let me explain to you, bro. Let me explain to you. God being good, he cannot lie. Right there, that's a limit. He cannot lie. If he makes an oath, if he makes a promise, he has to follow through with that promise. Otherwise, God would be a liar, a God of unjust God, an unrighteous God. You understand? So therefore, there is limits. This idea that he's limitless is a misunderstanding of the biblical God.
But how many contradictions can you put in one paragraph?
Lion, you can't
contradiction.
Say Jesus is God because Jesus lied.
Bro, I'm not talking about Jesus right now.
But Jesus is God. But Jesus
we don't have to. Yes, but we're not talking about Jesus right now, dude.
But he lied.
My point here is that, right, he is the most perfect that perfect can get. He's 100% perfect. That we don't know what that entails, and anything that he creates automatically will be less perfect than him, right? So even the other entities, even the creation itself, even Jesus said, "There's nobody good but what? But God." Does that mean that Jesus all of a sudden is not good?
Liar, so he can't possibly be God.
Bro, God is capable. I don't understand. God is capable of trickery. Did he not, like, fundamentally? Who is the character of the Bible who is told by God to kill his sons?
Abraham.
Was that not a trick? Was that not, like, you can call it a test?
It was a test. It was a test.
You could call it that, but he was he was tricked, right? Like, he was told this will happen if you do X thing, and then he did X thing, and God was like, "Aha, bad boy." Like, is that not, like, deceitful on some level?
I'm at the. Hold on, give me a second.
Do you think we could have a limit on?
I think it's deceitful for Jesus to say to his apostles that some of you will not taste death before I return, and all of them died before he returned. I think that's deceitful.
What do you reckon? We have a little limit?
But the thing is, it's, earlier they were trying to kind of define terms, and they were saying, is God all powerful? Is he all loving? Is he this? And there's debates about the terms, but unless you can define or what you're displaying as your God, you're not going to be able to kind of hear what they're saying and understand the inability for that God to kind of exist.
I think
well, yeah, there's logical entailments with those definitions, right? And if you place those definitions out there, we can deconstruct like the logical entailments. That's the problem.
Yeah, so God's not illogical, dude. So every decision that he makes,
I never said that he was, Lion. I don't know why you keep bringing that up.
He's not going to violate the law of non-contradiction, the law of identity, and the law of excluded middle. If he did, that would make him illogical. He's not a God. He's not an illogical God, dude. So when you try to come up with these ideas, you gotta understand some of the ideas that you're bringing forth are illogical.
Inherently illogical. No, they're not. They're not. This is like standard. This is standard philosophy. This is standard philosophy of religion. Like it's just how you define. It's how you define God.
So let's walk me through it. Let's go.
But wait, I do want to hear his answer about whether or not God lied to Abraham.
Well, he's gonna say no, right? Like that's just.
Yeah, God doesn't lie, dude. He doesn't lie.
Okay,
whatever.
What I asked about Abraham was like if, and you can call it a test, right? That's fine. But he did tell Abraham X thing is going to happen if you do this, and he did it, and that's not what happened, right? He instead was like essentially doomed. And there's you have to admit that there's like.
Jesus, I mean,
lying. You're telling me God, you're saying that God lied. You have an example of God lying, dude? Go ahead, find me.
Abraham.
I'm telling you, Abraham. Like Abraham was told, kill your kids and you will get X thing. And then he killed his kids, and he was instead.
Well, he didn't actually kill the kids.
Dog, you don't know what I'm talking about, dude. Go read your Bible, dude.
Line. If you want a more concrete example of a lie, Jesus told his apostles, "Some of you will not taste death."
Straw man.
Some of you will not taste death before I return. They all died, and he still hasn't returned.
Have they died really though? Have they?
Amazing, dude.
I mean, if you want to change the meaning of the word die and death, then you have then words don't mean words. Like words
I'm just hey man, do words have multiple meanings or no?
This is ridiculous. Like this is
no, this is the thing.
Almost
you've gotten them,
when people are preaching, when there's like when a leader is preaching
nature of the Bible. No, you've gotten them to accept
words don't mean words is almost solipsistic.
You've gotten them to accept the semantical nature of the Bible. That's what you've just done. That's really good. It's really good because now they can't say literally there's a firmament. Literally there's this because you've already accepted this. Okay.
Some parts can be semantical and some parts don't, but regardless, it doesn't even have to fucking be semantical. If you know a guy's preaching to his little group right there, and how are you sure you know what they message was saying? Are you sure?
Can we not move off the question? Because the question's a good question. If you're gonna say like, if your answer is, well, they didn't mean literally death by death.
Look, I'm asking a question, dude.
Yeah, I understand that, but you asked the question in the middle of him answering another question. So we're doing fucking musical chairs of questions. I just want him to answer this question.
Bro. Do you want a different one? I can give you a different one.
No.
There's simple concepts. Like when you understand the fact that there's like an exaggeration of literal any possibility and then all powerful. These are two different things.
Fine. I'll give you a new one. I'll give you a new one that can't be like misinterpreted. Did God tell Gad that David would have to choose between 3 years of famine or 7 years of famine?
3.
But in another verse, he said that 7.
Yeah.
So which one is it? Because it can't be both.
You have a point about what you think the Bible's like inconsistent or stuff. Is this the general point always? Why?
No, can you just tell me which one did God tell Gad? 3 or 7?
Say you don't know.
I already answered, but
you said literal... 3, but another verse says 7. So why do you choose one verse over the other?
I don't. I'm not answering for that side. That's the thing. I feel like I'm trying to like explain. Like I know what you're talking about, and there are numerous inerrancies throughout the Bible. And you have people who don't understand the history of the Bible talking about the inerrancy of it. And they're taking terms literally, and they're taking things out of context, and it leads them towards worldviews that don't allow them to. It's the literal interpretation is what I was trying to talk about.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you explain to me the context where 3 years is the same as 7 years?
At no point is it. I did not deny your fact. I actually gave you what verse and chapter they were in. I know what you're talking about. They're not the same. There are many inconsistencies and inerrancies throughout the Bible. If that's not known, they don't understand how the Bible was formed, when it was written, and all of that. They don't know the history. But learning the history will allow you to say, we shouldn't take all these words literally, just like they just said.
Can I ask, if the Bible is so contradictory and so inconsistent that you can't take it on any level on a literal basis?
But you can take it on some level.
Okay, so either you can or you can't, right? So
out of nowhere. You just invoked it so messy.
Amazing. I think the Jesus and his disciples question is a good question for this reason. When he said, some of you will survive to my return, right? And they all died. What is the response to that?
Are you sure they all died 3 days later? Didn't he return after 3 days? Were they all dead after that?
His return is supposed to be with Revelations, is supposed to be like the end of this plane of existence on Earth.
Yeah, but these are all different scriptures gathered at different times from different people. And it's just weird that, so we have Revelation and at the end. Listen, I'm not trying to say I know the answer here. Let's explore it together. Let's try to reconcile.
Do you really not see the problem with any criticism of the Bible and the consistency of the Bible coming back with, it's not going to be consistent and it's all subject? How can you simultaneously have this?
You just invoked that bullshit again about
that is literally what do you mean? That's
and it's all subjective. Nobody says it's all subjective.
That's what you
Nobody
just
says
said.
It's all inconsistent. No, that's not.
You just went on a long rant about how people who don't believe because. What do you mean? That's literally what you just went on a long rant.
Wait, real quick. Let's take the passage in Matthew, right? If I'm a Christian, I think a response I might give, thinking from their position, is that what he was referring to was the oh goodness. If that's correct, was that at the ascension?
The what?
The resurrection thing?
No, when Jesus says, "Some of you standing before me will not taste death until they see the Son of Man returning on the clouds." Was that at the ascension, or was that prior to the resurrection? Because I can't remember.
That was prior.
Because if it's before. So if it's before the resurrection, then the Christian can easily just say, well, he was referring to the ascension, right? That the disciples did see him coming on the clouds because he ascended, right? That would obviously be an easy response.
I'm not even talking about when he returns. It'll be like in Revelations where everyone will be judged. That's the return he's referring to.
Why are you adding that? Who are you to say that that's what it'll be like? Where are you? You get what I'm saying? Why are you invoking that when he just said logically the Christians have a fair response of saying it's the other thing?
Right, because they could. I mean, that does relieve the tension. Look, Flat Earth, I'm with you, right? There's issues from a literary perspective, but they have ways of making the story coherent. But I mean, it's just. To you and me, we see it as theory crafting, right? It's like Dungeons and Dragons, essentially.
Literally like Dungeons and Dragons. It is modern day. The superheroes is the modern day Bible.
But I wouldn't know. I never played, so.
Well, that's exactly how, at least when I've had discussions with Dr. Ryan Mullins and some other Christian philosophers, they've been open enough to say it's theory crafting, right? But to them, as long as it's coherent, it's viable. To you and me, we just go, yeah.
It's only coherent when words don't mean that words that they mean.
Right, and I understand that, right? Like we as the outsiders understand that that's a problem, but to them, as long as it's coherent, it doesn't matter, right? Like,
but it being the ultimate authority of morals and everything else, it does matter about what words are written in there and how they're interpreted.
that I agree. Again, this is from our outside perspective, looking in on like what the Christians decide to do with the Bible and how they interpret it. I obviously am going to agree with you, right? Like we disagree that how they're using the definitions are inconsistent, and they, you know, either want to try and twist themselves in knots to try and like resolve these what would clearly be like on a plain reading a contradiction. But to them, as long as they can smooth it over, it doesn't matter. Like,
but that's what makes this no different than any other like cult. Flat Earth works the same way. They're going to do, it's literally the same psychological process of theory grafting with Flat Earth that you have with religion. If you're not going to adhere to some sort of like dictionary of definition, and you're able to just like graft on, oh well, this is actually not meant to be this, and this was translated this, and it's subjective whenever you fucking feel like it's not a real, like, you can't argue this. It's an emotions based thing. Like this is an identity. You can't.
I mean, here's another like.
What are two for each, or one for each? Maybe one for each. What's like one for each? That's kind of interesting.
Here's like another really simple one. Lion.
That is. Yeah.
Are you aware that the mustard seed is not the smallest seed?
oh yeah, that's a good one.
Preston, are you aware that the mustard seed is not the smallest seed?
I'll take any point. I'd like to discuss any point with you. That
Fine.
If you like to stop wasting time like a child.
I'm not wasting time. I'm illustrating a point.
Are you what's the point?
Yes. I need you to answer a couple questions. Are you aware that the mustard seed?
Yes, no.
What?
So you won't engage.
Make your fucking point, dude. So there's
the point
more than the mustard seed. What's your fucking point?
Requires you to answer a couple basic questions.
Don, you have to chill, bro.
Don,
I thought it was my turn to talk. He asked me a question. Okay, so the Bible said you had tiny faith. What's your point?
Don, you're spurging out. You're spurging out.
I don't care, dude. You're a loser. You're a time waster. I don't care.
Don, now that you're aware that the mustard seed is not the smallest seed, if you tell people that the mustard seed is the smallest seed, is that a lie?
Can you make a point,
said that. No, hold on.
Yeah, who told who and what? Make a point.
The statement. No, this is the problem. So he's fighting. So you're arguing against something you can't dissociate passion from, and the problem is you're misquoting the Bible. It says faith
you shouldn't do that. I have not quoted the Bible yet.
But you said faith is small as a mustard seed, right? Is that where you're going?
I have not quoted the Bible yet.
He said, if you tell someone, here's the point, dude. Stop asking obvious, objective questions. Just let him make his point.
I want to hear where he's going. Yeah, I'm sorry for cutting in because I was wrong. I'm sorry. But go ahead. I want to hear where you're going.
Okay, so once you have the knowledge that the mustard seed is not the smallest seed, and if you tell
which one's smaller?
Yeah, if you tell people that the mustard seed is the smallest seed, that is a lie.
Well, which one is the smallest seed?
Yes, it would be.
Make your point about the liar. Call out the liar.
Okay, so God has all knowledge. He knows everything. If God were to tell you that the mustard seed is the smallest seed, is that a lie?
Yes, he would. So did he say that?
Yes.
Where did God say that?
I would disagree with that too.
Where did God say that?
Dude, it's just so weak.
Just tell me where God said that.
Does anyone have the passage? If I'm wrong about it, I'm willing to admit I'm wrong.
I said this. I told you the passage.
I can read it.
No,
I can read it to you real quick.
It says faith as small as a mustard seed.
It's talking about a different one.
Yeah, I think that passage is just pointing out the virtue of having like the smallest amount of faith, right? Like,
okay, so if I'm wrong,
just speaking to the other believers.
Stop being nutty.
So look how easy it is. I'm wrong. I'm sorry, guys.
Dude, there's evidence of a good cooperative message, repetitive over and over and over, whether it just be through natural survival mechanisms of kindness and cooperation, or there's actually something magical and karmic to it, dude. The Bible will give you these lessons over and over. Why are you hating on it?
Well, you guys are both wrong. Real quick, there's two about the mustard seed. There's another one here in Matthew 13:31 that says the kingdom of heaven. Am I roboting, or can you guys hear me?
No, we can hear you. No tanks.
Okay, it says the kingdom of heaven is like a grain of mustard seed that a man took and sowed in his field. It is the smallest of all seeds, but when it has grown, it is larger than all the garden plants and becomes a tree. That's what it says.
Oh my God! So that's just an example, bro. That's what they have. They're showing an example as a obvious type of metaphor where it's showing you that the small thing becomes bigger than the other seeds that were bigger than it. Like what the fuck?
Well,
It is a metaphor.
It
is absolutely a metaphor. The word "like" is your cue.
Yeah, and it's in regards to seeds that you put into a field for growing an edible plant. So maybe there are. That's what I was asking. Maybe there are smaller seeds, but are there smaller seeds made for eating? You know,
this is out of all their seeds, man. It's the smallest out of the ones that they use. I mean, what's the point?
All right, then. Okay, that one's good.
Did Jesus say, who said that? Was that Jesus speaking?
That was a pretty weak play there, Darth.
Why? It's like everyone's like, let's be good. Are you guys like evil leaning morals? Like, why be against the Bible unless you're into like selfish morals?
Did you say evil hating morals?
Evil leaning.
Evil leaning morals. I mean, I don't even know where to begin with that one.
No, I mean, what do you mean?
The Bible specifically because upon the literal interpretation of it, it can lead to slavery. It can lead to a lot of things. And if people are willing to take the words of the book literally, it could lead to things that I don't want to happen in life. That's why.
I also want to point out Celia Max, or I can't remember who it was just saying it. There's also other translations, like in the King, where it's in the New International in the King James, where it says instead of the word smallest, it says it's the least of all this. It says because indeed it's the least of all the seeds, but when it is grown, it is the greatest among the herbs.
You're proving my point more.
Yeah, the King James Bible though is trash. So.
Well, I mean that's the earliest one. So it's like the whole smallest thing is translated from least, right? It's like the least, and then it becomes the greatest among the herbs.
Wait.
What's plant and things like that.
Wait, I don't think that the King James was the earliest Bible. That was not. That I would push back on. I'm pretty sure the Latin Vulgate was prior to the King James.
And I'm pretty sure we discovered more manuscripts after the King James was written.
Well, he's talking about like a completed, the whole canon like combined into one book, right? Like, which I still think it's the Latin Vulgate.
It's like some codex or something. It's called. It's like
what does it say in the original Greek?
Oh, I have no idea.
There you go. Then we shouldn't even be discussing it until we talk about the original Greek. That the manuscripts are written. Thank you very much.
Why would Akkadians in Hebrew be writing in Greek?
Anyway,
Greek was the lingua franca of that time.
New Testament was written in Greek and Aramaic. The Old Testament was written in Hebrew.
Okay.
Like, for you guys that want to hate on the Bible, you should really learn more about it before you start hating.
I was the one that pointed out that the Latin Vulgate came prior to the King James. What are you talking about? I'm not hating on the Bible. Like, I'm not an expert in manuscript traditions, right? But I understand that there were much earlier versions of what's now considered like the completed canon.
Okay, I'm sorry if I offended you. I wasn't pointing at you in particular. I was just making a broad statement to everybody that is hating on the Bible with no knowledge of the Bible. Thank you.
It's not me.
I mean, I've told Torah, go ahead.
No, it's fine. Go, BF2. Okay.
Oh, I was just going to say, I've told Torah this, right? I have an appreciation for the Bible. Like, from my perspective, it's an important artifact in human history. Like, it has like the most
word for word here.
Yeah.
Aliyama, parabolam, prosoput descends. Does anybody know what I'm saying?
No.
Translate this.
Nope.
No, all right.
Nope.
I can't read it either.
Go ahead, Zoid.
No, I was gonna say I think hating on the Bible for what? Like, there's no reason to hate on a book. It just seems like very impotent.
The kid left who brought up the point. He said that Christians and flat earthers share a similar trait where they will ad hoc explain, I guess, a phenomena or some sort of verse from the Bible to fit the world. So we're going over
plenty
examples.
of Jews who believe in the flat Earth as well. Like don't circle out on the Christians. Like, I know plenty of Jews, plenty of Muslims who believe that the Earth is flat. It's not a Christian thing.
No, he was obviously somebody who doesn't like Christians and doesn't like flat Earth. So he's saying these two groups will just make up. He's just making the point that these two groups will make any excuse to justify their belief in the Bible or flat Earth.
I wouldn't say that. I would say that, like, both Christians, when it comes to evolution, and flat Earthers, when it comes to the globe, have unreasonably high standards of evidence from the other side, expectations from the other side. Like, it seems to me that, like, I gave this citation earlier. There was a person that requested us to measure physically the distance from Earth to the Sun in order for us to be able to say it's 93 million miles away or 150 million kilometers away.
I mean, it's right
no,
here.
It wasn't you. No, it was Jin CBR, actually. CBR1. Imagine what Jin CBR2 is like. Anyways, point is, it's just that's an unreasonably high expectation from our standpoint and our model, right? We can look at
when the
experiments. Sorry, can I finish? A premise.
He's hot mic. He's out there paving roads.
We have like laboratory experiments where we have like 1 kilometer long vacuum sealed tubes who have one photoreceptor on one side and one photon emitter on the other, and we can track the time it takes the photon between one side and the other, and we can. Okay, he's got mic. I'm gonna move you to the. Sorry. So we have like experiments of light traveling through vacuum and seeing its speed, therefore estimating that the sun is whatever X distance, right? We can make these simple calculations. I think it's absurd to request, yeah, we need to physically measure it. Just,
well, I mean,
the same thing Christians about like the fossil record. Sorry.
Yeah, maybe, but I mean, the globe side is claiming to have literally gone to the sun. So,
what? When? What? When?
With the stellar Parker probe, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we sent a probe. We sent a proxy. Yeah, and so we have its radio communications confirming how far away it is. Yeah, we can talk to the probe, and the probe is near the sun. Yeah, good.
How far away is it? You know?
Okay, it says the probe has flown within 3.8 million miles or 6.1 million kilometers of the sun's surface, making it the closest any spacecraft has ever gotten to the sun.
So it's like 90 million miles away.
No, but keep in mind, as the probe goes around the sun, at one point it's orthogonal, and at one point it is 93 million miles from Earth, and also 3 million miles away from the surface.
Sure.
I see what you're saying.
Okay, so the probe would be like on average like 90 million miles away,
or more. Yeah, more so because it goes on the far side as well. So so if it's 3 million miles from the surface of the sun, then at one point it's 96 million miles away, and the other point is 90 million miles away. On average, 93 million miles away. Yeah, okay.
And
either way, it's not 5,000 miles away. If it's really 90 and a half thousand miles away, well, you know what? That kind of error is insignificant to this discussion.
I'm not arguing the semantics.
5,000 miles away.
So
we don't even need that, right?
Well, everyone's always talking about how do we know? How we know? We know it's there. Is there a way to like time that data link relay or something and show them that to prove that this object is this distance? You know what I mean?
Well, sure, but that relies on the speed of light, and we have to establish that, right? Like the LNGS, the famous physics laboratory in Italy, in my country, we have this experiment where there is a vacuum tube, a kilometer long, with a photon emitter and a photoreceptor on the other end, and we can see in a vacuum how fast light travels, and then we extrapolate from that, doing simple calculation about the distance of the sun, right? Mm-hmm. Given that light from the sun travels for around 8 minutes to come to Earth. Like we don't need to necessarily go there once we establish the speed of light.
I understand that.
We can. Like, I mean, that's great. This probe is like amazing. Sure.
But when we present evidence, it's they'll say that's theoretical. There's this, there's that, you know. But with this is something that's objectively there, that's doing this with this calculation. He said it could be the speed of light. I don't know how we would do it. That's kind of what I was asking the question. And we can show, like, here's the data that it was sent. It said hello. You know, like you can show the time, and that time dictates this distance. Therefore, it's this far away. I thought that might be something that could be ripped from the data of that and then present it in a way to show them a physical thing. Because we're saying radio waves. Oh, the waves don't exist. You know what I mean? But this is a physical object that is.
I think flat earthers accept radio and electromagnetism, so it should be fine.
Oh yeah, yeah. Do you not remember all that discussion about doing the shortwave radio bounce off the moon?
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. That's a good point,
Shu. The flat earthers, to nothing is known to them. They have put more things in that they don't know column than I can count.
Wait, do flat earthers not know that electromagnetism is just another word for light?
Oh, they get that part. They just don't get that we can do anything with it or be certain what it's doing when a radio signal is sent to the moon and it's 250,000 miles away. Oh my! Ooh, lions and tigers and bears.
Yeah, the silly assumption that certainty is necessary for knowledge.
But to be honest, I didn't want to start another flat earth conversation. I was just giving examples.
Oh my gosh.
Like, theists do the same thing with evolution. There is not a complete fossil record, therefore. Right? Like we have to have a skeleton or a fossil for each thing, each transition between two organisms from now back to the beginning of time, essentially. No, I know we don't, but they make that claim. Like they say, unless you have this, therefore evolution is not true.
So yeah, the original, they don't make that claim though. That's not like that's the thing. They have intermediate.
Maybe you have different experiences with evolution.
From my experiences, it's the claim they make is there are intermediate species that show this genetic relationship through time. They have fossils of these intermediate species, and they show it transitioning from a prior form that they can find normally at a lower layer of strata, you know. So they have that. The problem is so we have this, so we filled the gap in the middle, we fill the gap there, you fill the gap there. You're never like the chance of something fossilizing is so low. You're never going to find a complete record of life on Earth. It's impossible. So like that.
If that is the case, why, when I point out to the Lenski long-term E. coli experiment, we actually evolved a bacteria to feed on citrate instead of sugar, right? They don't accept it.
I accept it.
Because they want the impossible. Like, literally the way flat earthers want us to have water stick to a ball on Earth, they want to see an animal give birth to a different kind of animal.
Right, which is
not what our model is, yeah.
Right.
That's not evolution, that's magic.
Yeah.
Well, but Zoidberg, you know that part of that experiment is gonna, they're gonna push back on is gonna be, well, you as the human being are the one that's like dictating all of those environmental pressures and, so therefore, there has to be agency that's guiding the other form of evolution through natural. It's like it just.
No, I think their argument.
That's a goalpost shift, I suppose.
I think their argument is. I think their argument is that the gene for both forms of metabolism were both there. They were always there. It's just a matter, you got to push one into an expression, but it's not new information. The genes aren't any different. They're just like reading from column B instead of column C.
Like, so without
I'm gonna be a prophet. Ready? I'm gonna make a prediction. when scientists are able to build a cell completely on their own or whatever, like completely, they're going to say, see, you need a creator to have life.
Yes, that's correct.
But that's already made. That argument has already made. We can now make amino acids and proteins and fold them via a proposed processes, naturalistic processes, right? And they now say, yeah, that's because creator. That's argument has already
they
made.
don't count it because we use basically like a blank cell, and then we inject like whatever the mitochondria or whatever to like create to create a cell. Like we are creating a cell, and it does function. It's a completely artificial cell that we created. However, it's like they say you did it from pre-existing stuff.
What do you listen?
Tyler made that argument.
Think is going to happen
Literally.
one day when you die? Right, you're going to die one day, and then you stand in front of God and you're like, "Listen, God, like these guys didn't believe me, right? They didn't believe that evolution was the case and that you didn't exist. Like, what are you going to do at that moment?"
No thanks. I'm just gonna say I was wrong. Send me to hell.
So why
Yeah, that's
does
what the Bible
evolution-
says you'll do.
Why if evolution's true, God doesn't exist? Why is that your conclusion?
Well, it's not the case. Yeah, unguided.
Okay, so-
Somebody already brought it up earlier. Unguided evolution is absurd. Yeah.
Okay, so the evolution isn't unguided. It has natural constraints that push things and exert different.
Yeah, I know, but you think that.
But my question to
as
you
well.
is, so if you can, so that's what I'm saying.
You
So
think that nature? That's what I'm pointing out. That you think
isn't God
appealing to
nature? Isn't God nature?
Dude, you're going crazy. You think appealing to nature is sidestepping a process that that is set in place by laws. You think that's like a sidestep?
Okay, what process that's set in place by laws? What process is that?
Yeah, like the laws of nature. Those are invisible laws
But
that
they're
are required
against
for
you in
nature
that
to work.
But no
The
thanks.
laws of
They're
nature
against
are
you.
against God.
Scientists say that given
Laws
enough
of
energy
nature are
and time,
instantiated by God.
the laws of thermodynamics dictate that life is inevitable. Like chemical evolution or system chemistry is inevitable, and therefore life is inevitable. Inevitable. This is literally what scientists say, like origin of life researchers. Because of the laws of nature, the laws of thermodynamics.
Life's like
life will
Thanos.
happen.
I don't think so.
Yeah, life's inevitable.
Dude, if I think I asked it like a couple of days ago. I get a grain of sand and I put it in a box. You guys believe that one day that grain of sand will turn into a life? I'm not.
No,
sure.
I don't. I do not.
Wait a minute. Doesn't the Bible say?
No,
doesn't the Bible say that man was created from dust and dust he shall return? That sounds like exactly what you're asking for.
Yeah, but it needs to be fused with something outside.
I don't agree with that process you put forward as a premise at all. That is not
okay. So all right. So then you don't think that it's possible.
Can I tell you what could possibly happen? Can I tell you what could possibly happen?
I guess
is that grain of
Rene.
You can call me whatever you want, but that grain of sand or whatever what it is, it's in a basin in a hot spring area. And that basin constantly over time fills up and gets, evaporates with water. And then over time, it forms, simple amino acids and things like that. If that was the process, I could say, yeah. But putting it in a box is highly improbable into the scale.
I was told.
That's simplistic. That's removing things like ultraviolet light, lightning, the different chemistries, the salts, the ions, the evaporations, the thermal processes, and all these other things which randomly come together over long periods of time, over great, very many different environments.
You're saying give me all. Yeah, but what you're kind of saying is give me all things, give me everything in a different state, different material. But ultimately, don't you guys?
So you just look.
I don't want. Please wait until no tax finishes.
I just talked through you guys.
No thanks.
In this room.
Please give me a second. Please don't interrupt. No thanks. It's no thanks term. Then after that, Renee, you would speak. Please come on, guys. Go ahead. No thanks. Finish your thought.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, but I was just going to say, ultimately, don't you guys believe that all things are the same thing? Like the universe was a singular thing that was just one thing.
Yes, I truly believe that. I might be wrong, but I believe
and then the universe evolved. by natural law.
So what would be the difference in saying, well, I got a grain of sand in a box?
Because what you're doing is you are leaving out like amino acids, amyloids, proton gradients, a bunch of stuff that it forms naturally.
Yeah, from just a single point of sand. So you ultimately believe that what's the difference here? That you have this single point.
The universe had to evolve. Stars had to go supernova to create heavier elements than carbon, and so on and so forth.
Iron, gold.
So these are ultimately all things were one thing, one grain of sand. Or are you saying that all the in particular things, all the different things, existed?
That's the difference. They're all energy.
A grain of sand. A grain of sand is an extreme, tiny little subset of all the chemistry and all the interactions. So yeah, you want to say a grain of sand, which is just like a silicon molecule. Well, we've got lots of other kinds of molecules, and then the different chemistries which go on in the presence of all these energy transfers through lightning and thermal and salts and all these different compounds of molecules interacting randomly, and occasionally something falls out, which is a little more complicated than went in.
What is it? I mean, you're bringing in all the.
No, but hang on. Just one thing. RNA forms naturally in montmorillonite bentonite. So that's a self-replicating RNAs. And then you have the amyloids, which makes longer chains. And you have protovesicles, how like a proto cell membrane can be created by natural causes. There's a bunch of tests and observation that has been done. The problem, the problem is they don't know in which order or how they formed into the first, let's say, protocell.
Right, yeah. You guys take it from the bottom and then go up. You say all things, right? I mean, this is it makes sense from I guess I would say it can make sense from like a Christian or a Muslim's worldview of saying that all things have their ontology instantly, and there's these different things that all are given different attributes that but also can participate in a singular world. But that makes sense with a God or something. But you guys hold a separate belief that's different than that. That all things are ultimately just one thing. All things are just one thing.
No, thanks. Are you aware of what system chemistry is?
All things.
Out of curiosity.
I don't need a lesson. All things, one thing. The universe. That's it.
Yeah, but that's an interesting subject. Yeah. Because system chemistry talks about a very interesting concept, which is chemical evolution, or how certain compounds or certain molecules survive or others do not because they manage to adapt to the environmental pressures.
Yeah, but the environment
is
just one.
Very interesting new field in system, which is called system chemistry.
Yeah, in your guys' worldview, the system and the thing are the same thing. The one singular concrete thing, the universe, the unchanging.
You're conflating things.
No. How does one single thing become all things?
No.
Multi-universes.
No.
Multiple.
The universe started by energy, which cooled down and created the particles, and which then created the atoms, and then anomalies in that plasma gas cloud when it cooled down created gravity, which collected mass and created stars. Stars go supernova. Supernova produce heavier elements than carbon, and the supernovas throw out a hell of a lot of mass.
You're doing it all wrong, dude.
Which can create new solar system, a new star with planets around it.
Yeah, it's like super cool story, man. All things, one thing. That's it. There's no different thing. There's just one singular thing. One grain of sand. You guys believe one grain of sand can somehow become another thing and another thing over time without anything being introduced external to the system. One thing.
No, that's not what we said. That's not
One
what we
thing.
said. That's not what we said at all.
I know, but you have to be reasonable.
Yeah,
you
made a claim
there's a
that
multitude of
dust
things,
into a
but you got
living
one
organism.
thing.
All right, so can you demonstrate that you can turn dust to a living organism with lightning and whatever the fuck else you said?
Well, that would be multiple things now, not one thing.
Yeah, you can't do it. You can't demonstrate it, so you can't say that is the cause for life.
So there's a study.
Multiverse, I think.
It's called abiogenesis would be it, and there's a study that you can read. But that would be the answer to your question. Is
No, that's not the
abiogenesis.
answer. Abiogenesis is not the answer. You're saying that you could get life from dust, but you're not saying how.
That's what
it's time in a box.
You just introduced time. That's time in the gaps.
So abiogenesis, exactly that. They don't know how, but it shows that it's possible naturalistically. And then
but here
the
comes all
logical.
these idiots asserting that they know how it works. I mean, good job, guys.
We're asserting that we can observe these things happen, a process similar to what you're talking about in nature. That's what we're asserting.
How does one
You don't have the process. You don't know the process in nature. What are you talking about?
I don't know the process of nature.
There are no bits and pieces of it. They don't know the whole picture.
So stop making definitive claims that you know where life comes from.
That's incoherent. No, amino acid exists naturally. They even found that in meteors.
But amino acid has always existed and never becomes amino acid. It's
They
fundamental.
found amino acids in volcanic vents. Now all of a sudden you got a model, dude. Come on, man.
No, we can make amino acids form. We can make amino acids form in certain conditions.
Yeah, amino acid is the basis of but amino acid is the basis of life. So you need amino acids to create life. So there you got one example that yes, amino acids can in fact be created naturally. So
you don't just need the ingredients. You don't just need the ingredients, bro.
Puzzle. You got one piece of a big puzzle just by being able to observe that as a fact.
You don't just need the ingredients. You need the ingredients to be self-replicating and self-organizing. That's what you need, dude.
Yep.
It's not just the ingredients.
To that comparison, basically what it is, it's we see a cake, life cake, right? And then we're like, okay, we figure out that there's some eggs in there, there's some sugar, there's some flour, there's some water, and we figure out how those things naturally existed at the same point, the same time. We don't know what temperature to bake it at. We don't know how long it can put in the oven.
You're doing it from the bottom up. I know you're doing it wrong. Okay. You need to first have the whole. Like if I were to go around and just find
that's what we do. No. So you didn't listen. You didn't listen. I said that. I said that initially. We have the whole. Hey, life. So we have the whole.
No tanks.
Hold on, let him finish.
Tanks. Come on.
It's fucking ridiculous in this room anymore.
Yeah, the
No
fucking
tanks.
guy interrupted him. Dude, no tanks. Please finish what you were saying, please.
I'm good.
Please misrepresenting what
you
you
got
said.
some fucking retard mod that doesn't realize he got interrupted.
He was misrepresenting what was said.
It doesn't matter. You can't just interrupt him.
Okay, so would it be in good faith not to misrepresent what the other side says to make an argument against what was said?
I know what you said, dude. I'm saying you got it back upside down. You're building it from the bottom up. You're saying, well, I'm going to get a bunch of pieces and I'm going to build it towards the system, the whole. We have the whole, right? And you're building it from the bottom up. It's top down. You got it upside down. And you're saying you're misrepresenting what I'm saying. No, I know what you're saying.
You are misrepresenting. Because I said we have the whole. Cake, life. We know what the whole looks like. We have the whole.
Right. And then you're trying to say, okay, let's build it. But it started as, I'm telling you, it started as a cake. Something has this ontology instantaneously. The whole.
You know what? You can take that approach. You truly can, but you still cannot reject these naturalistic processes that are given to you. That's the problem. You can take that approach. You can take that approach. You can. You truly can.
Dude, you don't have naturalistic explanation for life coming from non-life. As much as you keep asserting that with confidence, you don't have an argument, dude. You don't have a justification for life coming from non-life.
Yeah, we can go through it again. We can go through the chemistry.
Yeah, so go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so do you know what self-replicating RNA is?
Yeah, you don't have that.
Well, it develops, and we see it happen. Don't know what to tell you.
You don't have that in a primordial soup. You don't have self-replicating organisms.
Yes, you do. Yeah.
Do, but okay.
He likes to close his eyes and imagine things, so there's no really really good
So,
reason.
No,
hold on. I'm wondering how do you have that? Go ahead.
Montmineralite, bentonite existed, and RNA are created on Montmineralite bentonite. That has been replicated and shown to be a fact, and they are then self-replicating.
You have a demonstration of self-replicating organisms from scratch that they like from the building blocks of life. They self-replicate into a. All right, so you don't have anything.
No, hold on, because you just don't. Well, you maybe do know.
Yeah, you don't have it because you can't demonstrate it, dude. You've never done it, so it doesn't exist yet. Good job.
Yeah. Okay. So here, just to be clear, I have a question, Lion. You know what a tsunami is, right?
Yeah.
Have we humans ever created? Yeah. Have humans ever created a tsunami?
You can create an artificial tsunami. Absolutely, it's possible.
Humans ever done it?
I don't know.
Okay, so they haven't. We haven't created a tsunami artificially, but we know the parts that make up a tsunami, right? And we know the cause of a tsunami, and we know those are all naturally occurring things, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just showing you. Even you agreed that you don't have to create something artificially to agree that it is possible to develop naturally, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we understand the biochemistry of self-replicating we understand the chemistry of self-replicating RNA, and we understand that all of those molecules and all of those atoms existed prior to humans, right? So I don't what part are we missing here? Like what?
God, dude, tsunamis are huge. That's why you can't create one.
Even
if I granted you that you were able to come up with an experiment where you witnessed the formation of the most simplest life form, like some protozoa, some single-celled amoeba. Even if I granted you that, which you don't have that, but even if I granted you that, you would have to control the conditions. So you would be acting as God, making sure that all the conditions were just perfect for that to happen.
Again, I asked the tsunami question, and you had no issue with accepting that we can know things happen naturally without recreating them artificially. So I don't know why you don't hold that same standard for the creation of self-replicating RNA.
It's a false equivalence. Even if I granted you
really
the experiment, you would be intervening. You would be the God in the scenario, organizing the conditions.
You're just not acknowledging what I said. Hold on, Lion.
I am a prophet.
Hold on, Lion. You're just not acknowledging what I said. With the tsunami, you already agreed that we don't have to recreate something artificially to agree that all parts can be natural and it can present naturally. You already agreed to that. So I don't know why you don't hold the same standard.
No, it's a false, dude. A tsunami to an RNA sequence is a false equivalence. I don't know how you don't see that.
What's the symmetry breaker? What's the symmetry breaker?
I'm sorry to interrupt you two, but like I literally said like 15 minutes ago that if we were to create a cell, then he would say that we are God. It's just another thing of God. I literally am a prophet.
I know that's what I know because it's the Kent Hovind thing. It's literally the Kent Hovind thing. It's not only a goalpost shift, it's just not an acknowledgement to the question that I asked. So why do you hold a different standard for the tsunami than you do for the RNA? What's the symmetry breaker?
Bro, the thing in question is things coming about through probabilistic means alone, through random chance. Acting as the organizer, organizing the experiment, organizing the conditions, making sure the conditions are stable, making sure all the ingredients are there in the right proportions, the temperature. You would be the one acting as God. It would be self-defeating. The whole point is that you have to
hold that standard.
You would have to
You don't hold that standard for tsunami, so I don't know why you hold it for RNA.
Because
you just don't.
An RNA has way more intricate parts than a tsunami, dude.
So what?
No, that's wrong. It's built up from simple amino acids.
Yeah, but he doesn't know the biochem, so it doesn't make a difference.
No, I know.
So so what? What's the difference, Lion? So what? It's more complicated.
A tsunami is just a shock wave, dude. That's all it is.
No, I asked what's the difference.
Transferring of energy.
So what is complicated? So what?
It's complicated. Because even the most simplest RNA sequence, right, is an integrated system of many parts.
No.
Yes, it is.
You don't know the chemistry. We know the chemistry. You don't know it.
I don't have to know the chemistry.
You do
every
have
detail.
to
I know there's
determination.
ribosomes. I know there's
do.
amino acids.
No,
I don't have to know the exact
self-replicating
makeup.
RNA. You're already wrong.
Dude, you said you know the chemistry, so fucking do it, man. Make life, but you're not going to because you don't have the chemistry. You're a retard.
Okay, so again, you can make life, but then it's just going to be the thing that the other dude
You're
said.
not going to though. You said I can make life, as if you have the recipe for life, and you
knowing the chemistry. I just said it with the tsunami
You say you know
thing.
the chemistry, but you don't,
dude.
You're
saying
fucking
you know
retard.
that.
Stop asserting that you know how to
It's
make
the
life.
same. Dude,
You don't have the recipe. He's right. You don't have the recipe.
We all agree. Hold on.
You had nothing to conversation.
Dude, all these origin of life researchers are talking about a fine-tuning argument where they are not able to explain the origin of life. You're over here starting an old argument like you're on some new shit.
Dude, do you know what rain is? Do you know what rain is?
I'm not answering your stupid fucking questions.
See,
dude.
you won't
Stop
respond
starting
because if I
stupid
ask you to make it
It's a false
rain,
equivalence.
if I ask you, guys, what is your problem? Just chill out.
Yeah, you're not listening, retard.
Just chill
You're
out.
asserting that
Dude,
you're asserting that you can put dust in a petri dish,
chill out,
and electrocute it and make
chill
life,
out.
and you're never gonna do that. You don't
Bro.
have the chemistry
Bro,
to make
so
life.
haven't done that.
we know, guys.
You live in a
we know
fantasy
all-
world, man.
guys. We all
Stop
know
trying
the
to interrupt me when I'm in the middle of a fucking
Bro, let him talk. Yeah, let him talk.
He
dude.
interrupted
Let him
me
talk.
for starters.
All right,
No,
but
he
let him talk.
No. He interrupted me for starters. So I'm not going to say let him talk. He interrupted me just to start. But the second thing is, we all obviously know the components of what it takes to
Lion,
rain.
he did interrupt him prior to Octa finishing, so.
And we all know the components for what it takes to rain. But if I asked you, go make it rain right now, that sounds so fucking stupid. Because we
Yeah, but
obviously
you're going
know.
to these stupid examples
Dude,
like rain and
what is your
tsunamis,
problem?
You should
Why do
be
you
able
keep
to make life
interrupting?
in a petri dish.
Dude,
I'm
what is
telling
your
you
problem?
an argument.
I
You can
don't
respond to my
care.
argument or act
Stop
like the pussy like you
interrupting
already
me.
are. You're not
I'm
making
saying,
life in a
dumpster
petri dish.
fire.
You don't
Dude,
have
why do you keep interrupting?
Just chill out. Hold on. Just everybody chill out.
You could not him.
Bro, can you mute him?
I know I can't. I'm driving right
getting
now. I
overtalked.
can't be looking at my phone now.
So we all obviously agree. We know. Okay, if you keep thinking that, that's fine. We all obviously know the components for rain. But if I said go make it rain right now, that'd be a ridiculous standard. The second thing is, if we made artificial life, what do you think would happen to that life if we put it out in the ocean or anywhere else where there are other animals?
What makes it a ridiculous standard to make life?
What do you think?
What's stopping you from making life?
I'm literally explaining to you right now. What do you think would happen to it?
What is stopping you from making life in a petri dish?
Dude, I'm literally explaining to you right
Answer
now.
my question.
What do you think would happen if we created life where there are other organisms?
You're not
What do you
going
think
to
would
because you
happen?
don't have the chemistry.
Okay, I'll tell you what will happen. It will be
eaten.
consumed or will be integrated into other life that already exists.
Answer
That's
my
what
question.
would happen.
What is stopping you from making life in a petri dish? What ingredient are you missing?
I don't know what question you're asking. We can make
You don't know
self-replicated.
because you don't have
I'm
the chemistry.
literally about to answer, and you're complying every time I try to answer. I've
You
tried
don't
to
have
answer
the
3
answer.
different
I'm
ways.
proving that you don't know what the fuck.
Dude, we can make self-replicating RNA, but then you're like, well, that's not a whole cell. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's like even like
You
Venture
don't have the
integrated.
just admit you don't have the answer. That's all you
I'm
got to do.
giving you
No,
multiple
that's
different
correct.
answers.
We don't have the complete answer, but there's quite a few studies that shows like RNA can be created naturally, peptides can be created naturally, amino acids exist naturally. Those are just 3 ingredients needed for life, and they occur naturally. So why couldn't it be possible that in some way these chemicals ended up and started like a extremely simple cell, and it evolved from there?
That's what you have to show.
Make artificial life to prove that it's natural. That makes no sense to start with. You're asking us to artificially create it to prove that it can occur naturally. What the fuck kind of question is that? Like, literally try to explain the logic behind that.
No, you had to show, right? Life coming from dust and forming into
why
the
would
most...
us creating it artificially prove that it comes about naturally? Why would that be the case?
See what it is, dude? Bro, we start talking and then you clip us and then you don't stop talking, bro.
But the problem is, it's like when you ask us to do that, and then you say, "Oh, you're
artificially
involved."
made.
That's what I'm so like. So this is the thing. Do you understand that the conditions today are not the conditions in which life formed? Do you understand that? We'd have to simulate that.
You don't even know that, dude. Yes,
we do.
That's a baseless assertion. Your whole model is inference stacked on inference stacked on inference.
Could you please explain
these are
it to him?
baseless assertions, dude.
Could you please explain it to him?
So now
explain to me what
is no longer a
a
science.
fish story, dude. Another fish story, dude. Explain to me what. What are you gonna explain to me, bro?
Of the Earth during the time in which we predicted life to be forming. That's what I'm asking.
You guys are saying you can't.
These guys don't like invoking God because God made him short and ugly. That's the only reason they're contesting God.
These ugly motherfuckers,
Okay.
dude. We got the
I'm literally
most life-filled Earth right now. Like
I'm
the most
literally
abundantly
7 feet tall.
life-filled Earth right now, and you guys are saying no. We need a shittier Earth to do it. We need we can't do it with this.
What do you mean we need a shittier Earth?
Well, with this
Okay,
fucking jungle,
because none of you guys answered the question. How would us creating life artificially prove that it came about naturally? How would it do that? Anyone want to answer that?
You didn't answer my question. How do you plan on making life artificially?
I just said we can create Yeah, I'm literally answering right now. We can create self-replicating RNA. Do you consider that life?
No, you did not create life in a petri dish. Doesn't
So,
exist.
do you consider self-replicating RNA life?
I don't.
See now how you can't answer because you don't know it. You don't understand this stuff. So I don't know why you're talking about it.
You don't consider
That
it
doesn't
life.
stop you from answering.
No, listen, bro. You have to demonstrate that this is even
I
possible.
asked the
which you
question.
have
I
not.
answered
You have
someone
not.
else's,
You
and
keep
now you guys won't
asserting
answer
like
mine.
you keep asserting like you've demonstrated an experiment. You don't have an experiment, bro. You don't have one.
Self-replicating RNA. You're asking
For
for that.
Is that life?
Experiment. Why do you keep denying there are experiments using non-metalonite bentonite and natural occurring chemicals that ends up creating self-replicating RNA?
Yeah. Do you think
We'll do two questions to you guys then maybe. Like, so is in your guys' opinion, RNA is that life, and then fetus is that life? I guess we'll see how you guys.
RNA is the foundation of life.
What is
RNA
life?
is the foundation of life. RNA is
You
the
guys asked
foundation
us.
of the building block of life.
Yeah.
Yeah. So RNA by itself is not life, though.
Hold on. No, stop. No, wait. Hold on. You asked us to make life artificially in a petri dish. What do you think life is?
Dude, listen. If I kill somebody,
you can't answer these questions because you're not asking an honest question.
RNA is not life, dude. I already told you it's not life.
What do you think life is? What do you want us to create?
I'm trying to explain. When I go to explain it to you, you interrupt me. Can I explain it to you? Or are you going to keep interrupting me, controlling the conversation like you always
say what
do?
Life is.
All right, let me explain it to you, right? If I kill somebody, they're dead. Their blood is on the carpet. If I go test their blood, is that life?
What's
life?
According to
life?
According
to mind you, DNA is more complex than RNA.
What's
is that life? No, dude. It's not life.
What is?
Clearly the guy's dead.
What is life?
Got him.
What is life?
Is virus
life? And the chemicals you need for your self-replicating RNA requires organic compounds.
Quote unquote life. Yeah, which you can find. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, so what is life? You guys are asking us to make artificial life. What do you think life is? What's your standard?
No, you guys
Dude, your self-replicating RNA
see how you guys can answer.
I think their answer is something
you guys are asking us to make
something complex. Their answer
see
is
how you guys
something
can
complex.
answer because you guys are asking for some question that doesn't make sense. If you want us to make life artificially, if you want us to make life artificially, what would be your standard of life? What do you want us to make artificially?
The most simplest life form, like a protozoa.
Yes. You want us to make a protozoa artificially.
That's a complete. You have to understand a protozoa is a complex life form. You get that, right?
Yes.
In the scale of things, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the thing. There is a dark area of our understanding of how what we're talking about baked into the cake of a protozoa. I can't sit here and tell you those processes, and we admitted that aspect of it. But we're telling you naturalistic processes that produce the foundation and fundamental cores that end up in that protozoa. That's what we're saying. We can't speak to, and this is why I said to one individual, you can have God be there because I don't know. So yeah, I'm not going to argue against that. But the problem is you're arguing against naturalistic processes that have been tested and can be proven for no reason.
You can't account for nature without a guiding process of a mind.
Well, you really can because we see it all the time. So I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, well, we
literally see it every day.
Our mind to even interpret or see it. Yeah.
Do you need a mind to grow a tree?
Dude, can you even make? There
you go. We see it every day, and you guys just don't acknowledge these things. It's so stupid.
Yeah, you can't.
Do you require a mind to grow a tree? Guys,
Excuse
do you
me.
require a mind to grow a tree?
Define dust to me, because it's all about the chemical compound of the makeup of what you're talking about. So I have some dust buddies in my room. That's probably a bit of my flesh in it. So there's potentially some actual RNA that could be broken down and deconstructed in some form or fashion in DNA. But like,
I don't doubt that.
Please define dust. Like, what is dust? Because
the same shit you see outside in the ground. Can you make that from scratch?
Give us the elements. Give us the elements.
Make that the chemicals from scratch.
The molecules themselves, all the way down to the
most of them exist naturally, and there are some chemical processes going on in nature without any intervention from humans. So what is the problem?
I'm asking you if you could make dust.
Is dust? What elements
what
are
do you
dust?
mean by
Just
dust?
tell us what you mean by dust.
Do you mean
It's
like
so difficult for you
hang
guys
on.
to just define anything.
Yeah.
Make anything.
Do you mean like a sediment dust?
Can you make gold from nothing, from scratch?
Absolutely not.
From nothing. You have to have protons, neutrons.
Hold on, dude. Hold on, because dust is a little bit more complicated
something.
than gold. So can you even make gold?
What do you, from what? What do you, from what?
How are you talking about? I'm not. Hold on. When I say, I'm not saying from another metal. I'm not saying
from stardust.
I'm not saying like I'm not talking about turning lead into gold
stardust
using enough nuclear fusion. I'm talking about from scratch. Can you make gold from scratch?
What do you mean from scratch? Like literally from nothing?
You know what I mean? Yes. From
no,
nothing.
I don't. No, you can't
Exactly.
make anything from nothing.
Can't even make gold
It doesn't
from
make sense.
Can't
How the
even
fuck
make
would
gold
you
from
make
nothing.
anything? Make anything from nothing.
So you can't even make gold from nothing.
Make
Yet you
anything
expect us to
from
believe that you
nothing.
can make life
No
from
one
nothing.
says from nothing.
make stardust.
No one says from nothing.
Come from.
Yo,
Hang on a minute.
Lion, make anything from nothing. Literally anything.
I can't.
You need God, dude.
Okay, so do you think people that talk? Wait, you're just lying. Do you think people who talk about abiogenesis say that they make life from nothing? You think that's what we say?
No, you.
Okay, so we get
when I say
something.
from nothing, hold on.
No. You said
When I
no.
say from
What do you
nothing,
talk
I'm
about?
not saying
No.
literally. I'm not saying. Hold on, dude.
Lion.
Bro, wait a
what
second.
Chemistry?
Stop
Lion.
spurging out, bro.
No, I'm not. You're the one that doesn't want to respond to this.
This is like the
Lion.
new life.
He said, "No, I'm not gonna stop spurging."
Dude, I'm not. When I say from nothing, bro, I'm not talking about from like thin air. I'm talking about from the electrons, from the same electrons.
What chemistry?
That everything else is made out of.
Lion. What chemistry? What chemistry do we get? What elements do we get? What molecules do we get? What do you want us to
Are you
make
gonna
it from?
keep deflecting or what, dude?
I want your answer. What do you get to make it
That's what he
from?
does.
Lion, what do
I
you get
just
to make it
told
from
you, dude.
if it's not from nothing?
The same,
Yes,
the
what?
same thing that everything, all the other elements are made out of fundamentally. Protons, electrons, and neutrons. Can you make gold?
Yes, you could. We see that all the time. First off, and that's how all the heavy elements are created. First off, and then second off, if you want to talk about life, then all life is protons, electrons, and neutrons. So you just fucked yourself because it's all life, all the time, always, now and forever. I don't know how else you could respond to that. Have you ever seen?
Yes,
like,
you got the one singular
Lion,
thing.
Do you have a, dude, shut
the
up.
universe.
Lion, do you have a
How do
kid?
you get all
Lion, do you have a
things
kid?
from one singular thing without
Lion, do you have a
introducing new
kid?
information?
Lion,
That's
yeah,
square one.
Okay, from
Yes,
the
I
point
do.
that before you conceived your kid and the point that your kid is now, when was anything other than a proton, an electron, or a neutron added?
How's that logically follow?
Is your kid made up of anything other than protons, electrons, or neutrons?
No.
Okay,
Yes,
so
But
if
I
we
don't-
get protons,
what's your
electrons,
point?
and neutrons, we can literally make fucking anything, right? Including life?
Theoretically, I'm asking you,
Okay,
can
do
you do it?
protons, neutrons, and electrons develop naturally in the universe?
According to you, they did.
Okay, so there's no issue for protons, electrons, and neutrons developing into life if that's all life is.
Yeah, but you don't have the why. Okay, you're not telling me
No
why.
one's asking the why. You just asked, could we do it? And
I am
obviously, yes,
asking
we
you the
can.
why. I'm
Okay,
asking
that's
the
good
why.
for you, but that wasn't what the question was. The question was,
Well,
can
I'm
you
proving
create
that
life?
You don't have
Can you
answers,
create
okay?
life?
You're just asserting
Can
baseless
you
garbage.
create life? The question was, can you create life from anything? And I said, well, what's
You're
anything? And
seriously
he,
coping with your
dude, I'm literally responding to Lion's question. Why are you interrupting me? Lion asked, can you create life from protons, electrons, and neutrons? Obviously, because all life, all the time, for now and forever, is always going to be protons, neutrons, and electrons. Because obviously, life is just chemistry. So there we go. We created life from what you wanted. Simple. Done.
Awesome,
there we
awesome
go.
spiel. I'm sure you're done. I'm positive you're done.
You didn't do anything, dude. You're
Okay.
sitting in a chair on your computer. You're not.
I'm playing
you're not
Smash Bros right now,
life.
but close.
I have a question. So you So I've never asserted that we know why. Basically, we know how, and
those are the same things, just phrased differently.
What I'm saying is, like, more.
Are you going to acknowledge that or no?
Yeah,
you're saying these naturalistic causes have no intelligence behind.
Are we going to acknowledge that? How and why are the same question phrased differently?
He was talking.
Yes.
Yo, hold on, guys. You gotta let him. Give him more space. Give him more space, please.
So
give him like a little bit more. Hold on. The other Jesse, you done, dude? Come on, man.
Yeah, I'm trying.
So
the thing is, your mic's kind of low, so they kind of. Go ahead, Jesse. All right, he's done. Next.
Are we going to acknowledge the fact that how and why are the same question, just phrased differently, or no?
Yes, if I could just talk for a second, and yes, I said it wrong. What I'm saying is, my question is, I've admitted to I don't know. Like I said, how these fundamental parts of life turned into that protozoa. But I'm telling you how these fundamental parts of life formed naturalistically.
Yeah, you're attributing the cause to chance and nature, but that doesn't make any sense.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's fine. You can say it doesn't make sense, but that's just an argument for personal
ingenuity.
Well, it's just an argument for personal
ingenuity. The claim is that, like, naturalistic things cause things, right? But that would just be an interaction of two things, like, not the same things, right? So if you're saying that everything came from one singular thing, then there weren't different laws.
Is this
there was just one thing that would just follow one law, not this variation of things. It would just be one singular thing, which would be the universe.
Yes, everything that exists.
How does the universe now account for all of the different particulars that you're going to use?
What do you mean account for it? That's what it is. What do you mean account for it? That's what it is.
With the naturalistic processes
Wait,
that
what do you mean?
we're laying out.
What do you mean account for it? That's what it is. No. What do you mean? No. What do you mean? No. What do you mean account for it? That's what it is.
Thing, Renee, as I ignore Chuanka, who interjects himself into every single thing and blabbers on the whole time, nonstop.
What do you mean account for it? What do you mean account for it? That's what it is. I know why you won't talk to me, because your question makes no sense.
You gotta chill out. You can't just keep talking through people when they're trying to say something. Please, dude.
Okay, then you can't ask stupid questions and not clarify.
I'm not talking to you, dude.
I know why.
Was talking. He deserves an answer. I'm talking to Renee. I mean, he deserves at least like some conversation. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you can't control the flow of the. No, you can't do that. You can't keep controlling the flow of the conversation. You kind of just let the people breathe, dude. Stop.
He keeps referring to the fine tuning of the universe as a naturalistic process. But clearly we have intelligence now to say that, everything is just chaotic and per chance, and that's what created intelligence. That's what's in contention. You think that, the cause of all things is just chaos is retarded. Okay. And you hate God, so you need to
I don't. That's the thing. First and foremost, were you speaking to me with your accusations that I hate God?
Talking to the people that hate God.
Oh, I don't talking to. So what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is there are naturalistic processes that there is a lot of. I don't know. My problem is I don't like building gods of gaps, so I wouldn't put God there.
When you say okay,
so through those processes, we can see. These are building blocks of life that were in place at this time, in these conditions, and then we can look down the road and see these things in other organisms, in other aspects, and other things, and we can interject into that. Like this is the thing: the nature of the universe is chaos. I truly believe that the order that we see. I see why people personify that and see that as God, but accepting naturalistic processes for that does not mean God doesn't exist. God created gravity. God created these processes. God created the stuff that's in the thing. God did everything in your model.
On this, Renee. This is why This is why I said to say that there's something called a natural process. Is just begging the question as if it doesn't need to be accounted for with a purpose plan and a form.
With a purpose plan.
So that's just like begging for somebody to say, well, no, it could just happen naturally. but they can't account for nature. Yeah, I mean,
what do you mean account for it?
I'm saying this. I'm saying this. Saying it happened naturally does not discount God because of what was argued earlier. God is logic. God is this. God is that. If God is everything, the creator, the everything, then saying it happened naturally doesn't discount God.
Let me reply real quick. So I'm not necessarily against those that believe in theistic evolution, because I have Christian brothers that still hold on to the globe and evolution. That's fine. That's a more rational, justifiable position to have, because you have God guiding the creation process, the evolutionary process. Most people don't want to believe that. Evolutionists don't want to believe in any type of deity at all involved in the process.
Why invoke a deity when one is
just wrong? Darwin was a Christian. Are you stupid? Are you actually just dumb?
Hang on. I'm sorry, Lion, did you just say it was more rational to believe in evolution as long as you still believe in God rather than just believing in God and not evolution?
Unguided evolution.
No. Unguided evolution is way more irrational than guided evolution. Absolutely.
I understand.
Evolution doesn't refer to either of those things. Evolution doesn't refer to either of those things.
But just he's conflating theistic evolution with traditional evolution. That's due to random probabilistic processes given enough time.
Lying.
Hang on.
Grow up, you fifth grade fucks.
I know. Can I finish a sentence without you doing that? Go ahead, though. Damn it.
So you did say, though, that your theistic Christian brothers that believe in guided evolution is more rational than just God.
No, I didn't say that, dude. Why these guys? They always use these tactics, dude. They try to frame me in a bad light. I didn't say that, dude. I didn't say that. I already gave you the argument. I guess I'm gonna have to give it again. There's evolutionists like Tuorkna over here, Tukakna over here, who thinks that evolution could have happened randomly through probabilistic means with no guiding source.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, that's strawmanning him. But
yeah, I didn't say that.
Specifically, the people that believe in evolution that also believe in God don't think
Darwin.
Still think that single cell, formed into multicellular, which eventually evolved into humans. And you said that's more rational than the people that think that God just created Earth as it is with humans and then created all the animals.
No, I didn't say that.
No, I think he said that
it's not what I said.
Evolution is more rational than atheistic evolution, which doesn't make sense. Atheistic evolution isn't a thing. Evolution doesn't have a religious bias to it. Darwin was a Christian. If anything, it would be deistic evolution. So you're just talking out of your ass at this point. I don't know what I said.
Well, I mean, I don't think
not at all.
You absolutely are. Well, you are.
To be clear, there's not a category distinction between if it's an all-seeing, all-knowing, omniscient, omnipresent God. A random propagation of things that he created or a guided. There's no real distinction between them, is there?
Yes, there's a huge distinction. One has justification for creation, the other does not.
Do you think there can't be creation without evolution? Why couldn't there be creation and evolution? What part of the theory of evolution stops that?
I've always maintained. Listen to what I'm telling you, dude. Listen to what I'm telling you.
No. Hold on. What part of the theory of evolution prevents creation?
No, whatever does come to be, it had to always be possible, because by definition, if it wasn't possible, all these possibilities that we have, by definition, would be impossible. So if somebody's going to appeal to a random, generation or expression to account for the possibility that did occur, then they're saying it's not necessary, that it was baked into the plan and purpose of the material matter to take form in a specific way.
What part of descent with modification prevents
creation? I can't dumb it down for you anymore, dude.
Okay, that's fine. Then someone else can try. What part of descent?
You just can't get it. Yeah.
Sure, that's fine. What part of descent with modification prevents creation from God?
Anybody else?
That's not the argument, dude. That's you guys
literally Darwin's theory of evolution. That's literally what it is. I don't know what to tell you.
I've always maintained that
what's wrong with this?
If a God is all powerful, the idea that in a moment of clarity for him in a way, with a thinking process that's beyond our imaginations. A blink of an eye, a click of a finger, he could orchestrate everything that's happened as it propagated out in from the Big Bang through everything to right through to the modern day. That's a far more magisterial notion than that any of our human minds when they talk about 6 days or picking up clay.
Now, is it possible, Pazza, that in this Big Bang cosmology, is it possible that these things were not possible? The things that did happen, they were impossible, and then occurred, or were all possibilities contained within, this single point?
That statement doesn't even make sense, but I still want to answer my question. What part of you have different genes? Dude, what is your problem? Stop interrupting me. What part of you? What part of you having different parents? Okay, cool.
Them gaining the ability to do something that they weren't able to do before. Is that
so? What part of you?
No, Tank, shut the fuck up,
dude.
Shut the fuck up too often.
Dude,
come on, guys.
Dude. Chill out.
Fuck you, dude. You're not addressing Pazza. Pazza made a statement. You're just
all the ass. Yo, this guy sucks.
He's such a fucking cunt. Like he's literally a cunt.
Yo, you gotta yield the mic sometimes. Somebody gotta.
Yeah, I know. I do want an answer to my question.
Never this fucking dude.
So
no, I know, but you never yield the mic, dude.
Sure. Okay, but I do want an answer to my question.
You never
yield the mic. Yeah. Sure.
Great question. So you keep saying you know how, but you don't know why.
Okay. So what part of you having different genes from your parents, having different, frequency of genetics than your parents prevents God?
Holy shit. He's got to talk about himself all the
time.
He wants to just talk about him. He's like, talk about me, what I want to talk about.
I know, he's in his own world. It's like Bobby's world.
Why are we still letting Tuakna dominate the room?
He's not dominating.
Why are we letting him dominate the room?
I can't mute the guy, bro. I'm arguing with him. I can't mute him.
Okay, so
I'm driving.
Don't argue with him. Mute him.
Okay, that's fine. I'll ask the question again because you guys really don't.
Nobody wants to talk to you, Tuakna.
I get why. So, what part of you having?
No, you don't.
You're tone deaf and you're socially inept. That's why no one's trying to talk to you.
You're a flat earther.
Like Pazza made some comments earlier. Okay. Renee was making some comments. We're trying to have like a conversation, and you're like, let's just focus on Tuakna.
So
like,
you guys think that
nobody wants to
you guys think there's a secular bias to evolution.
You're voted out.
Having different. Okay, that's fine. What part of you having different genes from your parents prevents God?
This is like bottom tier listening material. Is this Tuakna guy?
Can we all just agree?
I totally agree.
Everybody together just
put
them
can,
on,
but then I'll just at Omni. You guys can do that. That's fine.
You're bottom tier, Tuakna. Shut the fuck up. God damn it.
Okay. I know you guys really don't like the simple
bottom
facts.
tier, stupid fuck.
You want to
Nobody cares what you're talking about. You already got destroyed. You already got destroyed. You got jumped.
I know you want to create.
Stupid.
I know you want to create your safe
space.
You're
in, dude. You're in now, but you.
I know you want to create your safe space.
I get it, guys. Clean my fucking room.
I know you guys want to create your safe space. I get you want to create your safe space.
Everybody to leave.
Okay.
John, you can't keep doing this, can you? You can't keep doing this.
Yeah. So I know you guys want to create your safe space. It's okay. I get it. You guys are really upset about
Pazza was trying to talk, dude.
Okay.
This guy's gonna.
I'm interested in what Pazza has to say. What does Pazza think?
Yeah.
But I'd rather hear Pazza.
Well, I was trying to suggest that the whole construct could be the work of God, but the question then is what does unguided or random mean? Because if a deity which is all-knowing and all-seeing, and in the moment of, conceptual perfection beyond our imaginations, flicks his finger and the whole process is put in place, and he knows how it will propagate out, he knows everything that's going to happen the way it did, then randomness is would only be meaningful from a perspective of our perception. We might look at it and think, this looks random, or this can't be random, but that doesn't mean it is necessarily random in the real world if it's created by God, does it?
Yeah, I don't see.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Sorry, no thanks. But he made a good point. You guys keep saying that nature is chaotic, and you're just attributing nature to being chaotic. That's crazy, because we see order. Nature is naturally an ordered thing. So what the fuck does this chaos come from?
No one has ever said that nature is chaotic. No one has ever said that. That's a strong argument.
I mean, maybe you just got here, but they've been saying that for a minute now.
Order out of chaos.
Yeah, they might have been saying it, but it's a very big misconception. One of the most contradicting things about this whole thing is that it was science that actually found evolution. It is science that found the Big Bang. It is science that found DNA. So every time science finds everything, we have these interjections from religious people saying, oh, but God did it. Yeah, but you didn't discover the Big Bang. You didn't discover evolution, didn't discover DNA. And every time scientists find something, you try to interject that, oh, but the explanation is God. Yeah, but the Bible doesn't explain evolution. It doesn't explain Big Bang. It doesn't explain DNA.
We see things that are like very, if you ask me, everything is sacred about reality. You're saying it comes from chaos and that nature is just chaotic. I don't see how you came to that conclusion.
You said that though. You said it was chaotic.
Yeah, Dr. Pepper. Like I like the thing is that I want to do away with for everybody across the board is the idea that randomness in any shape or form can exist whatsoever. It cannot exist whatsoever because that would be equivalent to saying that something happens for no reason, and that's just an impossibility because that would
make you get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Evolution isn't random.
You say that there's determinism in the universe, and then you say that nature is chaotic. It's a fucking contradiction.
Wait, hold on, no takes. You think that's God though? You think God happens for no reason? What's the reason for God? What's the reason for God? Yeah, I know you don't want to acknowledge the question because it destroys your worldview. What's the reason for God?
No, but
so you're not talking to me.
Guys, can we at least put the rest of the notion that nature isn't chaotic? Evolution isn't,
that's the whole thing
I've been saying. By chaos.
Well, but they can't say that. They have to pretend we say that.
No. Okay, even if they pretend that we say that, I just want to clear something that is very, very clear. Every cell that exists in every organism on this planet have the same structures, the same organelles, and the same type of molecules and proteins pretty much all across the board. It's not random, it isn't chaotic. There is so strong evidence that everything came from a single cell organism 5 billion years ago that at this point called it chaotic is just openly dishonest. Evolution isn't chaotic. Abiogenesis isn't chaotic.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I brought up
nobody
earlier.
Said that.
What I brought up earlier is that there can't be there cannot be anything whatsoever to any degree that's random because that would be to say that something is happening for no reason at all. And that if we're going to appeal to the universe, that would be one singular thing, one single cell, whatever, one singular thing accounting for all things. So where did
he doesn't even believe that because he believes for God there's no reason for God.
From the room, what is wrong with this
himself? I don't know why he says that. It's really weird, and he won't acknowledge that point because it destroys his world. But he believes God happened for no reason. There's no cause for God. So even in his own world, he just doesn't
wrong with him.
No takes. Can I ask you something?
Turned you down, he said.
Or the other guy. What about evolution is chaotic?
To me, no. So my
doesn't know evolution.
So my statement was I build my statement was I build my worldview on I feel the nature of the universe is chaos. That's what I said. I'm in complete agreement with the order and structure. I even said I see why people personify that and create a god. But that's where I think the misperception came from a statement I made that I build in my worldview. I build it upon a nature of chaos, a universe. I'd say the nature of the universe.
I mean, I keep pointing out, but to say that things come from chaos, that it would be equivalent to saying that things happen for no reason. And if you're deriving information to say that I know, I'm going to leave this fucking room. This Tuakna kid just talks. He does it on purpose. I'm just fucking leaving.
No thanks.
No, he's got you muted. He's got you muted. No thanks.
It doesn't matter, dude.
Answer my one question, please. What about evolution to you is chaotic?
I think he left. Anyway, he won't answer the question about the no reason thing because it simply destroys his world.
Yeah, that idiot's too dumb to have this discussion.
Yeah, well, again, he is a flat earther, so it's not like the bars. Yeah, it's not surprising.
I maintain that if you look at all our endeavors to look at the universe and the majesty and enormity of it and the complexity of it, I would argue that there's plenty of scope for it all being a deistic construct. I personally think we have and we continue to horribly mischaracterize that deity through the limitations of our own imagination and our own mental capabilities.
So are you arguing for irreducible complexity, or am I misreading you?
I'm not making any argument in that per se. I'm just saying that the fact that the universe is there and there's a narrative unfolding through our experience and our knowledge and our understanding of what we can read and what we can decipher in it. The notion that it's created in a simplistic way, in a time frames and on scales that aren't representative of what we can clearly see, is the limitations of our ability to characterize what God would do based upon what we knew at the time. I think if as humans evolved, there's no reason why you couldn't conceptualize a way in which the deistic construct exists now. The fact that we don't have a oral tradition of trying to reframe God nowadays is a shame, really, because that's lost as a way of explaining.
Let me respond to that. I'll be quick. So I get what you're saying, and I actually respect that viewpoint more because at least you're giving some credence to a divine architect of some sort. But the problem with your idea is that the whole scientific evolution theory, right, tries to do away with that divine architect. So the whole reason you even have hold on,
you're just
hold
lying.
on, dude, wait, dude,
you're just lying.
bro. I'm gonna,
Stop
bro.
lying.
You can't
Talk now. You gotta let him finish, though, brother.
I'm almost done. I'm gonna wrap it up, bro. I'm gonna wrap it up right here, bro. Right?
Why don't you just not lie?
Just push back when he's done. Just push back when he's done.
The whole reason you have billions of years is because you needed the probabilistic mutations and all the probability for it to work. For it to work randomly, you need that time frame, bro. And even with that time frame, I don't think it's possible.
Evolution happens today. I don't know why you're just lying. He's just lying.
Your worldview
wait, hold on, really quick, because I do want to respond. No part of descent with modification, which is why you want to answer my question about you being different from your parents, no part of that prevents God. Darwin himself was a Christian. Evolution happens today, so you can literally say nothing existed before you were born, and the fact that people have kids, you have a kid yourself, and you can do a paternity test, that is definitive proof of evolution. You will not acknowledge any of these points because it just destroys what you just said. It shows that you're blatantly lying. Will you acknowledge any of those things, Lion?
Yeah, I'm very aware that Darwin was a Christian, and there's many Christians. Just because they profess Christ as their savior doesn't mean they're actually Christians.
What part of descent with modification throws out God?
I already explained to you that probabilistic explanations for evolution. I'm telling you right now.
Dude,
wait, dude.
It happens today.
Oh my God, dude. I'm trying to answer.
There's no probability.
Yeah, this guy's a fucking retard.
Yeah,
probabilistic explanations for probabilistic
Come on, you got. Come on.
You're just gonna keep doing this, dude. I can't.
Come on.
Okay. You have to let him respond.
Somebody's got to teach this guy how to have a normal conversation.
Sure. I'm not going to respond if he just keeps lying. I'll say it again because I said it already in my response. It's not a probabilistic thing. You having a paternity test, you could do a paternity test with your son, is definitive proof of evolution. It happens today. You're not going to acknowledge this while you're lying about it. I never said that. You're not acknowledging paternity tests. There's a reason you're not acknowledging it because it gets rid of the probabilistic explanation. It happens today for certain. Will you acknowledge that?
Okay, so again, probabilistic justification does away with God. It does away with God. You don't need God. Given enough time, Chronos is your God. Time is your God.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
So you just didn't acknowledge the paternity test or the father thing. Will you acknowledge that? Because I just said no probability. It happens today for certain. You are evidence of that. Will you acknowledge that or no?
I don't think it excludes
He's
God.
Won't acknowledge it.
Oh God. Okay. I don't think it excludes God, and that they don't just put on that figure they put on it isn't nominal, is it? They haven't just waved a finger in the air and said, "Let's give ourselves enough time for probabilities." The age of the universe is by observing the background radiation, that sort of thing, and they're likely to change that in the future as they
find it dishonest to claim that scientists need time in order for the mutation to make sense. Evolution is such a broad field of different sciences that we don't need just evolution and calculations of mutations and genetic flow and all that stuff in order to make the whole model of genetics in evolution to make sense. We have geology, we have the fossil record, we have tons of other evidence that confirms that evolution took as long as it did.
Evolution is all a program.
It's a Lion. Lion, I hate to call you out on a bullshit like this, but you are being blatantly dishonest, like you really are.
Yeah, can you acknowledge a paternity test thing that evolution happens today, and you and your son are proof of that?
He's not. Look, he's probably not going to do it, and it's fruitless to keep like pressing him
but
on
you guys
this. Like,
want to pretend. Wait, you want to pretend like I'm being a dick for interrupting when he's just being blatantly dishonest. I want to show you he's being blatantly dishonest.
We all see that he's being dishonest, right? But there's no point in just
to interrupt him.
Well,
look, because it doesn't help anybody else progress the conversation. That's it. Like, we just want to move on from this. We get he's being dishonest. He's not going to engage with you. Let's just move on. That's all we can do.
Yeah, I agree. But if he wants to have the conversation about people saying that evolution says that we
I don't believe in evolution because this guy Tulaka still
cool.
like
I don't care. Cool. I don't care. So anyway, if you want to have that conversation, then we have to actually acknowledge these things that exist in reality. If we want to try to have a conversation, we have to acknowledge reality. Paternity tests are a reality, and they're definitive proof of evolution.
Okay, good. You say it 10 more times. Say it 10 more times.
Yeah, I will. So I don't see why we're saying that.
Please don't.
Why do you think anyone cares?
Do you understand that you have to be
this guy's a retard?
There's a level of graciousness you have to have in these conversations. You can't just do that.
Acknowledging reality. Acknowledging reality is one of those things.
But look, you've got a huge group of people here that are telling you, like, we're with you. We understand that, like, clearly the opposition is being dishonest. They're shifting the goalposts. Like, we get it, right? But bashing them like this is also not going to get them to agree with us, like, ever.
Yeah, because they don't believe in reality.
I'm more curious about Lion's explanation how he thinks that Einstein is wrong. I think that'd be much more
dude, ask somebody else.
Productive conversation.
I'm trying to chill out, bro. I talked a lot today. There's a lot of people in here. Go ahead.
I had a question for you, Lion, like specifically. So, like
he just said he tapped out. He just said he tapped out. Give him a break.
Give me a break.
I thought you said go forward. I thought you said go forward. I'm sorry, but
I can't blame him, to be honest.
Yeah, like, give the guy a break. Come on.
No, like I said, I thought he said go ahead. But
no, we're not gonna give him a break. Why should we? He's a dishonest.
No, it's because I've been hogging the mic, dude.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not fair, bro, for everybody else. Other people.
Yeah, you just can't acknowledge.
I got a topic. Why do Globers sometimes foam at the mouth like morons? Why do you guys foam at the mouth and start freaking out?
It's called Schadenfreude, and it's okay. I said my piece. Sorry.
You speak German?
Jawohl, eine kleine Meinfeier.
But you must know what Schadenfreude is.
Do I?
Yeah.
No, I don't know what it is. I just know it's German.
Okay. It's a term used in English, though, isn't it?
It is, but it's like, I forget what its translation is. I heard about it because there's a lot of like phrases that we have that are like, because English is a Germanic language and it has a lot of German descent from it. But I know it's one of those facts that you see on like a YouTube Shorts that I don't remember, but I've heard of before.
It's gloating over misfortune, isn't it? And mirth over someone else's disadvantage.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I don't want to sound petty. I don't want to say that I want to jump on too many personal attacks, but I mean, Lion does deserve a bit fair lashing because I mean he is open and blatant dishonest, and I still want to hear him so badly. Him try to debunk Einstein. Like that would be a wild, very funny dialogue with him.
He won't talk.
Yeah, I like Globers, dude. I typically like. There's certain Globers that I like, dude.
Yeah, they give you stuff. They work for you, and then you don't have to work for it.
But there's some Globers I can't stand. They don't know how to, like, handle the mics. No, man.
That's why you're upset at Globers, because they interrupt you?
Yeah, but
is that really what you just said? Oh my god,
bro! To be honest,
good life. That's your problem.
To be honest,
that's crazy.
I can vehemently disagree with someone, and I can also, at any level, think they're being intellectually or literally dishonest. That there's no reason to basically just harangue them out of the conversational framework, though. It doesn't make any sense to do that.
Wait, yes, it does.
Like,
No. Wait, hold on. This is actually a really big beef that I have.
You are aware that the first time I joined the server, Noah kept calling everyone a retard for about an hour and a half, right?
Yeah, and I hate when Noah does that.
He does. To be fair, they do mute him when he does that.
And then he comes back and says it again. I mean, it's not an excuse, bro. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah,
I agree. Nobody should dominate the mic and just control the flow of the conversation constantly for an hour. Nobody does that. But I noticed there's a couple Globers in here, and that two Akna and that dude Jay Warren.
JL.
Yeah, they're sadists, bro.
You
disregard how
don't let the
Warren just
conversation
tries
flow
to be
and you control
accurate
it.
about what he says. That's the he tries to be accurate. That's
But
his fault.
well, it just so happens that the people that want to have like these atheist arguments, that they're also very sadistic and they just want to like corner you and badger you and abuse you. It's weird.
And we also give you all this shit because you can acknowledge that the Earth is a globe, and we do all these things for you. You use the medicine that we create. We acknowledge all these realities.
Guess what?
And we make your cars.
I'm not
and
a
we do
flat
all of these
earther,
other things.
fucktard.
We do the chemistry.
Yeah, you're an idiot.
Things.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking to.
Like the map is done evolving, like everything's not done evolving. At least your modern understanding of evolution is moving away from words like random and understanding everything is cause and effect like it should be. Thank you.
What part?
Yeah, he should be conceding to that. So do you think that a naturalistic process is random?
Sure.
Do you think that a naturalistic process is random?
I'm literally about to answer.
Yes or no?
I'm literally about to answer.
What a
I'm literally about to
fucktard.
answer.
See, this is
I'm
what's
literally
really
about to answer.
honest.
Wow.
I don't.
Okay.
He should be conceding because he doesn't want to admit that he's wrong.
I'm literally about to answer. I'm literally about to answer.
He's telling you he's going to give you the answer.
What part of the set with modification has randomness in it?
There is no
you invoke randomness.
When did I say randomness?
Who agrees with the randomness?
I say random. No. You guys, no.
He doesn't want to admit that his whole argument changed when more people disagree.
When did I say randomness? When did I say it? I said.
What is a naturalistic process?
What is a naturalistic process?
Yeah. Is it determined?
An occurrence.
What is it?
Governed by the
It's just an occurrence that's determined by the laws of physics.
Yeah.
Determined by what?
Damn straight.
It's
Nothing's
determined,
fucking
right?
random.
You have a deterministic worldview.
Right.
Good job, dude.
When did I say random, though?
Order.
What's wrong with that?
And what's wrong?
Wait, what's the issue with that? I never said random. When did I say
that's
random?
God.
Yeah, no.
That's
This
exactly what we mean by
When did I
God.
say? No. When did I say
Hey, do you have
random?
a fucking random worldview, motherfucker? You want
When
to
did
say
I
we
say
got
random?
determined worldview? You must have.
When
No,
did I
not
say
you.
random?
The other dude that's saying we. Listen, man. He's coming at you like a deterministic worldview is bad. So he must say he has a random worldview, then, right? Fucking idiot.
I don't know where you're coming from. I don't know what your position
Why
is.
would you have a random worldview? Why would you think anything in physics is random? Why would you think that?
I'm not the one that was defending the random worldview that a naturalistic process is.
When did I say random? When did I say it? Who said it?
Who has
did.
the
Yeah.
world?
When?
No,
You switched your tone after you got dominated, dummy.
When did I say
No,
random?
he didn't.
When did I ever
Yes,
say
he
it?
did in the beginning of the
When?
conversation. Him and some other guy
No.
were piggybacking off of each other, saying that a naturalistic process.
You can't even
has no
follow
order
the
to it.
point, dude. I'm negging on your fucking
That's
follow
exactly why he's
along the
conceding now.
mainstream
Okay,
science lemming ass motherfucking brain. You think it's fucking random. At least mainstream science is moving away from that shit, like the rest of them.
I think
Yeah, mainstream science is moving towards the fine-tuning argument, where it's not a naturalistic process. There's intelligent design behind all of it. That's right.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. I may have fucked up with words, and I may have misrepresented a statement and caused issues. But
no, you're good, Renee. This is fucktard Tuakna that wants to assert everything.
When did I say random? When did I say random?
But exactly. Like I'm sorry, but the thing is that like when I said chaos, I think I'm more saying I don't know. So I choose chaos to just describe that process.
Yeah, when did I say random?
It doesn't have to be random. It's incalculable.
Yeah,
It's not.
that's a good. There you go. That's a good word.
What makes it order? Like, what is
I don't
order?
know. What do you think random is? What do you think random is?
And I'll answer that. And that's why I've said multiple times I don't. So like I would say my worldview is I can't prove nor disprove God. So I will not invoke him when I don't need him. And in the process of evolution, in the process of creation, in the process of all those things, I can see those naturalistic things and that order that you're talking about. And I can see how they tied together. And I do not need to invoke God for that process to make sense for me.
Why is it not chaotic? Why not?
I never.
Hold on.
I think it is chaotic because it's just in the terms of chaos. It's just like the three body problem, right? Like there's solutions to it, but like at the same time, that's the type of chaos. Something that is so complex. I don't know how it was solved. I don't know, but I don't want to assert a claim or invoke a power that truly I don't know. Especially,
you have to invoke a power because it's not chaotic. If it was chaotic, there would be no power behind what's causing it.
Wait, hold on. What do you think chaos is? No. Answer that question. What do you think that is? You keep fucking saying it. What do you think chaos is?
Are you talking to me?
Whoever keeps saying that, what's chaos or what's chaotic?
Disorder.
What's disorder?
It's subjective, dude.
It's the same, dude. Wait, hold on. Noten's is saying.
It's so funny how, like, a lot of people understand this argument, but then you have these guys that hate God that just don't understand what's being said.
I get why you're not defining it. At least Noten's had the guts to define what he meant by disorder and order, but then it shot himself in his own foot when he said no reason because he believes that first God. You're saying that we believe in chaos or disorder. What do you think chaos and disorder are? What is your problem? I ask a very basic question. What is chaos or disorder? No, I'm talking to the dude that has the.
Okay.
I have this Tuakta guy turned down. He's retarded.
Okay, yeah. See, they just can't answer these questions because it immediately destroys their view. They just.
But I don't know. If he's talking to me, I'll just make clear
that the
argument that he made at first is that naturalistic processes do not need any kind of order behind them.
Yeah, what do you think order is? He won't answer, but you should just ask him what he thinks order is. He won't answer.
But what we see, like, nature is clearly divine. Everything is clearly here for a reason. And you don't know why you're here.
Hold on. Can I chime in real quick?
You don't know the reason you're alive because you're probably a degenerate retard.
Oh, okay. So
because my parents had a kid. What kind of fucking question is that? That's why I'm alive.
What happened was I was describing that process. I used the word chaos. I told you why I use chaos. It's complex. Something I don't understand. When you guys summed up the rebuttal, that's when random was inserted into the conversation.
Yeah, but they can't say that we don't believe it's random because in their argument makes no sense.
But why is there such thing as order? You can't tell me
order
what
is.
Really is.
I told you. I don't know why DNA bonds for the way it does. I don't know why that order exists, and I've admitted that I don't know. That's part of the chaos.
Because calling it a naturalistic process leaves a lot of questions, like why are things the way they are, and that's why there's billions of people that believe in God because you don't have an explanation using basic material concepts.
Admitting the fact that people believe in God because of a God of the gaps fallacy is insane. You understand that
you're using a time of. I can't believe I turned you back up. That might have been a mistake, but you're using a time of the gaps fallacy. You're using a time of. Stop interrupting, dude. You keep trying to interject in the middle of my sentence because you're weak.
Respond to simple questions.
You are weak.
Well, you're just saying I said things that I didn't because you're dishonest.
No, you already got destroyed. Actually, I mean, you're already.
Okay, if you think so. Okay,
so
you can't.
What is the time of the gaps?
Yeah, what's the time of the gaps? When did I do that?
Yeah, you're introducing that you have a whole bunch of time to cause your, origin of life.
Okay, so hold on. Please. So you disagree with the age of the Earth? That's because we can't go further with the conversation because we're going to be at an impasse.
I did not make any comments about the age of the Earth.
Okay, so
how old do you think the Earth is?
No.
How old do you think it is?
True Okna, you didn't. The other guy is saying that you're invoking time of the gaps, meaning he does believe in a young Earth. I'm assuming.
No, how old is the other?
Why am I being straw man? See, this is the problem with you fucking foaming at the mouth.
I'm trying to ask questions. So
you guys just keep straw manning me. You don't even ask me my position. You just keep saying what my position is.
I ask you questions and then you won't answer. How old do you think the Earth is?
And while I'm responding to your stupid shit, you all talk at the same time.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Ask him how old do you think the Earth is?
Who's the dude, Renee? I would like to talk about this with you. Like,
how old do you think the Earth is? Just ask him that question.
Not too often.
I know what you want to answer.
So that's what I'm saying. So like I am. So in the framework of so we're trying to frame an argument in which we cannot yell and talk past, right? So in that we need to come up with a number, okay? For the age of the Earth. In my opinion, from my understanding, from what I've studied, from what I've read, I could conceive the age of the Earth being anywhere between 4.5 to 5 billion years old. There is a range of error and randomness. I really don't want to get into that. But if you can agree to that time frame or not,
what do you think the Earth is?
Yeah, I know the reason why they think that the Earth could be, whatever, 4.6 billion.
Just ask them the question out loud.
See how you like to interject at the middle of my sentence? He can't help himself.
I get it. Let him just answer his non-answer, and then we'll ask him to answer the question.
Yeah, you do not need to speak in order for me to do anything.
After he answers, I'll let you. You can take it. I won't ask the next one because I know what you're going to ask.
See, it's really hard engaging with like 5 globetards at once. You guys need to learn
I'm sorry.
Answer how old do you think the Earth is? Just answer the question. How old do you think it is?
Please answer the question.
How old do you think it is?
All right, what'd you say, Renee?
How old do you think the Earth is?
So, in my opinion,
no, just ask me, how old do you think the Earth is?
Literally, 3 people come in when I ask Renee a question. It's crazy.
So, in my opinion, I think the Earth is anywhere between 4.5 and 5 billion years old. Would you accept that as a reality?
Yeah, what I was trying to say before I got interrupted was I see the reason why they say the Earth is 4.6 billion years old.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so to go further, just a step further, would you accept that as a framework of reality?
Yeah, if you want to start building a framework around the concepts of how they date things, how they date sediment layers. Dude, I'm literally trying to answer this question. Like, you guys are pathetic.
No, you're not.
No, you're not. Just ask how old
I am literally trying to answer Renee's question, but you guys keep interjecting, freaking out about it.
No. You're saying I understand.
No.
I understand why people are
Literally,
religious.
you need to shut the fuck up and let me finish my sentence.
Okay, I understand why people are religious.
See, I'm going to talk over you the same way you talk over me because you can't control yourself.
I understand why people are religious.
Nobody cares what you're talking about. I was in the middle of a sentence. You guys can't hear anything you're saying. I'm in the middle of a sentence. Yeah, that works.
Do something else, guys.
That's a fucking retard.
Do something else.
Yeah, too often. Shut the fuck up. Let me talk to Renee.
Okay, cool.
I'm trying to talk to a reasonable person right now, and you're just interjecting.
Okay, you think whatever. How old do you think the Earth is again?
Okay, please.
Dude, I already answered that question. That proves that you're definitely not listening. But if you were listening and not interrupting, you would know what my answer was.
Wait, why don't you say it again?
You can't do that.
Okay,
say it again.
But you're a retard and you can't do that. Good job, dude.
So let me explain what I heard him say. I heard him say, if you want to create 4.5 billion years to start to create a framework for your evolution, then I'm willing to do that. But we're specifically asking you, what do you personally think the age of the Earth is?
Make claims about the actual age of the Earth. Everything is still
answer these questions.
Everything is still with. Yeah, see, this guy can't.
Okay, keep on going. Just keep on going. Just keep on going.
Yeah, I have to keep sucking through a fucking globetard, right? Yeah,
just say a number. Say the number.
I already answered this question, but you weren't listening.
Okay,
I'm sorry that Two Oakner interrupted you. I'm sorry. No one else will interrupt you. Give me a specific range of what you think the age of the Earth is.
Like I said, I understand the reason people think they speculate. They're still speculating. Holy shit, he's talking over me again.
Yeah, until you answer the question. It's not a hard question.
You act like a baby, dude. You need to shut your mouth while other people are talking.
Can't answer the question, and then I ask it again.
I was answering the question.
Numbers.
I will tell you the answer to my.
Hey, let him talk.
I'm going to tell you.
Please.
Thank you. Tuakna, shut the fuck up. Thanks.
No.
I know. I make you upset.
Yeah, I understand the reason. I understand the reason they say that Earth is 4.6 billion years old. There's like layers of sediment, right? They're like geological radio date. What are they? Carbon radio dating, all that stuff. I know why they come to these conclusions.
Okay. So what
you already said that, I'm just like an idiot, right? All right.
Yeah. I got it.
Okay.
What do you think the age of the Earth is?
Doesn't matter what I think.
See, they just can't answer straight up.
Hold on, 1 second, because I started this.
It does to me.
It does to me as well, because like we were talking. Because if I'm going to sit here and tell you my worldview, which I really want to do, and you can't accept, and you can't accept my age because of a bias, essentially, it's a lot of talking past each other. You know,
reality.
You know,
you guys have built hundreds of millions of years between these sediment layers. You say that
about that. How old do you think the Earth is?
Hold on, dude. I'm trying. I'm really trying to answer your questions.
No, you're not. It's a number. Just say the number.
What? You're gonna freak out?
Just say the number.
Right. So, you look at the geology of the Earth. You got sediment layers. You say that there's hundreds of millions of years separating these eras, right?
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Okay, but you could be wrong. I mean, I understand how you got to that conclusion.
But there's multiple. But like the fact that we could be wrong, but there's multiple fields of study that collide. That
acknowledge
like,
that. What's the point of this conversation? The literal fact that he won't acknowledge how old he thinks the Earth is. Why would he acknowledge the fields of study? If he can't acknowledge a simple number, why would he acknowledge the fields of study?
Your geological model of how old these layers are is changing now because they're doing more tests. So if I were to just blindly subscribe to whatever they told me 20 years ago, I would be wrong right now.
Okay,
so you need to stop acting like I should just subscribe to whatever theory they have.
You can be wrong.
I don't truly subscribe to their theory. I understand the theory. I understand how they came to that conclusion. That doesn't mean I just 100% buy it as fact.
But based upon the evidence of that theory, of the geological testing, of the radiocarbon dating, of all those things, of that, he doesn't buy it, right? So can you give us...
No, I said I don't 100% subscribe to it.
Okay,
you don't acknowledge it.
Okay. So can you give us another range? I gave you a range based upon my understanding. Can you give us a range?
No, I can't.
Yeah. Okay. So why are you having this conversation? Why are you having this conversation? If you don't have a stance on it,
talking, you literally sound like a mouse, dude. I have you turned down.
That's fine.
All right.
Why do you no? If you don't have a stance in this conversation, why are you in it?
Why are you asking me the age of the Earth? Hold on. Renee asked me what the age of the Earth is, and I just wonder, like, what does that have to do with anything?
So can I tell you?
We're talking about because we're talking about.
So I'm asking Renee.
So if I
literally
could
talk, you reference me.
So no one cares,
if I could, so why I talk about the age of the Earth is because I'm trying to speak to you on the exact same reference field, essentially, say plate. And if I'm talking to you about a process that's going to take billions of years, and you don't accept that that's a reality, I will never be able to speak past that bias because you won't accept the naturalistic process as I present it to you, but you don't give me.
Yeah, well, let's talk about your naturalistic process, quote unquote. First, you need Jeans instability in a vacuum, right? You want your gas cloud to become so hot and dense that it turns into a liquid sphere that makes a gravitational well, which causes other gas clouds to move towards it, and now you have some kind of accretion disk. And I don't know how much time or what actually happened in that case because it's theoretical and you can't prove it. Okay, so I'm not going to invoke that I know how long that process takes.
Hold on.
You do not know when Jeans instability is going to happen to a gas cloud. You do not have the amount of time it takes for a gas cloud to coalesce into a sphere. You just don't.
Hang on. Wait. Okay. Have you ever heard of the lead dating, where they tested it between the different isotopes of lead? Have you ever heard of that dating technique?
Does that have to do with the birth of the Earth?
It has everything to do with the birth of the Earth.
Okay, tell me how.
So the lead that we find on Earth is it's a certain isotope, and then we compared it to like lead that we found somewhere fucking else. I forget exactly what it was, but that certain isotope of lead can only be made a certain way. And when we looked at all this, the lead dating, it all pointed to the 4.5 billion years.
Okay, so how are you going to prove that creating lead takes 4 billion years? How are you going to prove that?
Hey, hold on, wait. Can I just wait? Hold on.
Hold on, I asked him a question.
It's not about lead taking 4.5 billion years. And this is what led to us not using leaded gas anymore, by the way, this experiment. Because the guy was trying to find a sterile laboratory where there was no lead reading, and he couldn't do it because it's just fucking everywhere.
I don't know what that has to do with the age of the Earth.
Cool. Can I ask the people who do believe in the globe and disagree with this guy a question? Do you guys understand he's not going to acknowledge these realities? Like, he'll say they exist, but he won't acknowledge these mean anything. He'll say that exists, but he won't say that proves the age of it. Like, no proof is good enough for these people. They don't.
Yeah, we fucking know, but people are trying to have a discussion with them. And
I just want to make sure that you hold on. I just want to make sure you guys know what's happening.
Yes, we are all aware of that. We still want to try and engage. We still want to try and change his mind. That's why we're here.
Yeah, Tuakta doesn't even know that's why he's here. He's here to talk to flat earthers.
Just to be clear, he doesn't have it. Wait, just to be clear, you guys can't change his mind. He doesn't have a stance on this.
Octa, we fucking know.
Go talk to yourself. Go talk to a wall in a dark room.
None of us were born fucking yesterday, bro. You need to calm the fuck down. We're already on the same page. Fuck,
I'm
man.
the only one here.
He's socially inept, man.
I don't think anyone can change anybody else's mind. The easiest mind to change is your own.
Gay.
Now, I want to address what Renee and...
Other people in this room just changed my mind like an hour ago.
Nice.
Yeah, I want to address what Renee was saying. So, like, what does the age of the Earth really have to do with what we were talking about with biogenesis and origin of life?
Because you said that we're invoking time, and you also said when describing the layers in sedimentary, we're invoking millions.
Oh, you're answering for Renee. Yeah.
Well, that is the answer. That is the answer, though. But yes, he did answer for me. But that is the answer.
My bad, I didn't hear that.
What did he say?
Go for it. Go for it. That's fine. That's fine. No,
I'm interested in what Renee was going to say, but yeah.
But that would be why. And you actually specifically said we're invoking the time of the gaps fallacy, and that's why I asked the question, because I don't see a gap of time because of the evidence that's presented.
Well, yeah, you have a gas cloud, and then you invoke 4 billion years of an accretion disk.
So you don't believe in gravity?
Well, I don't know if that's truly what caused the Earth to form.
Okay.
What? So, okay.
Could God have used?
Yeah, which is a reasonable position. I mean, like, you can act like you have to contest that right now, but you have to just sit. Why not just sit and think about it for a second, rather than trying to combat what I just said? I don't know for sure if that is why Earth formed.
I understand that.
So
but
wait. I want to ask a follow-up question to that.
I have one last question. Could God have used gravity to form the Earth, based upon your understanding of gravity?
Well, these galactic clusters, technically, gravitational wells do not form galactic clusters in their own paradigm.
I don't want to sound repetitive, but that's not really the question, though.
Well, yeah, it is. You're saying that stars formed because of gravity.
No,
they're saying that gravity is insufficient to cause a star.
The question I asked you was, based upon your understanding of gravity, could God have formed the Earth?
Using gravity.
Yes.
Yeah, but the reason the Earth formed in your model is because the sun formed.
Okay.
Okay, and in order for your sun to form, I don't know if you have everything that you claim is there.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's where you can throw doubt. That's where you can throw wherever else. But do you admit that with your understanding of the naturalistic properties of gravity, that God could have formed the Earth with that?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking that's a malformed question. I don't know. It might be loaded. That sounds like a loaded question.
I'm not trying to load it. I'm not trying to load it at all. I'm giving you I'm giving
just
you
asking if it's logically possible. Like, is it logically possible that God could have done this? Yes or no? Very simple.
Yeah, is it logically possible that God made it that the sun creates a gravitational well that causes Earth to form and accretion disk and all that?
Right.
Yeah, you've even simulated it with computers, right? You simulated accretion. You've already done it.
So yes. So the answer is yes. And the problem with that is you cannot accept the naturalistic processes. And I've never, ever said you can't invoke God.
What you're calling a naturalistic process, I'm calling, that there's a cause for that to happen. And it could be.
And God could have hot-wired it or pre-wrote it, gave it script armor to end up where it is. I'm not disagree. This is the problem. I'm not trying to disagree. I'm trying to have you understand. I'm not here to argue God existence left or right. It's about these naturalistic processes. God can use gravity. God can use biogenesis. And if he cannot, your hubris of being able to describe God is sinful to your own religion.
Okay, so you might think this is a bit of a tangent. What did someone else want to say?
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, Maxim. I know you wanted to ask him, but I just have a question also. So.
No, you're good, bro. Go ahead.
When you say that these people are invoking time, what are you basing that on?
The apparent amount of time that it took for Earth to form.
No, I get that, but what are you basing the fact that they're invoking it? Like, because when you say that, you're saying that they're just like making it up. What's your basis to say that these scientists are just making up these dates arbitrarily?
Well, you made a model, right?
Okay.
It's based off their model, dude.
You realize that like the age of the Earth has changed over time, right?
Yeah, that's my point. That's why I don't subscribe to a certain amount of time for the age of the Earth. Exactly.
Okay, but why? What's your basis for saying like the current time we have right now is wrong?
Because it's subject to change. Because if I were to say that it was 100% fact 20 years ago, I would be wrong today.
Right, which is why we asked you for a range before, because we know like we're saying it's 4.5 to 5 billion years.
Do you think I'm God? Do you really think I'm going to tell you the exact age of the universe right now?
It's funny that you were so mad that 2 Oakner was cutting you off, and I was still talking. You do it.
I just think it's funny.
I'm not asking you to give a specific 100% accurate age of the Earth. I'm just asking for what your range of the Earth's age is.
I don't have one.
Is it older than 6,000 years? Older than 100,000 years?
I never claimed to believe that Earth was 6,000 years old, so I'm not going to start trying to, argue for a straw man.
I'm not arguing for any straw man. I'm literally asking you, what do you think? Is it older than 6, older than 10, older than 1,000,000, older than 1,000,000,000?
I don't claim to know these things, but I do know the reason they think that it's 4 billion years old. Now, how it came to be over 4 billion years old, I'm not going to say that their simulations, their computer simulations of accretion, are exactly the reason why the Earth formed, and that is a naturalistic process that has no intelligent design behind it.
So do you think it's based just off of simulation and not actual observable empirical data?
Yeah, I mean, you have an intelligent design behind your computer simulation of accretion. So there's a chance that there's intelligent design behind accretion, your supposed model of accretion in real life.
So if I find like the PDF about the lead dating that led to the accepted age of the Earth and like showed you the paper, would you accept it? Because that's empirical data, not a simulation based off of like computers.
I mean, if you really want me to read an article about how they date lead, like I'll do it, man. If you want me to.
But you know why he wants you to do that? Is because it would give it gives a proof of the range that we presented to you.
Yeah, that's fine, but I don't know what the apparent date that lead formed. I don't know what that has to do with accretion.
That's
I guess. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No. That you were still wrapping up. Go ahead and finish.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, again, it doesn't have to do with the formation of the solar system. So.
All right. But well, if you want to send me an article, feel free, man. I'll check it out.
Okay.
See how much better this goes without like fucking foaming at the mouth too often.
So I guess at least from my perspective, right? Like, if I was adopting a theistic worldview, right, this is something that's always just super puzzling to me. Is like you can invoke virtually anything that's logically and like metaphysically possible, because God is, I mean, depending on how you define him, he's unlimited, right? Like he could do anything he wants at any time. So if you're like observing particular evidence and it's leading you to, suspect that, the Earth is billions of years old, that all of these natural processes happened, from like a theistic like perspective, I could just go, wow, this is amazing that God used all these processes to make the world this way. Like, that's what's always so confusing to me.
Well, so far you guys have only been bringing up like matter in motion and things like that. We're not talking about why things exist at all in the first place, or why. You guys don't care about why, which is strange to me.
Because isn't why subjective a bit? It's determined from the interpretation of facts and evidence and data.
Yeah, why is it subjective? Another great question. Like, all these things just point to a creator to me.
Well, that doesn't follow, right? Just logically, that doesn't follow, right? We can have intersubjective opinions about particular observations, but that doesn't mean that there's like pure actual agency behind all of that. Now we can argue for that, but I mean,
well, you have context for these words like agency and God and creator, right? And we might need to hash out what those differences between my definition and your definition, and that'll make us reach a better conclusion. But a lot of people don't have time for that. A lot of people just want to bark at each other.
So I just posted 2 articles, like one's a summation of scientific articles and another one's from a university talking about the lead dating. If you're interested, I posted in like the wrong text channel, whatever, but I'm driving.
All right, as long as you tag me in it, I'll be able to check it out.
No, I didn't tag you. It's 3 past the hour. It's posted.
But hey, just so you know, I'm not sitting here telling you that the Earth is not 4 billion years old. I'm just saying I don't know if it is accretion. I mean, you got all these organic chemists coming out and saying that, astrophysicists are saying we have a fine-tuning issue where like all the things that are on Earth had to have been put here. Like the odds of these chemicals being in our solar system are so small that it gives evidence of intelligent design. And that's not coming from me. That's coming from these astrophysicists.
When you say things though, when you say things that people are invoking time, you are saying that you don't believe in the age of the Earth, though.
Is this still about the time of the gaps thing that I said? I would say that only applies to when you're talking about how long it took for Earth to form. Like, we don't know how long it could have took exactly. I don't think we know that.
Well, but also, real quick, just in regards to like what astrophysicists, how how they interpret the data and how individual astrophysicists might assign agency to the, what they interpret as fine tuning. That's a whole different discussion in and of itself.
No, it's not. It's exactly that's not a different discussion.
Even in like what we were saying, like that fine tuning. I mean, I don't know. I might be really simplifying it, but I mean, technically, that's what Einstein did for Newton. Fine tuning of inerrancies that were seen at distance and things like that. That took an intelligent mind to do that. And like I said, we're not saying that's not a reality that could be in existence. But the problem is, like you're saying, like we need to define God, we need to define this, we need to do that. And I completely agree. But the problem is it's always pretty much a shifting of the goalpost of the definition to kind of keep the worldview of God doing these processes. And I just don't understand why that's necessary.
Yeah, and I respect your position, man. You feel free to feel that way. Yeah. But you got to respect that billions of people around the world, they go outside and they hear birds chirping and they see plants and they don't say, oh, this is just because of nothing. None of this matters. No reason. It's all meaningless garbage.
I never said. This is the thing, though. You're making a claim I never made. That's the problem. I never made that claim. My claim is when you're given the evidence that supports these naturalistic processes, you still want to invoke God. That's completely fine. It's fine. But why are you still rejecting the evidence?
What do you mean I'm rejecting evidence? What do you mean?
You're sitting here talking about like the accretion and I can't deal with like the lead and all that other stuff. You're still not just accepting the evidence of gravity, time, the frame, the scale of what we're trying to argue. You can't accept that as a reality. And you want to invoke a creator, which I said is completely fine. But I just don't understand why you keep on fighting the evidence.
What is the evidence that Earth formed because of an accretion? Because of accretion?
Because of the existence of gravity.
All right.
I don't want. I just don't want to get really, really deep and go further and further and further down a rabbit hole, because we're not even talking about something on the same scale. Because if you can't accept billions of years, or give us a range of what you accept, like he asked you, is it more than 6,000, more than 10,000? You know, like if we can get that type of information, we can form these definitions and have a conversation. But like I said, that's not possible, because you're constantly fighting to invoke God into this space where you still can and understand the naturalistic processes that essentially he could have used to done it.
Yeah, but you know, it all goes back to what causes a naturalistic process. If you can't answer that question, I'm going to invoke God.
That's fine.
That's fine. I'm telling you that you can do that, right? Like, you personally can do that. There's just other people that are just going to disagree.
The only reason y'all are fighting tooth and nail with me about this is because you want me to concede that there's no God or something?
No, we're not.
Then what are you talking
that.
about?
We're just asking you to accept the evidence, and you can still have God. Like, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are you saying the evidence is of Earth being formed by an accretion disk?
I told you it's gravity. I told you that. I told you
just that. Saying the word gravity doesn't hand wave just make it all go away.
So why does saying the word God replace these naturalistic process? Why can you use
now I gotta bring this up again, dude, because in your model,
why can you do rules for thee and none for me? Why can you do something
I'm gonna tell you why I don't accept gravity on the cosmological scale. Because they're introducing dark matter and dark energy. There's 83% missing mass.
Do you know why they call it dark? Do you know why they call it dark energy, dark matter? It's not. Do you know why
there's 83% missing mass in galactic clusters? So the amount of gravity, the form of gravitational well that is required for your stars to be in these little fucking places, you don't have it. So it's in question in astrophysicist models right now, not just mine.
It doesn't have anything to do with the formation of planets in the galaxy, though.
Thank you.
I think it does.
Okay, so that's.
I just want to add one more thing. You were saying that we were invoking time for like the evolution thing, also. Why do we need to invoke 4.5 billion years for the age of the Earth if life didn't start right away?
I'm sorry. I got to close out at work right now.
That's fine.
Can you ask the question? Can you ask the question again?
If you ask the question again, I will.
I don't know what you're talking.
I'm here and there and everywhere right now. Sorry.
Could you ask the question again?
Sure. So the question is, like, for example, is there anything stopping us from saying the Earth formed 1 billion years ago and evolution is still a thing? Why did we have to invoke the extra 3.5 billion years?
It's not invoking. It's what the science and data shows.
No, I get it. I get it. My point is, he's saying that we're invoking this 4.5 billion years for a reason. But the thing is, we don't need to say it's 4.5 billion. We could say it's 1 billion, and evolution would still be like a thing.
Process. Yes.
So, like, why would we need to invoke the extra 3.5 billion years also?
Well, we understand that we don't.
Well, for one, I'm not talking about evolution. I'm talking about the birth of the Earth.
Okay, so why would we need to why would we invoke any like arbitrary time though? Like why did we pick 4.5 billion years for the age of like our solar system?
4.5 billion years is the age of our Earth. Our solar system's a bit older.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But like, why did we pick that arbitrary number?
It's not an arbitrary number.
I know that. I'm asking the guy like why he thinks we invented.
Okay. I'm sorry. I should shut the fuck up. I'm sorry.
We thought you were asking everybody. Sorry.
I get it. I get it. I'm asking, like, why did we come up with this? Not like if he
I'll be
thinks
back
we're
in
just
5 minutes, dude.
No worries.
But
Yeah,
do you get
no,
what I'm
I get what
asking
you.
now?
I do get what you're saying. Like,
Yeah.
presumably you could wake up tomorrow and all of astrophysics, as far as like the cosmological time scales, have been like overdone, and everything happened in 100,000 years versus like several billion, and it's like, okay, so we were off. Like,
Can I chime in here between you globe heads?
Go for it.
Did God create light on the second day, and that was an arbitrary amount of hours or minutes, and 7 days, even just a random number, let's say, instead of 462 billion.
Well, it's kind of weird to have a day when you need a sun first for the Earth to rotate to experience a day. So it's kind of weird to have a day before the sun anyway.
My question is always, was God pointing, the United States at the sun first if it was to rise onto China, right? For the first day to happen?
Yeah.
I don't think they living in the future. I talk to these Australians and they're like, oh, we're down under. I'm like, you're in the future also. You're like down under and way over and in the future. You know why God made Earth flat?
Why?
Be easier.
I mean, it'd definitely be easier.
Twitter was called Twitter.
Flat. It'd be so much easier.
With the guy who invented Roblox before he sold it. He said he believes in just like the game, Earth is flat. But he's not very smart for selling that to Microsoft, right? It's like selling all your Bitcoin. You're like, I had 100 Bitcoin, and I bought them for $1 a piece, and I sold them to Microsoft. So how many people in here don't have names?
I don't know what that means.
That's the guy that answered. Exactly. The guy that's confused about what names are has his name is Flat Earthers are silly Billy heads.
That's a fact.
Your name is a statement, not a fact.
No, it is a fact.
Define silly.
Having like one of your principles contradict another one of your principles.
Define a baby being held in his mother's arms and being quote unquote gay.
What the hell does that have to do with anything?
What?
Female baby sucking on a mommy's titty. Pretty gay.
No, it's happy, joyous, and free. It's defining the word gay. So, silly boy, will you answer a question honestly? Yeah.
I just did.
Will you answer a question to the best of your knowledge, knowing that in fact you can only assume or know from what you were told that what your response would be a definite truth?
I lost track of that like 5 seconds ago.
Are you ready for the yes or no question?
Sure.
Were the first and last pair of vagina lips to touch your face your mother's?
No.
You had a natural birth?
Do people get triggered by you like easily? Because it's just not working on me.
What are you eating, number one? Did your mother breastfeed?
Yeah, this VC is fucking cancer. I'm gonna drop off. You guys have a nice day.
Later.
Are you eating tiny baby carrots?
No.
Are you dipping them up to your knuckles in ranch?
No.
Or is it blue cheese, huh?
So people like do get triggered by you easily, or no, or what? You just
Hey, silly. What's Earth's shape?
little blood spheroid.
That's a good answer. Do you think a fifth grader would say the same thing?
No.
I wonder if a fifth grader would say that flat isn't a shape and that they don't know what the shape of the Earth. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, that's why whenever I ask what's Earth's shape, it's in a yes or no format.
But who's
I
to
don't
say?
understand. Oh, go ahead.
You go.
Let's hear it, Lush. Don't let them bully you around.
Well, we live in a 3D world, and shapes are technically usually 3D when when they actually exist. And flat would have to be a description of one side of the shape, no matter what.
Do you view a 3D world in 2D?
I'm confused.
This guy's a fucking retard. And I don't use that word too often.
Yeah.
Both those words
Oh,
together
no.
very
Oh,
often.
you hurt my feelings. Oh.
Maybe you'll mute your mic.
You mean, does our eye see 2D images and have two different viewpoints which create a 3D image? Is that the question you're asking about?
Do you wear corrective lenses?
No, but I have a slight prescription that I could wear.
What was that word you had tried to say?
I said no, but I have a slight prescription, so I could wear them.
I have astigmatism in my eyes.
Yep,
Football
me
shape.
too.
Is that what you're trying to utter?
Well, I actually was able to say that, but I thought I did.
Is your mother's Netflix interfering with your connection down in the basement there?
I'm actually driving home from work, so what's it like to not have a job and just be able to be a troll online? Must be nice.
Do you leave for work before the sun rises?
Yes, I do. I left for work at 4 a.m. today.
Do you pick up other people's feces or just their garbage?
Funny you say that. I had to do inverts on sewer rims today, so technically I did pick up some other people's shit.
Well, I eat slices of shit like you for breakfast, and I could smell you coming from over the curvature of Earth.
Oh, I don't like to eat pieces of shit for breakfast. I like to eat like egg sandwiches or pancakes, flapjacks.
Well, you don't want a piece; you want a slice, and I think you're one of the finest I've seen in this server here.
Did you play? You said you played football. What position did you play?
Who said I played football?
Real
Hey,
flat
silly,
Earth.
is English your first language? Because you don't have a second language probably, so You can just say yes.
Did you ask me what was my first language?
Is English your only language?
No. My first language was like this: Google Gaga, wah wah wah. I cry. That was
but you
my
don't
first
know
language.
if you were breastfed and you were speaking as a baby.
No. I wasn't speaking as a baby.
But you remember this language you had.
Voices, Google Gaga. I was crying. Things like that.
What if I told you your eyelids were transparent?
Yeah, they're somewhat transparent. Yeah, absolutely.
Who's that black guy that was on Joe the Toe Rogan and said he remembered before he was born?
Probably Terrence Howard.
Speaking of having what did you say about eyelids? They're translucent or something?
Yeah, that's what he said.
I do remember like something that said that like 50% of the people believe that they can see the movement of their own hand like in the dark with their eyes closed.
No, that's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to if you had your eyes closed and someone shined a light at your eyes, you'd be able to tell.
Well, yeah. But I mean, beyond that.
Because some of the light's getting through your eyelids, meaning they're translucent.
Yeah, they're as thick as your skin, right? So, but
right. Real quick, has anybody seen that picture? It's got like trucker lights behind somebody, and you can see every bone, every organ, every vein, like throughout their body. It's in the dark. It's a really cool picture to describe exactly what you're talking about.
Ooh. So you can see their bones. I gotta see this. But anyway, yeah. Try it sometime. It works for me. Like I think I can see my hand in the dark with my eyes closed when I pass in front of my eyes. Not everyone can.
I mean, it's also possible that your brain is just making that image up. Same reason how we have a blind spot in our eyes, but our brain just makes up something.
Yes, I agree. It's that's my perception. Whether it's really what I'm seeing, I don't know, but I perceive it.
No, my bad. I'm back. I bet you the topic changed.
I mean, I can question again if you want me to.
What's up?
So,
hey, No Tanks is back. Thank goodness.
You were saying
things are going well if No Tanks is in the building.
So you were saying that we invoked this like 4.5 billion years and all this stuff. Like, why do you think we came up with that number specifically?
Well, that's how much time you say it took for the accretion disk to form, right?
Yeah, but why didn't we say it was like 8 billion years? Why didn't we say it was 10 billion years? Why didn't we say it was 2 billion years?
Because of what's on the Earth.
You mean evidence?
Well, yeah, you say that there's stuff on the Earth that, it had to have taken billions of years for it to form that way.
No, we don't come up with the age because we say it must have taken this long to do it, therefore it is this age.
Shit, hold on, dude. I'm sorry.
I was having kind of fun with that troll.
He'll be back.
No, I'm talking about the real flat earther guy.
Marty, that's Marty. Wait, why? Why did he get muted?
Because he was just trolling.
Damn, no one's talking? Bro, I'm reading the text. I'm on the phone. I'm reading the text chats right now. Why are y'all tagging me, calling me names, yo? You guys gotta grow up.
Do you want to try answering the question?
What was the question again? How do we know it's 4 billion years old?
Why didn't we say it was 8 billion years old?
I don't know, dude. It could be 8 billion years old. You never know, bro. It's subject to change.
No, but
you find a sediment layer that shows evidence that it's much older than they proclaim.
Yeah, right. So why didn't we say it was 8 billion years old? Why didn't we say it was 1 billion years old? Like, what was the reason for us picking 4.5 billion?
Well, there was a point in time where you didn't have the evidence that it was 4 billion years old. And then you came across something that indicates that. What if you come across something that indicates that it's 8 billion years old? Why would you definitively claim something as a fact when that is subject to change? Because we haven't completely researched everything about the Earth.
Because we don't say it's a fact. We say all the evidence is pointing towards this currently.
So what do you want me to tell you? You want me to tell you it's a fact right now? Why are you interrogating?
No, because you were saying that we're invoking it. Like, when you say the word invoke, it implies we're just making it up.
No, specifically what I said you invoke is 4 billion year long accretion. And the other guy was saying but we have gravity. Gravity explains accretion just fine.
And when
I don't think that you have.
Sorry,
yeah.
go ahead.
No, you know what I'm going to say.
Well, I was going to say, when we talk about the sedimentary layers, you're saying we invoke millions of years in them. That means we're making it up.
No, I wouldn't say you're making it up.
It's just based off of the
you got some. Well, you have a model, which a lot of people agree with the model, and I don't have a problem with it.
Is the model based off of evidence?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Who said no, it's not? Who was that?
Anybody who's based.
Oh, shit. Well, I don't know. The evidence is indirect. It's not evidence that something's 4 billion years old. You've created a model where you attribute eras to every sediment layer. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
so,
the 4 billion
there's evidence that. Yeah, what?
I was gonna say, the 4 billion year old thing is in reference to the microwave background, Hubble, shifting of the Big Bang, distant galaxies, their formation, drawing it all the way back, all from incorrect premise. So.
No, thanks. You're talking about the age of the universe, not the age of our solar system or the Earth.
No, our age of our solar system is derived from the formation of distant galaxies.
No, it's derived from lead dating.
No, it's not. That's how you derive your lead dating.
Well,
I mean, it is kind of
the radiation of the age of the universe is based on the Hubble radiation, the background radiation.
That's correct. That's correct. Now go fight the silly guy over that. He doesn't bow the knee as he should.
Because I'm not talking about the age of the universe. I'm talking about the age of the Earth and how that was determined through lead dating.
That's incorrect.
That the Earth of the Earth was determined. How did you say?
The age of the Earth was determined through lead dating. The different isotopes of lead. Comparing it to meteorites.
No, it like radiometric dating on uranium lead dating, yeah, but also like dating the oldest rocks, geology. There's a ton of evidence that we use, not just one. You think scientists come to a conclusion based on a single piece of evidence?
No, I'm not saying it's based on no, not a single piece of evidence. I'm saying lead dating is one of the most accurate ways that we've dated the Earth.
Yeah, it's one
piece of evidence, one piece of many evidences.
Yeah, so like flat earthers are still is pretty much implying that they didn't have any idea of the age of the universe or the solar system. Sorry, the age of the solar system until like the year like 19 or 1858 or whenever they did this carbon dating. They thought it was like they had no idea.
Not carbon dating, and they did have some idea, but lead dating led it to be more accurate.
Did they have an idea? How did they get these ideas? Where did they get the ideas from?
Through geology. Not carbon dating. Carbon dating can't go back that far.
Lead dating, even earlier then.
I mean, I haven't looked into this yet, but I'm willing to say that the reason that lead is on the Earth, they're attributing that to the fine-tuning problem. They're probably saying that there's no chance that lead could be on Earth by naturalistic causes.
Again, you would have to actually read the two different articles I posted in the chat, because yes, the type of lead that they're talking about does not form like, I don't know the exact thing. No, it does
naturally.
It does form naturally, but it's like you got to read the article. Like I remember reading it a long time ago and watching a video on it. I'm not going to say that it's one way when I don't know the absolute facts right now.
Find me a magic smart ball in the woods, smart guy. Can't find me no magic smart ball out in the woods. It's not natural.
Not in the bucket anyway.
E-Mock. That was a really good impression.
Thank you. I'll be here all week. Tip your cocktail waitress, Marty.
I damn near replicated a gravity in a lab with a rope in a bucket, but hung himself instead.
Well, you should be able to, right? Like, you think it's a big ask? If you can replicate every other force, couldn't you replicate that one?
No, you can't. It's special.
If somebody was like, listen, I can show you every single thing possible, I can show you every single thing, but just not the one thing you're asking for. Wouldn't you be like, dude, I kind of doubt the one thing then? That's the one thing you can't show me.
Definitely. Yeah, saying that there's a creator doesn't mean you're invoking some supernatural cause. Like, if you ask me, gravity is supernatural in itself.
Oh, yeah?
Oh.
Yeah.
What do you think, Jesse? Is gravity inherent in material, or is it emergent from material, or does it exist? Actually, there's three options. Or does it exist prior to the material world?
Yo, that is a great question. I don't know, man. What the fuck? That just blew my mind, though.
Yeah, I mean, you got to have gravity existing fundamentally and ultimately prior to the material world coming about in order for the material world to coalesce due to gravity. I mean, it has to be immaterial.
Right. How do you have like entropy? Like, you have this like hot, dense gas at the start of the Big Bang. When does gravity become a thing? Apparently there's like a point in time, like, you got a linear timeline, right? Here's the Big Bang. Here's the coalescence of liquid spheres in a vacuum, right? Like, when does gravity become a thing? It's a great question.
Before the material world, obviously. Yeah. It's metaphysical. Yeah. It's a metaphysical plane in their mind. Yeah, it's necessary and ultimate and grounds what the material world can and cannot do. It's like they're big G.
The Darth Dawkins precept shtick is such ass.
I mean, I've asked you this before, and I'll ask you again. Like, what singular concrete thing are you establishing and referencing in order to predicate anything true, such as that argument is shit?
So, in terms of uranium-lead dating, it is radiometric dating, but it's not based on carbon. It is based on uranium that decays to a bunch of other elemental atoms and then finalizing into lead-206 with a half-life of 0.5 billion years. So by measuring the ratio of uranium to lead in very, very old rocks, we've been able to determine via multiple samples that the Earth is 4.4 billion years old.
Doctor, I just want to add, like, radioactive to uranium to lead is one thing, but like lead dating, like the two different isotopes is slightly different. But like,
wait, that lead.
It's
talking about lead 206.
It's the two different isotopes of lead. Like it has to do with like the two different isotopes, which is what like the articles I posted were about.
Oh, sorry, I didn't check those. My bad.
No, it's good. I just don't want like there's it's like you said, that's another way that we've done.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the ways that they used it, but yeah, and they also cross-reference it with meteorites that are found in our solar system and found them to be about the same age as well, which would indicate that which would indicate that the solar system and including the Earth was built about around the same age.
Yeah, who just claimed that they dated a meteor? Who just did that?
Just claim that they dated what? Broke up.
When they don't even believe in meteorites. Trying to explain to a flat earther that we dated a meteorite when they don't even believe meteorites are possible.
That's interesting. That's a new one that I haven't heard before. Although I must agree that's not surprising.
Yeah, flat earthers are silly. You would love for me to actually be a flat earther. So really, I'm just questioning your globe. So you can answer this question honestly. How did you date a meteor?
They fall, they come to the
Earth? I've never dated a meteor. Scientists have.
Are you asking the methodology, or are you asking how they found a meteor, or like could you expand on the question, please?
Yeah, it's pretty loaded.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like if you're talking about a crater, it's not the same thing as a meteor, right?
Well, there's obviously deposits of the meteorite itself inside the craters, and they test those against the material and elements that are already on Earth.
Okay, so are you saying that all the elements on Earth are due to meteors and craters?
Not all of them.
You know, they claim that weird elements form in these craters.
Not all of them. Yeah, like I said, not all of them are formed by meteors and craters.
Where? How? What citation? What paper? Which scientist?
Like, we got iron deposits on Earth, right? Your evidence is supposedly telling me that it's 4 billion years old. Now, where are you saying this iron came from?
No, the measurement isn't of
Answer
iron
my question.
deposits. Yeah, the measurements were made on iron deposit because you can't date iron. It's not radioactive enough. Or it's not. It doesn't come from radioactive sources. That's not what
you can't date iron. This guy says that they date. This is how they got their age of the Earth because they know how old.
Yeah,
the
not iron. From uranium to lead. That's what I said.
Oh my bad. I meant lead. No, I meant lead.
Okay. It's an isotope of lead. It's lead 206. So you can base off the radiometric dating from uranium to lead 206, and use that off to calculate the rate of decay.
Yeah, where are you finding your uranium?
In rock.
You don't
find the uranium. That's not what you find.
Well, there is uranium deposits that are naturally occurring.
There is. Yeah, there is that we use to convert to yellow cake uranium. That's correct, but that's not part of the radiometric dating.
Yeah.
I mean, are you saying that there was a uranium crater that hit the Earth?
No. There obviously have been meteorites that have presumably carried uranium deposits on them, but like the uranium lead is just naturally occurring as an element that forms on the Earth.
Yeah, it's naturally forming.
All right.
And that's because, like, remember these heavier elements that were able to test those like radioactive isotopes. Those are all part of like the prehistoric formation of the planet.
Like the meteorites weren't used to to somehow confirm the age of the Earth. The meteorites were used to confirm the age of the solar system.
Correct.
No, I'm just explaining it to him.
Yeah.
So you're talking about naturally forming lead on the Earth.
Yes.
Over 4 billion years. You're saying that
No, not lead.
evidence-
Uranium that decayed into lead. You know that uranium, it decays. It has radioactivity, which means that it loses both protons and neutrons in order to find an atomic stability, nucleic stability.
Right, and the type of lead on Earth came from 4 billion year old uranium.
So
one of the isotopes of lead, correct?
So
yes.
So yes.
So uranium-235 decays to lead. Uranium-235 decays into lead-207, and uranium-238 decays into lead-206. So it's the two different isotopes of lead that we're comparing.
Yeah. And one of those is dated roughly to like what, 26,000. The other one is either several million or several billion. I can't remember which one it is.
The uranium to lead is about 4.55 billion years or something like that, from what I understand. Yeah.
Okay.
So how did you confirm or test that, the decay of uranium over 4 billion years is going to form lead?
Atomic decay, radioactive decay, is something that is actually very well understood. It is something that I think it was a Belgian couple discovered during the late 1940s, early 1940s. They discovered how radioactive decay works, and it's a very well understood mechanism. It is based on.
I heard those dummies got ran over by a horse and buggy.
Dang. Some kind of scientist there.
Anyways, it is based on the nucleic stabilization of atoms. When atoms there's a special ratio between the mass of an atom and the atomic mass based on how many particles it has. And once there's too much of it, the atom will lose them. And the way it will lose them is that it will shoot them out, which is basically these either it's these neutrons and positrons and whatever, but they shoot them out, this excess energy, in order for the atom to lose those particles. And
but how do you observe something taking 4 billion years? Like, how do you know that?
You don't observe. I mean, you do a very, very accurate model based on the decay ratios, because the decay ratios never change, because the level of atomic stability via the half-life is very, very, very easy to predict. Because
that's exactly what I was saying before. It's based on computer simulation, so you can just plug in whatever variable you want.
No. There's mathematical. There's like super easy mathematical formulas where you can actually calculate the half-life of something. It's not based on a simulation. It's basic, very basic math. Like we do this I did this in 11th grade. And
it's not based on a simulation. So
No, not simulation. Easy calculations. We still teach people in the 11th grade how to do these calculations. It's that easy.
Hang on, real quick. The lead dating experiment occurred before computers existed.
That doesn't help them.
So it's not like it's not like we put it into the computer, like simulate this or anything like that.
But like I'm telling you, the calculation of half-life is an easy equation that you can calculate yourself. You don't need a computer simulation to calculate it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he thinks we used a computer to determine this. No.
Yeah.
Well, no, you certainly did use a computer to simulate accretion.
So here it is.
What?
The formula for you can actually calculate the time elapsed based on the half time of a substance. There you go. You don't need a computer simulation to do this. We teach this to 11th graders.
I think you're missing the point, man. You're saying that something has taken 4 billion years to form, and I'm asking you how you know that.
But he's showing you how he does that.
So if you look at the
that's just a
equation,
formula, right? It's just
yeah, and it
concept.
says, and you have the like what the letters stand for in it as well. You have the half-life of the substance, you have the time elapsed, you have the initial quantity of the substance, and you have the quantity of substance remaining. So you can calculate by knowing the half-life of the substance, you can calculate the time elapsed by comparing how much left there is of the substance.
Yeah, I don't know why you just willingly miss the point. I don't know why you do that.
Okay, what part of the formula don't you understand? Like, is the formula unclear to you, or
no? The formula doesn't have
variables unclear to you?
It's the time frame of 4.5 billion years. That's what's not being accepted.
Yeah.
Are you trying to propose that we don't know if these conditions remained constant in the past?
You definitely don't know if those conditions were constant.
Do you think we've ever tried to change the rate of decay of radioactive material?
Yeah, I don't know where you're just presuming that Earth had all the conditions you need for this type of decay. I don't think you know that.
So I'll just ask the question again. Do you think that we've ever tried to affect the rate of radioactive decay of materials?
Yeah, that's not a question. I mean, obviously we have
It
tried.
is a question, actually.
Well, I don't know why you would ask it, because it's obvious.
So you're asking if we have monitored the rate of decay? Are you basically saying that the rate of decay cannot be trusted?
Hang on, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Pepper, because
never observed decay.
Okay, my bad.
For 4 billion years.
He says it's obvious, but does anyone in here know what he actually thinks? Because it's not obvious to me.
I think that you don't exactly know how old the Earth is. That's what I think.
No, I'm asking you, do you think we've ever tried to change the rate of radioactive decay materials? Have we ever tried to do that?
I already said yes. Why are you asking that
No,
again?
you didn't. You said it's obvious, and I honestly don't know how you think. I don't pretend
Not
to
my
know how
problem.
you think.
Look, man, I know you want lead to just exist on Earth because of decay, but I don't think you really know that to be a fact.
Honestly, what I really want right now is for me to ask you a question one time and you to answer it, instead of having to ask it more than once.
All right, I got a question for you too. Why do you hate God?
I don't hate things I don't believe in.
Why do you dislike the idea of a creator?
I don't. I actually like the idea of the creator. I actually wish that when I die, I will meet my grandmother and grandfather again. I honestly hope for it.
You know, Maxim probably will not like this, this line of questioning, but flat earthers are silly. How have you determined that all of the facts that you're acquainted with do not depend on God?
I don't. If God exists, if your God exists,
I just don't make that assumption.
Yeah, if your God exists, I'm willing to accept that he is the foundation for knowledge. But it's just to give me some evidence that he actually exists before I accept that he exists. I'm willing to take the second premise of tag.
What do you want, a unicorn?
I'm willing to accept the second premise of tag if you just give me the evidence for the first premise.
Yeah, reality is the evidence, man. Do you want a unicorn to fly out of your butt, and then you're going to believe in God?
It would be more credible than saying that radioactive decay can't calculate the age of the Earth.
I mean, there are unicorns in the Bible, so that would actually be evidence for God.
What?
Yeah, the rhino or the single-horned animal mentioned in the Bible, I guess is what he's talking about.
Yeah. So can I ask something? If you think that the lead that's here on Earth isn't because of decay, then why does the amount of lead in rocks correlate with how deep these rocks are? So the lower layers of the rock, they have more lead, and the higher layers they have less and less lead. And because according to the hypothesis that is because of decay, these rocks contain uranium, and this uranium over time it decays into lead, right? So the longer the rock exists, the older it is, the more it will have time, the more uranium will have time to decay into lead. So in your world, why would there be this correlation existing?
Yeah. Hello, everybody.
Yeah, sorry
What
for
are we talking
doing the
about?
conversation like 4 times in a row. Damn.
What are we talking about?
These guys think that they know what caused the Earth to form. It's kind of silly.
Oh, more creation myths.
Would you prefer us telling that magic created the Earth? Was that more
Nobody said
believable?
that.
How did the Earth get created?
He's a straw man.
According to him, magic.
Oh, look, he said magic. He said magic, dude. You know what a straw man is?
Like, yeah, like how would you define magic? Would you define magic as something that's impossible?
Like the Big Bang? Like everything just came out of one teeny tiny little spot? Like that's your one miracle, right?
Well, everything can't be one thing. That's the thing I was pointing out earlier that these guys are asserting. They're asserting that everything, all the different things, are one singular thing.
Yeah, you're
I mean, if you want, I can answer your question. I would define magic as defying the laws of logic. For instance, the law of identity, turning water into wine. I would call that magic.
Well, what is it that upholds the law of identity
you guys,
throughout time, so that we can know things?
You guys got Aristophanes,
Bear.
right? You got your own globe of Jesus.
Do you have a problem with my definition of magic?
No, I mean magic is like measuring some angles on a well and then like calculating the size of the Earth as if you know. That would be a miracle, right? Just measuring something with a stick
I'll
and
just
a.
ask this again. What was my problem with my definition of magic?
I don't have a problem with your definition of magic. Go ahead, knock yourself out.
I already said it. I'll say it again. Magic is defying the laws of logic, such as the law of identity. In other words, when Jesus turned water into wine, he was doing magic.
Didn't the Big Bang turn energy into matter? Like matter coalesced?
It didn't turn. It transformed into matter. Is a better way of describing it. Yes.
So
okay,
again,
transformed into wine then.
I'll just go back to my question again. What is
Larry's
definition of the word
topic?
magic?
So I heard it. I'll address it next time we're talking. So Larry's on the new topic.
Do you have any problem with my definition of the word magic?
Yes, I do, and later I'll address it.
What is the problem?
I'll address it later. Go ahead.
I was just hoping a flat earther could tell me how the Earth was created. That's what I thought was going on.
He's not a flat earther. He's just a creationist.
Oh, all right. Then how?
By God, dude.
So
instantaneously
magic.
Requiring no material requiring nothing else besides
So space magic.
Well, I guess they'll jump in.
Grown adults to believe in space magic.
They'll jump in.
So no
That
tanks.
is what you believe in, dude. You believe in space magic.
What was before the Earth?
Was Dr. Pepper on 1%?
No tanks. What was before the Earth?
Let me see. Before the Earth, I probably nothing.
Okay. The Bible says it's the void, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No thanks. Can I get your definition of magic?
Yeah, that which is impossible.
Yeah. And the void was an ocean because it talks about the spirit of God like floating above the face of the waters. And what's also more interesting is that this primordial ocean as the first step in creation is present in like all Indo-European religions.
I'm sorry,
there's something fundamental, yeah. So, I mean, yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Apologize to the room.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt. But when you say magic is impossible, do you think defying the laws of logic is impossible?
Well, if that's the standard that God set, if those are the rules, the laws that we have to abide by, then it would be impossible. But the thing that upholds the laws of logic is the nature of God's mind. So, yeah.
Right. So you do think defying the laws of logic is impossible. I said magic is breaking the laws of logic, such as the law of identity. So you have no problem with my definition of magic.
Well, your analogy that God, the thing that gives the ontology to to a thing, so that A can be equal to A throughout time, so we can know things, would just be shown when God turns water into wine. That God is the being that makes things what they are. Yeah. So that's not there's no like impossibility there. That God is what makes things possible.
Does anyone else think that he has a problem with my definition of magic?
He thinks it's disrespectful.
Problem with logic in general.
I think he thinks your definition is disrespectful because you're calling God magic. I think that's
well,
what he's.
You have to invoke magic in your Big Bang model.
But that's what I think it is. It's
you're pointing out. You're saying, well, listen, it's magic for something to be what it is, because it ought to be what it is. In spite of the authority that gives something its essence and its its attributes. But the thing that gives something its essence and its attributes to make it what it is God. So, then you bring up God and say, well,
you're just begging the question, though.
If Jesus is God, right? But
it's just begging the question, though. No tanks.
The thing in the Bible is not to beg the thing in the Bible, though, Jesus can turn water into wine. It's just to tell the people, like, hey, understand that I am the being that gives.
You assuming the attributes of God
that gives the attributes to the world. Yeah, that's all that is to say. It's not a contradiction, like turning the water into wine. It's a statement that I am the thing that gives. I'm the being that gives ontology to the world. Yeah. It's ontological.
Yeah, so you don't have a problem with my definition of the word magic. You just think what Jesus did not break the law of identity.
Oh yeah, I want to point that out. Yeah, in your whatever your definition.
Okay,
was.
So you don't have a problem with my definition. You just have a problem with me categorizing Jesus turning water into wine as breaking the law of identity.
Yeah, because the thing that upholds the laws of logic is a mind. Yeah, and you're saying, well, the mind of God can't make something what it is. Can't make water wine. Can't make fish a fish.
How did you determine that God has a mind? Are you just assuming that?
Next question. Well, because it's been revealed, and now you can only like something can only be communicated to me by another mind.
So God is beaming your thoughts into your mind?
No, not my thoughts. Like, I could paint you a pretty picture, and I could say, "Hey, listen, what am I trying to say with this?" And then you could abstract meaning from that, but you can only abstract meaning with something that was purposely meant to be intelligible and understood.
Which part of God is doing this? The Holy Spirit, Jesus, or the Father?
I mean, just everything in reality. The world is something that you can derive meaning from. Yeah.
Do you think
everything in the world is something that you can derive meaning from? Do you care to cash that out some more? Give an example.
Well, what I'm saying is the world is understandable and intelligible, and in order for it to be understandable and intelligible, it has to be orderly, right? It has to, follow these laws of logic.
Wait a minute. Intelligible. The world. When did this happen?
Understandable.
When did that happen?
Understandable. Always. It's always intelligible.
Wait, so you know that the universe has always been intelligible? That's another big claim.
I'm not sure it's intelligible right
really,
now.
What's the argument for that?
What about the Tower of Babel?
About it.
Made everything unintelligible.
No, it didn't.
The minute did.
No, it just made it so that it just made it. I mean, that would be kind of like a correlation to what like some people, not you guys, but some people kind of try to pull out evolution and say, the randomness can make sense. So what that is kind of like a story to understand that if things do not correlate, like the law of identity doesn't correlate, then you can't make sense of anything. It wouldn't be intelligible. So like when in that story, right, where he mixed up the languages. So when you pointed at a tree, right, I understood. You said you pointed at the tree, and then I heard you say horse, and I'm like, no, horse, and I'm pointing over at the horse, and then the person next to me was like, motorcycle. So all the things that the law of identity was like violated within the language, that their languages were mixed up. And that's kind of what you guys do in evolution, yeah.
No tanks.
The language, though, not the world.
Yeah. If you think the world is intelligible and understandable, can you just tell me what
manufacture? I'm just saying it was in regards to the language, not the world. But yeah.
So if you think the world is intelligible and understandable, can you tell me what shape you think the world is?
Cigar shaped.
Got him.
Yeah, dude, it's straight. Yeah, we can derive shape because we can use geometry. Geometry is logical, and geometry is what we use to abstract, right?
Right. So just tell me what shape you think the world is.
Yeah, it doesn't have a defined shape. It's weird.
It doesn't? It's a polygon?
It's
if that's what you want to call it.
It's non-geometric. It's a non-geometric shape.
That's right.
All I know is the water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah, so
Would you agree that flat is a description of one side of a 3D object?
Dude, what do you want to get to?
Would you agree that
Would you
agree that
just make your point.
The point is, would you agree that flat is just one side of a 3D object?
Yeah, flat has no dimension, right? It's just that's two dimension. We live in three-dimensional reality.
I'll just ask this question again. Would you agree that flat is a description of one side of a 3D object?
No, I won't agree to anything you're saying. Just make your point.
The point is, if flat is a side of a 3D object, then that 3D object could be described in shapes. You could say one part of it starts off as a triangle and then starts as a curve and do all these things. You can describe the shapes in all these different ways. So just tell me, what shape did God tell you the world is?
Well, in the Bible, he says that the earth takes shape
like clay under the steel.
Such as clay under the steel. Yeah. So like pressures and different things affect different things, and then their shape is
so that's like a pancake, right? It looks like a pancake.
No, there'll be like a description. Like what you could use in reference to this is you could use a few different, like to understand what I'm putting out, right? You could take three things. You could take these three things. You could take what the geologists call like the horizontal geological origin, the lateral continuity, and lateral continuity. What that shows is that the land, the rocks that you guys were talking about, and the continents and the land masses, there's layers, like almost like a cake, right? I just said this before, where the layers of rock are consistent, right? And they are consistent vertically and they are consistent laterally, the lateral continuity across continent, right? Horizontally orientated. And then you can take the third step. So those are the two things, right? You got the vertical up and down like the cake. Then you got the horizontal lateral across the earth, across continents, all connected to then, say, well, we have like a shift of a plate over here and this canyon fell over there. Then the third thing you can take is you can take like the Mississippi or the Amazon basins. And what you can do is those are the two of the largest basins on earth that we know about. And what you can do is you can see the water flow through the shape of like rivers and streams all connecting into one body of water, the oceans. And you can see the shape of the earth that way.
All right, so I'm just going to ask the whole room this. Does anyone have any idea of what shape he just described?
It's unintelligible.
Because I didn't hear any description of a shape whatsoever.
See, the problem is you're looking for the shape of like an entire object, but the Earth is not an object, right? The Earth is the dirt where the earthworms live.
Yeah,
so when you globe earthers are always when you globe earthers are always asking where's the edge of the Earth? It's at the beach, right? That's where the water begins. Now you're in the realm of water.
What's the shape of the planet?
I have a question for No Tanks. Did you ever go to figure out what you think about every measurement having a margin of error.
Well, have you? Let's see. I have not now, but have you? Let's see if we're on fair footing or not. Have you admitted that when you take a horizontal, perpendicular to vertical observation, that the Earth should never intersect your line of sight?
You're talking about the curve of the Earth.
Yes, you never intersect your line of sight.
Yeah, if your line is a tangent, then it will not intersect. It'll only intersect at what point? The point where you're standing.
All right, so there should never be coming up. All right.
Right, but
can I try to bring this back?
Wait, just a second. Just a second, and then I'll go back on mute. So, no tanks. I recommend that you talk to one of your flat Earth buddies and see if you can figure out if you think every measurement has a margin of error. Because it's my experience that although most flat earthers do seem to have some difficulty with the concept, if you if you find a flat earth person who you trust and they let you know that yes, they all do have margins of error, I think that might help your understanding of why your technique to try to find the flatness is not going to work.
I do agree there's a
Are you talking about up close margin of error or far away at 20 million thousand miles away margin of error? I think there's a big difference if you got your finger on something and you're touching it and you like machine measure it to spec and it has to fit inside the little pieces. You can't have too much error there, buddy. And then
don't ask
far away looking down the way, looking down the water, when you just looky-loo like you guys do, there's nothing but error. Looky-lookers.
Right, so that's fair. So I want to bring it back. So you were talking about the clay underneath the seal. Do you agree that forms a circular shape from a top-down view?
No.
Hey, what kind of shape does it form when you press clay underneath the seal?
No shape.
Have you not seen the pictures of the clay underneath the seal?
Stop saying everything has to have a shape. Does your imagination have a shape?
The question was, have you ever seen the pictures of the clay forming?
Does everything have a shape? Stop saying the word shape. Why does it matter to you so hard? You're the one that's supposed to prove a shape, a spherical one, not a circle, a sphere.
Yeah, we've done that. I'm getting back to.
You ain't done shit.
I'm getting
Tell
back
me
to
how
no
round
tanks.
up works.
Getting back to no tanks. I'm getting back to no tanks.
Yeah, because you don't want none of this, Sissy.
I know, D-Mock, you have to interrupt, but
yeah,
I'm getting back
I
to
know
no
you'll
tanks
never show any fucking down
Well,
up in your
listen,
life.
silly
I asked him
Earther,
what the shape of the
I heard
when
you,
I
man.
asked
Silly
you.
Earther, I heard you, dude. I heard you.
Yeah.
Well, all I'm saying is, don't disregard all the things you know to be true, right? Like the geologists aren't lying to you. They're not all in on it, right? The water basins, they're not lying to you. They're not all in on it. So that's the Earth, and now you can know the Earth to be, taking a certain shape, if the water will flow up or down relative to like an elevation, slope, or inclination of the Earth.
About geologists.
So now you can know.
You can know it right now. I don't care about that.
Care about the Earth not lying to you?
You said that the shape of the Earth, and you referenced the verse of the Bible which says clay forming underneath the seal. So have you ever seen
something like that? Yeah.
Right. Have you ever seen a picture of the clay that forms underneath the seal?
Yeah. Yep.
I thought it was wax.
Is it
like
circular? Is it circular?
Like,
is it circular from the top down view?
No, it's not.
What does it look like then?
It's like all like the guy just said. It's wax. It's all like kind of like I don't know. It looks like a puddle of water or something, or like a germ. Like picture that cartoon germ. Right, and then you mark like if you were to take your Nike or whatever shoe you're wearing, just step in like some mud and like look at the imprint that was put there. Like that's kind of what we're talking about, the Earth. And then when it rains, you're going to see like where it was deeper, the water's filling up that area, and where it's higher, the water hasn't reached that peak yet. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
You ever seen like the Nickelodeon symbol? I know you watch a lot of like cartoons. So like the Nickelodeon symbol is kind of what like the seal would look like after you press into it. Yeah.
Okay, so can you start building a map off of that?
Yes, probably could. Yeah.
Why haven't?
we get. I mean, Are we going to have a productive conversation talking about the storybooks?
What storybooks?
This is just the part where No Tanks is bullshitting.
What am I bullshitting about?
Yeah, you guys always ask, what's the shape of the flat Earth? What's the shape of the universe? Like, you guys have this weird, like, Klein bottle, 4-dimensional crack going on.
It's so weird. Like, dude, like it's very weird. Like to deny that, like, dirt, mountains, water, everything else. To say no, I'm not asking about all this stuff. I want to know about the Earth. I'm like, okay, the Earth. Let's go to it. Like, no, not that. The other Earth. What other Earth?
And with the shape of the universe,
there's no other Earth. There's just dirt.
Would the shape be roughly spherical?
Of dirt?
Oh, the shape of the universe. I'm asking.
They just changed the shape of the universe. They're now talking about there's these gigantic spherical voids, void of all galaxies, and that everything is being weakly gravitationally lensed. And this way, it's apparently rotating faster because there's gigantic super voids causing under-density gravitational lensing. So they just changed the shape of the universe on everybody. Now you guys all got to subscribe to that.
That wouldn't
Like, you want to be Globers, you got to be
it would just
spherical
change
space.
it would just change the composition.
Yeah, well,
like Renee, maybe we could work it out together. Like, what is it that's necessary? Like, what is the fundamental necessary thing that we have to establish first before we can start to measure the shape of the Earth? Like, what are we going to measure it from?
Better question, why do we need to establish that there is something fundamental and necessary?
We have to.
Well,
There's got to be something. There's got to be something that we got to measure it from. We got to have a standard.
Why?
Something. So that we can measure it.
Because you assume you're on a ball without establishing you are on a ball. It's kind of begging a question.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to be an asshole or anything. I'm going to ask Renee, like, what are we going to use?
No, that's still begging the question to
to
state that we need to establish something that's fundamental and ultimate in order to do measurements.
No,
That's
something
begging the
not
question.
fundamental, little baby guy. You don't even know how to talk when you're born. It's not fundamental that you live on a ball. You have to know what up and down is on a ball. Show me how
downity, down, D-Mock. Is that what it is? Downity, down?
No, you don't have down on a ball.
English.
You don't have down on a ball.
Uppity up.
You don't have that on a ball.
You guys are fucking brain dead.
We have established that the Earth is a sphere.
Up and down is flat Earth directions, you retard motherfuckers.
So we have established that the Earth is a sphere. It's just not to
No, you haven't.
your...
How? You don't know how up and down works on a ball. You don't have.
How have we done it?
What's the empirical
there is no up down on a ball.
So
with a center of gravity in a way,
all sorts of measurements, satellites.
Now demonstrate that from that away. Demonstrate it horizontally, you fucking idiot. Stop demonstrating flat Earth up.
Democ, you need to
demonstrate globe up.
Pause for breath at some point.
No,
okay?
you pause for globe up.
You're gonna.
No, you're gonna find globe up one day, huh?
You're gonna.
You're gonna look for globe up one day.
Remember to breathe.
Remember to look for what's up and down on a fucking.
Yeah, down on a globe is the direction of acceleration. There you go.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Remember
He's
that?
never going to get to answer that question. I'm just pointing it out.
Oh, go on. Sorry.
No, I'm pointing it out.
Yeah, I'm going to just ask Omelette for, because like yesterday you had your special guest. I don't know what his name was. MC Square, wasn't it?
Oh, Max.
Yeah, Max.
Yeah.
He posted that, you know, like he was half baiting me, saying, "Oh, have you read the blog?" Blah blah blah. And I did read the blog. That was not his blog. That was categorically not his blog. So he fucking absolutely lied. And I said to you, tomorrow I'll post.
Wait, you said to me?
No, I said to him.
Wait, you just got your pronouns wrong, Slitzy. You're a plant. It's not. What did you do with the real Slitzy? The real Slitzy would never have gotten that wrong.
Right, listen. I'm trying to explain something, so I'm focused on my explanation.
I think maybe you should think about what I'm telling you.
Okay, right. Look, regardless, it could have been like Santa Claus for all I care. But what I wanted to say is the guy, he said hand on heart, and he's Spanish. You know that, so he speaks Spanish.
Uruguay.
Yeah, and I speak Spanish. That's what I knew, and I speak the Catalan. I don't speak Catalan, but I can read Catalan. So I read it in Catalan, I read it in Spanish, and I read it in English. And this fucking guy who took the longest shot has no mention of curvature, has no mention of refraction. He just takes the fucking shot and he just says, like, do you know what? The earth is so glorious that some days it just gives you a little bit more than you're expecting. And that's how he got the shot. Nothing about curvature, nothing about refraction, nothing about anything. Do you know that? And that guy categorically lied. And I said to you that someone's hijacked and put in some things to make it look like the guy. And I said to you, the first thing I spotted was to his left. And when I read his blog, it just says I. Everything he done was I. And that's how I knew this motherfucker was a disingenuous fucking liar. And that's your special guest.
So
and also
your fucking special guest.
My question for you, Omni, I'll take it over. Right, is like with a Pascal wagers type of thing in mind, right? Like just in case, like who knows, maybe it's not even true, but you meet God one day, right? And he says, "What the fuck were you doing? Just like bringing atheists to fight Christians with your, all your life? Like, what are you gonna say about that? Like, you're like, oh no, it was justified. I thought it was a good idea."
So when I meet God, I think that God will say that I did a better job of living up to my requirements as a Christian than many of the people who pontificate about Christianity or espouse Christianity on this Discord.
Yeah, I mean,
that would include
you did a great job making sure you got all the top atheists in there to like argue against the Christians. He's gonna give you like a cookie in your mind.
Yeah.
All right.
I guess it's better than throwing them to the lion.
If your faith has never been tested, do you really have faith?
I have a question for you, No Tanks. What happens when you show up to the gates and Omnivore is let in because God is like, he was saying the right thing and you were saying the wrong thing?
If I mean, if that's the case, I mean, I don't know. Like, what if God was wearing a weird hat? I don't know, dude.
Yeah, these are meaningless. These are meaningless questions. But I do think that somebody who won't explain what their religious doctrine is, and that's you, No Tanks, to question somebody else's faith is is a pretty bad look.
I'm not questioning your faith. I'm saying in a Pascal's wager type of way. Like maybe
I got it.
Like should I just
when you're willing to talk
or?
about your own faith, that's when you can talk to me about mine.
Yeah, I'm saying in a Pascal wager type. Like should I play it safe here and not advocate for those who advocate against God? You know what I mean? That might be like
I'm not advocating for those who advocate against God. You are not you, but most there are any Christian on the channel who wants to give a speech is welcome. Event is welcome to do it, and yet we don't find too many, do we?
Also,
I was just saying, like you could reach out to Darth, right? I can reach out to him. I can get Bach, I can get objects, I can get Fox, I can get some guys over, but they won't be given room probably. Yeah.
By the way, wait,
whoa, server news. If you get Darth in here, he can do an event and he will get priority, but he will not get the magic mute button. We're not doing that after FTFE.
That means Darth will not be coming in if he doesn't get the magic mute button.
Well, that's not my problem.
Well, I was saying that Omni might be. Listen, I could team up with Omni to make this happen, but Omni would be, persuasive with Darth. I would imagine he'd have some say or some pull, some validity.
Gary is dog shit. Like, why would we want to bring him in here?
If
he's trash.
I would bring him in, and he could do his precept thing. I think it would be fascinating, actually.
That's what we should. I mean, that's what we should aim for. I'm just putting it out there as a option.
Look, No Tanks, you do a good job of flapping your gums. Go ahead and do it.
Can I just bring it back real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So No
I'm
Tanks,
okay with it.
You brought up Pascal's wager, And I would argue that atheism is the better option for Pascal's wager, because there are far more many gods out there that would say you're going to hell if you believe in a false god.
Is Silly kind of low to anyone else?
Yeah, he's pretty low.
Well,
Yeah, I can still hear him. He's saying that they're playing it safe by. He's saying they're playing it safe by saying I'm not gonna worship any gods just in case.
That
But
would be playing Pascal's wager the correct way.
Well, yeah, but like the word to worship, like would just be, I mean, it's like I guess that comes with some kind of like weight, like some kind of it seems like judgmental, like in a way, right? But all that means
Do
is
you
like
at
to
least
give.
acknowledge that, though, No Tanks, that Pascal's wager would lead you to atheism, not a particular god?
No, but yeah, this like the worship thing is just kind of like a weighted thing, but it would just be like, where do you give thanks, credit, and what do you attribute all things to? Like, what is it that you worship? Like you say, well, I give thanks to the chicken when I eat the chicken. Well, what is that? What is that contingent on? And what is that contingent on? And what is that contingent on? All the way back to God. Yeah. I can't. I mean, I mean, like I mean, it seems like everybody knows that there can't be multiple gods. It's irrational.
Then why does your God say don't worship the lesser gods?
Yeah, because
yeah,
the worship would be to give.
False.
Yeah, to worship would be to give
even in
credit
your
or
own
thanks
worldview, that's not true, because Satan is the god of the world. So that's clearly false off the bat.
Well, I mean, it's your interpretation of it.
Your God necessitates other gods existing because he says, do not worship the lesser gods, not false gods, lesser gods.
Right, like the thing that whoever it is who's worshiping it is attributing that contingent, that is whatever they're saying, like their dinner or whatever it is contingent on that. The waves are contingent on Neptune, whatever. Don't get it fucked up, is what it's saying. Don't start thinking that, well, this thing is disconnected. This thing is ultimate and absolute in its own way, and disconnected from this other thing over here, and ultimate and absolute in its own way. And they're their own gods. They're their own things that should be praised or given credit to for whatever, the moon and the sun, whatever. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
it's pretty.
All I'm saying is that the book that you use to define God refers to other gods, so there has to be more than one God.
It's such a weird. I'm explaining it to you, right? So the thing that anybody's calling God, right? Like God, by definition, is just the thing that's ultimate that makes something true or not. That's it. So when it's saying don't worship, don't give your thanks, and don't give the credit to other things other than the ultimacy, that's all it's saying. Yeah. Don't give the credit where it's not due, where it's not.
So if I arbitrarily just assign like the title God to the universe, does that make it ultimate and non-contingent?
Yeah, I mean arbitrarily. I mean, what's your justification for?
That's the same thing you do with God. Ultimate. So I don't know why you care if I just do it like as a brute.
No,
brute fact.
The universe is material, and it is contingent. Yeah. It's not. It's on God.
If I'm wrong,
how do you know?
No, the observable universe might be contingent, but the universe that existed as a singularity could just be a brute fact.
Well, if it's a brute fact, you can't know it.
So the same thing goes for God. So you just fucked yourself. God,
so this is what.
So hard.
Somebody had asked. Somebody had asked this earlier. How do you know that God is intelligible? Because you can know things. Yeah. So like, how do you know that God has a mind? Right? Because you can know things. That's how you can know.
That is circular, though.
He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand what that means.
If it's a brute fact, right? That means that it's all alone, all by itself. That it doesn't have a relationship. There's no relationship. There's no mutual reference point, so that you can know things. So things are true within a framework. And if it's a brute fact, it would stand alone, and you can never know it. But if God is ultimate and absolute and has a mind that's intelligible, so that we can know things, and He has the ability to communicate to us.
So now you're just assuming that it has a mind. How did you determine it has a mind?
Yeah, because because things are intelligible. In order to be intelligible, a mind is required for us to understand it.
Having intelligibility doesn't follow that therefore God has a mind.
Yes, it does.
Also, I'm sorry.
What's your argument for that?
Well,
you'd have to make the argument as to
No,
why that's the
your
case.
I just did. Yeah, for us to understand something, it has to be understandable. It has to be uniform. It has to be logical, et cetera, et cetera. All these things require. It has to be like a concept that we can understand. As a mutual reference point, a framework, a conceptual framework. These are all these things exist within a mind. Yeah. So a mind is necessary for the world to be understood. Yeah, and it's understandable.
They have to be based on a mind, though.
Yes, it does. What's your refutation to that? Why are you saying that? Why are you saying that it's not necessary, that God's mind is not necessary to give the ontology to the particulars in the world so that we can know things? Like why are you making that? Why are you making that statement?
You simply haven't justified it. You've just claimed
I have.
I feel like we're going down like a rabbit trail, and I still haven't like gotten a clear answer. You said before that there is obviously only one God, and then I brought up these lesser gods, and you said, well, you shouldn't give them credit. Okay, fine. We don't give them credit.
You're not even steelmanning what I said, dude.
You don't. Just explain to me better. Make it clear.
The definition of God is the thing that's. I mean, I'm giving you this.
I'm not trying to make my question clearer. Do other gods exist?
There can't be multiple. I mean, I already laid it out there, right? God, definitionally, is a thing that's ultimate that makes things true. There cannot be two things that are ultimate that make things true, because then there would be one thing that has the privation of knowledge or understanding of a thing. It would be a brute fact, a thing in and of itself, all alone somewhere where it doesn't interact with the other thing. It can't be multiple things that make things true. And they wouldn't. They would be incoherent.
That's also not true.
Yes,
I get that there's only one ultimate God.
Is the Trinity multiple persons?
Well, hang on though. I'm still not. So these other lesser gods, they're not the ultimate gods, but they do exist. Yes.
No, they don't. That's what you're not getting it. There's no multiple. Like it would be like saying, like you guys do muddy it up, like sometimes, like maybe on purpose, maybe mistakenly, right? You'll say like, well, the universe is what it counts for. The universe is a single thing, like all things, the single thing, right? That's it, the universe. And then you'll say, well, maybe there's multiple verses, so there's multiple singular things. Yeah, no.
But your God didn't. But your God didn't say that. Your God said, "Do not worship the lesser gods." Not saying that they don't exist, but just don't worship them. He would have said there are no other gods, or do not worship false gods because a false god can't be real. He said lesser gods.
Yeah, there's no other gods, dude. There's no other things that make things true. There's no ultimate beings that all things are contingent upon, because these things would just be in a state of contingency dependent upon the ultimacy. They wouldn't be a god.
I get it. You don't believe in the God of the Bible. I understand now.
All right, weirdo. Yeah, you just don't. I mean, you don't understand. Like, you just don't understand. Like, what is God? You don't. I mean, I don't know. Like, maybe that's the problem.
I mean, I definitely don't understand your God. I just know for a fact that you don't believe in the God of the Bible.
You know that.
So, No Tanks is particularly cagey about what he believes in.
No, he's not.
Okay. What's your faith?
What do you mean by faith?
As I said,
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
How about I try? Hey, No Tanks, is Jesus the Son of God?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Is he the priest to the Most High God, according to the Book of Hebrews? Priest after the order of Melchizedek.
Yeah, Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
So if he's the Messiah, which is the king, and he's the priest, that means he's the priest king. You with me so far?
Maybe. Continue.
Okay. So if he's the priest king, then he has all the secular authority and the religious authority. So in a way, he's kind of like a pharaoh, right? He's a priest king. There's nobody who has higher authority than him, kind of like the Supreme Court. Like you can't appeal to a higher authority. But
he has the highest authority. Yeah.
he is the priest to the Most High God, so that would mean that the Father is above him, right?
The Father, Son, the Holy Spirit are of one. God made flesh is Jesus.
Okay. So then the Father would have more authority because there's a pecking order here, right? You can't be the high priest to yourself. So the Messiah, the high priest, is the high priest to the Most High God. So that's why all people will kneel and bow to the Messiah.
Of course.
Okay, so there's a pecking order, it seems to me, and there's nowhere in the Bible where it says God the Son. It always says that Jesus is not the Father, that he's the Son. It says it over and over again, right?
Yeah, three distinct three distinct essence, or three distinct in one. Yeah.
Right. So the priest king has created an alternative kingdom that's separate from all secular kingdoms, right? And whether they say "in God we trust" or not, that's a quote by somebody, I can't remember their name. So basically, it's like a realm. We're in a kingdom. We're underneath the king. So I guess that makes me a monarchist. Thanks.
No, Tanks, can I ask you a question?
You can try.
Did you say God made Jesus into the flesh?
No, no, nope.
What exactly did you say?
You take like parts of what I say and you mess them up a lot. I don't.
I know. That's why I'm asking. I'm just asking for clarification. I like what exactly did you say when?
Well, Jesus is God.
No, I know, but you said something. Yeah, Jesus. But I thought I heard you say. Did you say like God? You didn't say make Jesus or something like. You didn't say anything like that, right?
I mean, the Bible says like begotten. That's how it says.
Begotten. So, did he exist before the
Eternally,
world?
yes. Yeah, eternally. Yeah, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, the Trinity is eternal. Yeah.
How do you beget something eternally?
No, you gave himself to the world.
No, how do you beget something if it's eternal?
All right. That's it. That's all I got for you.
Damn. Fucking tapped out.
Yeah, I mean, there's no sincerity in it.
I understand people who don't believe in God.
Why do you hate God? And he's like, I don't hate God. I'm just gonna doubt every single thing. I mean, it's weird.
This is my question to the people that doubt that there's a creator and something intelligent behind their existence and reality. Like, how do you explain existence? Like, why is there just nothing? Like, why is there anything at all?
Why do we have to explain it?
They don't believe in spontaneous generation, but they do believe in abiogenesis.
I mean, I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. In order to begot something,
You're wrong. A distinct possibility according to the evidence. And as far as creator, I don't think it's required necessarily for us to be here.
I mean, that would just go into what, like, most honest atheists, if they were to, like, rank order tier list of, what are the best arguments for a creator. This would go into the fine-tuning problem of, you have 50, 100,000, so many different laws and aspects of the way that the universe exists, like how strong a weak nuclear force is, how strong gravity is, how strong that is, how strong this is, that there's so many different things that have to be essentially exactly as they are now. And if there was a single thing that was, 0.001% different then life never would have been created.
But why? I think the big problem is it's the just because something is unlikely doesn't mean it's not going to happen.
But
and then
I mean, it's one of those things to where you get into so statistically impossible that like it's essentially guaranteed to not happen from a statistical point of view.
But here's the thing. Let me say it just real quick, just real fast. Here's the thing though about saying that. Obviously, if everything on Earth and everything in our solar system is what it takes to make life, even if it's super rare, obviously we would see life at this place if this place is what it takes to hold. Even though it's super rare, if it wasn't like it is, we wouldn't see life. So obviously that's why we see life, even though it's super rare, because that's what's required and that's where life pops up.
I mean, it's like even the formation, even the fact that celestial bodies even form in the first place requires essentially all of these laws to be perfectly set as they are.
When you say life is rare, I don't know what you're talking about, because when I go outside, I see a multitude. It doesn't matter where I've been in the world. If I go outside and start looking down at the little creatures, they're not rare.
I just flicked 3 of them off my
I think it went over his head, Cole.
Yeah, I'm not talking about rare on Earth. What I'm talking about is if it requires all this rare stuff to have life, then if you don't have everything in place and you like we do here, then obviously you wouldn't see life there. So that's why we see life here, because it's perfect.
Right, because there's a sender. There's a sender to the information. You can't have information without a sender. I mean, you ever got a letter from nobody?
You can't have information without a sender.
No, I mean, the entire point of the fine-tuning thing is that if any single law, there's no reason for the laws of our reality, like, you know, how strong gravity is, how strong nuclear force is, all of these, there's no reason that the laws are so specifically tuned, so finely tuned, that they are essentially perfect for life being created. And like it's hard to wrap your head around like the statistical impossibility of it, because you have, you know, a 1 in a billion chance to the and like 10 times 10 to the power of, you know, 5 billion essentially.
That's why they have the multiverse theory.
It's not even about that. Yeah, multiple singular ultimate things. Yeah, in the worldview of like, I guess Cole or maybe even you, Yasku. I don't know. Like, is it necessary for, like, you know, Alpha Centauri to exist at its distance for life on Earth? Like, is that what somebody asserted, that all of these things are necessary for Earth to have life? Like
no, that's not the fine-tuning argument.
Okay,
but yeah, the solution that somebody gave of like multiverse theory is essentially accepted as being like the only plausible solution because of how impossible it is. You essentially have to invoke infinite universes.
That's why,
because there's no other way of getting around the statistical impossibility.
Right. Well, they can't prove the multiverse. If you left the universe, how would you send back the information to your home universe that, hey, there's another universe out here? So that's why that's the only possible, because they can't falsify it. Because it's unfalsifiable. Which, according to Karl Popper, that's a bad thing.
Multiple facts that stand alone, that are independent of other facts. That's what they eventually devolve into. Yeah.
Also, Yasuke, we're only you're comparing those finely tuned constraints in the universe to our universe, right? You only have one universe to work with. So presumably, if you could see outside the universe and compare it to another universe, maybe it isn't as finely tuned as you think it is.
Yeah, when you have one universe, then you run into like the original issue with it is the statistical impossibility of it.
Well, that's a lot like saying the
right, but
chances of one specific sperm that spawned me was what, 1 in 300,000 million? I don't know how many fucking there are, but
stop counting sperm.
The possibility of any one of them reaching the egg.
As long as you don't count them with your mouth.
Almost 100%.
Multiply whatever number for the sperm, like reaching the egg, and then multiply it by 10 to a billion power times 10 to a billion power.
What process are you talking about that's improbable? What process?
He's just talking about the the fundamental laws of physics that exist in the universe. The fact that they
Also,
are such a way that life could exist, right? But again,
what I'm
the
saying is, no. I'm sorry. What I'm asking is, you're saying, oh, it's so improbable. It's so improbable. What process are you talking about that is this improbable? Are you talking about all of it interlinked together? Are you talking about like?
There's no reason that any particular law, like gravitational constant, strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, etc., there's no reason that the laws have to be exactly as strong, as weak, as powerful, as not powerful as they are. And if any of them were slightly different, then like planets wouldn't form, stars wouldn't form. Like you would essentially have nothing if any of these are slightly changed, and then you have like so many factors that have to be exactly as they are now for really anything to exist.
But that's only because all the forces are balanced. There's no reason to think that gravity couldn't have been much stronger and offset by a much weaker an electromagnetic force or something.
Exactly. And if there's nothing guiding the universe, there's no reason for the laws of the universe to be finely tuned for things to exist.
But we're only operating on that assumption just because we're here to observe those laws, right? Like, again, if life had never permitted, right, it just wouldn't matter. It would just simply be the case that those laws existed and life never came about, and that was it.
So why don't we? Here's where I think they're missing. Here's where I think they're messing up, though, is you're looking at it. You keep saying that everything is like really exactly the way it has to be in order for life to be here or whatever. But I think that life is here as a result. Not everything is perfectly put in place for life. Life is here just as a byproduct result of everything being the way it is. Everything ain't the way it is for life. Life is because of.
Yes, and because we are here as life, we can acknowledge that the statistical impossibility of life being able to exist in the first place, if there is no guiding hand.
But why does that? Why does that matter though? Like, why does this? Like that doesn't matter. Like,
why should that make it more special that we exist rather than we don't?
You know, the thing is, the biggest proof you could find and bring would be showing life in conditions where life, as we understand it, isn't conducive. That would be more.
That has nothing to do with the fine-tuning argument.
Hang on, can I?
Okay.
Can I try a different way? So, you know how people talk about like the Goldilocks zone for like planets forming, like as if it's like some like specific place, but it's actually a wide range. Like it's like a very big area. Like
the Goldilocks zone is for an area where there's liquid water, where there could be liquid water.
So,
Right, so it's not just temperature; it's also pressure that's making the water liquid.
Yeah,
so the Goldilocks zone is actually bigger. Go ahead, bro.
Right. So to follow that up with, to what degree is the universe finely tuned?
I mean, like any physicist would understand that, you know, if gravity was 10% weaker, planets wouldn't form, or something to that nature.
But that seems to be like a wide range then.
Like if any of the forces were slightly off, then things just wouldn't exist.
Right, but to what degree though? What's the range?
So you have all of these factors, like, you know, I don't know exactly how many factors, 100, 500. And if any of them were slightly deviating, then it's statistically, like if any of them were slightly deviating, then life wouldn't exist. So you have all of these different rules that are exactly there. And every time you add another one, it becomes like exponentially less likely.
I understand that, but you still don't know to what degree.
33rd degree.
I mean, yeah, we can't run tests making the weak nuclear force stronger.
Yeah,
well, that's like part of the point.
But that's the point. Like, so, like, if we can,
exactly,
like, if we do make it work where it is slightly different, is the universe really that finely tuned?
It's generally agreed upon by all physicists that there are extremely narrow ranges that allow these things to exist.
But
If the gravitational constant, as an example, was slightly stronger, then stars would burn out too quickly, and if it was slightly weaker, then stars wouldn't form in the first place.
Okay. Understandable, but there is a range.
So he is correct that, I mean, that is the fine-tuned argument, and it's true that you can't refute it. You can't say, well, we know why these constants are that way. And obviously we're here, so maybe we were just, one in a billion universes. Or maybe there's something that made it so that the forces couldn't be any other way than they are here. However,
you could just appeal to another fundamental force that causes all of these to
right.
Just
you could
silly.
put all sorts of things. However, I when people talk about, I believe in the flat Earth because it makes me special, or that one of the things I like about the flat Earth is that it makes me special. That's what I think of the fine-tuning argument of the universe.
So there would be no difference
in what way though?
If you have a purpose or on a globe or flat Earth, you would
What's
still
that?
be unique. You'd still be unique, flat or globe.
Oh sure, yeah. I don't.
That just doesn't really appeal or even address the crux of the issue, which is the statistical impossibility of it.
The probability.
It's akin to saying that, like, let's imagine a scenario, right, where the Earth actually is flat and it is, described exactly, with a dome and everything, and that's actually the world we live in. Let's just imagine that as a hypothetical, right? It would be like trying to imagine that world existed without a creator.
What is the statistical possibility that you're on Discord discussing this right now?
So if the
but I would say, just real quick, I would say it's very unlikely. There's countless innumerable things in your lifetime that had to happen for you to be here at this exact moment discussing this. There's countless innumerable things that had to happen exactly as they did in your parents' lifetime and your grandparents' lifetime for you to be here right now. So just saying a complex, array of stuff led to this moment isn't really an argument.
Yeah, look at you was talking about sperm swimming a while ago. Look at your mother, then your grandmother, and then your great-grandmother, parents. Each one of them, their sperm had to be picked out of millions, and it had to make it and be the one to become that particular child in order for you to be you.
But that's like a stationary Earth kind of thing. Like you guys also imagine sometimes, not all, that like the sperm and the egg are moving away from each other, ever expanding in all directions.
But there is some directed force in terms of like human biology that makes sperm attached to eggs. There is a direction there, whereas in the fine-tuning issue with cosmological constants, there is no guiding force that
gravity
makes the laws of the universe the way that they are. Yeah.
If there were a guiding force, why would there have to be a billion sperm and only one get there? If it was a guiding force, you'd only need one.
The same goes for the fine tuning, right? Like if there's a guiding force, why was he only constrained to using such finely tuned constraints? That's so stupid.
I mean, that's like saying whenever you're making a game, why do you have rules in the game? Like that's
the thing is, the agent, if you're appealing to something that has the ability to manufacture universes, presumably it has other things at its disposal that it could use to make it so it's not finely tuned, right?
I mean, what would a universe that's not finely tuned even look like? Like
that's a great question. That's a great question.
It just wouldn't exist. There would be no stars. There would be no planets.
I would say for one thing, if the universe was made for humans, then we wouldn't see empty, dead planets everywhere. Like we're literally the only planet in our solar system that has life on it. Everywhere we look is dead outside of this planet. Why is that? If
as far as we
were specially made.
Yeah, because that's the other angle. Is it finely tuned for life? Because it doesn't appear to be.
I mean, that's what I was asking earlier.
Have you guys been outside
I think it
recently?
was.
We're not talking about just the life, not just the life on Earth, Larry.
Oh, you're trying to figure out why people don't live on like a rusty planet eating rusty potatoes on Mars.
But as it relates to the fine-tuning planet,
I asked them about like the stars or like a purpose for a star, like in this finely tuned thing. So, and now they did just bring it back to that. There's like the postulation here is that, like, you know, Neptune or Mars is there for no reason. There's no reason for it to be there. It's not doing anything.
As it relates to the fine-tuning, the fact that you even see dead planets in the first place is proof of fine-tuning.
Can I?
Or very strong evidence for fine-tuning.
It's not, though.
If the rules were not finely tuned, then those dead planets wouldn't exist in the first place.
All it is that
everything.
Yeah, all it is that we just see that the universe is this way, right? But then to take it a step further and assign like agency to those constraints just doesn't make any sense.
Because statistically speaking, it's impossible for the rules of the universe to be. No, it like statistically impossible.
It's statistically. It's equally statistically impossible that you exist right now and you're on Discord having this conversation, right? Your parents had to move to a specific location, you know, or like to take my grandpa, he had to have been drafted in the army. He had to have been hitchhiking down a road, meet my grandma. Him and my grandma had to have gotten a fight over some house. They had to move to another neighborhood so that way he met my mom and now I exist. Like there's a billion events that are unlikely that happen for everything.
There's 50 million different examples. There's 50 million different ways that I could have been in this Discord call.
You got to get a better
there's
mic, Donnie boy.
There's essentially only one way that the universe could exist.
No, you say that
again. We have no way to determine if that's the case, though.
Wait,
You can't run statistics on counterfactuals. That's just dumb.
He said there's only one way, but then he just said before there is a range. Which doesn't if there's a range, then there could be more than one way.
Well, it doesn't require so much to have like order. There's a game called The Game of Life. It was made by some scientists a while back. You take a few simple rules and it makes chaos literally turn into like organized stuff. You know, an organized thing. It's called The Game of Life. You'd have to look it up if you want to see it.
What laws does it follow in order for that to occur?
But it's simple game laws. It's like if you got, yeah. But anyway, you'd have to look it up to see the laws. But there are real few that don't require much. But what it spits out is a lot of order. That's sort of what we see in our universe. You have just a few things. You have gravity, and you know the way that molecules interact with each other. A couple other things. What we see is those few laws create order.
Yeah, so what are the laws? What are the laws contingent on? Like what made the laws of
he's on your
Earth?
side.
Did they always
No, it
exist?
doesn't matter. He's on your side that there are laws, right? So you guys are really on the same side.
Your mic sucks.
What they are.
I'm going to talk over you because your mic sucks. No, go ahead. What are you saying?
No, I'm on the web. I'm saying he's on your side, dude. I was trying to get in for I was in a bad area. I'm in a farm. But he's agreeing that there are laws. There has to be laws to produce this order. But he's saying there's simple starting positions or whatever can create this beautiful order from a simplistic starting point. But there's a lot of assumptions I hear coming out, man.
Yeah, I agree with that part of it. Like, right, the laws are necessary in order for the world to come about in the way that it came about. So what provides the laws to this universe? Like, what is it that gives the laws? What's the lawgiver here?
Why would we assume there's a lawgiver?
That's the big question.
Because then you're.
So do you think laws just pop up?
Saying it's chaos.
No, that's the entire point, though. That's the entire point, though, is that like just the cosmological constant alone is 10 to the negative 122 power. That if it was like within a single unit of that number different, then the universe would either expand too fast so that no galaxies would ever form, or if it was 1 degree or 1 unit the other way of 10 to the negative 122 power, if it was a single unit away, then the universe would collapse on itself.
You just says perfect is perfect. Yeah, it's kind of arbitrary.
Maybe the universe is cyclical. Maybe we happen to be in one of the cycles that happen to be work out for life. But maybe the universe is cyclical. Maybe it goes through cycles over and over and over, and a lot of them don't produce life. Maybe a lot of them
it's
produce
flat.
rat stuff.
You're wrong. Universe is flat.
Yeah, which is exactly what it goes into, and that you have to invoke essentially infinite multiverses.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
you don't have
got
to
me there.
invoke. You don't have to invoke infinite multiverses, right? You just say that the universe that we experience is infinite.
If it's a single universe, then there's no reason for the rules to change in the universe. There's no reason to believe that the rules change in the universe. If it's a singular universe, there's no reason to believe that, 5 billion years ago, gravity suddenly became stronger or weaker by.
Would it be if it
X
was
amount.
if it was a singular universe? Would it be like an isolated system, if it was singular?
You have to invoke some type of theory that is not singular universe theory, because in singular universe theory, you're dealing with an impossible number.
Well, what law?
No, your
what
improbability is
laws
arbitrary.
what laws are involved in an isolated system that laws unchanging in an isolated system?
I'm not understanding your question.
Well, is it
Probably
the
my
case
fault.
in an isolated system, right? That entropy would always increase, and the energy would be used up, dispersed, and it would never, it would come to a state of rest and never start back up again in this cyclical manner.
Okay.
I believe
depends
it
on the
is.
universe. I mean, the laws of the universe come from the universe. They're not. The universe itself isn't dependent on them.
Can you imagine
the
like
entire
assembling
point
a
is
computer?
that nothing would exist if the laws were like the tiny bit different.
Yeah.
Can you imagine assembling a computer and then you try to sell the computer to the customer and the customer says, hey, wait, there's no operating system. Like all it does is like everything turns on and everything posts to the motherboard. And you're like, oh, well, you just got to wait, for the evolution to take place. The operating system will write itself. Like all you need is like multiple computers and multiverses and, just go install the stuff. Like, no, that never happens.
This analogous
That's like
because
a
we already
retarded...
have prior knowledge that human agents create computers. So that's retarded.
Information. Creates information.
The analogy's great. Great.
Well, I think humans evolved from a primitive species, and I think that primitive ape or whatever it was, they were just like the apes and humans we see now. They literally fought each other and did everything they could, to survive, and we evolved from that. And I think.
Well, I evolved from royalty. You say your ancestors swing on trees?
Yeah. Well, you evolved from a mud golem. That's what the Bible says.
What I was getting,
you evolved from a rib.
Well, let me finish this real quick. What I was getting at is I think that since our ancestors, it's rooted in our core for us to form a structural ladder when it comes to a group of people. You put a group of men together, they'll form a chain from the weakest all the way to the leader. It happens naturally, those men and women, you can't stop it. We always form a pecking order when we're in groups. I think that that's why we think that there has to be a God, because to a human, there's no way that things can just work on their own without a leader, because it is ingrained in us to have a leader. We always produce a leader in our human.
The Bible's the opposite. The Bible teaches that Jesus is the leader and we're all equal under him. Right?
Yeah,
so
I
think that's how it actually works.
I think it's just in us to want a leader.
That's fine. That's fine as a position.
Something from nothing type of logic, I think, is way more.
It's just that's fine as a position, but it has zero relevance to the fine-tuning problem.
I know what you're saying. So does the randomness of what you're talking about, though.
We don't invoke like one leader. We would invoke multiple leaders. It's not just like one leader. That's the natural thing, and it's not from strongest to weakest. It's from like I would say it's probably more based on utility more than anything else.
I don't mean physical strongest to weakest.
Just be careful of like idolizing those leaders and saying they are what is necessary and responsible for this current state of affairs. Because then you
but
might
you got
start to call them like gods or something. I don't know.
you still have to admit though that humans always, when we put ourselves in groups, we always have someone that is usually in charge, all the way down to the person that everybody laughs at. That's the way it is. It happens in here. I mean, it's just the way it is. And I think that that's why when humans have always looked around and they've seen nature and they've thought, how in the hell can this work without something being in charge of it? It's ingrained in us to have a leader, to produce a leader. We do it naturally. And I think that's why we make gods.
Yeah, you're a statist, bro. You think the state is your god.
God made you, man.
No, dude, I'm not worshiping people in the state government. That's not what I'm talking about. Jeez.
Talking about hierarchy. Hierarchy, like in the animal kingdom. You got the boss lion, you got the boss hyena, and you got the boss human. That's what he's saying. In each group.
Yeah, there is a hierarchy.
Yeah,
but there is a natural hierarchy, top down, and go ahead, guy.
We've seen roles get filled from different experiments with animals. Yes, it might happen that a certain one's going to be the alpha, okay, but I don't think it's necessary.
You're roboting?
Roboting.
Yeah, goodbye.
There is a hierarchy, and there is a hierarchy, but when you ascribe yourself as the highest of the high, and that it came from the bottom and then up, you just have it upside down. No big deal. You're given. You're made in a way. You are who you are instantaneously, and you're given that autonomy and that authority from a higher being.
Why do you think that there has to be a higher being, though? That's what I'm saying. People think there has to be a God because it's ingrained in us to make a leader for everything.
No, we think there has to be a leader for everything because we disconnect from God, and then we say, okay, well, if God is not the thing that's ultimate and has the authority over my life, then it must be either me or I have to assign it to somebody else because anybody but God. Yeah, it's like what happens.
So Terence McKenna said that he needed one miracle to explain. They could explain everything else. Well, since like the fine tuning problem. Now they need like more than one miracle, but they laugh at Christians because Christians believe in miracles. But all of the matter came out of one spot. How would one single hydrogen atom escape that gravitational well? Well, they say, well, it wasn't matter when it expanded. It was energy, and then it like coalesced. Those are all like miracles and like creation myths to me.
Well, I've been saying the same thing. I've been asking these guys all day, like, how did one thing become all these different things? And they say evolution. They say one thing, the singular thing, is now all things. But where do they get the new information to be all things?
Well, that's the Big Bang. That's the Big Bang, and that's why his statistics go the fuck out the window.
Look, guys, the dirt is walking around and it calls itself I am Larry, right? If that's not profoundly insane to think that the dirt just one day decided to like get up and walk around, or maybe, 100 million year period, right? It just decided to get up and walk around and say, I think I'll call myself Larry, right?
No,
it's because God did it.
That's what you said God did. They made you out of dirt, so you're walking around dirt named Larry.
If the Big Bang.
Wait. Is dirt better than a gorilla or a monkey? Because I heard you saying you're not a monkey, okay, but then
the sun's walking around
dirt.
Your body is made of the dirt from the food that your mother ate because it has minerals in it, and then you ate food.
So what dirt did God make Adam out of?
So when I play with dirt, there's lots of iron and salt and all kinds of other minerals. Like, do you guys find those minerals in dirt?
I just
what
think
dirt did God make
I
out of?
just think there's an irony going on here that we should there are beautiful ironies in our lives sometimes, and we should not.
So when I
overlook this.
When I perish, my body turns into what? Does it turn into dirt? Or is it like stardust? Do you guys believe in stardust or something?
It might be donated to science for all I know. I don't know.
I don't know. If you're going to argue the point, you ought to argue the actual point. Yeah, argue the actual point and not, some kind of, weird made up shit.
Well, it's my point, so I'm arguing my actual point. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you're arguing against yourself then.
I think you're just using language in a supremely novel
because
way.
You're not representing what science says about it.
What does science say about it? My body's not made from the dirt.
No.
So
No,
where
it
did my
doesn't.
body come from?
It does not say you're made from the dirt. Nowhere in
His
science
parents
does it say you're made from dirt.
Yeah, do you eat the food from the land?
Yeah, what's the thing? Like, it's like, what's the disagreement, dude?
Yes, you
could
say
even
the
grant
reason
we
that
could
life
grant him.
exists because of random stupid shit like lightning striking dirt. That's exactly what you said.
But we
No,
could
that's not what he's
grant.
saying. He said that the
We could
dirt one
grant
day just
that
randomly
you're
got
made
up
of
and
dirt.
started
So
walking
what?
around and called itself Larry. That's what he said.
That's what you believe.
And
But that's what
you all do believe it.
All right, was it random or was it purposefully put into action?
It was programmed.
Let's say it was random.
That's
Now
the
where do we go
question.
from there?
Okay, so now it was randomly. So the dirt randomly got up and called itself "I am Larry."
It didn't do that.
So that's
Great.
not what
Okay,
happened.
it was intentional and
Well,
purposeful
no.
and planned.
Let's grant that it was random. So what? Like, what's the point?
There you go. You're saying that's
There's
random.
no
That's it.
straw man
So
going on there.
nothing out of something,
Not a
or
straw man
something out
to
of
say that
nothing.
your cause for existence is random.
It's still not.
Yeah,
something
I
out of
really.
nothing.
Left
Y'all
lane
do know
objected
about
and said
functional
you're
sequence specified complexity, right?
yeah. Left
Like
lane
y'all know that it
objected and
can't be
said
random.
you said you're straw manning my belief, and you've now steel manned it, Maxim. That's all. So that's all.
What? Something from nothing?
Random.
Yeah, you know, like just
Left lane
nonsense.
has spell
The
silence.
cause for existence is nonsense.
Can you explain how I steel manned your what again?
Yes, dude. Did you hear
But
left
this is
lane
what the
chime in
globe
and say
causes you to believe.
it's so?
Well, there's like 5 different
delusional.
people talking at once, so you can wait until they finish.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Yeah, whatever, dude. That doesn't help anything.
Dude,
Like I asked the question, like, why don't y'all see the reason
you
people
know,
believe in God? Like, so
Larry
simple.
said something in regards to, you want me to believe that some dirt got up one day, and just randomly decided to call himself "I am Larry." That dirt became a Larry. That is what you believe.
Nope.
For sure, 100%, definitely what you believe.
That's what you technically literally believe if you believe in a
I mean,
biblical God.
you can simplify if you want to simplify it like that to dumb it down so you can understand. That's fine. But yeah, I don't have a problem granting. Yeah, because heavier elements came from stars, right? Those obviously formed protocells, RNA, and that evolved, and now humans are here. Yeah, if you want to dumb it down so that way your tiny ass brain can understand the process, that's fine.
All of those things came from a tiny ass single thing that was just one single thing. So how
That's
does
right, you figured it out.
how does a one single thing account for all the different things?
This dude heard an argument for God being made, and he was getting gaslighted in the background. He just unmuted.
Yeah, silly.
The something from nothing is way cooler than having to have a leader. I think that's a way more stronger aspect of a God.
I don't know why they don't just own it, Don. Like just own the thing that Maxim is on his way to doing it. He's saying, well, I think he's,
I just don't. I don't understand why you disagree, right? Like, presumably you believe that God exists for no external reason, right? It's just random.
No.
Oh, so God's not random?
I don't believe in anything random. I was trying to put this across to the room earlier.
So God's not random?
If I were to even try to paint
What's the answer to that? No tanks. Is God random?
If I said
That's right. You don't have an answer, right? Because you're just a dishonest
very
piece of
easily
shit.
and very simple. I'm not. If I just said I don't believe in anything random whatsoever, and then you go to question me, but isn't God random? Isn't this random? I just started off the sentence, so don't be a dishonest piece of shit, I guess, right? So I tried to put it across to the room earlier that there's absolutely nothing random.
Look, if you want me to match your energy, right,
Holy
and you
shit.
just want to be a dishonest
I want
piece
you
of
to shut
shit,
the
and
fuck
not
up
admit
while I'm
that
saying what I'm saying.
you arbitrarily submitting that God is like the necessary contingent being, like what's the difference?
All right, so I was trying to put it across to the. I was trying to put it across to the room earlier, like random, right? If I were to even try to, they can't exist. It's something that does not exist, random. If I were to even try to paint a picture of random, right? I could try, but it would fail because it
Great.
wouldn't
So
even be
God
true
doesn't
randomness.
exist.
And
Is
what
my
I could do is
definition
So
of
not
say,
even
random.
not
You're a
even the
fucking idiot.
standards of random.
I just want to finish. I want to finish the picture I'm painting. I don't know why Max was jumping in. I'm not even putting you down or nothing. The picture I would try to paint, like so somebody could imagine random, which wouldn't even be good enough. Now, like just imagine that you're at your front door, right? Now you open your front door and it's like, it's a desert. Then you're like, what the fuck? You shut it and now your front door is a car door and you open it and you're like, oh shit, now I'm in the ocean and then you shut it and you open it and it's it's a barn door and you're like, oh, suddenly I'm in the sky. Like this would be like things happening randomly. Like you couldn't even imagine it. It's unimaginable. It's not a thing that could actually exist. There's no
You
such
just
thing as random,
imagined
guys.
it.
It's not even good enough because I gave it order. You had to imagine a door and a barn, and you know what these things are. But yeah, randomness would be
But you
completely
described it. You were describing.
real randomness would be truly unintelligible. I already started by telling you I couldn't even describe it in a way that would be understood. It would just be
They
unintelligible.
But
they're
you
also
described the
saying that it
form.
repeats itself. They say DNA repeats itself. Evolution repeats itself. How the fuck is it random and repeating a pattern? You can't do the same both things. You can't be a random mutated thing, special from fucking whatever just because something else, and then all of a sudden come the same way from the other thing. How do you have both in one? That's goofy. And then where does intelligence evolve from?
The unintelligible.
Well,
That's what I'm trying to point out. It's impossible, guys. Like we have to agree on something.
But we were trying to come to that earlier, and the statement was literally made. Okay, let's grant God for those things, and they're no longer random. Why do you still refute the naturalistic evidence that's presented to you? That's kind of where we're back at. It's a full circle.
What evidence?
No, we don't have to go there. But I already gave you can't account for not nature in the natural processes, laws without a lawgiver. Go ahead,
I
Larry.
thought nature was the
Just for a
evidence.
second, let me get in just real
Go ahead.
fast. So the story goes that the periodic matter from the periodic table coalesced into chemical compounds, and it wrote all the genetic sequences with lucky time and magic wind. Whereas we don't believe that all these organisms, their genetic code just sprang up out of the rocks or out of the chemical compounds from the periodic table. Like we believe that information has to have a sender. That's why I said earlier, have you ever gotten a letter from no one? And of course not. Every letter that had information on it that you
How
could,
do you know God
read.
didn't send that information?
Why is that like right in the middle of my crescendo of my point? But you have
I'm
to ask
sorry.
this
I
question.
apologize.
That's why
Okay.
people are running
Yeah.
back to Geos, Omni. I'm just pointing it out.
So I just want to point out that in order for you to believe this stuff, you're basically believing in spontaneous generation, whereas I'm saying I don't believe in pseudoscience like spontaneous generation. Obviously, there has to have something come from something, because something doesn't come from nothing. Unless you believe that your God is nothing. Nothing created the Big Bang. Nothing created gravity. Nothing created all these things. I mean, if your God is nothing, just say it.
So the thing is, at the end of the day, the statement is it's not so. God could create the logic, the laws, the whatever. That's really not what's trying to be debated. What the problem is okay, granted, God did it, right? This is how, and these are the processes in which were used to do it. That's
You
the
don't know
statement.
what the laws are.
Yeah, God. Yeah, I mean, listen. I don't think we're doing evolution. Maybe we are, but I would just say, like God is the singular, concrete, unchanging thing that gives context to the particulars and the all these little tree, rock, all these different things.
Yeah, because you get the same result. When you do an experiment or you like test stuff, you get the same results. You don't get evoluted results. I'm still like baffled how this even can be a thought in somebody's
Why can't that singular thing just be the whole of existence itself?
Because that would not account for the distinctions that we have in reality, so that we can know things.
What if everything was made as what it is?
Yes,
No,
all
Tanks,
at
did
once.
you-
That would be the miracle. Everything just popped into every single thing popped into existence all at once, and in a coherent fashion, so that we can know things.
Rick, the one sending the weird messages, where did intelligence and memory come from with the Big Bang? When did Big Bang make intelligence? When did blowing stuff up make it smart? Let me know. Tell us, show us all how that works in a lab.
Also
blowing
understand
up a firecracker makes it smart and evolve, right?
Also understand that if entropy in the early universe during the Big Bang was 1 unit, either way, of 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 123 different, a single unit of that number different, then universe wouldn't exist.
Well, where
But
was
you're still
gas
just
and
assuming
time and
that nothing
intelligence and
else could
memory
have
and
been
stuff?
different at the same time. Like anything else could have been different and compensated that difference.
Everything else is one thing, dude. How are you getting everything else from one thing? Stop it.
Everything else at the very beginning was one thing. That's not what we were talking about. It's talking about various.
That's all you got. That's it.
And
No, that's not all I
So a
got. No
Big Bang
tanks.
in your mind made intelligence? Sorry, whoever was going to talk.
Yeah, no tanks. You said God is a concrete, unchanging thing. But earlier you said Jesus was
the mind that
begotten.
gives the mind that gives context to the world, so that we can know
Right,
and have differences. Yeah.
How come
Right,
blowing
but
stuff up
Jesus.
doesn't repeat this process forever till the end of time? How come evolution can't be itself? Gravity can't be
I
itself.
thought I was
A
gonna get a
bang of
chance to
stuff
talk.
can't be itself. You can't blow
D-Mock,
stuff
I
up.
thought I was gonna. I thought I was gonna get a chance to reply. So.
Oh shit, you can. I
Jesus
didn't
is.
know you was doing it.
Yeah, so Jesus is begotten, meaning God changed.
That's not.
Council of
That's all.
Nicaea
Yeah.
affirms that God was eternally begotten, as in always
Yeah,
existed.
that's right. I know. I don't know
think
why I
it
said
means
it to him
any of
like
that.
twice earlier. He doesn't get it. But
I don't understand how you can
you
be
don't have to, you don't have to believe the story, but that's the story. Like it's just know it and move
eternally
on.
begotten is an oxymoron.
Yeah, I don't even know. Well, listen, I'm not even with the guy thing or the he thing or the it thing, like that, because I don't know what to call it. I just say it's memory and intelligence, and without those things, nothing can happen or react. You won't have a reaction without something to know how to or what to react. Like without the idea of what physics are and how physics actuate each other. That what are we
You're
talking about?
saying God gave us the tools to understand the things that He used, though. He gave us the
To a certain
tools.
extent, yes. There's a lot of
Yes,
extents that you can't understand what he gave.
and I
But
agree.
it's not a he.
They,
Listen,
whatever.
hold on.
I get
The
it.
air is the air, the grass is the grass, the sunlight's the light, sound is sound, radio wave, TV frequency, TV. Similar, not exactly the same all the time. Really similar.
But your argument essentially is God gives us that knowledge, that memory, that understanding.
That
and
is God. That is
Oh,
God.
that's fine.
It's not a first. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But with that, these tools allow us to see things. And what
No,
we're
not
saying.
necessarily. No, stop saying that. I don't agree with that.
Okay, that's
I'm
fine. That's
saying
fine.
that, listen,
That's an impasse.
Listen, we can have action and reaction, right? We can do trial and error as humans. Other than trial and error, what do you have that you can fucking put your life on? Can you put your life on something you can't touch out that way? And then I go fucking out there and then you bet your life on it without being there to prove it? It doesn't make any sense, all this shit you're saying. No, there's a lot of stuff we cannot find out at all, and we're not gonna.
And
You
I
have to
said
be
that.
content with that. You have to be content with that in science or in whatever you're doing.
But the thing is, it's like even in like the expansion of science, there's been I don't knows, and then they find out, and then what they found out was slightly off or 100% off in some cases.
Because the story was the problem. Pay attention to the action and the attribute. It's not going to lie to you. A guy telling you stories about what his idea of what's going on there, who gives a fuck? If you and I see something happen with this 2-liter bottle, we see the action happen. If we don't, we don't. It's really simple. We repeat the action. We
I get that, but like,
we
let's just say we're sitting around, we're fucked up, right? And we saw something, and then we're like, "Oh, did we really see that, or were we just fucked up?" So now we have to come up. No, we can come up with an experiment. We could have the exact same things around us, parameters, and not take the drugs to be fucked up on. And then do we see it still? And then we can take the drugs again and see if we saw it then to see if that was the reason why. You know, like that. That's the that's
Yeah,
the
but
that's
hold
the
on. Yeah, but then you have people that I don't know if they take drugs or not. Trust me on this. There's like certain people that have attributes of things. Some people are born blind. They didn't take a drug to do it.
Don't judge me, you piece of shit.
I'm just saying, like, people are born different crazy ways. It's not really a drug when you live different. Like if you're blind or you're deaf or you're this or you're like a person that can like see colors or sounds or something like in your brain, like in like a weird
Yeah.
way. I don't know. Just saying, like you're set with that attribute sometimes. It might not be drinking. We still wouldn't be able to explain it.
I understand that, but what you do is you constantly eliminate the independent variable, you know, and then you keep the situation as fluid as possible to try
You have
to have a
manipulate.
rubber.
You
Yeah,
have to be able.
the thing is
Yeah.
that's the thing. The term manipulate, if you use it like it's mal, like it like the like bad as the prefix says, that's not what this is. It's not like you're doing something wrong. You're changing parameters to try to see
Oh,
a result.
100%. You're trying to manipulate the very thing you thought was the cause. And when you get a different action from that, or you get a reaction from that thing you're manipulating, you'll say, okay, well, I caused that manipulation from this effect. But
Yeah.
but hold on. At the end of the
Sorry.
day, it's still a human explaining what that effect is and not just paying attention to the material that caused it actually. The material you're working with.
And I get what you're saying, and I'm going to just slightly disagree on you are paying attention directly to the material that saw it happen.
How do you pay attention to a star?
You can observe it
from where?
From Earth or other locations that
No,
we have
where can
telescopes.
you put it where you can touch it and prove what you're touching without telling a story? Where can you put your life on what a star is and how you could produce one with the story that you say what they're making? See, if you got the
Is the
ingredients,
sun a
you're telling
star?
me.
Is the sun a star?
I have no clue what
I
a
would
sun
say it
is. I
is.
haven't made one. I don't have the ingredients. I have a story for what a sun is, and you're going to say that story. Now go in the lab and produce a star.
But we have done that. We've done
No,
exactly
you
that.
haven't done that. You produced a sun, a little sun
Yeah.
star that keeps
Yeah.
orbiting stuff, balls.
No,
Balls
not in
orbiting.
that regard. But it
So
wasn't
you
orbiting.
haven't produced a little sun that's not a
Oh,
sun.
precise. So to produce another sun that
No,
size, I
brother,
don't
hold on.
think.
The sun never stops doing what it does.
Isn't
You
the
have a
hydrogen
little one.
bomb basically a star for a little while?
Listen, you say you
Yeah.
have the ingredients and the knowledge of what it is, and now you're saying you produce one, which is ball.
Fusion. So what it is
No, listen, a fucking spark with my blanket is not making little suns, dude.
but
Stop.
that's not the
So
process.
you
So
don't
where's
really
the sun
understand
at? Where's the
the
little
concepts they're
ball that we
talking
can
about, but you're
touch
gonna
that's a
yell at
physical
them.
little
Got it.
sun?
That's not the process. The sun
What's
isn't
not
on
the
fire.
process?
The sun's not
How
on
do you
fire.
know? You're not making a sun.
Yeah, yes, I have.
No,
I'm trying to tell
Telling
you.
you're
stories.
just
You
yelling
heat
dumb
rocks
shit
up
instead
and
of
you're
like
telling
letting
a
them
fucking
respond to
story
you.
calling a hot rock fusion. Then you're saying, hey,
Okay.
DeMop, this hot rock is a sun.
Oh my
The thing that's
god.
supposed to be a gas in a vacuum. No, it's not a sun. A sun would be the thing you explained it to be. Hydrogen in a vacuum getting made into helium by the vacuum space-time. Then,
No, that's
You just actually don't even know how the sun works to produce
what's the
energy
sun
or
made of?
anything like that. So how could you, if you
No,
don't
you
understand how
don't.
the
The
sun works,
Globers don't. I never told a story of
if
what it
you
was.
don't
I'm asking how
understand,
you
if you
produced
don't
it.
understand, excuse me, I don't
I
appreciate
want
your,
you to
excuse
produce what
me,
I
I was
don't
talking.
understand.
Thank you, thank you. If you don't understand
Client,
how the sun
this is why
works,
people
how
are
can you
running back to
know?
Earth
I don't know why
Awakens.
someone else is over
You
talking
don't
you now.
have a
Yeah,
sun. You have
I have to
YouTube
scare
telling
everybody.
Ryan
stories.
ain't here.
Order.
If you don't understand how the sun
Read the
works, how
fucking
can you
definition of a
understand whether or
sun.
not it
Stop
can
fucking
be like
making shit up.
recreated? The process
Why are
can
they
be
allowed to make shit up in here? Tell them to read the definition, omnivore, of what a sun is. Fucking right now. It's a
You know
hydrogen gas.
that's not lying. I just want to tell you that's not lying. That's not lying.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Omnivore.
I heard some globetards say that he made a sun. That's retarded.
No,
You
they've
can't.
never made a
We don't
sun.
have the capacity to make a
You
sun. We
don't have
can do nuclear
hydrogen
fission
in
and
a
nuclear
vacuum.
fusion. We understand how the sun works. The reason why we can't make a sun is because of the fucking immense mass of the sun. The sun is like what, like 10 times the size of the Earth or more? No, more than that. It's like 100
more than
times
that.
the size of the Earth.
More than that.
So the reason why we can't create a fucking, and by the way, our star is our sun is a small star. Okay, if you go compare it to many of the ones we found with the Hubble telescope and other telescopes, it's fucking small. So if compared to the others, so and that is 100 times larger than Earth. So we don't have the mass capacity to do it. But can we do nuclear fusion? Yes, we can, and we've done it before, many times.
Have you never met Demok?
I
Have
have
you never
not.
met an excuse
But he's
maker
probably
like
just
these
gonna
guys?
call me a globetard retard
So
and not
now they
respond
don't
to
have
me.
hydrogen. Now they don't have vacuum chambers, and now they don't know what a sun is. Boo hoo! They got a bunch of fucking excuses on. We know what it is, but can't show you because we can't do it.
Yeah, D-Mock's the number one. Number one. He'll flat smack you down. You won't know what hit you.
I can't do it. Is what the sun is. Is that what your science is? Can't do it, sun science.
I can do the process. I can do nuclear fusion. I can't make a
That's not a
sun because
sun.
I don't have. We
A
don't
sun is
have the
not made
mass
with a nuclear fucking
capacity to
reactor
make
piece
something
of
that
metal. It's
big.
made in a vacuum without your help, you idiot fuck. Get a fucking brain. You
Wait, so
lying
wait, is
fucker.
your
It's
is
not a
your
rock. It's not fusion.
okay? So you think that nuclear
Yeah,
fusion doesn't
I have a
occur
question
on the
about your
sun?
fusion
You
experiment.
think nuclear fusion
How
doesn't
long
Where is
occur
your
on the
fucking
sun?
How
vacuum at?
long?
And you're a gas.
How long was your hydrogen
hydrogen.
and helium fused for?
Yeah, in a vacuum, not with a fucking machine in your lab, you idiot.
Yeah. By the way, you definitely need a container for this.
Before
That's
humans
funny.
existed.
So the universe is
Before
contained
humans
now.
existed to lie and make shit up about a little machine they made, a big bong, right, to light their fucking wax. So they got a big sparkler, and they say we got a big sparkler, spark plug. We're gonna make fusion
What is
suns.
this guy talking about?
Your
Well, what
spark
I'm talking
plug,
about is that your
your
sun
fucking
is in a
water
container.
heating up rocks, hot rock, fucking nuclear energy, idiot.
Do you know why the
Okay, I
sun's in
gotta.
a container?
You know what a sun is. Can you make
Do you know
one
why the
from
sun's in a
hydrogen
container?
the
The
way
one
it's
that we make
made?
on
Why?
Earth. Do you know why? Do you know why
All
it's in
you
a
need is
container? Why we make it on
hydrogen the
Earth?
last time I checked. Then it turns to
Why?
helium. Don't know. That's your globe definition for a
So
fucking
do you
sun.
know why we need to make the sun
All
in a
right,
container?
Demok, 1 second. Do you have anything else to say before we let other people talk for a while?
Yeah, make me a
What are
fucking
you
sun. I'll need
censoring
about
Denmark
50
now?
of them.
Okay.
The sun is little bitty too. Little as fuck. The earth is big. Prove the sun
I
is
heard some
little. Go
crazy
to it
shit
right now.
earlier, but
Go to it.
Denmark's not good. The other guy was good,
Okay,
but this isn't good.
I got one. So cat hair gets stuck to everything. I've never seen cat hair get stuck to the space-time fabric, so space-time fabric doesn't exist. It's just a joke. Calm down,
that's a
guys.
valid argument. That's a
Solid
logically
point.
valid argument. Genius.
It's just a joke, guys.
He's convinced me.
I haven't seen hydrogen and all these crazy gases they say exist.
Yeah, guys, I've never seen with my naked eye hydrogen, therefore it cannot exist.
Oh, where'd you get it from in nature?
Well, hydrogen's made of something. You know what I mean? Like, I think I brought that up in the recent past. Like, this flat Earth, globe Earth guys, like, were like, wow, the flat Earthers believe in, like, magic, or the impossible,
Kinetic energy,
and
touching stuff.
and then the flat Earthers will then say, no, there has to be something physical causing an interaction between substances, and then you'll hear the globers say, oh, you deny space time or something. Like, well, what's that made out of? I mean, is it physical? Is it? You know what I mean? Like who's the science denier at that point? Like, who's the physics denier with that?
All the globers who don't believe what a ball does in front of their face.
It's
They don't
always
trust real
the
physics.
flat Earth, I think.
They don't trust physics. They only trust what if. What if science? What if this ball doesn't do this that it does in my hand every day of my life till I die? What if, guys? Fucking idiots.
Like even the ether guys, right? They'll argue that ether is a substance, right? They'll say, well, it's a substance that's like that allows for the perturbation of of another substance to move through it. At least that's a
It's
substance.
undetectable and ill-defined. But yeah,
At least it's literally something.
Sounds like hydrogen.
My favorite part about flat earthers is their confidence. That's my favorite part.
Your
I don't know, what's
ignorance
your
is my favorite, and your inability to produce fuck all up close and personal. Your ability to just tell stories and say we can't do it. That's how we know it does it.
Yeah,
What's
I
your
get my
favorite?
confidence after
that,
you
that
present
sounds like a
zero
real
evidence for
position
your
and not
argument.
a straw man for sure.
What's your favorite part about space time? Like, what's the best attribute of space time? Like the greenness of it, the heat from it. I don't know. Like what?
The
What
balance
about?
it gives when you create equations.
Yeah, but I mean, I can't hold an equation. Is
Space time has
equation something?
numbers.
Is that like a is a number an abstraction, or is that a thing that
Where's it at
exists?
that you're getting numbers from it? Where's it at so I can get numbers from it?
I'm not talking about the numbers. I'm talking about the
Yeah, numbers are
concept.
abstract, right? Like that's that's not a thing.
Okay,
Right?
so space time, what is it again?
The concept. It's an abstract concept.
Yeah, like numbers are abstract concept. Is that what space time is? It's just an abstract concept.
Well, why is water not good enough to talk to water and a physical 3D sphere not good enough to be itself in the lab? Why are all these things like not good enough to be what they are while they're it right in front of your face forever? Like, why are
That's
they
what I'm pointing out.
rovers?
Yeah, that's what I'm pointing out. I'm like the flat earthers are at least touching grass and water and physical things, saying, listen, there's got to be an interaction between these two things for a reason, like a cause and an effect. And then you hear the other argument from the Globers. I don't know if it's unanimous, but a couple who say, yeah, the Earth is a globe and space time is not made of anything, and that things happen randomly for no reason. Like who's got the more reasonable points?
So the problem with the flat Earth is that for people who understand, for example, reciprocal zenith angles, there's no reason to think that we shouldn't believe that requires the Earth to be a globe. Like, I have yet to hear a flat earther explain what they are and why someone shouldn't, and why I shouldn't believe that information.
Yeah, well, an angle isn't physical, but the things I think Lion was pointing it out. That's not Lion down there. I want to tell you again. That's even though they both got squiggly names, but Lion, Lion was pointing out earlier on. Yeah, they're pointing out earlier he was pointing out earlier in the day with Shoebill. He was saying, well, what are you pointing at? It has to be something physical. Can't be just an angle.
You're pointing at the other theodolite. What do you mean? What are you pointing at?
No, I know. I mean, I'm aware of that. I'm just pointing out that
I don't know if you are. Honestly,
No, Omnivore, you completely missed it the other day. I destroyed
What's your error of measurement within every inch? And then hold on.
No, he wasn't there. He still believes in reciprocal zenith angles.
Right, but he said there's an error of measurement earlier. That was his big hang up. So if there's an error of measure in every millimeter, in every inch, in every mile, in every foot, and all of it, then how many errors do you have on the way for every mile? Like unlimited, and then unlimited, and then unlimited. So you guys have unlimited globe error, globe distance error. Everything's an error to you, but you're good to go.
That's not how it works, Demok.
What you said is all an error. You can't touch it. You can't get it.
Okay, so do you know what a margin of error is?
A globe.
Yeah, I got it right. So
a globe
what I'm telling you, no tanks. Hold on, Demok, hang on. So what I'm telling you, no tanks, is that if you could steelman the globe position and explain why we shouldn't believe it, that would be like the conversation that I would want to have.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, Lion was going over some
well,
stuff
just
earlier.
a minute. Did Lion correctly steelman reciprocal zenith angles?
Maybe, but he was going over something, and we go. All I'm pointing out about is the physical and the non-physical. So an angle is not physical, but it's referencing something in the world right now. When if he were to say, well, the reciprocal the angles aren't accurate because there's a physical interaction of light bending in this way. At least that's something physical, right? Like it's something actual. That's all I'm pointing out.
So. Yeah, but what you were saying before was that, well, the flat Earth has all this simple stuff, but if it can't, if you can't come up with, when we talk, it's clear that you're not really understanding, what the evidence for the globe is.
An arc second.
It's an error. It's always an error.
Well, it's
an error. It has
not right there.
As I said. So if Demok is your spirit animal, then consider that these arguments that you're putting forth may not be as convincing as you think.
I'm not making an argument at the moment. All I'm making is like that we should. The point is that we should come together, like everybody, human beings should come together, with dismissing the randomness as a thing that can actually exist, and dismissing like the invisible qualities of something to like space time to actually exist. And if we're gonna say that, like, well, there's an angle, right? The angle is just like a a concept that exists that we apply to the world in the physical world. So if there's a measurement that's changed, it's going to be changed by something physical. Now you attribute that to the Earth curving, and he attributes it to the displacement due to the turbulence of the air.
Yeah, but how can you have an angle?
I don't know. So I don't think
so.
So
We just come together on physical things. That's all. That's something.
Yeah, but you're not. Yeah, but no tanks. We can come together on stuff that we both legitimately agree on. We shouldn't come together just in an attempt to
When does my vertical become your horizontal? That's all the fuck I want to know. How can you prove that? When does somebody else's vertical become a fucking horizontal that away?
So,
when it turns 90
if I thought I
degrees,
could explain it to you, I would try.
Listen, it's the word vertical, right? That's all you have that exists on a globe. From the outside, the other way, vertical. Vertical lines away from the center, right? No fucking horizontals. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm not trying to tell you anything.
So which one?
So this
is
what they do. They just endlessly put words in your mouth and then don't respond to you.
No, I said which one is horizontal. Which line is vertical on a ball from the center out, and which one's horizontal? They can't be the same fucking thing because they're not on flat Earth. They are the exact opposite, and this is the proof. We don't need talky talk and fucking looky loos. We don't need distances.
You're so fucking stupid.
Wait, when a line
Listen, you're the dummy who doesn't get
your mouth is moving so much, but there's nothing coming out of it. It's crazy.
Point. What if we
know what horizontal is? Horizontal is vertical.
What if that's what we've been missing?
Your diagonal is horizontal.
Do we know? How would we know?
You don't know.
A line on a
you don't have a million plums.
90 degrees to you. To the person standing at that 90 degrees point, it would become vertical.
You don't have a line.
He doesn't understand perspectives, and that's one of the
Fuck
several
a
concepts that
perspective.
he doesn't
Put some
understand.
physical objects there, a million of them, from you to there, all of them plums, and let's see which one the stick doesn't line up with. It should not line up with all of them after one. After a certain one, they should all be off, more, squared off.
What are you just talking
We're looking for you don't have any lines whatsoever. You don't have a vertical line. You don't have a line anywhere.
Nothing. They have nothing.
No line. You don't even have a vertical line. Yeah, only in that spot you'll say, "Hey, it's vertical in this spot." Right? You might claim that, right? But if you change your position, that vertical now enters a different position. So it's not vertical. It's nothing that you can.
That's what reciprocal zenith angles show us.
No, reciprocal line is up and down. You don't have up and down with reference of a horizontal. A reciprocal fucking saw goes up and down with a horizontal base. Up, down, up, down, up, down. That is not a ball.
Well, obviously, DMOC can't contribute to the conversation, so I don't know why we bother with that in the background.
I'm learning from him right now. Stop.
I'm learning how to make like animal noises with my mouth.
Horizontal lines going up and down on a ball, and you don't know what a horizontal and vertical is to begin with. Conversation when you can't draw a horizontal line blue and a vertical line green and a diagonal one orange on a globe, all you guys.
All right, I'm gonna have to mod you, Dimmock.
Color code your fucking directions, boys. So we know you know what you're talking about, makeup artists.
Dimmock, you are not talking in a way that anybody can interact with. Okay?
Color coordinate your fucking horizontal. Vertical.
Omni, when does he ever talk in a way that's like coherent, reasonable?
Never stop.
Dude, I understand.
I muted him, everybody. I muted him. I don't want to do it.
He's just brain dead as fuck.
Let's start all over. Okay. So last time I was here, I was speaking coherently and I was allowing other people to speak. But people were speaking over me to the point where I rage quit. Anybody who knows me, they know that if I was rage quitting that it had to be a lot of over talking, because usually I could overlook it, and usually I'll just pass the mic. So I just want to point out that if you do want people to come here and make arguments and have conversations that you can have with them, it's best not to call them retard and overtalk them until they rage quit because a mod's not paying attention. Thanks.
Okay, sorry about your sob story. Anyways.
It does seem, Omni, like you may be understaffed at the moment. I don't know who's going to help you out. But...
Dude, Democ is right. You guys say that your plumb bobs are diverging, but really you're just observing the vertical displacement of your theodolite. It's not the same thing. You think your plumb bobs are pointing towards the center of a ball. All you really have is a reference to a vertical. You don't really have much else.
Wait a minute. Yeah, go ahead, Larry.
Are you talking from experience?
I'm talking based off of what you told me, Shubil.
He is not talking.
Vertical is radial to the planet. Vertical lines are radial to the planet. Yeah, that's what I said. Radial to the planet.
But when you're measuring your supposed divergence, it's based off of vertical displacement. It's based off of the vertical angle to your target.
Yeah, you got two vertical two locations, and each location has a vertical line which is not parallel or identical in any way, shape, or form to the other one. And by measuring the vertical angles from each to the from A to B and B to A, measuring from zenith. Horizontal doesn't mean shit to me. From zenith, A to B, B to A. Yeah, and that shows the vertical at A and the vertical at B are converging at the center of the Earth by the 69 miles per degree.
Okay,
that's been measured. That's been measured over and over.
I want to ask a flat Earth listener, or possibly you, Jesse. Can somebody? Do you think you understand? Do you think you understand what he just said?
I know what he said. We've talked. Shubil knows that. I listened to what he said before.
Okay. How about a flat earther?
DMOC, what do you think?
Oh God.
Other than DMOC.
Are there supposedly like a bunch of flat earthers in here, or what?
I mean, we're all taking a stand for DMOC right now.
No, you're trying to get everybody to make my argument.
Larry just told me he was over.
This is just me. I'm the only person saying this. Trying to strawman everybody else right now. Hold on, dude. It's my argument. I'm saying this.
So, I think the problem, Larry, is that, or Shubil, I guess, Larry, is that the concept of reciprocal zenith angles is harder to explain than we normally give it credit for.
It's not as easy.
Well, I'm asking for a flat earther to steel man it, or to at least just to stand up and say, yes, I understood that. And
I feel like
I am Larry,
and you're not citing the literal divergence, the literal change of the angle, the literal tilt of your plumb bob. You're not citing the tilt of your plumb bob. You're citing the change of the vertical angle to your theodolite. It's a big difference. Claiming that the plumb bob is diverging, you're not citing your plumb bob diverging. You're making it's like a corresponding
plumb bobs.
Yeah.
Well, Jesse is correct in this.
Do plumb
bobs? Dude, I'm not trying to even challenge Shubil. He knows that I'm like, I listen to what Shubil says. I know he's on.
You're measuring a vertical angle, and you're attributing this degree change to a tilt in a vertical. Yep.
Right, and gravity claims that all your verticals are pointing towards the center of a ball.
So I don't think
that's what gravity says. That's that. In fact, I know that's.
You sure about that? I was pointing to the center of your Berry center or something.
So I'm not sure that Larry kind of mumble mouthed it. I'm not sure that that's a working steel man.
I think that not understanding gravity is actually a bigger problem. It's
all right. You're not saying much of anything. I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand.
Silent
Dude. I'm
doesn't.
literally.
Silent, you don't get it, dude. You don't get it,
I don't think you
Silent. You're
understand.
at.
I'm smoking you.
Yeah, I'm
You're
just a crazy glober, bro. I've been totally bought in by the fucking CIA op. That's
psyop, bro.
Random
It's
straw
just
man.
psyop.
Now you're just coming up with weird ideas, dude. Who said that? That was you.
Silent. Listen, if you're new to the argument, you don't have to pretend like you know it. You can just make the points that you think you know. That's all.
I don't know a lot of the like individual talking points. I do have a decent understanding about how gravity works, but I don't know all the just when motherfuckers just use a bunch of lingo and like make a bunch of noise. That seems super common in these like debates on this topic where people just like throw out word salad nonsense.
No, I mean maybe sometimes, but
Any Glover had
in
a chance to
regards to
correct me.
the
All you did was complain about what I said.
yeah, in regards to the angles, measurements over a long distance, he's making these, and then you got a protractor you can imagine, and then the protractor has little marks on it that mark the degree, right? And you're measuring, 1 degree of something, but they're measuring much less than 1 degree of something. They're saying, all right, well, from the top to the bottom of this, I'm going to measure an angle. That's all he's talking about.
So I don't. No, that's not reciprocal zenith angles.
No, but that's the basic of it. The basics of measuring an angle.
So I listened to this carefully because I didn't think you were steel manning it. I thought you were kind of mumble mouthing it, and I believe that my hypothesis is borne out.
In regards to what? I was just telling Silent that there wasn't any kind of
moment of silence for your plumb bobs diverging.
So
yeah, there's no.
Are those like is that
just,
are those real
bob.
real words that like actual people use? Is that
yeah, like a plumb bob is a tool that establishes it's a tool, so it's a weight on a string. You might say due to gravity, but it establishes a vertical plane of reference. That's it. It's not like a trick. There's two options on the table, right? That vertical, the next vertical, if I step 5 feet away and put a weight on a string, that will be parallel if no forces were acting on it to the initial vertical. And there's another
if you're going to be 5 feet,
option.
Being 5 feet away is taking you to the infinitesimal. You got to deal with real world distances, relative to the scale of the Earth. So when you get a couple of miles away with a proper instrument, then it's more than obvious. And the two diagrams I put in there. See, it's not just me. I mean, this is centuries old standard practice.
So, without mumble mouthing it, can you tell what reciprocal zenith angles are measuring?
Bullshit. Yeah.
You're pointing two theodolites at each other, and you're getting a vertical angle, and you're also correcting for refraction.
I didn't correct for anything.
That looks like
posted the angles.
Trigonometry, right?
I posted the angles I measured. I didn't make a correction for anything. Look at those two angles. Add them up. They exceed 180. Now you can go through your simplest of Euclidean geometries and realize there's a triangle involved. And one of the vertices is at the center of the Earth.
So let me ask that. Why do you think it's correcting for refraction?
Because there's such thing as refraction corrections, and sometimes you got to do that.
Okay.
And I'm sure that if you get an incorrect reading, like, oh shit, how did I get this?
So
might count for
yes, in the case of reciprocal zenith angles, you don't have to correct for refraction. That is
it's not in every
why
instance,
it was a preferred form of elevation measurement for hundreds of years.
Yes.
So yeah, I think that this is poorly understood. So pointing to it and saying, this is how you measure.
How would you know? You said you don't understand it.
That's not what I said.
I heard you say something along those lines.
I said that I think it is more poorly understood, and I had to ask Larry about it. I had to sit down for 45 minutes with Larry and go through it. Not the basic concept, which I understood, but the specifics of how it's actually done and things like that.
So, I don't think we talked about this for 45 minutes because if we did, then I'd have a little bit better of an understanding. I said I don't know anything about it.
Well,
not
yeah,
you,
when I
Larry.
talked, when him and I talked, it could have been a year ago.
It was
Oh, you're talking about another Larry. Okay.
Yeah,
Continue.
yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Shoe Bill. I'm Shoe Bill. Yes, my name is also Larry, so I changed it about 2 years ago to Shoe Bill.
I am
Sorry.
Larry.
Yeah, I was talking about the other Larry. So I didn't. I wasn't.
Sorry, I didn't.
No, it
I
wasn't.
didn't catch that.
Yeah, I apologize. Yes, some people know me as Larry, but my screen name is currently Shoe Bill, and that clears it up. That's why I changed it.
Larry and his other brother, Larry.
Yep.
Not to be confused with Daryl.
When I hear Larry, I'm hesitant to respond because I know Larry. If you're online, then they're not talking to me.
Well, who am I talking to right now? Ready, watch, check this out. Larry is a real good guy.
That's not true.
Schrodinger's Larry. Okay.
That's debatable.
Okay, so but yeah,
I've done stupid shit in my
sat
life.
down with Shoebill for I don't know, an hour maybe. It was
Oh, you're an expert now. Yeah, nice, dude.
To go through that shit. So I don't think it's super simple, but I also think that it gets utilized as it's a freaking excellent globe proof, or evidence, if you will.
What I
Yeah,
meant
it's the easiest one
After
to do.
completely disregarding what the conversation was about. Yeah. Okay, dude.
What's the globe proof? I missed it.
Reciprocal zenith angles.
It's they take these long distance observations of two theodolites at different heights, and they measure the I guess the displacement, or no, I'm sorry, they measure the angle to the arc second. Larry does the arc second.
Didn't we already go through like how light doesn't travel straight, like on long distances through atmosphere?
Oh yeah,
so
there is
water
refraction.
molecules and all stuff?
Yeah, there is refraction without a doubt, which is why the refracted radius of the Earth is 7/6R, which is about 4,600 feet. Or I'm sorry, 4,600 miles.
It's
Yeah,
just
we know
uniform?
this.
It's
So
just uniform. You don't have to check it.
Pardon me?
It's just uniform, like everywhere. It's just a math thing. You don't have to actually do any kind of like temperature reading or any kind of science. Just math.
Yeah, refraction does vary. It doesn't vary a lot. It's not like some wild bullwhip of unknown.
So now it does vary. You just
and if
said
you
it was
control
7/6R, like it doesn't vary.
that 7/6R is just easy to remember, and it's a suitable number
So it's
when you're only
not a real
dealing. It's
number.
a suitable.
It's not
I was
real.
talking.
It's not reality. Got it.
Let him
It's
finish.
a
Let him finish. Come on.
It's a suitable value when you're only dealing with a couple of miles. When you get out there at the big distances, you got to be more sophisticated. If you're working with big distances, you got a more important project going. But if you're only dealing with trying to determine the elevation of something that's 2 miles away, yeah, the 7/6 or 7.09/6 or 6.9/6. Yeah, it does. It's not going to have some tens of feet of difference.
Refractive index of it is 1.0003 for reference.
But that's under that's at STP. Now in the field, STP doesn't apply because you're looking to an elevated target. So the light ray is going through a whole array of elevation change, and this is well modeled and can be brought down to the singular value of coefficient of refraction when dealing with elevation angles or zenith angles in the 1 degree range, which is typical to geodetic measurement. You rarely exceed 2 degrees or 88 degrees because I deal with zenith angles. And in the examples I have there, we're dealing with these zenith angles, which are as measured, and then refraction can be extracted from that. Because we know the radius of the Earth, and if you're going to pretend we don't know the radius of the Earth, that really makes the conversation hard. But then I also did measure the radius of the Earth, and I got very high compliance to what I've been told through careful measurement with premier instruments.
Have you ever seen any of Jesse Path of Light's concave Earth measurements, Shoebill?
Yeah. That's in that environment. We don't measure. We're not looking to measure the shape of the Earth when you're damn near water and in the mornings. So we control for environment. And when dealing with geodetic survey,
don't tell that to Omnivore. He doesn't like
But
that.
if it's supposed to be so minimal, how is the exact opposite thing happening?
Because it's
it's predictable. It's predictable.
Yeah, we know in that environment you're going to get ambiguous results. So when dealing with geodetic measurement, that we don't even entertain that environment. We're much more careful. We're much more careful.
Wait. You're saying that it's not proper, like I don't know, methodology for a surveyor to measure over water in the morning?
Correct.
Sheesh.
So tell me what you're telling me.
Well, at least as far as elevation of the far point is concerned, horizontal positioning is not affected. So if you're trying to determine the coordinate of a lighthouse in latitude and longitude, yeah, you can do that in the mornings and the nights. But if you're trying to determine the elevation of the light of the lighthouse, yeah, now you're in for a whole different environment. You're gonna have to do something different.
So I want to hear what No Tanks thinks the gotcha there is.
I think I got you, and I got you some options here. I got you some options here. I think that you can either pick like your kids or your grandkids, and what you guys will do is like a family event. I got you here. All you got to do is establish 3 points of equal elevation as a family.
Oh, okay. So just so we know, I suspect, although he of course is being cagey about it now because I guess it didn't work out, but when I told him that Jesse Path of Light had done the necessary measurements, the necessary experiment to show that his assertions were not true, because he believes that, if you find 3 points of equal elevation and you look at them over water, you won't see the curve or something. I don't remember precisely what he said. And
No, it was a task to you to establish 3 points of equal elevation in reality somewhere, sometime. And you said, I don't need to. Jesse did it. And then I said, okay, Jesse, did you do it? And he said, no, I did not.
So
his videos of that are a couple years old already, where he did exactly that. So there must have been some other aspect of the conversation.
Okay, so he did.
Yeah, that was
he did establish 3 points of equal elevation.
Yeah, it was two lights and a theodolite, I think it was, and he put the two lights at exactly the same height above the water.
He has his lake. He has his lake, which is 3 miles long, and at the far end, he put a flashlight at 4 feet above the water, and in the middle, very close to the middle, and on that he put a flashlight at 4 feet above the water, and then on his shore, he put up his theodolite at 4 feet above the water. And he laid the crosshair on the far flashlight, and the middle flashlight was above it, was above that line.
Okay, so he did not establish 3 points of equal elevation?
No, he established 3 points of equal elevation by being 4 feet above the water of the lake, and the lake was calm.
All right, 3 points.
That's the definition of 3 points of equal elevation.
Okay, 3 points of equal elevation, and they lie upon a line. Was that correct?
Yep.
Well, he got him. He put him in a line horizontally. And then the 3 points, the instrument, and two flashlights demonstrating.
So a straight line, 3 points on a straight line. He established 3 points of equal elevation that all lied upon a straight line.
No.
Well, the straight line. Okay, straight horizontally. Yes.
All right, so he got 3 points of equal elevation, all lying within that plane or on that line.
Yeah, they lined up pretty good. Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to take a look at that.
I'll post the link to the videos. He did in essence, what he did was the exact same thing as the Bedford levels by Wallace.
All I'm interested within this is the 3 points that he established. They all lie within a single plane. No part was higher than the other. All 3 points.
No, they were not coplanar. No,
that's the whole point. When you say they're in a line horizontally, but they're not in a line vertically because they're at the same elevation, miles apart. And the 4 feet above the water, and you can see the lake is calm, and the 4 feet above the water, sitting at his shore, looking at the far shore, the one in the middle was higher. Because the 3 points, the far flashlight, the middle flashlight, and the instrument form an arc.
Yeah, so he didn't do it then. Yeah, he didn't establish 3 points that lie upon a line, same line, making them all equal. Yeah.
Well,
so
what he did,
time out. So no tanks. Do you understand what points of equal elevation and not forming a straight line mean?
It doesn't.
That sounds
yes,
like
he does. Yeah, he does. He knows.
Sounds like a contradiction.
Yes, it does sound like a contradiction, but it's not.
3 points of equal elevation at different elevations is a what is that? What is
3
is
points of
contradiction?
equal elevation that are not coplanar? It's not.
What is
a
elevation?
It's not a contradiction.
What is up? Sorry.
The problem is that
The change in the vertical, Dazzle.
the problem is that level is curved.
I mean, I didn't ask you for any of that stuff. Just 3 points of equal, I guess, elevation. 3 points of them in reality, like with your family, with your kids, grandkids, whatever.
Well,
I don't
Like
know why
Jesse-
you want to
Jesse
say
couldn't-
family
Jesse
and
couldn't do it.
grandkids. We're talking
I mean,
about
make it a family event, make it a fun thing.
Because he realizes that this is a problem. So what he's doing now is he's doing the bullshitting thing.
I mean, surely you can make 3 points of. I mean, if I were to walk down the street, I could probably bump into a guy who could establish 3 points of equal elevation. I mean, you just do it as a like a craft event or something.
Well, he
Yeah,
had
family.
he had his lake, and the lake is your premier water level, and it's a calm lake. It's 3 miles long, and he put a light on the far shore at 4 feet above the lake. That's an elevation of 4 feet above the lake. Then he went to the middle and then put a flashlight 4 feet above the water. That's an elevation of 4 feet above the lake. Same elevation as the far flashlight. Then at his shore, he put up this theodolite 4 feet above the water. That's an elevation of 4 feet above the lake.
I heard you a bunch of times. You're saying he didn't do it. I'm saying I got a stick right here in my hand. It's like for pulling weeds. I'm just holding it. If I'm going to hold it out right, like in front of me, and if I hold it perfectly level, then all points along the surface of that stick would just be in a straight line. Maybe
So no tanks. I can't tell if you're just trolling or not right now.
That's it.
But I'm going to suggest to Shoebill that since I think it is trolling, not to don't get too head up over his.
Don't get too crazy, Shoebill. Don't get too crazy. But if you can't do it, you can't do it, guys. I'm just saying, maybe make it like an event so you can know something. You know what I mean? Like I know that I can hold up this stick in the air. Like I can hold it up in the air. I can get a spirit level if you want, and I can hold it in the air, suspended in 3D space.
Yeah.
And I can know that all points along that piece of metal would be.
Yeah. Can you do it 3 miles long? Can you do it 3 miles, 2.5 miles, 1 mile?
Yeah, I think that. I believe anybody can. These things are universal. And they apply to all places.
That is why you can't steel man the reciprocal zenith angles.
Because I have a stick that establishes points of equal elevation when I hold it up in the air.
You have a presupposition about how the world has to work, and it's not true.
I'm just holding up a stick. And are you denying that the stick in the air?
You're holding up a stick. Okay. I know. I got it.
That's it.
He sounds like D-Mock.
Yes. You can hold up a
stick.
I
am holding up a stick.
You can hold up a stick. I know. That it's a. I guess that's a big thing for you, but it's not.
All right. Well, like if I got the stick in the form of a level, I'm going to hold up the level in the air, and all points along that level will be within a plane. They'll lie within the same plane.
So
provably.
Okay, that's I'm
glad. All right, so I proved something. So you guys are holding the position that
you haven't proved anything. You have specified a thought experiment that I
Get two. Then that's what I'm saying. Do it with your
time,
family. There's no thought. You shouldn't even think about it. You should just do it
there
with
was
your
a
family.
time
Get two
when I
levels.
would have thought
Get
that
two
you were
levels.
being sincere about that you were being insincere about not understanding it. That you were like you really understood it and you were just fucking around. But now,
Listen, get 2 levels or 3 levels. Man.
Now
like
I know
everybody
that
in
you
the
really
family
don't
bring a
understand it,
6-foot level.
and you're being insincere.
What's your argument? What's the argument against that? I can stack 3 6-foot levels on top of each other, and each level will be parallel to the previous level. What's the argument against this thing that we can all prove?
Okay, so the argument against it is this: if you did that, if you have this straight line and you make it 3 miles long, there is no material known to science that will be able to maintain that rigidity over that distance. So you fail. What
did I fail at?
You fail at having 3 points on this line. You get it to a
on
mile.
the line right here. It's 6 foot long. 3 points.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm telling you that you can't do it over a mile. All right. So that's
you're saying that the universal law that is established here.
I'm explaining to you why you failed at. Okay, I'm going to.
Well, it'll somehow change, like the laws of logic will change.
I will keep explaining
over
it
distance
if you let me. Otherwise, I'm going to have to rage quit like Larry.
Get him.
I'm Larry. Okay. So, number one, if you try to do this over a mile, you instantly fail. Number two, if you try to establish points of equal elevation, which your line doesn't necessarily do, it doesn't necessarily do that. But if you measure up from a level surface like still water, and you establish those 3 points, let's say 2 feet above the water at 3 different points, a couple miles apart, then you will discover that they lie in an arc with the central point above the 2 other points, the 2 endpoints.
This is like the McToon argument that like the shoreline of the lake is not containing the water because the shoreline has to be higher than the water. But this asserts that the water is higher than the shoreline.
Nope.
And at rest at the same time.
Nope.
Okay. So if I had a mile-long shoreline, like you're telling me I should get a 3-mile-long shoreline, right? And I had just a grain of sand higher than the water at all ends of the shoreline. You're saying, right? I mean, it implies that in whatever you're thinking of, the water would be higher than the land in the center. Is that not the case? No, it wouldn't. Okay, it would be. Would it be equal with the level of the water on the other ends, on all ends of the lake? No. Okay. What's going on then? What do you got?
Right. Exactly. This is the part.
Concave. We're going concave here. What are we doing?
No, this is the part that you don't understand. And like I said, there was a time when I was like, he probably does get it, and he's just fucking around. But
I'm gonna draw a straight line from shoreline to shoreline, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that all the surface of the water is all in line with that straight line.
Okay, so I'm gonna
one part higher.
Yep.
You just make your claim.
It's not a claim. We have the measurement.
All right, what's the claim? What does the claim imply? That the water is higher in the middle of a lake? That it doesn't require the shoreline to contain the water?
It does not.
It's not higher though.
Right.
It's not higher. What do you mean?
It's the same elevation.
Yeah.
The definition of level.
Okay, so they all lie within a plane. They're all co-plane.
Why do you insert the word plane?
Because that's the only thing he understands about it.
I looked up level, and I looked at the level I held in my hand, right? And when I looked up the definition, no part higher or lower than, and I held up the level, no point higher or lower than, and that all comes together in a uniform and intelligible way. That this is a tool for establishing points of equal elevation.
Yeah.
Read the other part of the definition that says conforming to the curvature of the Earth.
So that's the sentence that you're missing.
Yes, it's also very much part of the definition.
I've had this exact conversation with you already once, except that you were using fence posts instead of 1 grain of sand above. But it doesn't matter what you use. If it doesn't matter whether you shoot across this lake or you have this perfectly straight shoreline that you're imagining.
Right, if I just shoot straight across,
the sand, the sand in the middle of what you're shooting and the sand at the end, if it's 1 grain of sand above, and we use that as some sort of arbitrary measurement above the water level.
Yeah, it's higher than. Yeah.
Okay, it's higher than it by this 1 grain of sand. In that, like, usually it ramps out if it's a beach, and sometimes it's rocks and stuff. But we're using an imaginary scenario. We have a perfectly straight beach. It's perfectly straight. It doesn't curve the way normal beaches do.
It ramps down, but at some point
it ramps down. But it's exactly 1 grain of sand. And so what I'm telling you, and I've told you this before, is that your measurement, shooting it across, is going to show that from where you take your measurement, and you have to go like a fair distance to get anything, like this grain of sand isn't going to disappear. But
so if
you could go long enough, you would see it drop away from you. The one that's halfway across the shore is going to be a lower than the, and one that's at the far point is going to be even lower than the one you start with and that other point. And that works whether you shoot the top of the water, and it works if you shoot the grain of sand.
Step one, I want to know, like, if we establish a vertical at that position, at that grain of sand, is my line of sight or whatever, is it going to be perpendicular to that vertical? Or are we going to start by doing that? We're going to look off perfectly perpendicular.
I explained to you that this line, this imaginary you look straight out perpendicular to this line. Yeah, your vertical, you look perpendicular to that. I explained to you before that what that entails in the globe model, which is the one that's actually correct, is that eventually, if you could make something straight enough to keep on going, it would be a tangent parallel to a tangent with the globe, and it would go off into space. Physically building that, like we talked about how it would be physically impossible for you to build this fence of yours where the top rail goes off into space.
I'm down now.
That's what it entails. That's what will happen.
Then he's going to scream and he's going to have a heart attack. He's going to shift his truck into some traffic. So I'm
not going to do any of that shit. I'm going home and have a pizza. My wife made me homemade pizza, and all I got to do is warm it up.
Well,
so I'm a happy man. You're not going to make me upset tonight. And you got to remember, when I get upset, I'm only doing it to like pretend. I don't actually care that some people think the Earth is flat. I just,
it's so funny, this plumb bob thing. It's like you guys are like, "Come on, Ricky, give me my ball back." That's what I picture you guys fucking doing.
Yeah, I mean, there's two different ideas. That's why I want to get into. Some people have the idea that there will be, like, something going on in the center of the water, and then some people say there's not. So I just want to know, like, which one Omni and yourself or whoever else is in it holds to, right? Is that if I were to get down with that grain of sand, right, like have a vertical plumb bob drop, and then just go perpendicular, line of sight off into the distance, would I be able to reach the other side? Now, what kind of line would I have to ascribe to reach the other shoreline?
Like with the type of building tools, you've had this conversation with me before, and I don't know if Omni's having a better luck than I've had or Shoe Bill's had, and for all I know, Blue's had the same conversation because I understand you're stuck on this concept, and if Omni's decided that you're not just trolling us all with this, then I'm willing to take Omni's word on that. I trust his judgment.
He's trolling and he really doesn't understand it. I think it's the worst of both worlds.
Like he enjoys it because it riles up those of us that understand the concept.
What is there to rile up? I mean, we're just talking about things that happen in reality. Hold up a level and just establish points of equal elevation easily. It's not
the waters of the world are more dynamic than what a grain of sand.
How do you know this? How do you guys all know this stuff? So
I've traveled around the world enough to know this.
Dude, this is why I said about he's going to keep on talking. These people that you meet don't know, like they don't exist in the real world. These people that you meet, they exist in trucks.
But when I hear him say, "I'm holding a stick and grains of sand or family outings," that to me is a capital T troll.
Yeah, I mean,
go have a family outing.
Grab a shadows all the time for heliocentrism, though. Like, I don't understand what's the difference.
I don't know. Listen, they got all these crazy things. They say we can't do these things in the real world. All we can do is talk about them and imagine them. In the real world, you can establish a vertical, and then you can look out perpendicular to a vertical. And people have done like mirror flashes and tests and whatnot. What they found is that the ends, like they've done a frozen lake test. with lights on it. That Shoebill was we were touched on earlier. But what they've done is they've established a straight line across a a lake or a shoreline. They've done this in reality.
I got a question. I got a question for the guy who's saying that it's a troll because he said he's got a grain of sand and a stick. Didn't Eratosthenes drill a hole in the sand and had a stick? And you guys think that's legit? How's that not a troll?
No, that is not
That was a totally different thing. He didn't say a grain of sand.
That is not this whole thing with Eratosthenes, and he had 2 sticks and 2 shadows. That is just like Newton's having an apple fall on his head. That is just some sort of paraphrasing of what went on. Eratosthenes was the librarian at Alexandria, and he was examining the records of sun shadows being reported by the academics, because that is how they observed calendars. So they knew that through the course of the year, they already knew that solstice, they already knew of equinox, and they knew that shadows have a maximum and a minimum. And he noted in Syene that minimum was 0 and the maximum was 23 degrees. But he was in Alexandria, and that minimum was 7 degrees and the maximum was 30 degrees. He put together the records. He did not put a stick in the ground and tell somebody else to put a stick in the ground. He was looking at records by academics of the length of shadows as it relates to the path of the sun, because studying the sun and the motion of the sun was a premier science endeavor, in the 3rd century BC, or whenever the hell it was.
Yeah, but it was well documented. That all of these measurements were taken. I get what Shoebill just. I think that was Shoebill talking, and that's often true. We tell these stories, and they're sort of like these little vignettes of things that happened to explain how it was done. And that does not surprise me at all. Is that what he really did? Was he took the records, examined them, and compared them. He may have even done an experiment to check that it made sense.
Yeah,
that wouldn't surprise me either.
Cool. Maybe that's maybe that's a belief you guys hold. I don't know, but in reality, you can stand.
It doesn't matter what
I thought you were done.
Did it? It's true. It has been done.
Cool. Whatever, dude. Cool, dude. Whatever. Maybe you believe that.
I've done it. I've done it.
All right.
I have taken instruments.
Now.
I have taken instruments, and instead of measuring shadows, I measured the zenith angle to the light source from 3 locations simultaneously.
You can stand at one location, right? This is watch out, troll. This is going to trigger people. Apparently, you can stand at a location, drop a weight on a string, and then look out perpendicular to that string. Let me hear you guys flip out. Go ahead. Somebody must be trolling you right now. Go ahead.
No, that is true. You can do that. You can have a line perpendicular to the
I think you're trolling, and I think you're frustrated because people are saying stuff that you either don't get or don't think could be true. And
what don't I get, dude? What don't we get here? You can put a weight on a string and then look out perpendicular 90 degrees to that string. What's the problem?
That's something you said. That's not something I said. Yeah.
Yeah. So when we go to a lake or a beach or something, or any body of water that's contained, the container is always, whatever's containing it is always higher, even to a grain of sand, than the water.
Well, that's why the edge of the land-water interface, the surface of the water, not halfway up the shore, not even a grain of sand up the shore, on the water near the shore.
Okay, so now we're going to do those 2 things together, right? And then 2 people on either side of this water, we're going to extend a straight line. All right, from sea to shining sea, from lake edge to shining lake edge. That's it. 2 points at the same elevation. Can we do that?
Yep.
What happened?
I told you it's physically impossible to have a straight line that won't deflect on its own physically. More than the amount of the curvature of the Earth.
It's just
we just don't have these materials. We don't have materials that'll do this.
It's just a straight line of sight.
We stop using a tape measure at about 100 feet, and then we move over.
That pizza smells really, really good.
Okay, how about this example?
I'm going to have it.
How about the example I just put up? Is that good enough for you?
I don't know. It's just a straight line of sight. That's it. Just looking out perpendicular to a vertical.
That straight line of sight, you're looking through light that has been refracted. You're not looking through just still light. That's
you can't
even your line of sight. You're looking through
dispute-
something that's warped.
How do you know that?
Can't invoke refraction.
Well, let's figure that out.
Yeah, this is the example I put up.
This.
The example I put up is refracted. Yes.
Yeah, of course it is.
I know, and look at the numbers.
I hope this isn't a person who says refraction doesn't exist when we have a black swan image.
In the example I put up, I'm still looking down to a point which is higher in elevation. And it's 27.7 miles away, perfectly within the realm of easy measurement with a purpose-built instrument.
I don't know. Well, you drew something on the screen. So in reality, you go to a lake, you look out perpendicular to the lake. All right, you get down with the lake, right? Just get down all the way. You put your eye on the lake, halfway in the lake.
Okay,
Any part of that water be higher than your line of sight.
Yourself is not going to make it.
Dude, just
putting your eyeball up against, putting your eyeball at the water.
You guys can't even get on it. You can't even like solve the problem. I guess I don't know. Like you're trolling yourselves.
Well, no, we've solved your problem, and you refuse to understand.
I keep telling.
There's nothing I didn't understand at this point. There's nothing I didn't understand. There wasn't any conclusion reached. There wasn't anything I didn't understand. You get on the water. That's it. You're at the edge of the water. You look out perpendicular to a vertical. That's it. Right? What do we see?
I keep telling you, there's no point in doing a mental exercise with no tanks. He's intellectually.
Not mental. You grab your family, right? You get like you're out.
Keep trolling,
you get your kids.
Keep talking to people.
You get your family. You get like kids, grandkids, whatever it is. It's not a thing that you do in your mind. It's a thing you do in reality.
It's so funny. Like all they can do is complain. They don't.
It's a thing that you.
I can't hear no tanks. Everyone's speaking over him.
Nobody's understanding anything being said.
Yeah, because
I understand everything just fine. I hear a bunch of Globers
We need to understand what No Tanks is saying, guys. We need to. Okay?
Yeah, it'll be good.
You got to do better.
Yeah. There's no refutation. It's just before you even get to a conclusion. It's just you do not understand. You can. Apparently this is a mental exercise. The thing that I'm suggesting you do with your family, just like I suggested again. Just in reality, at some point in your life, go out and establish 3 points of equal elevation, like as a group, in reality. No more of this mental.
I'm going to ask you to stop doing the with your family thing.
Well, then maybe with your biker club.
Can I get in just for a second, just to talk to No Tanks, just real quick?
Go ahead, yeah.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. So, No Tanks, this argument goes back to 2015. We were saying that Africa is like 5,000 miles from north to south. And on average, it's like 1,400 feet above sea level. So we were saying that, using sea level as a thing, and they would say, no, level is curved, right? That's what kind of started this whole thing. So I think we started out talking about from like California to like New York is about 3,000 miles. Then we were like Africa. And the argument, it doesn't work on globe earthers because they literally think level is curved.
Yes, it is.
Because we know it is.
That's what. Yeah. What do they go? What are they going to? Larry. Then to establish the deviation. Like where's the straight line they're able to establish to then know that there's a deviation from that straight line? What are they using?
We're using reciprocal zenith angles.
Why do you think that Shoebill could provide me with an accurate survey of a place and
I was talking to Larry for a second, but I guess that didn't happen.
That's proper. It would have these three equal elevations could be provided, and I could build something, and it would have that. But you won't accept the entailment of what it is we're saying happens.
We're
referencing
sea level.
As good as Witsit at debating this topic, unfortunately.
Yeah. So why Witsit can debate it better? Why are you asking us who don't make any claims about reciprocal zenith angles?
Get Witless to come in here. I'll talk to him.
Y'all don't go out and measure them and record your findings.
Y'all are the one that brought up Witsit, not me.
So, Witsit is welcome here. So, the reason why I think nobody's connecting with you, No Tanks, is because you're saying you have to do this one thing for me. Do this one thing for me.
Do it for yourself. Do it for your family.
We don't need
children.
but No Tanks. In order to understand why that doesn't work, you have to understand what other people are telling you, which is what Shoebill does is what is how we understand it to work.
No, you don't. You're only. Listen, you're only understanding somebody else's mind. You need to define your own thoughts and your own proofs, right? And just do it. This is it. Like, if you're going to argue against what I can do in reality with your mind,
I'm not
and
arguing
all these analytical
reality.
things and nothing synthetic, nothing made, then you're arguing an idea in somebody else's mind. I mean, I need you to get your own mind.
Well, if you want people to take you more seriously, then you probably should try to understand why we say
No, dude, no. You should understand why I'm telling you to go out and do this. There's not about me understanding you guys. Hey, Omnivore, I already told you in private. You poison the well every time I speak. I don't know why. You jump in like, whoa, back away from no tanks. Don't do this thing that would prove something to yourself. Don't do it. Just let's appeal to Shoebill's mind. It's crazy talk. Weird.
Okay.
What if you both are?
It's
part of a
legitimately
cult?
weird that you jump in every time I ask another human being, are they able to prove something to themselves in reality? And you say, don't do it. Don't listen to him. That's
No, I've
very
done it.
strange.
I've done it many times.
Okay. How did you do it?
The reason I do that. Wait a minute.
Go
One
ahead.
second. Let me answer on that count. The reason I do that, no tanks, is because, like I said, I am pretty sure you're trolling, and I want to make sure that other people understand that as well, so they don't get sucked in.
You won't know I'm trolling until you do the thing in reality yourself and stop telling people stay away from reality. You're telling them stay away from reality. Don't do reality. He's messing with you.
I think before you say that, you probably should understand what a margin of error and measurement.
That you have a whole script that you stick to when you talk to Flat Earth, and you're mad that people are trolling.
You're saying don't do it. Just appeal to Shoebill. That's it. He's done it. Here's some dots on the screen. He's interpreted it for you. You don't need to know. I mean, that's what you're arguing. Every time you jump in against me, that's what you're doing.
This is all about getting the vertical angle to a theodolite. You're saying that the change in the vertical angle is because your plumb bob is tilted, diverging, but all you're measuring is a change of the angle.
Tilted? What do you mean by tilted?
Yeah, you think your plumb bob is tilting.
What? No.
But all you're measuring is the change in the vertical angle.
Okay.
They're not even measuring a change in the
I don't know. You
angle.
don't get it, but I know you get it. It's like weird.
You
that
have like a
pretend you don't get
sideways
it.
plumb bob. How do you get a change in a vertical angle? Like plumb bobs.
They're measuring the change in degrees and then ascribing it to a change in the angle.
We're talking about the divergence of two.
Yeah, you claim a correspondence. You say, "Oh, the height of my the apparent elevation of my theodolite is changing over distance. Therefore, that must mean that my plumb bob is diverging." But you didn't actually cite your plumb bob diverging.
You don't really.
That's the whole point of why.
Do you?
No, it makes perfect sense to me because I had an experiment with my surveyor. Literally, Shubo will tell you the same thing.
No, he won't say it that way.
That's what he said before.
Fundamental Euclidean geometry, fellas.
Maybe it's the first time you're hearing this, but that is how they consider that their angles, their reciprocal zenith angles. Yeah.
Yeah.
They say it's because of the change, the apparent angle, the vertical displacement of the theodolite.
Okay, here's the thing. I'm going to explain it real simple. I mean, I think maybe people will get this. If you set up two theodolites 2 miles away from each other and say you're on, equal elevation, each one's at X elevation.
How do you know you're at equal elevation?
If it's flat, you should look square in the eye at each other. But the thing is, when you do that, each one has to look down at the other. And that's your greater than 180-degree angle. That's the problem.
Wait. So are they sharing is it sharing a straight line, or are these two different lines?
I was just talking to Kelly about that.
Okay.
This is where we're going to get into some kind of philosophy thing.
Oh, watch out! He's warning the room again. Omni, what's wrong with you, dude?
Because I've been through this script with you before.
Dude, you didn't even solve the issue. You bailed out. I said, you seem like you don't want to face the issue, Omni. You want to go back to the main room. I'm not going to stop you. You haven't solved anything.
Stop doing that Omni attack thing, man.
He's attacking
People
me.
do that.
He's
People
saying,
do
"Oh,
that to
watch out."
mods all the time.
Yeah.
So like they attack the mods in particular.
I'm not attacking him as a mod. He's literally saying, "Watch out, No Tanks is going to do a philosophy thing with you about the law of identity and the straight line sharing a location with another one that I went over with him yesterday. That he's warning the room, don't listen to No Tanks again. Like, bro, stop, get off of me. Like, that's all.
Do you want people to listen to you?
I mean, not preemptively. While you
If you want people to listen to you, then you probably need to come off like you're not just totally trolling. Do you realize that you are the guy? Wait, no, Tank,
whatever,
no, Tank,
man.
I want you to listen to this. You are the guy who told FTFE or whoever it was, I threw a ruler on the ground. That was my measurement. Or, you said, I'm going to invoke the law of identity or non-contradiction, whichever it was, because you can't have two lines be the same line.
And you
apple
can't.
in the same place can't be in the
You
I
can't.
understand what you're saying, but nobody, and you say take your family out to the take all of your family out to do this. If you want people to take you seriously, then you need to behave like you're talking seriously.
Bro,
These are just personal attacks.
I don't want
You're
to
not
keep. I don't want to
addressing
keep
the
on.
argument.
Yeah, I don't know why you can't. Or like, I don't know how else to put it. Like, I the way I usually say to people is get off my dick, and that's what I'm saying. I'm saying like get off it. You know.
Yeah, it's
He's
actually
not
kind of
acting
weird.
like
Like,
them.
if I'm
Stop
presenting
waving
an argument,
around.
and all you can do is comment on the way No Tanks is talking, dude. Come on.
Well, I'll let you guys. I'll let you guys go.
Well, at least
Yeah, I've
it's
been
not like,
saying this the
you
whole
know,
time.
at least No Tanks is not like talking over you until the point where you can't even get an argument out and Fundy muting you, right?
Only globals are
Omnivore,
allowed to
you
do
don't
that.
have diverging plumb bobs. I'm sorry, but I'm taking your ball away.
If plumb bobs are based on the direction of gravity, how exactly are you taking anything from anybody?
You haven't
Gravity
actually
points up
measured
and
them
down,
diverging.
not side to side.
He's not.
No,
If
this is
plumb
reality, man.
bobs-
Shubil will tell you himself when he comes back.
If
When you say
plumb
that
bobs
your
were
plumb
from
bob
the
is
Earth, the Earth
diverging,
would be
like, yeah.
flat.
What's that? Sorry.
If plumb bobs worked in reverse, would Earth still be flat?
I'm not making a flat Earth argument. I'm just taking your ball away.
You aren't taking anything away, buddy.
There, hear me out. Blue
Keep
marble,
dreaming.
right? Blue marble science. My bad.
Keep dreaming.
Hear me out. So this is what Shubil told me. I'm not trying to twist his words, right? When he's measuring his reciprocal zenith angle, right? You have a level instrument in your theodolite, and you're getting like your height above sea level, so you have an elevation. In order to say that your plumb bob is diverging, you're saying that due to the distance of the theodolite that you're sighting, the vertical angle to it is going to change because Earth is a sphere, and that change of the vertical angle over distance is what you're calling your diverging plumb bob.
No, that's not right. And that's not what he says.
So how are you citing your plumb bob, and how do you know that it's diverging
You're
from
not citing a plumb bob
another
in
one?
the first place.
That's my point.
You're not citing a plumb bob. Each theodolite has its own compensator or its own leveling system. So it establishes its zenith at its location. Now you're simply pointing that thing at another theodolite some distance away. That's all you're doing. Now there's a thing in Euclidean geometry which is really pretty cool.
And if you know the elevation of both theodolites.
Let me finish. When a line like the line of sight between those two theodolites cuts two parallel lines, the sum of the interior angles will be exactly 90 degrees if they're parallel. If it's more than 90 degrees, then those lines are diverging on the side that's in excess of 180.
Vertical displacement.
That's what we're doing. No, it's not anything to do with displacement. You can do it with the two theodolites at exactly the same elevation, and you get the same result.
Yeah, there's an apparent drop, an apparent change of the elevation of the theodolite over distance because you think the Earth is curving. It's vertical displacement, man. You're measuring a vertical
We're not
angle
talking
to
about
the
vertical
theodolite.
displacement. We're talking about the sum of the interior angles of a line that's cutting two other lines. If those if the two lines being cut are parallel with each other, the sum of the interior angles, by definition, has to be 180 degrees. It doesn't matter what those two angles are. They just have to sum to 180. One of them can be 70. The other one then has to be 110. It's a simple Euclidean geometry.
So not science then? Geometry, not science?
I didn't say that.
I know it's Wikipedia that says that, the shape of the Earth's been scientifically disproven to be, it's not flat. So I was trying to differentiate. I believe there is a line in the sand to be drawn, right? The difference between math and science.
You can look at it and figure it out. You don't have to do science on it. You can do it what would be considered scientifically with rigor and do it multiple days over different seasons, different times of day, do a whole bunch of observations and see what you end up with. I would call that scientific observation, but you can just look at it and figure it out for yourself.
Well, your argument today is much better than, I think, what was the argument last time I was here? You're 100 years old and retarded. So thanks for having a better caliber of arguments today, guys. I appreciate it.
I must have been absent for that one.
Yeah, it was a real hoot. They were really getting me,
It's a shame
Gosh,
there's
those
no
arguments.
one for Witsit to pass the torch to. This is depressing.
Well, you guys are just like used to like.
No proof of the globe. How about concave? Does concave have any proofs?
Yeah, concave would like to ask the flat earthers why Lahaina noon isn't observable all over the Earth if Earth is flat. That will be all.
Lahaina what?
It's talking about
Lahaina noon?
hymens again.
Lahaina noon, also known as the subsolar point. If Earth is truly flat, why doesn't that happen everywhere all over the Earth? I'll give you a hint. It only happens in the tropics.
There's like a sun somewhere. Like you don't think it could happen on a flat Earth? Like I don't get really exactly what that is, but just like light in a certain area.
You're doing very well, Q-Op.
Yeah, one of the most dishonest things that I experienced in this server lately is like how randomly I get strawmanned as a flat earther. Like randomly people would just start attacking me like, oh, but you think the earth is flat. Like, dude, you don't even know who you're talking to. But just because your globe is getting challenged doesn't mean you gotta automatically believe like whatever stupid pizza model in your head.
Are you Muslim or is that shit a joke?
Maybe my mic's not working.
Working perfect.
Maybe my mic isn't. Well, I just wondered why you started talking after I did. It's weird.
There's
I was just gonna
Discord lag.
talk to Jesse for a second. Okay, cool. Can I address Jesse for a second? I just wanted to agree with you, Jesse, but I don't mind being called a flat earther. But I kind of added a little bit to it. I call myself a not flat earther because I live in I live in Vancouver, where on one side of me I have the Pacific Ocean, and on the other side I have Rocky Mountains. So the mountains aren't flat, but there ain't no spin ball.
Right.
You can go ahead now.
I don't know. The reason Globers want to talk to flat earthers is because they wake up questioning the shape of the earth every day. They don't think Earth is a globe. So they like to come assert globe ideas as if like they'll go to sleep dreaming about globes.
I'd suggest that
Yeah,
it's
dude.
quite rude to speculate about the mindset of others. But go ahead.
Well, yeah, you want to reify the globe like every day. And the only way you can do it is if you convince a flat earther somehow.
No. The only way we can do it is by achieving real-world results, like, for instance, finding underground mineral deposits with gravity, or by correctly calculating the distance that a plane would travel, or correctly calculating the correct direction that a ship should travel in order to get to its destination. Those things we do every day. We do them with a globe. Flat Earth can't do any of that. So
Can I address
no,
Gandalf?
I'm still in the middle. I'm still in the middle of talking. So when Flat Earth can bring something to the table and actually achieve something in the real world, then people will start listening to them. Until then,
We don't care if
either
Oh yeah, the military uses flat maps every day.
all maps are flat by definition, but they are also inaccurate because they are flat. There are three sources of error. You can have an error.
Yeah, all your maps are based off of stitched together local areas. They're all grids, a bunch of stitched together grids.
No, they're not, sir. They are in error. They are demonstrably in error. They don't preserve area. They don't preserve bearing, and they don't.
Everybody knows this already.
You get to
Like,
choose.
You open up a piece of paper. You got flat piece of paper. It tells you exactly how far away everything is.
So because the military uses flat maps, that is somehow your credit? Like, really?
Dude, it's not my fault. It's the military literally letting you know, like, hey man, you pull out a flat piece of paper.
Yeah, but that's not
You
to
get the A
give
to
you
B.
credit of what the
This piece of paper is
flat
gonna
Earth
tell you.
community has discovered. You do realize that, right? You're using it as an argument to prove your point, but it still disproves you because it's not to your credit. His point is that the flat Earth community has never contributed anything to anything, and they still haven't. And you telling that military uses flat Earth maps is not a defense to that.
Yeah, the military treats the Earth as flat, all that stuff. Yeah.
Well, the military also uses the covered.
And the 72 space agencies on this planet, including multiple countries, use the flat Earth. Don't use the
Yeah,
flat
it
Earth.
is
They use the globe.
practical. It is literally practical to treat the Earth as flat.
But the military uses the curvature of the Earth on artillery shots. So why would they do that?
No,
They use it when it comes to ICBMs as well. So what's your point?
Yeah.
Oh my god, bro.
They
Yeah,
also-
well,
they
the
also
United
use
Nations has
Coriolis
a flat Earth
They
map.
also use Coriolis for artillery and for long-range sniper shots. So I
Yeah,
don't
but
see-
Coriolis works on a flat Earth.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, okay.
Coriolis.
So if the military uses-
the Coriolis effect only occurs because Earth is rotating. Unless
Or the
the
sky is
unless
moving.
the flat Earth is
Q-Op,
rotating
don't you
around
have
the
novels
sun.
to write about how demons are filling you up with cum?
Yeah, but if I'm in a plane flying in the opposite rotation, sorry, if I'm in a plane flying in the opposite direction of
was
Earth
that?
rotation, then I'm no
Oh, he just
longer
writes
no longer at the
stories.
same reference frame as Earth rotation.
But if the military using flat maps is proof of the flat Earth, and we just told you the military uses the curvature of the Earth and
Yeah, then
also
your
other.
argument is moot.
Why is our argument moot?
So you guys are saying that the people that are lying to us about the shape of the Earth are telling you that they are doing things based on that shape that they're lying, that we're saying they're lying about, and you want us to
You think they're
that's like
lying
some
about
proof?
it. They aren't objectively lying. You think they're lying, but it's your
Yeah.
opinion.
It's not an opinion, really.
Proves that they're
Yes,
lying.
it is your
This
opinion.
is the
Stop
this
talking
is
as if
the
you know objective fact. It's dumb and it's
this is the
immature.
this is the bottom line.
Show me
Proves that they're
scientific
lying.
citation of the
It is.
firmament.
It's so.
Show me
Have you heard of
citation of the
Michelson?
firmament.
Have you heard?
Show me
You
citation
guys,
of the
wait.
firmament.
So
Come on,
wait.
bro.
He's
Show me
gonna
it.
cite
Show me
his
it.
DMT trip.
Oh my god, dude, that's pathetic, bro. I never said anything about a firmament.
Okay, where's your evidence that the spherical Earth model is wrong?
Well, so have you heard of the Michelson-Morley experiment?
That's not an experiment related to the shape of the Earth.
It's related to the spin, and if it's not spinning, then how you
No,
have a
it
globe
isn't.
Earth
No, it
with the
isn't.
sun?
No, no, it's not.
How are we
And I
supposed to
can
take you
I
seriously
can
when you're
produce
making shit up on the spot?
I
Who's
can
making shit
produce
up?
I can produce two dozen peer-reviewed papers right now measuring the spin of the Earth. So the claim that the Michelson-Morley proved that Earth isn't spinning, that's just a flat-out lie. So
Okay, so then why did Einstein have to come up with a relativity and time dilation and everything?
Wow.
he did it
Time
in
dilation
order
has
to
nothing to do
explain.
with the spinning of the
No,
planet.
relax, you Spurgeon
Time
Glober.
dilation
I'm
has to
talking to
do with things
PhD
that are
Tony.
close to the speed of light.
Stop drinking so much Dr.
Dude, this
Pepper.
is stuff that people know on the 11th grade. 16-year-olds study
Bro,
this.
artificial sweeteners are fucking talking through you, dude. Relax.
Einstein developed relativity, and he was not alone. Other people worked on this as well. Minkowski, the guy, not Leibniz, nor
Yeah, what does
Laplace.
that have to do with the experiment? I don't care about
The contraction. Anyway, he did it in order to explain the precession of the orbit of Mercury.
He did what?
That's what he was trying to explain. There was a misfit between the theory and the observation of the orbit of the precession of Mercury around the sun. And he developed a theory that turned out to be able to explain it. It also made a bunch of other predictions that have subsequently been verified. That's why Einstein worked on it. It had nothing to do with Michelson-Morley or the rotation of the Earth.
He literally said that Michelson-Morley and the null result was what led him to the theory of relativity.
Okay. But
So you're
that's
saying
not what he was trying. That's not what he. That's not what he was. That's not what he's. That's not what he was trying to explain.
That's what he said.
The existence of ether, or the existence or non-existence of ether, does nothing to explain the precession of Mercury's orbit around the sun, does it?
Has nothing.
Isn't that
Well,
for
then why
light
don't
in a
we just
vacuum?
I beg your pardon?
Wasn't he trying to prove the speed of light in a vacuum?
No.
No, he was.
No, that's
trying
not what
to
general
explain
relativity
he
is.
was trying to explain the precession of Mercury's orbit around the sun. Right? There was a misfit between the Newtonian calculations and the measurements. And he was trying to reconcile that, and he came up with a theory that did. Now, that theory is enmeshed in a bunch of other stuff as well, in which Michelson-Morley may have made a part. But at no stage did Einstein suggest that Michelson-Morley didn't suggested that the Earth wasn't rotating. And the
Well,
claim
of course,
that it
but
did,
he
and the
did say
claim,
that
and the
there's.
claim
He
that,
did based on that. He
okay,
said,
so some of the
you're
things
just
that
gonna
Einstein
monologue and
says
I
we
can't
can
even say
believe.
anything.
Well, actually,
Bro,
you
did they
interrupted
teach you
me
this
when I was
when you
still.
got your PhD to fucking interrupt people?
You
Not letting anyone talk?
interrupted me. You were actually interrupting
interrupt
me.
you with
I
your
was still
monologue.
talking.
Calm your tits
I was
down.
still talking, mate. You want to interrupt me? I'm going
You're
to interrupt
literally.
you right back.
You're not even like
So
addressing the issue.
don't.
You haven't
I am
talked
addressing
at
the
all
issue.
about
You just
Michelson-Morley, bro.
because Michelson-Morley doesn't have the significance that you assert that it does. It doesn't show that Earth
Okay,
is
so
rotating.
that's not an argument
rotating.
though. You're just saying it's not
Um,
significant now, so you don't want to debate about it. So you're just
I'm
you're adding
saying
all
that
this stuff surrounding like
I'm
what
saying
else
that it's
Einstein
not
did,
relevant.
not
I'm
Michelson-Morley.
saying that it's not relevant to the shape of the Earth. You said that it's relevant to the rotation of the Earth. You're wrong. It's not.
Okay, well, literally.
We can
Let
demonstrate.
me know when
We
you're
can
done. Let me know when you're done.
demonstrate we can demonstrate that the Earth is rotating from dozens of other data sets. Dozens. We make measurements every day of the rotation of
So
Earth.
we're just gonna
So
spiral off
saying that we
into like
don't
just keep spewing stuff.
Well, what's your
He's
point?
explaining to you what the relativity
I don't need
theory
an
is.
explanation of like all his beliefs. We're talking about Michelson Morley right now, aren't we? He hasn't
Yeah,
said
but you
anything
said that
about it. And he hasn't let
Einstein
me
believed in it,
mention
and
anything about
Einstein
it.
general relativity. Einstein
we're
has
not.
No one's
nothing to
heard
do with
anything
it.
about the Michelson Morley experiment so far, and it's been like fucking 3 minutes.
But
Yeah, all I've heard is a bunch of fucking words,
your
Alan.
your claim was you could prove that the Earth was planar. Michelson Morley does nothing to establish that. Where's your evidence that the Earth is planar? That's where
You
this
guys literally
discussion
say,
kicked off.
okay, let me know when you're done. Let me know when I can talk.
Okay, how about you shut up and listen rather than continually interrupt the way that you are? Your claim was that you could demonstrate that the Earth is approximately planar. Your first point of contact was Michelson-Morley. Michelson-Morley has no relevance to the shape of the Earth. Produce evidence relevant to the shape of the Earth.
You said produce evidence relevant to the shape of the Earth. I said all your 2D maps, all your grids are giving you proper elevations. So all your little stitched together 2D regions is a flat Earth.
So you don't. So he's gone. Okay.
Well, try stitching together aviation sectional charts and see what happens.
Yeah.
The minute you do that, you end up with a section of a globe.
Well, see, that's what I say a lot of times. MC Toon did that, and he made a video showing exactly how to do it. And when he got done, he had a top half of a globe. I don't understand how when people say flat charts are flat, and then you point them and show them a video where somebody literally is showing them how they fit together, and they refuse to watch it.
So now that they have a lot of flat earthers here, I would like to ask a question that no flat earthers ever answered me. Can you explain the forces that makes the sun move? Anyone? No one? No one can explain that.
It's
Go ahead and tell us.
It's
There's
quantum
no
locking ether drift.
Yeah, there's no reason to even ask the question because you're never gonna get an answer for that. So that's kind of like pointless to ask.
So no one knows. Okay. So you don't know. Okay. Which forces makes the moon move? No one? Anyone? Okay. Cool. So you don't know. Okay. Where did the Earth come from?
That's a stupid question.
Yeah, I don't even think Globers are gonna answer that.
If it's an easy answer, just tell me. Where did the Earth come from?
You're going to say an explosion, and we're going to say God.
I'm gonna say an explosion, and you're gonna say, "Come again."
The better question will be.
Well, you'll have to give me a minute.
It's funny. I've been asking these questions for like months, and no one has been able to answer any of these.
Well, they'll say
I would've
God.
thought that you
I've heard many of them say God made it.
I think you were better off sticking with the topic that you were on. What forces drive the movements of the planet? What forces drive the movement of
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
comets?
What forces?
What forces drive the movement of stars where we see proper motion? What causes stellar parallel? What causes stellar aberration? What causes the apparent motion of all of these objects in the celestial sphere? Why do they move relative to one another, and why do they move with trajectories that are independent of the sphere that you claim that they're in? None of this makes any sense.
It's because flat earther has no scientific fact to back anything up. Their entire theory is based on criticizing concepts that they don't even understand. That's the entire theory of flat Earth. Right there, right then and there. You have no explanation of how the sun moves. You can't even explain where the sun came from. You can't explain the processes that happens of the sun. You can't explain where the sun is going or what's going to happen to it. And you want to sit there and say that, oh, globe earthers are just making shit up? Like, really?
Aliens
Pathetic,
put the
man.
sun
It's
there.
just fucking pathetic. Like it's
And
it's no one
aliens
like
put a jet
it's to
engine
the
on the
point
sun.
where I borderline don't even want to call you like you're adults.
So, Dr. Pepper,
It's like
I have a
arguing with
question.
children.
Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know how the sun and the moon appear to be the same angular size?
They
Approximately.
appear to be the same angular size. Okay, what does that have to do with the movement or where they came from or where they're going?
Right, and they say that like the moon is like perfectly spinning in a way so it faces us the whole time.
Yeah, it's called tidally locked. Yes, this is a phenomenon that
But
we have
that's
seen
not
Right,
with
these
other
two
moons and
phenomena,
around other
these two
planets as well.
phenomena
Yeah,
are like, you know,
or like what?
maybe
Or like no?
it conflicts people a little bit. Like, how could your model just perfectly make something like that happen?
Okay, so tidal locking is
Okay,
a
so I
consequence
told
of
you that we've
gravitation.
discovered other moons that do this on other planets as well. That it's a pretty common phenomena, right? Or did you not hear that part? I guess you didn't hear that part. Okay, so so the moon being tidally locked to the Earth, we've seen that happen to other moons or on other planets as well. I mean, I don't know what else I can tell you. It's not a supernatural phenomenon. It can be explained by gravity. It can be explained by a bunch of, to the point where we can actually measure exactly which phases of the moons we're going to be able to see.
I think Veritasium's got a really
as on
good
other
video
planets.
on that. On
So-
tidally locked.
So I ask you, can you explain with your model or your idea or your faith why moons are tidal locked? Which forces makes the moon do that? I told you what
I
my
don't
idea
think
is,
you addressed
and you might
anything
not,
I'm
and you might
trying
not
to bring
accept
up
it,
to you
but
at all.
I want to hear your explanation to your
now
model.
you
What is your
ask me
explanation?
something and then keep talking.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, may I
Yeah,
respond?
you didn't address that at all. They say that the moon is 400 times smaller and 400 times closer than the sun, but it appears the same angular size, and that just doesn't strike you at all. You're just NPC
I'm
mode all
asking you,
day.
what is the explanation according to your model why the moon moves? It's a very simple question.
I don't know what you think. When you say your model, I don't know what model you're picturing in your
Your
head.
faith, your idea of why the moon. I mean, do I have to ask you if you are willing to agree with me that the moon moves? Like, are we going to go to
Well,
that
I mean,
level of stupid?
but the question is, how many times will you ask and not knowing you're going to get an answer?
Well, motion
are
is
more
relative, so
constructive.
you don't know
There
if
are
you're
more
moving or the moon
constructive
is
ways to. There are more constructive ways to respond to this. The claim that the sun and the moon are the same angular size is not in fact true. They are only approximately the same size. This is why we get annular solar eclipses, because the sun can be big, can appear bigger than can have a larger angular size than the moon, and the moon have a smaller angular size. The angular size of the moon is not constant.
So you're just going to let the point go right over your head. Right? Great.
No, you've made a claim that they're exactly the same size, and they're not. So
I know that.
close do they? How close?
But they
do
are
they
so
need?
close. It's so approximately near the same size that shouldn't
And
strike you. Like you're saying, it's just like, oh, big deal. What up? Who cares?
It is what it is. It just
Yeah, exactly.
happens to
See,
be
I
the
think
case
that's
at this phase. That doesn't mean anything remarkable. Also, the claim that the moon is tidally locked is approximately true, but there are also things called libration of the moon. We can actually see, we've actually mapped about 60% of the moon from Earth, because the moon rotates a little bit. It wobbles in its orbit around us. So the claim that it's tidally locked is again only an approximation. It does actually show us some of the farther side every now and again, and you can watch really cool animations of it happening. So you're claiming these things that aren't actually precisely true, and then you're saying, well, look, it's magical that these things are exactly true. Well, they're not exactly true, are they? So it isn't
I didn't say
magic.
magical at all. Now you're putting words in my mouth.
Well, you are
No.
saying that it requires. You are saying that it requires some sort of
Saying it is-
supernatural
no.
explanation.
No, I'm not saying
Well, then
anything you're
what?
saying.
Then what?
I'm saying that I just think something like that doesn't make you think twice about the theory, right? Because you didn't actually go there. That these places are as far as you claim.
So you have no explanation why the moon moves. You have no explanation why the sun moves. You have no explanation why the celestial bodies move that they do. You have no explanation for the tidal
unrelated.
velocity of the moon. You have no explanation for any forces whatsoever. You have no
No,
explanation
I'm not
for
going to
the.
strum in other people's ideas of the world or anything like that. Sorry.
No, I'm not strawmanning. Am I incorrect when I'm telling you that you don't have any idea how these things happen, or am I misquoting you? Let me know. Yeah, that's what I thought. So basically, we have a working model that can actually predict basically everything all the time with millimeter precision, and you have nothing. Anyone
Well, I
else?
said before, everything in the military, they treat the ground as flat.
That's not to your credit. And what the military does still doesn't explain what makes the moon move, or what makes the sun move, or where the sun is coming from, or where the moon is coming from, or where the earth is coming from. These are very fundamental questions that could be answered very simply.
I don't know. You just like hearing yourself talk right now.
I will keep hearing myself because I'm repeating
Dr.
the
Pepper.
questions that should have a very simple answer.
Dr. Pepper, when are aliens going to invade us? Or when are they going to show
I can't
up?
hear you. You're very low, dude.
You got to be kidding.
Yeah, do you believe in aliens, Dr. Pepper?
He sounds fine to me.
When are aliens going to show up? Make themselves known?
I think. Oh, sorry. You want to say something? Go ahead.
No, do you believe in aliens?
No, the other guy wanted to talk, I think, and I wanted to give him the space to say something.
Already asked you twice, bro. Come on.
I
When are
couldn't
aliens gonna
hear
show
what you were
their
asking
body?
me. Could you please repeat the question?
When are the aliens coming?
Aliens? What?
Why is he dodging this question, bro?
I can't hear you because your mic
The question is
where are the
when-
aliens?
Yes, when are the aliens showing up to Earth?
You know,
I never
Dr.
claimed
Pepper,
that
I
they
know you
are.
think
That's
you
as
have all these
plain as
random
we
globe
can say it.
evidences. Yeah, Dr. Pepper, I know you
Why
think you
is
have
that
these
a-
random
why is
globe
that a
We're not
evidences
talking.
just like swirling in your
Where
head all
did
day.
aliens
When
come
you
up in
come here
this
and you try to
discussion?
tell us that the Earth is a globe, it just sounds like a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, to you it sounds like bullshit because you don't understand the mechanics or the physics or anything that revolves the cosmology or astronomy, which is fine. If you don't understand it, that's fine. Most people don't. But we're trying to make claims of the shape of the Earth or how things work, and you have nothing to back it up, then yeah, people are gonna have a problem with it.
I can
But I don't know. Maybe you gotta like sharpen your point.
What
I
about
can
the
demonstrate
aliens, though?
mathematically that the Earth, do you agree that if you move 69 miles north or south, that your latitude changes by 1 degree? Approximately.
Are you
Do
asking
you
me?
agree that? Yes, I'm asking you.
Sorry. Yes.
Okay. From that one axiom, I can demonstrate that the Earth cannot possibly be flat. Because I can derive a flat Earth distance formula, and from that flat Earth distance formula, I can show that it simply doesn't work with the length of anything we can measure. Train tracks, airplane trajectories, distance sailed by planes, the length of submarine cables, nothing works with the flat Earth distance formula. All I need is one axiom, and I can mathematically demonstrate using high school mathematics, by the way, nothing advanced. If you've passed high school mathematics,
I'm sorry.
Sorry, if you've passed high
You're
school
saying a lot of
mathematics,
things. I want to respond.
okay, if you've passed high school mathematics, you should be able to do this yourself.
Right. So yeah, you're trying to plug in flat Earth math, like you're gonna travel, and then you're gonna like double check, like how did it work out with a globe? That you're using everything, and then acting like the globe is already correct. So you just need
Yeah,
to just
because he has
remeasure
scientific
all
evidence
these,
to back it up.
just kind of
rather than
remeasure
just
everything.
spewing poppycock.
So, well, but here's the thing: if you want to prove where my distance where the spherical distance formula, because I can take the